The tension in the room was thick. Well, at least for everyone except Lady Aisha Heathcliff. Sitting across from her was Duke Hades Louvremont, a man whose glare alone looked strong enough to split a tree in half. His deep voice filled the air. "Lady Heathcliff, I assume you already know why I've summoned you here?" Aisha blinked innocently. "I'm sorry, but I don't understand." Lies. She absolutely understood, because this wasn't just some noble drama. This was her favorite romance novel, and somehow she had reincarnated straight into it. Flashback the life of a hardcore simp. Before becoming a noble lady, Aisha had a very important life mission, simping. Now, for those unfamiliar with the term, a simp is someone who is completely devoted to a person, going above and beyond to express their love and admiration. Think of it as being a superfan, but on another level. Nobles were supposed to carry themselves with elegance at all times, but Aisha? She was in dangerous territory. Her inner fangirl was at constant risk of exposure. Aisha had always been the obsessive type, ever since her early days of following idol groups. But being a casual fan? Oh no, that was never an option. She had to go all in. My entire existence revolved around my love for my faves. You could say my job, my hard work, all of it was purely to fuel my ultimate goal, simping. People around her might not have understood her passion, but could she really be blamed? This was her happiness. And her greatest obsession? The male lead of a best-selling romance novel, Persona. Abel Louvremont, the story's main protagonist, was everything to her in her mid-20s. So, naturally, she made it her life's mission to learn every single detail about him. But alas, the novel had long since ended, and there was nothing new left to uncover. So, what did she do? Simple, she stalked the author instead. And just when her simping career was at its peak, boom! Truck Kun entered the scene, sending her straight to another world. Aisha woke up in a luxurious bed, her mind clouded with confusion. Beside her, a nobleman burst into tears. By the ancestors. Halt! My daughter breathes once more. Wait, daughter? That's when it hit her. She wasn't in Korea anymore. She was now Lady Aisha Heathcliff, the only daughter of a baron who had a noble title in name only. Her family was far from wealthy, but they were loving, and she even had a personal maid, Anne, who was practically her best friend. Not a bad setup, honestly. One day, Anne gave her a concerned look. "Milady, you seem out of it today. Is something wrong?" Aisha waved her off with a casual, "I'm fine." But inside, her mind was racing. She was in the Crescentia Empire, and she kept hearing the name Louvremont. That was her first clue. Her second clue? The sparkling gem-like core on her wrist, which meant... That's right, this was the world of Persona. At this point in the novel's timeline, the main character, Abel Louvremont, was just an adorable little cinnamon roll. But first, let's talk about his father, Duke Hades Louvremont. This man had survived countless battles, faced near-death situations, and spilled blood, all for the sake of his son. He was the very definition of a terrifying yet devoted father. And Aisha? She felt like she had won the lottery. Before, she was just a 27-year-old in South Korea, struggling through life. Now, after 3 years of settling in, she was fully embracing her new noble existence. This was the beautiful life of Aisha Heathcliff. Fast forward, and somehow, Aisha found herself standing in the cold, dangerous northern lands, face to face with Abel's father, Duke Hades Louvremont. How did she end up casually walking into his castle like she was on a weekend getaway? No idea. Hades studied her, his voice deep and thoughtful. A ceaseless pursuit and countless gifts of unimaginable fortune. And now you ventured all alone to these harsh northern lands without any fear for your life. Yikes, that sounded dramatic. Aisha quickly lowered her gaze. My apologies. I have no excuses for my actions. Hades sighed. Very well. I must admit utter defeat. Your devotion is without a doubt unquestionable. Well, at least he got the message, but then he continued. I've had countless women pursue me in the name of love, but never have I seen a woman as persistent and devoted as you. Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. And then to her absolute shock, he said, I suppose we should hold our wedding at the earliest possible convenience. Without thinking, Aisha blurted out, Very well, I accept. Then it hit her. She snapped her head up, locking eyes with the Duke. What did you just say? His confident smile was unfairly dazzling. I said I'll do it. Let's get married. Mission. Simp for Abel, but accidentally speedrunning the marriage route with his dad. Well, this was not the simp path she expected. But hey, a win is a win. Milady, are you seriously getting married to Duke Louvremont? I mean, a wedding is a big deal and all. Anne asked, brushing Aisha's hair with a hint of excitement. Aisha immediately shut that thought down. Are you out of your mind? Just because I admire Abel doesn't mean I'd marry a man I barely know. Other than his name and face, I know nothing about him. But Anne, ever the voice of practicality, didn't back down. Milady, let's be real. You're already past the ideal age for marriage. She spoke the hard truth as gently as possible. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, she continued. Besides, Duke Louvremont is rich, handsome, and powerful. Honestly, it's a miracle that our humble Heathcliff barony even got this opportunity. Talk about a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. Seeing Aisha's expression turn gloomy, Anne quickly apologized. But Aisha simply sighed. No, it's fine. You're not exactly wrong, Anne. It's been 1 week and 4 days since Aisha's arrival at the Louvremont. Duke Hades had finally reached a conclusion after much deliberation. That Aisha is an obsessive stalker. It was the only logical explanation. She had to be madly in love with him. Aisha was so stunned by his reasoning that she almost choked on air. Wow, he's actually a narcissist. But to be fair, given the circumstances, it wasn't the most far-fetched assumption. Still, marriage? Yeah, that was not happening. Let's be honest. Hades had it all. Wealth? Check. Power? Absolutely. Influence? Undeniable. As the head of the Louvremont Duchy, the empire's most prestigious house, he had every reason to put her in her place. Yet, instead of punishing her for her so-called devotion, his grand solution was to marry her. Aisha begins to think, is this man okay or simply insane? Then, she mumbled to herself, could it be that he's been secretly crushing on me all along? Bold theory, but not entirely impossible. She was quite the beauty, after all. Anne, however, shot her down immediately. I'd say that's highly unlikely. Aisha turned to her maid, waiting for an explanation. Honestly, milady, I think your unparalleled dedication must have moved him to tears. That's the only reasonable explanation for this proposal. Besides, there have been rumors going around about how strange it is that the duchy still doesn't have a lady of the house. She had a point. The Louvremont duchy was far from ordinary, so the absence of a duchess was bound to raise questions. Aisha sighed, silently agreeing. But her thoughts soon wandered to the plot of the novel she knew. Duke Hades had first met Abel on the battlefield, and upon witnessing his extraordinary abilities, immediately chose him as his successor. But let's be real. Adopting an orphan from an unknown background as the heir to the most powerful duchy in the empire? That was bound to spark controversy. To silence the opposition, Hades made a bold announcement. Abel was his biological son. Just like that, Abel was brought into the duchy as the duke's child. At first, things seemed fine. No one dared question the legitimacy of the duke's word. However, there was one glaring issue. The duchess's seat remained empty. With no known mother, the rumors naturally spiraled out of control. The common consensus? Abel was the duke's love child. Honestly, Aisha thought Hades' explanation was more believable than simply saying he picked up a random orphan from the battlefield. But even with the duke's backing, Abel could never escape the judgment of the nobility. No matter how much Hades doted on him, the boy would always be treated as an outsider. Forced to grow up under the weight of malicious stares and whispered criticisms, Abel matured far quicker than any child should have. And then there was the biggest issue, the vacant position of the duchess. Hades had been stubborn about it. Despite the expectations of his vassals, he stood firm in his decision. Abel would be the only successor to the duchy. Because of that, noble families of equal status refused to offer their daughters for marriage. After all, if there was no hope of producing a legitimate heir, what was the point? Of course, that didn't stop others from trying. Countless women, drawn to the prestige of the Louvre-Mont name, eagerly sought the position. But Hades' vassals turned them all away without hesitation. To them, anyone outside the noble elite was simply unworthy. Yet, despite all the pressure, Hades never married. Aisha thinks the seat of the Duchess will be filled eventually, but according to the novel's plot, that never happened. Because in the end, Duke Hades was destined to die. On Abel's 11th birthday, the man who had raised and protected him would heroically sacrifice himself. The story of a devoted father's final act of love. Snapping back to the present, Aisha turned to Anne, who casually dropped another bombshell. "Oh, by the way, I heard a rumor that Duke Louvre-Mont has been in love with a woman for a long time." "Seriously?" Aisha's curiosity was piqued. Anne nodded. "Yeah, but no one knows who she is. If he never made her the Duchess, maybe she was a fallen noble or a commoner. Just my guess, but don't you think she might be young Master Abel's real mother?" Aisha, who already knew the truth, kept her mouth shut. Still, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and thought, he supposedly has some woman he loves, but then turns around and says he's marrying me because of my devotion to him. If that's really how he thinks, then that's just, ugh. Aisha had made up her mind. This whole marriage nonsense needed to be cancelled. No way was she wasting her life like this, not even if her so-called partner was the all-powerful Duke Hades. The moment she knocked on his office door, a deep voice responded, "You may enter." Hades didn't even bother looking in her direction. Without hesitation, well, maybe just a tiny one after seeing how busy he was, Aisha got straight to the point. She came to discuss their supposed marriage. Hades, still focused on his work, responded smoothly, "I may be busy, but I'm not the kind of man who can't spare a moment for his future bride-to-be. No need to apologize." Aisha tried to focus. Her hands wrapped around her teacup as she looks at. Her thoughts drifted. The tea leaves. Were they from her home estate, not from the north? Was Hades being considerate? Before she could dwell on that thought, Hades spoke again. And this time, his words hit like a thunderbolt. "I'm currently finalizing the legal documents for our marriage." Aisha choked. "I plan to send them to your father soon," he continued, completely unfazed. Coughing, Aisha barely managed to set her teacup down without spilling more. But Hades wasn't done. He lifted the papers in his hand. "I was planning on sending them tomorrow." Aisha forced herself to stay calm, but then... "Hello? Don't make me repeat myself. I know you must be overwhelmed by your great fortune, all thanks to me, but let me reassure you, this is not a dream." Aisha gawked at him. This man, was he always this narcissistic? She suddenly felt cold. Goosebumps. No, it wasn't admiration. It was from his overinflated ego. Before she could even begin her protest, bang! The door behind her slammed open. A child's voice rang through the room. "Father." Aisha jolted so hard she almost knocked over the tea. "Oh my goodness, that scared me," she blurted. Hades, now looking displeased, turned to the doorway. "Abel, what kind of unruly behavior is this? Lady Heathcliff is an honored guest. Apologize immediately." Aisha, however, was no longer paying attention. Her heart pounded. At this moment, misunderstandings, marriage contracts, who cared? Those were distant worries. Right now, her mind had only one thought. "Oh, I didn't know we had a guest. My apologies," the child stammered. Taking a deep breath, she turned with as much grace as possible. This was her chance, and she would not ruin it. She finally locked eyes with him. The male lead. Her absolute favorite. "No way, he's even cuter in person." She practically shrieked, only in her head, of course. Her inner fangirl was screaming. Silky black hair, deep crimson eyes that sparkle like rare jewels, and the most adorable baby face with soft, chubby cheeks. Honestly, who wouldn't want to smother him with kisses? Aisha nearly lost herself staring, only to snap back to reality and quickly cover her mouth. Get it together. She had promised herself to stay composed, yet here she was, barely holding it together. Just as she was questioning if this was a dream, she glanced back, and sure enough, there he was. Hallelujah. And that was the moment her heart gave up on her. Hades, ever the attentive Duke, immediately reached out to her. Are you all right? Did he surprise you badly? Then, shifting his gaze to his son, his tone turned sharp. Why are you standing there? I told you to apologize for your rudeness. Abel, clearly flustered, quickly bowed. Lady Heathcliff, I apologize for my disrespectful behavior. I am truly sorry. Aisha, who was still struggling to process this adorable scene, blushed. Oh, not at all, she replied, though internally her heart was practically screaming. Then, in a soft, almost shy voice, Abel continued, I wanted to thank you very much for the gift you sent me earlier. He hesitated before adding, I should have thanked you sooner. My gratitude is late. Please forgive me. Aisha hung on to every word, feeling both relieved and delighted. He really liked it. The treasured sword of Sankt Kriya, a rare artifact from a fallen imperial family. She had gone through so much to get it. But no amount of struggle could compare to the peace of mind she felt, knowing she had prevented Abel from suffering the same fate in the future. Originally, she hadn't even planned on revealing herself as the sender. Just knowing he had it was enough. But hearing his heartfelt appreciation now, oh, her heart. And then, Hades awkwardly chimed in. Ah, Lady Aisha, I know you intended the sacred sword for me, but I thought it was best to let my son have it for now. Aisha, who had very clearly labeled the gift for Abel, barely kept a straight face. Oh dear, he completely misunderstood. But instead of correcting him, she simply nodded along. No need to embarrass anyone, especially not herself. Trying to be discreet, she bit back a reaction when Hades ordered Abel to leave, adding that they'd talk later. Abel, ever the polite child, turned to her. Pardon me for my intrusion, Lady Aisha. With that, he left, closing the door behind him. And Aisha? She could only sigh. Maybe it was better this way. Any longer, and her heart might not have survived. Still, she wasn't going to stop thinking about how incredibly precious he was. She clenched her fists, holding back the overwhelming urge to dote on him. Meanwhile, Hades, noticing her odd expression, assumed she wasn't feeling well. He quickly apologized on Abel's behalf. Despite what you've just seen, he's usually a very good and mature child. In time, I'm sure he'll grow fond of you. Then, smoothly changing the subject, he asked, But let's return to our discussion. You mentioned our marriage. Are you having second thoughts? At that moment, an image popped into Aisha's head. Abel looking up at her with bright smile as he sweetly called her mommy. And just like that, any thoughts of objecting disappeared. She took a deep breath, simply promised, I'll be a good wife to you. That's all I wanted to tell you. Of course, deep down, her real goal had nothing to do with being a wife. It was all about becoming Abel's mom. Because really, what better way was there to devote herself to him than that? And that's the start of how a fangirl becomes the hero's stepmom. Back in her room, Aisha is practically bouncing off the walls. Well, more like tossing all her pillows around in pure excitement. She's been keeping her joy bottled up all this time. But now, she's letting it all out. Are you really that happy? Anne asks, watching her lady act like an overjoyed child. You should have seen that adorable face. His cheeks were so soft and chubby. He's the cutest thing ever. Aisha gushes, looking like she's on the verge of pulling her own hair from the sheer overload of cuteness. Anne nodded in agreement. Well, kids are always the cutest at that age. But from what I've seen, he does seem smaller than his peers. I know, right? He's still growing, so he should be eating properly. But ugh, the food here in the north is so bland. I just want to feed him all sorts of delicious things. Aisha sighs dramatically, clearly ready to take on the role of Abel's mommy. Wait a minute. Weren't you totally against this marriage? Did you already change your mind? Aisha admits, well, yeah, kind of, but I wasn't expecting it. Her original plan was simple. Call out Hades for being a narcissist and cancel the wedding on the spot. But then, it would just look like she came all this way just to meet him, and she definitely didn't want that. But now that she met him, she can't help but feel a little bad. Still, the story can't progress unless Hades sacrifices himself for Abel. She remembers what happens on Abel's 11th birthday. His latent powers will spiral out of control, consuming him completely. The only reason he survives is because Hades absorbs that chaotic energy at the cost of his own life. If that doesn't happen, then the story persona wouldn't even have a main character. After losing his father, Abel will mature fast. He'll become cold and distant. But that's actually part of his charm. Then a thought pops into Aisha's head, and she mutters, but if Duke Louvremont dies after our marriage, then what happens to me? Anne, who catches that perfectly, immediately starts sweating. Is my lady planning to assassinate the Duke? She cautiously eyes Aisha's back, wondering what kind of crazy plan she's cooking up. Meanwhile, Aisha is completely unaware of Anne's suspicions. She's just deep in thought, feeling sorry for Hades but knowing that this is his fate. There's no way to stop it. So in the meantime, she wonders what life as a duchess will be like. Then reality really sinks in. She's not just going to be Abel's mother. She'll also be Hades's wife, and with the way things are right now, their relationship is built on one big misunderstanding. Instead of clearing things up, Aisha suddenly has a better idea. She'll pretend to be madly in love with him like a longtime secret admirer. And then, oh no, her handkerchief. Aisha suddenly remembers and asks Anne to bring it to her. She wants to finish embroidering it so she can give it to Abel as a gift. Anne tilts her head. Do you mean the handkerchief with the young master's face on it? But you've never let me keep it for you before. Every time I offered, you insisted on holding onto it yourself. Aisha freezes. Panic sets in. She frantically starts rummaging through her belongings, turning her room upside down. But no matter how hard she looks, it's gone. And why? Because at this very moment, that same handkerchief is in Hades' office. Sitting at his desk, Hades looks at the handkerchief in front of him. A small smile flashed on his face. His mind drifts back to the first time he saw Aisha. He recognized her the moment she arrived in the north on her own. That handkerchief? She left it behind that very same day. He found it on his couch like some kind of fateful gift. Thinking back to how Aisha had promised to be a good wife while flashing that bright smile of hers, Hades can't help but grin. She's such a mystery, but also so amusing. And just like that, his delusions get an upgrade. He's already got fuel for his imagination. And at this rate, maybe his fantasies will turn into reality soon. Hang in there, buddy. The second day Aisha visited Hades' office turned out to be a historic event, because that was the day she officially became the happiest simp in existence. As she wandered outside, a familiar voice timidly called out from behind. Lady Heathcliff, hello? Was this a dream? No, it was reality. The adorable cinnamon roll himself, Abel, was standing right in front of her. Were you in the middle of your walk? The young boy asked shyly. Aisha was tempted, no, desperate, to ask if her precious Abel had eaten well, or if he wanted any snacks. But instead, she managed to hold back and simply nodded. Abel hesitated for a moment before lowering his head apologetically. So, I wanted to say sorry for how rude I was last time. I was so panicked that I forgot to properly greet you, Lady Heathcliff. Before she could correct his misunderstanding, Abel continued, now looking even more guilty. I'm sure you must think poorly of me after our first meeting. Aisha's heart ached. Young master, But Abel cut her off again, his expression serious. But I promise I will never cause you any trouble. Oh, Abel. If only he'd let Aisha get a word in. Jumping to conclusions. Is that something he learned from his ridiculously good-looking father? Still trembling a little, Abel held out a delicate flower wreath. This is, I wanted to give you something in return for the gift you sent me before, but compared to what I received, this is... I know it's not much. Not much? Aisha's heart was about to burst from happiness. Her precious baby Abel had made something just for her. She got so overwhelmed that her body betrayed her, and she staggered backward. Thankfully, Anne was there to catch her before she hit the ground. She looked like she was on the verge of passing out, but at least she was passing out in bliss. Priorities. Abel panicked, worried that something was wrong. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Aisha, still staring at the wreath like it was the crown of a goddess, was thinking, even if lightning strikes me right now, I will take this flower crown to the afterlife and wear it proudly. But since she stayed silent for too long, Abel misunderstood her reaction and hesitantly reached for the wreath. You don't like it? Before he could take it back, Aisha lunged forward. No, she reached the wreath from his hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. Actually, I really, really love flowers. Aisha beamed. Abel's eyes lit up, shining brighter than 1,000 stars. But honestly, even if he had given her a random piece of string, Aisha would have probably framed it in a golden box. Thank goodness. I was so worried you wouldn't like it. Abel sighed in relief. I love it. I'll treasure this until the end of time, Aisha reassured him, clutching the wreath like it was the Holy Grail. But the cuteness wasn't over yet, because Abel, the adorable ball of sunshine, had one more request. Can I put it on your head? Her brain completely short-circuited. Anne had to step in on her behalf. Oh, of course, young master. Lady Aisha would love that. And once the flower crown was placed on her head, You're so beautiful, like a real fairy, Abel gasped in awe. Cue another heart attack for Aisha. Inside her mind, she had already ascended to simp heaven. If she could die right now, she'd have no regrets. But no, Aisha, you still have a love story to complete with your hubby. It's a romance manhwa, remember? Over at the Duke's office, things were far less wholesome. A nobleman, one of Hades' vassals, and unfortunately his brother-in-law, was arguing with him. And surprise, surprise, the man was not happy about Aisha Heathcliff being Hades' chosen spouse. You seems not taking the affairs of the great Louvremont family more seriously, Your Grace. Hades let out a slow sigh, already done with this conversation. First you say it's a problem if I don't marry, but now that I have, it's still a problem. So tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? His voice was calm, but the irritation was clear. The nobleman didn't back down. Your Grace, I will compile a list of noble households that better suit the Louvremont name. I'd appreciate it if you stopped being stubborn about this. And then, as if he hadn't already crossed several lines, he added, Oh, and you should also denounce your illegitimate love child. Quickly. The audacity. This man was just a count, yet he was talking as if he ruled over Hades. But whether it was about Abel's inheritance or Aisha's position as the future Duchess, Hades wasn't backing down. My wife will be arriving tomorrow, the Count continued. Regardless of your decisions, Abel must be properly prepared. As we've discussed, my wife will personally tutor him. Oh, but he wasn't done yet. It's quite convenient that Baron Heathcliff's daughter, whom you seem so infatuated with, is here at the dukedom. Though I notice you haven't told your vassals anything about your marriage plans yet. Then, with one last arrogant remark about Hades' sister raising him like her own son, the Count finally reached the door to exit the room. And then, perfect timing, he ran into Abel. The man scowled and muttered under his breath, Insolent mongrel. Low enough so only Abel could hear. Oh, so now he was bullying a child? This guy just kept getting worse. Abel. Hearing his father's voice, Abel instantly straightened up. I'm sorry, Father. I should have knocked first. Hades, however, wasn't angry. In fact, he even praised Abel for realizing his mistake so quickly. Then he added, But you actually came in at the perfect time. If I had to deal with that old idiot any longer, I'd probably shave decades off my life. Without any effort, he lifted Abel in his arms, holding him like he weighed nothing while he smiles. Did you visit Lady Heathcliff? Did she like your present? Abel's face lit up. Yes, she really liked it. Excitedly, he started recounting everything that had happened, from their stroll together to how happy Aisha was over his gift. And of course, Hades, who had no idea Aisha even had a habit of walking around the villa, was caught off guard. Abel hugged his father tightly. I lost count of how many times she said she was happy. That made me really happy too. Hades listened while the boy's face beams. They've really hit it off. He's closer to her than I am, he thought. Curious, he asked, what made her so happy? The flower crown I gave her, Abel said proudly. She kept touching it like it was the most precious thing in the world. Then Abel chuckled. I never imagined something so simple would make her that happy. But clearly, Aisha was built different. If it came from Abel, even a single blade of grass would be her most prized possession. And so, the Duke listened as his son continued talking about Aisha, the woman who had unknowingly charmed both father and son alike. The next day arrived, but we had a small problem. Aisha didn't sleep a wink last night. And why? Because she spent the whole night admiring Abel's handmade gift. Anne, ever the voice of reason, handed her some water and sighed. Milady, I get that you're happy, but at least some sleep would have been nice. But even as Aisha washed her face, her thoughts were elsewhere. Who would have thought that her devoted admiration would lead to such an adorable reward? Anne, just imagine it. That sweet little boy, using those tiny, chubby hands to craft this crown for me. I can't take it anymore. I need to shower him with hugs and kisses right now. How much longer do I have to hold back? Aisha dramatically declared. Anne, being the supportive bestie that she was, pulled out her trusty pom-poms and cheered her on. Baby steps, Aisha. At least you've gotten closer to Abel, right? As Aisha got ready, Anne informed her that the Duke had invited her to dine with him. What could this be about? Fast forward to the meal, and Aisha found herself seated across from Hades. As she snuck glances at him, one undeniable fact hit her. This man was absurdly good-looking. Hades, ever the sharp one, caught her in the act. I understand that it must be difficult for you to tear your eyes away from me even for a second, but I recommend focusing on your meal, Lady Aisha, he said, exuding peak confidence. Excuse me? Aisha immediately retracted her previous thoughts. Keeping her expression neutral, she stabbed the piece of meat in front of her and muttered, My apologies, Your Grace. I'll dine quietly. But did Hades let it end there? Of course not. No need to apologize. I give you permission to gaze at me for as long as your heart desires. I'd hate for you to go hungry because of my overwhelming magnificence. Honestly, this man's confidence knew no bounds. But to be fair, he wasn't trying to be arrogant. He was just innocently unaware that Aisha's true admiration lay elsewhere. Abel. And despite his words, his real concern was that Aisha wasn't eating enough, especially compared to other noble ladies. She's too thin. Not that Aisha ever skipped meals. Her body just wasn't the type to gain weight easily. Then, Hades smoothly transitioned to the reason for their dinner together. He informed Aisha that Countess Gasfell would be arriving that evening and asked if she'd be comfortable dining with them as well. Aisha, already well versed in the novel's plot, knew that the Count, Hades' brother-in-law, was infamous for mistreating Abel. And the Countess? Well, she wasn't any better. But in the novel, she did have a redemption arc, eventually becoming Abel's biggest supporter. So, villain or not, hard to say. Meanwhile, Hades, completely oblivious, was just thrilled that Aisha already knew about his older sister. And his reasoning? Oh, simple. He assumed Aisha was so infatuated with him that she naturally learned all about his family. You could almost hear his brain making these wild conclusions in real time. This type of misunderstanding is still cute, though. It seems she wants to meet you before our marriage. I thought you should be informed, Hades added casually. A meet and greet with the not-so-great in-laws. How lovely. Out of the blue, Hades suggested they take a walk in the garden. Apparently, Abel had told him that Aisha loved flowers. As they walked, Hades brought up how happy Abel had been yesterday. "I must thank you for that," he said sincerely. "I know Abel's presence might be uncomfortable for you, but I appreciate that you don't show any displeasure around him." Aisha immediately corrected him. "Not at all. I actually really enjoy spending time with him. There's nothing for you to worry about." Then after a brief pause, Aisha hesitantly asked, "Would it be all right if I took more strolls together with him from now on? You know, to get to know each other better?" Hades, thinking she meant him, agreed right away. "Of course. I'll do my best to make time for you." Aisha says, no, I meant with the young master." Hades processed her words for a moment before finally responding, "You don't need my permission for that. I'm sure Abel will be thrilled." And just like that, Aisha won another round as the reigning queen of simps. Noticing how tired Hades looked, Aisha asked if he hadn't slept well. And to make sure there were no adorable misunderstandings, she pointed out his very visible eye bags and the single side of his hair sticking up like a stubborn cowlick. Hades, flustered but composed, tried to fix his hair himself. Didn't work. Aisha, unable to watch his struggle, reached over and fixed it for him, closing the distance between them. "There you go." For the brief moment, the ever-composed Duke looked a little flustered. Did I just witness a rare reaction? And Aisha? Her thoughts betrayed her. Wow. This is exactly how I pictured Abel looking in the novel. Then realization dawned. That expression. That's exactly how the novel described Abel when he first saw the heroine and felt his heart flutter. I have no ulterior motives here. I just let my guard down because he's ridiculously handsome. And then suddenly Hades grabbed her wrist. What on earth? You mean to tell me that there's a person in the entire Crescentia Empire who can't hide that, even at your age? What exactly was he referring to? And more importantly, what was that core-like gem in her wrist? Because honestly, I've been curious since day one. In the novel Persona, one could argue that Abel practically carried the story on his tiny shoulders, accounting for a solid 60% of its charm as the perfect protagonist. The remaining 40%? Well, that was dedicated to the world itself, rich in magic, history, and noble drama. Speaking of history, the Crescentia Empire had quite the legendary ancestry. Its imperial bloodline was said to descend from ancient dragons, granting most Crescentians the ability to wield supernatural powers. In this world, magic was divided into 6 fundamental elements: fire, water, earth, wind, light, and darkness. Every Crescentian was born with an affinity for one of these 6 elements, a natural inheritance from their dragon forebears. Take the prestigious Louvremont house, for example. Throughout the Empire's long history, this noble house had consistently produced individuals gifted with formidable fire magic. Among them, none stood out more than Hades Louvremont himself. His talent was said to be unparalleled. No contest. However, just because someone shared the same elemental affinity didn't mean they wielded the same level of magical prowess. While many people in Crescentia possessed strong magical abilities, there were just as many people whose magic barely amounted to a spark. A prime example? The Heathcliff barony. For generations, the Heathcliffs were obsessed with preserving the purity of their bloodline. They strictly forbade their descendants from intermarrying with those who carried different elemental affinities. Their goal? To maintain the strongest light magic. The result? A complete backfire. Despite their efforts, they failed to produce a single renowned healer or saint. In fact, their magic dwindled so much over time that they were barely Crescentians in anything but name. That being said, Aisha still had a trace of magic left within her, evident in the defining trait that all Crescentians were born with: the jewel core. Also known as the nexus, the jewel core was an embedded crystal within one's body, representing their magical element. But it wasn't just for show. It was a literal lifeline. Just as a mortal wound to the heart or brain would be fatal, damage to the jewel core was just as deadly. Because of this, Crescentians learned early on to conceal their nexus as a survival instinct. Internalizing one's core was something that naturally came with age, much like a child learning to walk. And yet, Aisha Heathcliff, the original owner of this body, somehow managed to reach the age of 18 without ever mastering this basic skill. A truly shocking feat. Unfortunately, her ignorance came at a price, an untimely death. That's why, when our heroine's soul entered this world, her first moment in Crescentia wasn't just waking up in a soft, luxurious bed. Nope. She was lying inside a lavishly decorated coffin, a grand entrance worthy of a resurrected goddess. Hades is completely baffled. I'm at a loss for words. How have you survived this long? His voice was filled with genuine concern. Aisha gave him a sheepish response. By treating my left wrist very carefully, Hades let out a heavy sigh. Unbelievable. She couldn't even manage something that a 10-year-old would instinctively know how to do. And to make things worse, her jewel core, the very essence of her magical power, was in the most inconvenient place possible. Her wrist. If only it had been somewhere easier to conceal. But it wasn't like Aisha had any control over that. She had literally woken up in this body like this. No say in the matter. Seeing no other option, Hades took matters into his own hands. From now on, you'll visit my office every single day. I'll personally teach you how to conceal your jewel core. Oh, one-on-one lessons with the Duke himself? I won't complain. More time with him meant more potential romance. Yes, please. Still, Hades couldn't shake his disbelief. The woman he was about to marry had this kind of problem. Sensing his hesitation, Aisha asked him, "Do you regret proposing to me?" Hades immediately panicked. No, that's not what I meant at all." He quickly cleared his throat, gathering his thoughts. "I'm saying that I'm worried about you. If someone with bad intentions were to target you, all they'd have to do is grab your wrist. That's all it would take to seriously harm you." Well, when he put it that way, it was a terrifying thought, Hades continued, his voice lowering. "Since you're joining the duchy as my wife, you need to be more aware of the dangers around you. I have a lot of enemies, Aisha, and by becoming my wife, you'll be in their sights too." He had a solid point. Aisha, meanwhile, was just now realizing how little she had considered her survival in this world. She had been too busy celebrating the fact that she got reincarnated into the same world as Abel, completely absorbed in her fangirling career. But now, she found it oddly fascinating that she shared the same light element as the novel's heroine. Feeling a little useless in comparison, she lowered her gaze. "I just realized something. I'm not really all that helpful to you, am I?" she mumbled. "If only I were more capable. Like Deborah Florence, the heroine. Although she can't say it out loud," she then added. "At least if you or Abel were injured, I could actually be of use." For a moment, Hades was silent. Then, in an instant, he was in front of her, kneeling. "You don't need to worry about that." His voice was firm as he took her hand gently. He continued, "You know this better than anyone. No one in this empire would dare cross me, and that goes for Abel too. I'm his father. It's my duty to protect him no matter what. If anyone ever tries to harm my son, I will find them, and I will eliminate them before they even get the chance." But then his gaze softened. "That's not all," he added. "As your husband, it's also my duty to protect you. From everything." For a brief second, Aisha forgot to breathe. Hades wasn't finished. He looked at her so intently, it was as if he was making a sacred vow. "It's not you who should be offering me protection, Aisha. It's the other way around. I promise. No harm will ever come to you. Not even a single hair on your head will be touched." Then, with a smirk, he said, "And you can count on me, you know. I'm more than strong enough to defend you from any danger in this world." Ah, such confidence, so reassuring. So, wait a second. "Oh boy," says the man who's literally fated to die next year on Abel's birthday. "So please," Hades finished, his voice gentler now, "just focus on taking care of yourself." Aisha, meanwhile, couldn't help but think about the tragedy that awaited them. In the novel, Abel had mourned his father's death for the entire final arc. The sheer grief, the weight of responsibility he had carried after losing such a dependable father. How much had he suffered? Her heart ached at the thought. Hades slowly descended the stairs, still lost in thought about Aisha's words from earlier. Leaning against the wall, he replayed the moment in his head, his face heating up. With a quiet mumble, he sighed. She could have been a little greedier. And then, as if Aisha were right in front of him, he inwardly wondered, just what part of me did you fall in love with? Oh dear, someone's already falling. And pretty hard at that. Later that night, Aisha entered the dining hall and immediately spotted Abel sitting alone at the table, waiting patiently. Without hesitation, she took the seat beside him, and the boy lit up, clearly pleased with her choice. But Aisha's sharp eyes didn't miss the hint of worry clouding Abel's face. With a gentle tilt of her head, she asked, "Something's bothering you. Or am I wrong?" The young boy hesitated for a moment before admitting that Countess Gasfell was set to visit that night, his soon-to-be tutor. Knowing his own shortcomings, he couldn't help but feel anxious about it. "You shouldn't think that way," Aisha reassured him in a soft, comforting tone. "Let me tell you this. There's no other child as remarkable as you, young master." Cue instant blushing from the cinnamon roll. But instead of simply accepting the compliment, Abel hesitated before voicing his doubts. Why was Aisha always so kind to him? In his mind, all he ever did was cause his father trouble. Aisha, ever the gentle soul, reached out and patted his hand. "You don't have to worry about that," she said with a warm smile. And just like that, Abel was beet red again. But after a moment, he took a deep breath and spoke with newfound determination. "Lady Heathcliff, I would love it if you could marry my father." But Abel wasn't finished. His eyes sparkled as he continued. "Honestly, I have no interest in inheriting my father's title. And if, in the not-so-distant future, I were to have a younger sibling..." "Hold up. Abel, are you already planning Aisha's whole future?" "I would definitely ask father to make my younger sibling his legitimate heir. So, what I'm trying to say is, please stay with us. This boy..." He was more worried about his father's happiness than his own. Even though he knew his request might be too much, he still had the courage to express his deepest wish, to have Aisha as his stepmother, because she was kind, sweet, and beautiful. Aisha fully understood his words, and despite feeling a tiny pang of jealousy toward Hades, because why was the proposal directed at him, she couldn't refuse. After all, as long as she could stay with Abel, she was happy. Creak, the door swung open, and in came Countess Gasfell, followed by Count and Hades. In an instant, Abel shot up from his seat, practically launching himself into the air. "Long time no see," he blurted out, startling Aisha in the process. Well, that was an entrance. Despite the awkwardness in the air, Aisha knew her role well. Like a true noblewoman, she gracefully introduced herself, maintaining perfect etiquette. Count Mason Gasfell and Countess Agatha Gasfell returned her greeting with polite smiles. But Aisha wasn't naive. She already expected what would come next. And sure enough, Agatha didn't disappoint. "I heard you traveled all the way up north alone. But to think you came all this way just to seduce a man. I was quite astonished by your audacity." The Countess smiled sweetly, as if she hadn't just thrown a dagger-laced insult. "Oh." But she wasn't done. "If you had even a shred of decency or shame, you would have acted with more caution and self-awareness." Hades saw red sign. His anger exploded in record time as he snapped at his sister, demanding to know if she had lost her mind. Agatha, completely unfazed, merely tilted her head. "I'm not quite sure which one of us is truly out of our minds. Shall I remind you? Inviting an uncouth lesser noble with no distinguished ancestry into the Louvremont household is no different from tainting our noble blood." That was the last straw. Hades shot up from his seat, barely restraining his frustration. "I was a fool to think you'd behave yourself. he muttered before turning to Aisha and Abel. In a much calmer voice, suggested they take their meals in their rooms instead. It wasn't surprising that Agatha acted this way. Her entire life was dedicated to the Louvre-Mont estate. She was the one who raised Hades into the powerful heir he was today. To put it simply, she was the one person he had never been able to openly defy. A woman who saw Abel as nothing more than a stain on their noble lineage. And if there was one thing Agatha was known for, it was her sharp tongue. It seems the only thing you have to offer is your body, she continued coldly. I'm sure you've already behaved indecently somewhere. But what fascinates me is how exactly your promiscuous ways managed to captivate His Excellency. Excuse you? This wasn't just being strict. This was outright cruelty. Sure, Agatha was devoted to the Louvre-Mont name, but her behavior was extreme. That was it. Hades slammed his hand on the table, the sharp sound echoing throughout the room. Enough. His voice was low, seething with barely contained rage. He turned back to Aisha and Abel, his expression gentler but firm. Go back to your rooms. There's no need to tolerate this any longer. Aisha knew full well that Agatha's influence over the Louvre-Mont house was absolute. Because of her unwavering devotion to their name, Hades often ended up listening to her, even against his better judgment. If things continued like this, the entire dukedom would remain under Agatha's control. That was not happening. Taking a deep breath, Aisha stepped forward and calmly raised her hand. My lord, please remain calm. I believe the countess has simply misunderstood something, in which case, it would be best to talk things through. Because whether they liked it or not, going up against Agatha was inevitable. It was just a matter of when. Hades, of course, tried to dissuade her, but Aisha had already made up her mind. From what she knew about the novel, there was a sliver of hope in Agatha's character. And if there was even the slightest chance of changing her opinion, Aisha had to try. She gathered her courage and spoke clearly. I respect and admire the Countess wholeheartedly, which is precisely why I don't want our relationship to be strained over a simple misunderstanding. Then, with unwavering resolve, she met Agatha's gaze. May I ask what your true reason is for disapproving of me? Aisha had plenty of reasons to win Agatha over. She wasn't exactly eager to live her life as this woman's sister-in-law, but if she was going to marry into the Louvre-Mont family, securing Agatha's approval was a battle she couldn't avoid. She could say all that confidently, but that didn't mean she wasn't feeling the cold sweat trickling down her back right now. Agatha's response? Oh, just another classic insult. She scoffs at Aisha, basically calling her not the sharpest tool in the shed for even asking why she's disliked. And the real reason? Simple. According to Agatha, everyone has a place in this world, and they should stay within their limits. Then, as if she were some wise philosopher, she smirks and asks, Tell me, Lady Heathcliff, do you truly believe you belong in the Louvre-Mont family? But Aisha remains calm. Without hesitation, she admits that she doesn't. She knows herself well and, most importantly, she's never once desired to be the Duchess. This is the very thing Agatha has completely misunderstood from the beginning. With a composed tone, Aisha continues. I understand how you may have come to that conclusion, but I assure you, you've misunderstood my intentions. I heard you were once set to inherit the duchy, and honestly, I have no doubt that it was your hard work that built the Louvre-Mont family's strong reputation, so it makes sense that you would want only the most suitable noblewoman to marry into the family. I fully agree that I am not that person. My background is modest, and I have little to offer Louvre-Mont. She's making sure Agatha doesn't see her as an ambitious gold digger. To drive the point home, she adds, If His Excellency were to suggest that we pretend this marriage discussion never happened, I would gladly accept. She says this so casually, completely trusting that Hades will clean up the mess later. Just in case. Then, she explains herself, her journey to the north wasn't fueled by greed or selfish motives. She simply came to see him. The people in the room assume she's referring to Hades, but of course we all know it's Abel. After offering some compliments and showing admiration, Aisha gives a sincere apology. She apologizes for not holding back her selfish desire to see him. Then, she turns and smiles at Abel, who watches her with a worried expression. But Agatha, as expected, just can't keep her mouth shut. She goes a step further, suggesting that if Aisha truly knows her place, then perhaps she'd be more suited as Hades' mistress. And that's it. Hades' last shred of patience snaps. His voice thunders through the room as he roars, "Agatha!" like a beast ready to strike down its prey. Aisha instantly covers Abel's ears, worried that he might hear something even more hurtful. She's about to take him out of the room, but then, Please stop!" Abel's small, trembling voice interrupts everything. Flashback, the day Abel met Aisha. That evening, Abel found himself standing in front of his father's office, mustering up the courage to step inside. The moment he did, he bowed his head low, his voice filled with sincerity. "Father, I'm sorry. I acted out of line in front of Lady Heathcliff." Hades, who had been expecting anything but an apology, blinked in surprise. His mind flashed back to Aisha, who had nearly fainted in shock earlier. So Abel was apologizing for that incident? Well, it did seem like you startled Lady Heathcliff quite a bit. That's probably why I was harsher with you than usual, Hades admitted before reaching out and gently patting Abel's head. "I'm sorry if I scared you too." Abel, however, had also overheard something intriguing from the maids. Apparently, Hades had finally decided to propose to Aisha for real. So, aside from that first sudden marriage request, there was going to be a proper, official proposal too? The boy's eyes widened at the thought. Oh, so word got out fast. Hades chuckled at his son's reaction. "I was going to tell you about that myself. I'm planning to hold the wedding ceremony as soon as possible. I believe it'll be good for you as well since, well, it's better than having a single father, right?" But instead of commenting on that, Abel hesitated, a small worry creeping into his mind. "Do you think Lady Heathcliff will like me?" His voice was soft, unsure. That question actually caught Hades off guard. He didn't answer right away because, honestly, he wasn't sure either. But after a moment, he chose to be honest. "I can't say for certain, but what I do know is that she seems to be a kind person." Then, with a reassuring smile, he added, "Once she gets to know you, I'm sure she'll cherish you as much as I do. But of course, you'll have to put in some effort to get closer to her." "It's not about whether I like Lady Heathcliff or not," he said earnestly. "I don't think I have the right to decide that in the first place." Still, despite all his uncertainties, Abel promised that he would do his very best to become a lovable child to Lady Heathcliff. "You don't need to try so hard," Hades said with a warm smile. "You're already lovable just as you are, Abel. If I'm right about Lady Heathcliff, she'll grow to like you even if you don't do anything special." But Abel wasn't about to leave it up to chance. Determined to make a good impression, he suddenly asked for permission to take 10 flowers from the garden. Hades let out an amused chuckle. How could he not when Abel was just that sweet? So that was his plan. He was going to make a flower crown for Aisha as a gift. Hearing that, Hades outright laughed, utterly charmed by his son's innocence. He pulled Abel into a long, warm hug before granting his permission. "Go ahead. You know, you're the reason I started caring for those flowers in the first place." And with a rare, heartfelt sincerity, he added, "Everything I've ever done was for you." What a touching father and son moment. To Abel, Aisha was like a fairy queen from a snow-covered mountain, graceful, gentle, and kind. More than anything, he wished for her to become his mother. That was why he prayed with all his heart, that she would grow to like him, so he could stay by her side forever. Back to the present. The dining room was tense. Abel, unable to bear the cruel words spewing from the countess, spoke up. I'm begging you. Please don't say such mean things about Lady Heathcliff. If you must insult someone, say them to me instead, Countess, because Lady Heathcliff is not a bad person." His voice trembled, but he held back his tears with all his might. The Countess, utterly scandalized, gasped in fury. How dare you?" That was Aisha's cue. Her voice, sharp and unwavering, cut through the air like a blade. "Countess," her tone is firm, "please excuse me. I'll see you again during your stay. Enjoy your meal." Without another word, she turned to Abel, then reached out her hand, and together, they left the dining room. The moment they were gone, Hades wasted no time questioning his sister. His gaze was cold as he reprimanded her behavior in front of both Aisha and Abel. And of course, he also pointed out how the Count, her own husband, didn't even attempt to stop her. As for the Count, he simply shrugged, his attitude screaming, "Happy wife, peaceful life." What a devoted husband, insert sarcasm. Hades, now thoroughly irritated, exhaled sharply. "You will formally apologize to Lady Heathcliff," he said firmly, "and I won't let this slide, even if you are my sister." That, of course, did not sit well with the Countess. She huffed as she continued throwing insults like it was her favorite pastime. She called Aisha a beggar, and Abel a peasant's child, spitting the words with venom. "I suggest you watch your mouth," Hades warned, his tone ice cold. "You may be the sister who raised me, but you do not have the right to dictate my life. And it is not up to you to decide whom I choose as my bride. I urge you to seek Lady Aisha and apologize, at once." The Countess, shaking with rage, fired back. "Ha! You have everything, wealth, status, power, yet you allow yourself to be swindled by these harlots." Hades turned away, already walking toward the door. He didn't need to hear the rest of her nonsense. But before leaving, he made one thing clear. "Let me remind you that you are insulting my son and my future wife." His voice was low, dangerous. "If you refuse to treat them with respect, then I see no reason to treat you the same." And with one final chilling look, he finished, "This will be my only warning." Then, without another word, he turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. Just outside Abel's room, Aisha was about to leave, but the little boy suddenly grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with worry. "Please don't go," he pleaded. Abel was convinced that after all the cruel words the Countess had thrown at Aisha earlier, she would surely pack up and leave the Louvre mansion. Desperate, he even promised to protect her. Yes, a small child offering protection. He was even ready to throw himself at the Countess's feet and beg her to stop bullying Aisha. Tears welled up in his big, innocent eyes as he kept begging her to stay. Aisha knelt to meet his gaze, gently wiping away his tears. "I'm not going anywhere," she reassured him. "Why would you think that?" Abel sniffled. Because the Countess." Her. "A few mean words aren't enough to scare me off," Aisha says softly. "And besides, we haven't even bonded properly yet. Why would I leave before that?" Hearing this, Abel finally relaxed, and before Aisha could react, he threw his little arms around her, hugging her tightly. Aisha froze. Uh-oh. Her inner simp mode was about to activate. She was dangerously close to covering this adorable child in kisses. But before she could process it, Abel suddenly pulled back, looking guilty. Sorry, was that rude of me?" Aisha panicked. "No, not at all," she blurted out. Honestly, if anything, she wanted another hug. So, she took matters into her own hands and hugged him again. Just one more time. Totally justified, right? "Lady Heathcliff, you don't hate me?" Abel asked, his voice small. "Why would I hate you? That would be absurd," she mused. "In fact, I've never met a child as adorable as you. There's just no way I could hate you. I genuinely like you. You're precious, Abel." Abel's heart swelled with gratitude. Meanwhile, Aisha couldn't help but reflect. Just how unfair was Abel's childhood? A single sentence in the novel couldn't capture how cruel his reality was. Time in this world didn't just skip forward like in a book. If she did nothing, Abel would have to endure this mistreatment for the rest of his childhood. She had to do something, and the first step? "Aren't you hungry?" "You barely ate earlier," Aisha asked. Abel shook his head. Then we'll find something tasty after you've had a good sleep. But for now, you should head inside, she suggested. However, Abel still looked anxious. He hesitated before asking again, "You're really not leaving?" Aisha smiled. "If you're that worried, how about I stay by your side until you fall asleep?" Instantly, Abel's face lit up. That was exactly what he wanted. Later that night, Hades arrived at Abel's room and was met with quite a sight. Aisha had fallen asleep while sitting beside Abel's bed. The boy was fast asleep, and she was dozing off right next to him. Without a word, Hades took off his coat and gently placed it over Aisha. What a gentleman. As he gazed at her sleeping face, a thought crossed his mind. In some ways, she's such a fool. She was treating Abel with such care, as if he were her own. Then another memory surfaced. Earlier, she had boldly declared that she came to the north just to see him. Hades chuckled to himself. Honestly, did she feel no shame saying that? She's so daring. But before he could get lost in his thoughts, Aisha's eyes fluttered open. Their faces were dangerously close. Hades froze. Hades panicked and nearly made a noise, but Aisha quickly pressed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Then she glanced at Abel, still peacefully asleep, and smiled fondly. Turning back to Hades, she whispered, "Let's step outside." As Aisha returns his coat and thanks him, Hades wastes no time getting to the point. "Did Abel throw a tantrum to make you stay with him? You should have just gently turned him down and gone back to your room." Aisha immediately replied, "Nope, I told him I'd stay with him, and honestly, I didn't mind at all." Hades lets out a sigh, shifting the topic to something that's been bothering him: the countess's behavior earlier. He sincerely apologizes on his sister's behalf, and even mentions that he ordered her to apologize to Aisha in person. But before he can finish, Aisha quickly shuts it down. "That's unnecessary. She doesn't owe me an apology," Aisha says with a small smile. "I wasn't really offended in the first place." Hades studies her expression before reminding her about one specific insult, the countess suggesting that Aisha would only ever be his mistress. "You really weren't offended by that?" Aisha pauses, then meets his gaze. "Well, I can't say I liked some of the things she said, but I get where she's coming from," she admits. The countess is someone who values the family's reputation above all else. She was supposed to inherit it at one point, so it makes sense. Aisha has always believed that people see things differently, and that's okay. Everyone has their own version of what's right or wrong, and the world isn't so black and white. Hades, however, isn't convinced. Even after being insulted like that, he wonders. But when he speaks, his voice is firm. None of it was true. But Aisha knows herself well. She did come all the way to the north just to see someone dear to her, and she has no regrets, especially after seeing Abel again. She smiles softly. And that's when Hades suddenly turns red, because he completely misunderstands the reason behind her happiness again. In his mind, she must be smiling at him, because she cherishes him. Not wanting to dwell on that thought for too long, he clears his throat. "Anyway, you shouldn't have to put up with that kind of attitude, even from her. And you definitely weren't the one who needed to apologize." He then recalls something. "And what was it you said earlier? That you'd be fine if I took back my marriage proposal?" His blush deepens. "That's not happening. I've already told you. I'm not the kind of man who goes back on his word." Still flustered, he coughs awkwardly before adding, What I meant to say is, you should be a little bolder. Don't be afraid to put yourself first sometimes." Then, he drops a shocking declaration. "You're going to be my wife, the Duchess of Louvremont. That means you'll hold a position just below the royal family. You don't have to tolerate disrespect from anyone. What I'm trying to say is, you don't have to be so forgiving all the time." That's quite the statement. "I'm not the Duchess yet," she points out. But Hades has already stepped closer, his voice low and serious. "Ugh, for the love of He suddenly stops himself, realizing just how intense he sounds. Then, regaining his composure, he firmly says, "I will never take back my decision to marry you." Aisha stares at him, finally understanding what he's trying to say. So, he's telling me to stop holding back? And for the first time, she realizes Hades is completely sincere about their marriage. She smiles and nods in agreement, though in the back of her mind she still has her doubts. Not that it'll ever come to that, right? Aisha thought to herself. The day of Abel's one-on-one lesson with the countess finally arrived. The boy sat quietly in his study room, fidgeting nervously as he waited. Right at noon, the countess entered, and Abel quickly stood up to greet her politely. Then thud, a heavy stack of books was slammed onto the desk, making Abel flinch in surprise. "It seems you have no proper understanding of etiquette," the countess declared with a cold smile. "So, your first lesson will be on basic manners. You will read all of these materials today, and I will test you on them afterward." Ah, yes. The irony of being lectured on manners by someone who has no issue insulting others to their face. Truly, a fine example of etiquette. Despite feeling gloomy about it, Abel had no choice but to agree. And with that, his long, torturous study session began. Some time passed before the countess suddenly spoke up. "Young master, you seem rather taken with Lady Heathcliff." Abel looked up, startled by the shift in topic. But since the conversation had already started, he hesitantly made a request. He begged the countess not to treat Aisha badly anymore. In return, the poor, naive boy promised that he would do his very best in his lessons and obey whatever she asked of him. And of course, like any classic wicked woman, the countess saw this as an opportunity. "Treat her well, you say?" She let out an amused hum. "You mean to ask that I not speak to her the way I did yesterday? But tell me, young master, do you not remember how you rudely interrupted me, accusing me of being mean to her?" Abel immediately apologized, but the countess wasn't done yet. "You used to be such an obedient child," she sighed dramatically. "I wonder, where did you pick up this bad habit of speaking so impolitely?" Then, as if she had spent all night tormented by Abel's words, the countess put a hand to her forehead and sighed again. "I can't help but think, did His Excellency teach you this?" Abel quickly shook his head. "No, it wasn't His Excellency. I am just a bad child. It's a classic case of emotional manipulation. She's not just being strict. She's gaslighting a child, making him believe that he's the one in the wrong when she's the one abusing her authority. Agatha twists his words, exploits his innocence, and by dragging Hades into it, she's planting doubts in Abel's mind, subtly undermining the very person who actually cares for him. His Excellency spoils you far too much," she said, shaking her head. "So much so that he has failed to properly teach you the most basic manners, isn't that right? I will have to take some time to seriously consider your request. If you truly want me to change my tone with Lady Heathcliff, then you will need to prove your sincerity. And the worst part? She makes it seem like she's doing him a favor. She's conditioning Abel to accept mistreatment under the guise of teaching him manners, making sure he submits without question." Abel's little fists trembled, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll take the punishment. Because I'm at fault." A victorious smirk curled at the countess's lips. With a light tap of her stick, she gave her next command. "Take off your shoes, get up on your desk, and kneel." Aisha looks like she's deep in concentration. Or maybe she just looks like she really needs a bathroom break. Just kidding. She's actually doing her best to conceal her jewel core, and thankfully, Hades is right there to help her out. "Who taught you to squint like that, I told you to focus your mind and sense the energy inside you," Hades scolds, watching her struggle. Aisha sighs, feeling like she's already reached her limit. Your Grace, if that were possible, I wouldn't even be here. If I could do that, the Holy Temple would have already recruited me as the next saintess," she retorts. Hades isn't buying it. In fact, he finds the idea completely ridiculous. "Your imagination is quite something," he comments dryly. After all, if she can't even hide her jewel core properly, mastering her power seems out of the question. Aisha sighs again. She had hoped Hades was just exaggerating when he said he'd personally help her master her abilities. But nope, he meant it. She barely had time to digest breakfast before being summoned straight to his office for training. Hades, ever confident, tells her that as a citizen of Crescentia, controlling her core should be second nature. Sounds easy, right? Yeah, except it's not. The fact that her core is stuck out in the open, glowing on her wrist, is already a huge weakness. To make things worse, she can't even use her powers. No matter how hard she tries, she can't sense a thing. Seeing the frustration on her face, Hades reassures her. A third of our empire's population can't tap into their jewel core either. You're normal. But then, as if to rub salt in the wound, he smirks. Only those with strong Crescentia blood can use their powers, like me. Aisha squints at his smug face. Oh? So he's special, huh? If your powers are so great, then show me, she challenges. Hades then reaches for her hand and lightly transfers his energy into her jewel core. The moment his fingertip touches her skin, Aisha gasps. His hand is so warm. Then, an interesting thought strikes her. Since Hades can manipulate fire, doesn't that mean he can control his own body heat? Without hesitation, she grabs his hand with both of hers. Wow, this is like a built-in hand warmer. I always wondered why you wore such thin clothes even in the freezing cold. But this explains everything, she exclaims, rubbing his hand excitedly. And just like that, the great Duke of Crescentia turns bright red. Hades immediately yanks his hand away. What are you doing? He demands, flustered. Aisha blinks. Oh, sorry, it just felt really nice and warm. Hades exhales, trying to regain his composure. I remember you saying you're sensitive to heat, so no need for excuses. But if you want to hold hands, just say so. He leans in slightly, smirking again. I wouldn't mind a little skinship. Aisha stares at him, unimpressed. She politely brushes off his bold statement, but Hades refuses to let it slide. But we're not that close, she reminds him, wondering why he's acting so different today. Hades tilts his head. Why do you treat me like a stranger? You're acting all shy, but don't forget, we're getting married soon. Before she can protest, he extends his hand. Take my hand. No, thank you. Come on. Nope. And thus the cute back and forth continues. Hades, refusing to back down, finally plays his trump card. If you pass up this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Aisha is officially at her wit's end. She wants to tell him straight up, I don't love you, as if screaming it from the highest cliff. But strangely enough, she doesn't want to embarrass him. Why is she even trying so hard to spare his feelings? Fine, if you insist. Aisha finally gives in, lacing her fingers with his. Now teach me how to hide this silly thing, she adds, glancing down at her glowing core. Hades, on the other hand, suddenly seems to forget how to breathe. Holding hands was his idea, yet here he is, stammering, cheeks slightly flushed, eyes locked onto Aisha's face like she just cast a spell on him. Well, who's flustered now? Anyway, keep going, guys, 'cause I don't mind. The Heathcliff family has always been known for their pure bloodline of light attributes, a rarity among noble households. They've managed to preserve this trait for generations, which should be impressive, except Aisha thinks it's a bit pointless, to be honest. Still, she muses aloud. But if I could actually make use of this, it'd be pretty convenient, huh? Even Hades agrees. After all, finding someone naturally blessed with a light attribute is already rare enough. Now, Aisha has a theory about why she can't access her inner mana. Maybe it's because she wasn't born with it in the first place? If so, then perhaps her generation is the one where this incompetence finally peaked. But if that's not the reason, she's at a complete loss as to why she suddenly can't conceal her core. I don't need a healer, he says, because no one alive is capable of harming him. Aisha is left speechless again. Seriously, the level of confidence this man has is truly something else. But she can't fully dismiss his words because, unfortunately, Hades' assumptions aren't entirely wrong. That said, her real concern isn't herself. It's Abel. She knows he'll lose control of his power next year. If she could awaken her abilities, she could stop Hades from sacrificing himself for his son. Her thoughts then drift toward Deborah, the novel's heroine. If fire embodies explosive power, then light represents purity. Those blessed with the light attribute are gifted with the ability to heal wounds and cleanse corruption, both physically and mentally. Abel, for all his overwhelming strength, carries a major drawback. His power is so immense that once unleashed, he can't control it. The more he uses it, the more his mind deteriorates, turning him into a berserker. After every battle, he's left in excruciating pain. Not just physically, but mentally as well. His condition is so severe that he constantly teeters on the edge of life and death. Only one person in the entire world of Persona possesses a light attribute powerful enough to neutralize his suffering, the heroine, Deborah Florence. Many others with the light element have tried to heal Abel, but none have succeeded. Some even attempted to absorb his corruption instead of purifying it, only to meet instant death. In the end, Deborah's existence became his only salvation. The author of Persona designed Deborah to be Abel's destined savior. That's why she's the only person in this world capable of fully wielding the power of light. And now that Aisha thinks about it, doesn't that mean the author just nerfed everyone else's light attributes for the sake of the plot? So basically, the rest of the world's light users were tossed aside like background NPCs? Honestly, she had hoped that after adapting to this world, she'd get some kind of grand awakening. Maybe a cool, holy maiden transformation or something. If only... that would be amazing. Determined, Aisha clenches her fists. She forces herself to summon her powers. And once again, nothing happens. With a defeated sigh, she lays her head on the table and mutters, "I'm sorry for being so useless." Sniffling dramatically, "You must be frustrated with me." But instead of agreeing, Hades simply replies, "Why would I be? I always tell Abel this, but I'll say it to you too. You don't need to accomplish something incredible because I'm here." Aisha replied, "So basically, you're saying you're strong enough to protect yourself and everyone else, so I should stop stressing over pointless things, right?" Of course, she knows Hades is fated to die next year. Innocently, she points out that he can't predict the future. He's always throwing himself onto the front lines, constantly surrounded by danger. If something terrible were to happen to him, well, wouldn't that make her a young widow? His response? "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of man who would die while leaving such a beautiful wife behind." And he says it while looking directly into her eyes, holding her hand the entire time. Oh my, what a heart-fluttering sight. After finishing her training, Aisha is completely drained. Her energy is running low, and so is her mood. But of course that doesn't last long, because now she's taking a walk with Abel. At first she was worried when she heard that Abel had spent time with the countess. But seeing the child's bright, cheerful expression, she lets out a sigh of relief. "Oh, Aisha, if only you knew. Please help for our little angel." And as if some higher power has answered my silent plea, Aisha quickly notices that something is off. Abel is limping. Her concern kicks in immediately. "Young master, are you all right? Could it be that you're still tired? Maybe all those lectures from her exhausted you?" She gently suggests that they should head back so Abel can rest, but the boy immediately interrupts her. "Lady Heathcliff, no. I want to go on a walk with you. This is what I look forward to the most." Without hesitation, Abel grabs her hand, his determination shining through. "I'm not tired at all, so please don't worry about me." Aisha notices that something about him feels different today, but at the same time, she can't help but melt at how adorable he is. Then, out of nowhere, Abel happily announces, "Did you know? When I told Father that you liked the flowers I gave you, he ordered the gardeners to plant more of them just for you." He eagerly points to the freshly planted flowers as he speaks. "Wait, Hades did that? That's surprisingly sweet. He's quite different from how she originally imagined him. But then again, what if he only acts this way toward one special person?" "Oh my, I didn't know that," Aisha replies. smiling warmly at Abel. I'll have to thank his grace when I see him again. She tells herself she should at least pretend to be overjoyed. For now. Father really is a nice and gentle person. And you are too. Aisha just agrees with whatever Abel says. But truthfully, all she can think about is how cute this child is. She does her best to keep herself composed, though. That said, she's not exactly lying. She already knows from the novel that Hades is affectionate. And because of that, until his very last moments, he must have meant everything to Abel. A horrible thought suddenly creeps into her mind. If Abel was willing to sacrifice himself in her place, what would she feel, looking down at his lifeless body? Just the idea of it is unbearable. Noticing her change in expression, Abel immediately grows concerned. Did I say something wrong? He asks hesitantly. Aisha snaps out of it and quickly reassures him. No, it's nothing, really. Just something that's been on my mind. But Abel, being the sweet and determined boy he is, refuses to let it slide. Then let me help. Tell me what's wrong. Seeing how serious he is, Aisha sighs in defeat. All right, but you have to promise to keep it a secret. She then carefully reveals her jewel core to him. Abel freezes. His eyes widen in pure panic, the exact same reaction Hades had when he first saw it. Aisha finally confesses her problem. No matter how much I try, I can't hide it. I don't know why, but it just wouldn't be concealed. Abel, ever the kind-hearted boy, immediately tries to comfort her. But that's not your fault. Please don't feel sad. Aisha gives him a small, grateful smile and thanks him. Then, she suddenly remembers something. You really are amazing, you know. Most people don't even learn this until after they turn 10, but you can already do it. You must be a prodigy. That's not what's important. And just because you can't hide yours doesn't make you a fool either. So please don't feel too bad about it. Then, his voice turns serious. But you have to be careful. If people find out about this, it'll put your life in danger. You must never reveal your weakness to anyone. Aisha pauses, then gives him a warm smile. But you're not just any young master. Instantly, Abel's face turns red. Before she can react, he suddenly makes a vow to her. I will protect you at all costs, my lady. Aisha sweetly smiles before giving him a sincere thank you. Anne discreetly glanced around the hallway, fully committed to her secret mission, befriending the maids of the Louvremont estate. Of course, this wasn't just some random act of kindness. She was doing it under Aisha's request. And the reason? Simple. Aisha wanted intel on the estate's overall atmosphere. The best source of information? Gossip, of course. I need you to find out how the servants and employees treat Abel. Are they mistreating him? Looking down on him? And to what extent? Aisha handed Anne a small bag, its weight giving away the treasure inside. Jewels and gold coins. If there's one thing more reliable than words, it's gold. You've learned that over the past 3 years working with me, haven't you? Anne knew the maids wouldn't spill secrets easily, but she was ready for that. As if the timing couldn't be better, 2 maids happened to walk by, deep in conversation about none other than the countess. Their hushed tones were filled with disbelief and fear. She's terrifying, one of them whispered. I can't believe she actually went that far. The other maid shuddered before admitting, I thought my own feet were bleeding just from watching it happen, and yet, he still insisted on going for a walk afterward. The young master is just as stubborn as his grace, the first maid sighed. But still, what the countess did to him was not just punishment. It was abuse. From just eavesdropping on that short exchange, Anne already picked up some disturbing details about Abel's so-called lessons. More like an abuse session. That was her cue. Time to step in, lure them into a conversation, and of course use her handy little bribes to loosen their lips even more. A little while later, Anne stood before Aisha, relaying everything she had gathered. The moment Aisha heard the full report, her fury was instant. There was no need to explain that the countess had used etiquette as an excuse for punishment. Aisha already saw through that nonsense. The maid had revealed the brutal truth. The countess had hit Abel so severely that the soles of his feet were torn, leaving behind a trail of blood. The servants had to scrub the floors clean, and even then, the water in the cleaning bucket had turned bright red. Aisha clenched her fists. A 10-year-old child was still innocent and precious. If a child did something wrong, words should be enough to correct them. That was what she firmly believed. If she ever had children of her own, she would never resort to anything like this. Aisha's past had been anything but kind. Her father, a drunkard. Her mother, overworked and constantly under stress. And her, the only daughter caught in between, growing up in a house filled with abuse. The physical pain was one thing, but the swear words she hadn't even fully understood at the time had cut just as deep. Perhaps that was why she had always craved affection, why she had spent years chasing after fictional characters, convincing herself that if she just loved them enough, they would love her back. Despite everything, they were still her parents. She had never been able to cut ties completely, even if the only time they acknowledged her existence was when she gave them money. Not once had they ever apologized. For the longest time, she had told herself she had forgiven them, that she had moved on. But the truth? The trauma had never left her. It had simply been bottled up, waiting for a moment like this to resurface. And now, she realized something. When Abel grew up, he might feel the same way she did. But childhood wounds didn't just disappear. Memories of pain didn't fade as if they had never existed. Even when she had outgrown the days of being hit, the dreams, the memories, had never truly stopped. No matter how much she tried to understand Agatha Gasfell's background, no matter how logical the woman's reasoning might be, Aisha simply couldn't turn a blind eye to child abuse. Because if there was anyone who could truly understand Abel's pain, it was her. Without a second thought, Aisha spun on her heels and marched straight toward the countess. "Wait, my lady. Please think this through first," Anne pleaded, desperately trying to calm her down. But Aisha didn't care. The Duke himself had already told her that she was free to act as she pleased. At first, she had considered playing the long game, winning the countess over, improving their relationship, ensuring a peaceful ending for herself. But now that she really thought about it, she had never been the type to tolerate these ridiculous mind games, and she had never seen a so-called good ending come from playing along with them anyway. "I'll be back, Anne," Aisha said, and just like that, the storm was coming. Inside the countess room, "I believe you wish to speak with me about what happened last night," she says coolly. Aisha responds with an equally polite request, to have a private conversation. But make no mistake, Aisha isn't here to play nice. The moment they sit down, the countess gestures toward the tea set and expects Aisha to pour for her. "Big mistake. You're in perfect health. Pour it yourself," Aisha replies bluntly, setting the tone for what's about to come. Then, without sugarcoating a single word, she fires her first real shot. "I won't mince words here. Did you hit my son?" The countess freezes, caught off guard. Surely she must have misheard. "Excuse me?" she asks, staring in disbelief. Aisha doesn't hesitate. "I asked if you hit my son." The countess's composure cracks. Fury flashes in her eyes. "Where are your manners, you insolent woman? So you finally dropped the act. I knew it all along." And just like that, she launches into a full-blown tirade, flinging every insult she can muster. "You may have fooled my brother, but you can't fool me." Aisha, utterly unimpressed, tilts her head. "Oh, I think you're mistaken. I wasn't acting. I was merely being courteous. You are my future husband's family, after all. But now that you mention it, I see no reason to pretend anymore. Are you really that dense?" The countess glares, her face darkening. "You dare speak to me like that? There will be consequences." Unfazed, Aisha says, "This is the third time I've asked. Did you or did you not hit my son? Or should I assume your silence is an admission?" The countess narrows her eyes, then smirks. Ah, so Abel did tattle. She scoffs. Regardless of the dirty commoner blood flowing through him, if he wishes to carry the Louvremont name, He must be taught how to behave properly. He was severely lacking in manners, so I corrected him. She then launches into a dramatic monologue about her undying devotion to the Louvremont estate, how she alone has committed her life to its legacy, and how it's her right to educate the next heir. Then, with a wicked smile, she sneers. You're no better, considering your own disgraceful background. But I understand now. You're only defending him because Hades cherishes the boy, aren't you? Are you that desperate to secure your place in this family by playing the loving mother? Ah, so that's what this is about. It's never really been about Abel. It's about her hatred for Aisha. The countess loathes her, just as she loathes the child she refuses to see as family. But Aisha has no intention of losing this battle. Hades himself told her to act freely, and she plans to do just that. Let me get this straight, Aisha says, folding her arms. You believe my son deserved that so-called punishment? She taps the table in front of her. Then, logically speaking, if I were to make you kneel atop this table and whip you until you bled, you'd have no objections, correct? The countess recoils as if struck. How dare you? Do you truly believe yourself to be the Duchess already? Aisha shrugs. That is the plan. So why not start acting the part? Agatha's face contorts in outrage. Where did Hades even find such a deranged, psychotic beat? Aisha shot back. I assume you're talking about yourself? If so, I suggest taking a seat instead of acting like one. She then levels the countess with an icy stare. I thought you were smarter than this, but clearly I overestimated you. You claim to have raised my husband? I can only imagine the kind of mistreatment he suffered under your care. With a dismissive wave, she continues. But let's be clear about one thing. I will be educating my son from now on. Consider yourself relieved of that duty. Agatha sputters, but Aisha doesn't give her the chance to speak. You preach about manners, but your own behavior is laughable. Perhaps you should take this as an opportunity to reflect before criticizing others. And while we're at it, let's clear up one more misconception. You don't run this family. The master of this estate is Hades, and you do well to remember that. Her gaze sharpens. Consider this your final warning. If you ever lay a hand on my son again, you will regret it. The countess straightens, still clinging to her delusions. You act as if Hades will side with you, but don't be mistaken. He knows who has always been loyal to this family. Aisha scoffs. Oh, I know exactly where Hades stands. He's already had enough of you. In fact, I'd wager he'll praise me for putting you in your place. Then, Aisha casually adds, Oh, and one last thing. Take your eavesdropping servants and leave. If I catch even one of them snooping around here, you won't like what happens next. With that, Aisha turns toward the door, pausing only to deliver her final, most chilling words. My intention was never to reason with you. And make no mistake, I will never forgive you for hitting my son. On the day I'm officially declared the Duchess, you will report to my quarters immediately. Her lips curl into a cold smile. Because on that day, I'll make sure you bleed from your feet to celebrate my first day as Duchess. And with that, she walks out, leaving the Countess trembling in her wake. As Aisha steps out of the room, the weight of everything that just happened crashes down on her. It's been a while since she's felt this angry. But more than that, she feels stupid. How did she not notice Abel's pain sooner? Her heart clenches with guilt. I'm so sorry, she whispers, tears slipping down her cheeks. Just then, Anne, who had been waiting outside, takes one look at Aisha's tear-streaked face and immediately goes into battle mode. Milady, what happened? Did that wretched countess insult you again? Her eyes blaze with fury, looking ready to storm back inside and start round two. Aisha quickly shakes her head. No. If anything, I hit her more than she hit me. Anne still looks like she'd love to throw hands, but at least she's calmed down slightly. Then, with a sigh, Aisha admits something. Honestly, I don't think I even deserve to simp for Abel after this. If he ever finds out, he might just die from embarrassment. Anne gasps as if personally offended. "Milady, how can you say something so silly when you went through all this just to protect him?" She softens. "I've never met a child as pure and innocent as the young master. The moment I saw him, I understood immediately why you were so enthralled and simped so hard for him." Then, with a knowing look, she adds, "And you should know, he adores you too. If he ever finds out all you've done for him, I'm sure he'd be overwhelmed with happiness." Aisha sniffles. "You really think so?" Anne nods firmly. "Absolutely." With that, Aisha finally starts to feel reassured. "Good job, Anne. You really are the best." As if proving that point further, Anne suddenly brightens. "You should hurry and finish that handkerchief embroidery you were working on this morning. That way, you can give it to the young master as a gift." That's when Aisha notices the bundle in Anne's hands. "What's that?" "Oh, these." Anne holds up a basket full of medicine and bandages. "I was supposed to bring them to the young master's room to treat his wounds." Aisha takes one look at them and immediately bursts into tears again. Anne sighs. Then she offers a solution. "Rather than standing here crying, why don't you go visit the young master instead? Keep him company. And while you're at it, give him a big hug." Aisha gently pushes open Abel's door, her voice soft as she calls his name. But there's no answer. The child remains silent, curled up under his blanket. Worried, she sat beside him and lifts the fabric covering his feet, only to freeze at the sight of his injuries. Her heart clenches. "Oh, Abel." Her voice trembles, tears welling up in her eyes. She tries to keep herself composed, but as she tends to his wounds, her emotions spill over. Every touch, every moment, sends silent tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry," she whispers, her voice cracking. "I didn't know. And because of that, you were hurt." Guilt washes over her as she realizes how lonely Abel must have been. "You were all alone, weren't you? That's why—" She pauses, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Then, wiping away her tears, she speaks with quiet determination. "Abel, you should never have to accept loneliness as normal. You should never believe that being hated is just how things are." She reaches out, her fingers brushing against his body. "Because the truth is, you are the most precious child in the world." Her voice is filled with warmth as she continues. "I only wish for you to be surrounded by love and happiness, and even if it's not much, know that I will always cherish you, no matter what you say, what you do. Even if the day comes when you no longer like me, I'll still be here." Her gaze softens. "So it's okay to come to me. Whether you want to laugh, cry, or complain, I'll always listen. You deserve to be like any other child. You deserve to be spoiled, to act freely without fear. You may not believe me, but you are an incredibly lovable child, and I can't help but adore you." Underneath the blanket, Abel clutches the fabric tightly, his shoulders shaking. He listens to every word, his small frame trembling with quiet sobs. "Oh, Abel, sweet baby, you're not alone anymore. You have Daddy Hades and Mommy Aisha now, okay?" As Aisha quietly steps out of the room and closes the door behind her, Abel finally lifts his tear-streaked face. He's still crying, but this time, there's a smile on his lips. The next morning, Hades is sifting through every scrap of information about the Heathcliff family. As expected, the family's obsession with the light element runs deep. Normally, when a child is born from parents with different elemental attributes, only one dominant element remains. But for centuries, the Heathcliffs had strictly arranged marriages, only accepting partners who carried the same light element. And why? Because of a legend. Despite lacking the mana to use it effectively, they clung to the light element, all because of their revered ancestor from 500 years ago, Abel Heathcliff, a saint who was once called the Voice of Heaven. She was famous for her divine prophecies and her rare ability to manipulate light. People back then believed her predictions were absolute. Before she died, she left behind one last prophecy. "I will return to this world as Saint Heathcliff once more, and upon my return, I will bear the burdens of this world, a martyr destined to save it from destruction. Hades stares at the document with a blank expression. Yeah, right. People back then must have been high on something to believe in a 500-year-old prophecy. In his eyes, as long as the continents weren't suddenly swallowed by the ocean, the empire would continue to exist just fine for hundreds of years. But then, a certain memory flashes through his mind. Aisha, that bizarre rumor about her, how her eyes supposedly opened at the last second, just as they were closing the lid on her coffin. Hades thinks it's suspicious, but before he can dwell on it further, bang! His study door slams open, and in storms Agatha, screeching at the top of her lungs. You need to throw that woman out of the estate this instant. Hades doesn't bat an eye. He's too used to her dramatics. Agatha, however, is fuming. Do you even know what that wretched woman said to me last night? She told me she wouldn't tolerate a crazy old hag meddling in family affairs. And, get this, she even declared that I won't be teaching your heir anymore. And that's not all. She even had the audacity to say that once she becomes Duchess, she'll whip the soles of my feet until they bleed. With that, Hades instantly understands why Aisha said such things. Agatha dramatically continues. You should have the soldiers give her a few lashings before kicking her out. Hades immediately tunes out the nonsense. Instead, his sharp gaze fixes on her as he calmly asks, Agatha, did you hit my son? Can I throw her into a pit of demonic beasts? Or banish her to another dimension? Unfortunate. On the flip side, Aisha and Abel both sporting swollen eyes. Clear evidence of a night spent crying. It would have been funny if it wasn't so heartbreaking. Before either of them could say anything, Aisha suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. Abel's face immediately filled with concern. Are you okay? He asked, his voice laced with worry. Aisha quickly waved him off. I'm fine, she assured him, though her scratchy throat said otherwise. But even as she spoke, her gaze dropped to Abel's feet. He was walking around. But should he be? His injury wasn't healed yet. Shouldn't he be resting? Lady Heathcliff, may I join you for lunch? Abel asked hesitantly. Aisha's eyes softened. Of course, she said with a warm smile. Encouraged by her response, Abel sat beside her, but after a moment of silence, he fidgeted and spoke again. Lady Heathcliff, could we have all our meals together from now on? His voice was small, uncertain. And after our meals, can we have snacks in your room? And when my feet heal, can we still go on walks together? His words wavered, and before he could stop himself, tears welled up in his eyes. Aisha felt a lump form in her throat. She tried to hold back her emotions, but it was no use. Tears filled her own eyes as she gave him a watery smile. That would be wonderful, she whispered. Let's do everything you want to do together. Abel let out a soft, shaky breath before throwing himself into her arms. You shouldn't cry so much, she teased, her voice light but affectionate. You'll ruin that cute face of yours. Abel sniffled but still managed a small smile. And you, Lady Heathcliff, even when you cry, you're beautiful. Like father, like son, huh? Abel, from now on, if you're ever hurt, physically, emotionally, anything, you have to tell me, okay? She said gently. I want to be there for you. Abel nodded firmly as if making a promise. Aisha smiled. And you don't need to worry about the countess anymore, she added, her tone turning smug. I gave her a proper scolding, so she won't bother you again. Oh, and one more thing. Your father even gave me permission to punish anyone who hurts you, she declared proudly. Though, to be honest, she had her doubts. Agatha had surely run straight to Hades' office by now, demanding Aisha's removal from the estate. A scolding from the Duke himself was probably inevitable. And just as she had that thought, the door opened. Hades entered. Both Aisha and Abel tensed. Without a word, Hades knelt before Abel and carefully inspected his feet. Aisha's stomach dropped. Oh no. She knew exactly what he was about to do. No, wait, she tried to stop him. But before she could do anything, Hades activated his power. Among all core abilities, absorption was a universal trait. With it, a person could take someone else's injuries and transfer them onto their own body. That's exactly what Hades did. Abel's wounds faded instantly, but in exchange, Hades took the pain upon himself. Aisha's heart clenched. Under normal circumstances, she would have been relieved to see Abel's suffering vanish, but this wasn't normal. This scene, this moment, it was terrifyingly familiar. In the novel, Hades had died because of this ability. He had absorbed all of Abel's internal injuries, even the damage from his unstable powers. It didn't just hurt him, it killed him. But before she could do or say anything, Aisha, Hades' deep voice pulled her out of her thoughts. She panicked immediately. Your Grace, I can explain. But what he said next stunned her. Good job, and thank you. Aisha froze. Hades smiled softly. If it weren't for you, I never would have known how much my son was suffering, he admitted. This silly boy never tells me anything. I'm grateful that you're here for him. Aisha stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Wait, he wasn't mad? She hastily tried to explain herself, to confess exactly what she had said to the countess, but Hades already knew. There's no need to explain, he assured her. You did the right thing. He then reached for her hand. Do not ever hesitate to speak against those who threaten what you hold dear, Hades said firmly. I support you completely. Aisha swallowed, her heart pounding. And then Hades brought her hand to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss against her skin. His voice was softer this time, but no less resolute. Follow your heart's desires, so long as it's for yourself, Abel, and me. A strange warmth bloomed in Aisha's chest. For the first time, she felt like maybe she could truly stand beside them. And then Hades spoke once more, his gaze locked onto hers. I will do whatever it takes to ensure that you have the power to do as you wish, he promised. And in that moment, as the three of them stood together, a quiet voice deep inside her murmured, So this is what it feels like to have a family, just like before. Hades' hand was unbelievably warm, steady, reassuring, and for some reason, maybe impossible to let go of too. After a long and eventful day, Aisha is waiting inside the room when, not long after, a freshly washed and pajama-clad Abel appears at her door, completely ready for a sleepover. As expected, the cuteness overloads Aisha's heart yet again. But before she can react, Abel rushes toward her, his face filled with worry. Lady Heathcliff, are you hurt? What's wrong? His big eyes are full of panic as he prepares to summon his father and an entire medical team on the spot. Aisha, barely holding in her laughter, finally reveals the serious condition she's suffering from. My heart skipped a beat. Ha ha ha, because you're just too cute, she teases, unable to resist messing with him. Abel, however, is not amused. What does that even mean? I was really scared, you know. Ugh, don't joke about things like that, he huffs, pouting adorably. Feeling a little guilty, Aisha quickly apologizes for teasing him too much. With a small sigh, Abel wraps his little arms around her in a hug, his voice softer this time. I really hope you don't ever get sick. He quietly admits that he wants to stay with her for a long, long time. Aisha, touched by his words, pats his back reassuringly. And I wish for you to stay safe too, Abel. Ever since Abel requested to spend more time with her in the dining hall, their days have been filled with peaceful moments. Walks in the garden, snack times in her room, and now, his next big wish is finally coming true. A sleepover with Aisha. I know I must be a bother to you, but thank you for listening to my request, Abel says with a warm smile. Oh, not at all. I'm completely fine with it, Aisha quickly reassures him. The two exchange happy smiles, enjoying their little bonding time. But then Aisha playfully suggests, you know, if you ever feel lonely when you sleep, you could always ask His Grace to sleep next to you. Abel hesitates for a moment, muttering under his breath. But Father is always busy, although today he... A small chuckle escapes him before he simply hugs Aisha again. Seeing how attached he is, Aisha pats the empty space beside her. Come on, Lie down. I'll hold your hand until you fall asleep. Like a tiny ninja, Abel moves in a flash, instantly lying beside her. But just as she pulls the blanket up to cover him, he suddenly turns serious. His gaze drops to her exposed jewel core, and his brows furrow in concern. Lady Heathcliff, you must always be careful with this. Never show it to anyone, and don't tell a soul about your weakness, he reminds her with the maturity of someone far older than his years. Then out of nowhere, Abel suddenly sits up. You told me your biggest secret, so I want to tell you one of mine. As someone who knows every single detail of the novel, Aisha can already guess what he's about to say. If it's about a secret, it's most likely about his jewel core too. But before he can say anything, Aisha gently stops him. Didn't His Grace tell you to keep that secret safe? Is it really okay to just tell anyone? Abel's response is instant and firm. But you're not just anyone. Aisha's fangirl instincts kick in at full force. He's too smart, ovable, and cute. She clenches her fists, struggling to contain her emotions. Still, she knows she has to put her foot down. She remembers all too well how Abel, in the original story, was a little too trusting at times. So much so that it led to betrayal more than once. No way is she letting that happen. Young master, I truly appreciate your trust, but you mustn't. The sad reality is, there are far more wicked people in this world than trustworthy ones, Aisha explains. She assures him that while she isn't one of those wicked people, it's still better for him to be cautious. If he really wants to share his secret, she suggests waiting a year. On his next birthday, Abel tilts his head. But you willingly told me your secret. She then offers him another option. If you really insist, then ask for your father's permission first. If His Grace allows it, I'll gladly listen. Before Abel can respond, the door suddenly opens. Hades is here for the sleepover too. Both Aisha and Hades stare at each other in confusion. Wait, why is he here? Then, a soft chuckle comes from behind her. Abel. Oh no. Aisha recalls their earlier conversation about Hades, and suddenly, everything clicks. The scent of a scheming little boy fills the air. Abel, sweet and innocent Abel, has just pulled off an elaborate setup. Hades smirks as he approaches. I knew something was off. He's never asked me for a request like this before. You could have just asked me directly if you wanted to get closer, you know. Why go through Abel? Aisha, now looking like a withering flower, frantically waves her hands. This is all just a misunderstanding. Hades merely shrugs. Patting Abel's head, he casually says, Come now, a good boy should sleep early. Despite feeling a little uneasy about how things turned out, Aisha decides not to ruin Abel's good mood. As long as he's happy, she'll endure it. And so, the three of them settle into bed, with Abel comfortably snuggled between them. Then, out of nowhere, Abel pipes up. So, after Lady Heathcliff marries father, what should I call you? His face is adorably serious. Aisha hums in thought. How about Mommy? I think I'd like it if you called me that. Abel's eyes sparkle. Yes, I would love that. Then, with no hesitation, he turns to his father. Father, when's the wedding? Hades calmly replies, I'll bring it up in tomorrow's meeting. Once the marriage proposal is sent to Aisha's father, we can begin preparations. Of course, the sooner the better. His eyes flicker toward Aisha with clear intent. Aisha, recalling the whole ordeal with Countess Gasfell, starts to worry. Won't this cause trouble for him? But both Hades and Abel reassure her that there's nothing to worry about. While they will follow protocol, the final decision is still up to Hades. Seeing their confidence, Aisha relaxes, smiling at the father and son duo. That night, they sleep like the picture-perfect family. But then, Aisha has a dream. A grown-up Abel, now a striking young man, beams at her. Mommy! He happily grabs her hands, his expression full of gratitude. Thank you for raising me. I wouldn't be who I am today if it weren't for you. Overcome with emotion, Aisha hugs him. I love you more than anyone in the world. Even more than Deborah, Abel declares with a bright smile. Aisha, completely moved, doesn't even notice the voice calling her name in the background, until finally, Aisha. Her dream takes a turn as a familiar voice interrupts. I know my overwhelming charm is too much for you, but a clingy woman like you can be quite a handful. Her eyes snap open. What greets her is the real Hades, smiling down at her. Finally awake? He says sweetly. Oh, she's hugging him. What a way to wake up. Aisha's ear-piercing scream echoed through the room. Hades let out a long sigh before casually asking, What? Why are you so surprised? Still in shock, Aisha instinctively covered herself with her hands. What do you mean? Of course I'm surprised. What are you even doing here? Hades smirked, eyes glinting with mischief. If someone walked in right now, they'd think I was the one all over you last night. Then, as if he had just been given the lead role in a grand play, he dramatically recounted the earlier events. Honestly, I must say, you're quite the actress. You were especially convincing at pretending to be in a deep, unshakable sleep. Aisha's face burned with embarrassment. What are you even saying? I really was asleep, she insisted. Yeah, sure you were. Hades shrugged, clearly unimpressed with her defense. Still flustered, Aisha explained that she had never had such bizarre sleeping habits before. She had no clue what had come over her, but swore she must have been dreaming. And before she knew it, well, she had apparently been hugging him. Aha! So what you're saying is, you were crawling all over me to figure out whether you were dreaming or not. Hades leaned in closer, his smirk widening. That phrasing is a little... I wasn't aware of what I was doing at the time. Aisha stammered, waving her hands frantically. Oh, so you clung to me the second Abel left the bed? Hades questioned, completely enjoying this moment. Wait a minute. Abel? Aisha finally realized that Abel, who had been between them before, was no longer there. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the little boy reappeared, beaming with pride. I brought water, just in case she gets thirsty. Hades raised an eyebrow. And why didn't you just ask a servant to do that? The innocent, or rather scheming a child, flashed an angelic smile. Because I wanted to bring it to Lady Heathcliff myself. Aisha turned to Hades, eyes narrowing in suspicion. You could have stopped him. Why didn't you? Hades coolly says, I was still asleep. I only woke up because a certain someone was trying to crawl into my shirt. No shame whatsoever. Aisha had no choice but to accept her fate. With a deep sigh, she lowered her head in defeat. I sincerely apologize if I made you uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Not at all, Hades replied smoothly. Besides, it's not like this kind of thing is unexpected from you. His smirk widened as he turned toward the door. Anyway, I need to prepare for a meeting with my advisors. I would have let you sleep in, but unfortunately I'm in a hurry today. A shame, really. But don't worry, there will be plenty of chances to continue where we left off. And just like that, he walked out. The moment he stepped outside, however, his confidence shattered. His face burned red and his heart thumped wildly. To be fair, at first he just thought Aisha was being ridiculous, snuggling up to him in her sleep like that. Did she have no shame? But when she finally opened her eyes, that was it. Hades' heart skipped a beat. That breathtaking face staring right at him. He was so distracted, even in his morning meeting, he couldn't get her out of his head. Unfortunately, there was no time to be love-struck. The meeting was about his upcoming wedding. Once Baron Heathcliff accepted the marriage proposal from Duke Louvremont. Simple enough, right? Of course not. As usual, his so-called advisors, who were more of a headache than actual help, had some additional terms to discuss. And what did they demand? Nothing much. Just a small, insignificant 8 billion Nort as a dowry from Baron Heathcliff. Hades' eye twitched. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Are you being serious? The vassals, especially Count Gasfell, all put on their best us expressions, playing innocent. But Hades saw right through them. It was clear as day. They had no intention of letting this wedding happen. If Aisha entered the Louvremont duchy without a dowry, they'd look down on her. And knowing full well that the Heathcliff family was in financial ruins, they purposely set an impossible amount. Count Gasfell even had the nerve to feign sympathy. I assume that amount may cause them some financial strain, but surely they can come up with a mere 8 billion Nort somehow. Hades stood up, his presence filling the room with an icy chill. Fine, I will relay your request to the Heathcliff estate. His voice was calm, too calm. And with that, I assume this will be the last time I hear any complaints regarding my marriage. His gaze swept over the vassals, sharp as a blade. Because if I hear another word about it, or if I find out that my wife is being mistreated after such a large dowry is paid, I will personally hold the 3 of you accountable, as expected of him. After all, Hades was not the kind of man to let anyone trample on what was his, right? Aisha waited patiently for Hades to speak, but the more she watched him hesitate, the more suspicious she became. Why was he so hesitant this time? Was there a problem? Did someone reject the marriage after all? Did they refuse? She finally asked, unable to hold back. Hades sighed. Again. At this point, she lost count of how many times he had done that already. But he remained firm. There's nothing for you to worry about, he assured her. Yet his repeated sighs said otherwise. Clearly, he was racking his brain over something. Seeing him like this, Aisha decided to change the subject and casually inquired about his feat. You absorbed the young master's injuries, right? Wasn't that done using your jewel core? The ability to take on another's wounds? Hades, who had been all serious until now, suddenly switched to his favorite pastime, teasing her. Oh? So you knew about that? Not bad. Aisha's brow twitched. Are you treating me like an idiot? His reasoning? Well, considering that Aisha had absolutely zero talent for magic and couldn't even hide her own jewel core properly, he found it impressive that she understood how it all worked. But Aisha knew better. She had memorized the laws of magic in this world like the back of her hand. Still amused, Hades smiled and asked, Did you plan on applying ointment and bandages to my feet, just like you did for Abel's souls? Before she could respond, he casually added, I appreciate the thought, but it's unnecessary. It's true that I absorbed his pain, but that doesn't mean the injuries appear in the same place on my body. In other words, his feet were perfectly fine. That completely threw Aisha off. Wait, the novel never mentioned that. She had assumed that absorbing injuries worked the same way no matter what. But now that she thought about it, the novel only ever described internal injuries from mental breakdowns, not external wounds. Hades, however, was still in teasing mode. Next time, just ask me directly instead of stressing over it all night. I bet you lost sleep worrying about me. Aisha had enough of his games. She cut straight to the point, demanding the real reason for his troubled expression earlier. If there was a problem, then they should work on a solution together. Hades finally gave in and explained everything. When Aisha heard the details, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How much do I need to pay? 8 billion Nort. Hades exhaled and rubbed his forehead, clearly exhausted. But you don't need to worry about it. I'll cover the cost using my personal assets, ones they have no knowledge of. The issue is, I'll need to forge some documents to make it seem like the money came from the Heathcliff barony. Instead of being concerned, Aisha looked completely unfazed. In fact, she even asked, That's all? You have nothing to worry about. I can pay that easily. Hades blinked. And just how was Aisha planning to gather such an absurd amount of money? Well, remember, our heroine had been reincarnated in this world for 3 years now. And while she had spent the last year following Abel around like the devoted fan she was, she had also been secretly working hard to build a fortune for herself. After all, she needed financial stability to fund her simping career. She had even used her knowledge from her past life to invest in profitable ventures. All so she could spoil Abel with expensive gifts, like the legendary Sword of Sanct Crea. In short, she had been preparing for this moment for the past 2 years, and could now confidently call herself a wealthy woman. Of course, she couldn't just tell Hades that. So, she had already come up with a foolproof alibi in case she was ever questioned about her wealth. "I can request that amount from Lord Simping," she declared with a straight face. "So, you don't have to worry about it, Your Grace. I believe you mentioned before that you knew him, Lord Simon Imping. He's a sponsor of my family." At this, Hades mumbled something under his breath, and instead of the relieved expression Aisha expected, his face darkened. "You called him by a nickname," he pointed out, voice dropping several degrees. "Am I to assume you're quite close with him?" For a brief moment, Aisha was caught off guard. But then it hit her. Hades was clearly bothered by the idea of another man funding his soon-to-be wife's dowry. To clarify, Lord Simon Imping wasn't a real person. He was Aisha's secret identity. She had created him out of necessity, allowing her to do business with the Empire's greedy aristocrats under the guise of a powerful nobleman. The name? It was a creative combination of her favorite hobby, simping. Lord S plus Imping, Simon Imping. Most of her contracts were conducted through letters, but if a face-to-face meeting was unavoidable, she would hire someone to act as her substitute. It was a common practice in this world, so no one ever suspected a thing. If people knew they were dealing with the young daughter of a noble, they'd definitely try to scam her. But putting that aside, watching Hades sulk over Lord Simping was unexpectedly adorable. He was clearly overthinking something. Then, catching her amused expression, his scowl deepened. "You think this is funny?" "I can see how this could be a misunderstanding," Aisha quickly replied. "But I assure you, my relationship with Lord Simon Imping is strictly business. He's just a sponsor." Naturally, Hades didn't believe a word of it. What kind of nobleman would willingly throw 8 billion Nord at someone without expecting something in return? That was ridiculous, even for a sponsor. "And the way you're acting right now, it's like you're completely confident that this sponsor will give you the money without question," he accused. Aisha stiffened. Uh-oh. His sharp instincts were proving to be quite the problem. But she couldn't tell him the truth either. If her secret identity was exposed, she would be in big trouble. So she resorted to her last weapon, acting. Your Excellency, do you doubt me?" she asked, eyes shining with innocence. "If you've already made up your mind to distrust me, what more can I say to convince you?" Hades flinched. He fell for it instantly. Aisha went in for the kill. "I understand. We haven't spent much time together, so our trust is still weak. But even so, it saddens me that you doubt me despite my reassurances." "Direct hit. No, that's not it at all," Hades quickly defended. "The one I doubt isn't you, it's your sponsor. How can you be so sure he has no ulterior motives?" Aisha, still keeping up her act, calmly assured him that she wasn't a fool. If Lord Simping had any ill intentions, she would have noticed long ago. Besides, she insisted, he really didn't need to worry about her dowry. But Hades wasn't backing down. He didn't want her to rely on some mysterious nobleman. Aisha knew exactly where his thoughts were going. If she refused the sponsor's help, Hades would likely sell the diamond mine in the Felok region to secure the money instead. That was a huge problem. Why? Because that mine was where Abel was destined to meet Deborah in the future. If it got sold now, her precious baby might never meet his true love. With a determined voice, Aisha declared, "A marriage is between two people. It's only right that we both contribute. If I keep receiving without giving anything in return, I'll be overwhelmed." Before Hades could argue, she quickly excused herself and dashed off. Hades, left alone, clenched his jaw. 8 billion Nort? That dowry is mine to pay. I'll rather give up the diamond mine for Aisha. His frustration? 80% jealousy, 20% concern. Not that he'd admit it. The moment Hades steps out of his office, he's greeted by an excited Abel, who cheerfully admits that he was actually looking for his father. Hades pats his son's head but doesn't linger. With a serious tone, he informs Abel that whatever he wants to say will have to wait. There's something urgent he must attend to. Abel, ever the innocent child, tilts his head. Are you looking for Lady Heathcliff by any chance? You won't find her in the castle right now. He shrugs. I don't know where she's headed, but she made preparations to leave. She even stopped by my room before leaving and told me she had something urgent to do. Hades' fingers tighten into a fist. He mutters that he needs to leave as well, but just as he turns around, his sharp eyes catch a familiar piece of fabric in Abel's hands. Abel, where did you get that? Abel blinks at his father's reaction and simply lifts the item. Oh, this? It's a present from Lady Heathcliff. She gave it to me just before she left and told me she made it herself. I was actually coming here to show you. The boy grins, admiring the embroidery. She worked really hard on it. I was really touched. She said she lost the one she was making before, so she had to redo it for me. For a moment, there's silence. Then, without warning, Hades swiftly snatches the handkerchief from Abel's grasp. Father, give it back. That's mine. Abel whines, trying to grab it back. I just need to look at it, Hades insists, his gaze locked onto the embroidery. As he inspects it closely, realization dawns upon him. This design. It's identical to the one he found when he first met Aisha. Still impatient, Abel continues his protest. I said give it back. I'll return it, Hades replies nonchalantly, then returns the handkerchief to Abel. What's the big deal if I just look at it? Abel pouts. But you'll wrinkle it if you grip it too tightly. And what if it gets dirty? Hades leans down slightly, an amused smirk playing on his lips. So, you really like it that much? Abel's pout disappears, replaced by a bright smile. Of course, I love it. Then, recalling something, he shares. I asked Lady Heathcliff earlier why she treats me so well. And do you know what she said? She told me she gets a little upset when I ask that, because it makes her feel like I think I don't deserve kindness. But she says that's ridiculous. She told me that there isn't a single person in this world who wouldn't find me sweet and adorable. The boy's cheeks turn slightly pink as he recalls her next words. She even said, I find you so adorable that I can't help but pamper you to pieces. Abel sniffs, his small hands wiping at his eyes. It's the first time someone other than you, Father, has ever said something like that to me. Hades places a reassuring hand on his son's head. She's absolutely right about that. Despite his father's words, Abel can't shake the reality he knows. But a lot of people don't think that way. People don't like me. He frowns, confused. So why does Lady Heathcliff adore me so much? She traveled all the way to the north just to be with you. As he reflects, his expression softens with gratitude. When I think about it, I just feel so thankful to you, Father. If it weren't for you, Lady Heathcliff wouldn't be here with us. Then, his eyes gleam with a sudden realization. Father, Lady Heathcliff is in love with you, so you have to treat her well, okay? It's fine if you prioritize her over me. I'd never be sad about that. Hades clasps his son's small hands in his own. His next words are more than a promise. They're a vow. So, I need to make sure she never runs away from us, right? With one last pat on Abel's head, Hades turns on his heel and walks away, ready to handle his urgent business. The evening arrives, bringing along heavy rain. But for Aisha, who has just secured her much-needed 8 billion dowry, a little rain is nothing. In fact, as she steps back into Louvre-Mont estate, soaked from head to toe, she actually feels refreshed. Mission accomplished. However, her victorious mood shatters the moment she opens her bedroom door. Darkness. Aisha pauses. Something feels off. Then, a sudden flash of lightning illuminates the room, revealing a tall figure seated ominously in the shadows. Her breath catches. Oh my goodness! She stumbles backward. Well, what are you doing here? You scared me. Were you seriously sitting in the dark this whole time? No response. The silence only makes the situation 10 times more terrifying. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, flames flicker to life, casting eerie shadows across the walls. It's Hades, and he does not look pleased. His voice is calm, but the weight of his question is anything but. And just where have you been? Aisha swallows nervously before responding. I was preparing my dowry. with Lord Imping's help. Hades' red eyes narrow. I already told you, that's not necessary. Before Aisha can launch into a full debate, Hades reaches into his clothes, pulls something out, and tosses it toward her. I'd like to speak with you. Aisha had been searching high and low, flipping everything upside down, but no matter what, she couldn't find the gift she had prepared for Abel. And now, Hades casually handed over, saying, You dropped this the day you arrived at the duchy, so that's why she could never find it. But Hades wasn't done yet. He studied the gift and continued. Abel told me you put a lot of effort into making this, meaning you had already prepared it before coming here. He tilted his head slightly. It made me wonder, why would you plan a gift for Abel in advance? And then I recalled, the sacred sword you sent me was also addressed to Abel. I assumed you did that deliberately to avoid suspicion. And then, as if that wasn't enough, he suddenly lifted a letter. I know it was anonymous, but this handwriting, it's yours, isn't it? I reread it and well, Aisha's stomach dropped. That letter? Oh no. It was filled with nothing but praises about how cute and lovable Abel was. In other words, her passionate fangirling was now out in the open. Her survival instincts kicked in. She needed to explain. But then, a horrifying realization hit her. If anyone connected the dots, wouldn't she look like some kind of suspicious adult with questionable preferences? Goosebumps ran down her arms. No, it's not like that. She had only ever admired Abel in a pure, motherly, completely normal way. But before she could say anything, Hades delivered another blow. To think you'd go this far from my son. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Panicked, she tried to defend herself. Your Grace, I know this may seem strange, but please listen. I have no ulterior motives. I sincerely... But Hades cut her off. It's fine. I understand. Her nervousness vanished, replaced by confusion. What exactly did he understand? I'm not a fool, Hades continued, his tone firm. I've been watching you closely these past few days. It would be impossible not to understand. I know your feelings are genuine, with no hidden agenda. You are sincere. Aisha almost sighed in relief. Finally, someone who didn't misunderstand her intent. So, Hades suddenly asked, how long have you had these feelings? Thinking he meant her love for Abel's cuteness, Aisha, being the honest person she was, answered, about 5 years. A total bomb for Hades, then a deliberate facepalm from Hades. Oh, they had been talking about two completely different things this whole time. Aisha had been referring to how long she had been fangirling over Abel, while Hades had assumed she was confessing to being in love with him for 5 years. Hades had never really given much thought to Aisha's supposed love for him. But when he thought about it, aside from being a duke, was there really anything attractive about him? And even then, he had been too busy making sure Abel was recognized as his rightful heir. Now, knowing Aisha had loved him for 5 whole years, he couldn't help but feel ashamed, especially since he had openly shown distaste for the mysterious sponsor. The guilt was real, and honestly, he felt like he owed her big time. With a sigh, he admitted, to be honest, I feel frustrated about that anonymous sponsor. Thinking about it now, I've been an utter fool. Aisha, of course, understand his situation. I say this because you may not have realized it, but Abel is an illegitimate child. And yet, you love him unconditionally. Hades continued, his expression unreadable. You must have been curious at some point. Have you never wondered about Abel's birth mother? If I were in your position, I'd find it frustrating not knowing. Aisha tilted her head. Why does that matter? Hades's crimson eyes darkened slightly. There are some things I will never change my mind about. No matter what, Abel will be my heir. He is precious to me, and for his sake, I would do anything. Aisha nodded. That was a given. Then, in a much colder tone, Hades added, and if anyone dared to have ill intentions toward Abel, I would hunt them down to the ends of this world and burn them to ash. Aisha stiffened. That sounded very specific. Still, she assured him that no matter what, she would always care for Abel. That seemed to soften Hades a little. I never imagined I'd meet someone who could love so unconditionally, he admits, while he moves closer to Aisha. But then, something shifted. His gaze locked onto Aisha, and before she could react, he reached out, grasping a strand of her hair. "I won't accept that," he murmured. Then he brought the strand to his lips and kissed it. Aisha is completely stunned. Her heart was hammering in her chest, but Hades wasn't done. "I won't settle for anything less," he continued smoothly. Releasing her hair, he smiled. "I, too, wish to shower you with all the love and affection you have for me." And just like that, everything finally clicked in Aisha's head. Her body wobbled as the weight of it all hit her. How was she supposed to fix this mess? Noticing her wobbling, Hades frowned and reached out, concerned. "Are you all right? Were you that overjoyed to hear that I would reciprocate your love?" Aisha opened her mouth to correct him, but then she remembered his earlier words, the part where he vowed to burn to ashes anyone with ill intentions toward Abel. And so, instead of correcting the misunderstanding, Aisha made the wisest decision of her life. A big thumbs up. Then she cried. And while it looked like she was crying from pure joy, the truth, she was crying from sheer panic. Hades, entirely oblivious, only chuckled. "No need to be so shy. First you cry, then you smile, and now you're getting mad at me." He shook his head playfully. "You really are adorable. A part of me just wants to light a candle and pray that Aisha starts simping for Daddy Hades for real at this point, too. It would make everyone's lives easier, right?" 2 weeks had passed since that completely cute misunderstanding between Hades and Aisha. Even after his bold, romantic confession that he'd try to return all the love and affection showered upon him, nothing had really changed between them. Except this time, Hades was dead serious about loving Aisha. Every day they continued spending an hour together, still searching for a way to hide her jewel core. No solution yet, but Aisha was already used to how Hades looked at her in awe now, like she was some rare treasure that had just graced his world, maybe. And speaking of Hades, here he was again, standing at her door, ready for yet another jewel core hiding session. This time, he suggested they train in her room, thinking it must be exhausting for Aisha to visit his office every single day just for practice. Look at him, being all considerate. But before they could get started, his sharp eyes landed on a small medicine bottle nearby. "Are you unwell?" he asked, brows furrowing slightly. Aisha waved off his concern. "Nope, I've been taking these since I was young. They're more like supplements, really. I was told they'd help with my weak body. So technically, I guess I am taking them because I'm unwell." Then, as if to lighten the mood, she added with a playful grin, "But don't worry, I won't be dying anytime soon." That didn't reassure Hades in the slightest. He was still fixated on the bottle. "I've been taking them since I was Abel's age," Aisha continued, noticing his lingering stare. "I don't know much about apothecary, but I was told this is a rare and valuable medication from the Heathcliff barony. Apparently it's specially made at the Holy Temple." He wasn't exactly surprised. Aisha did look incredibly delicate, with wrists so thin they might as well belong to a porcelain doll. What did surprise him, though, was that her family seemed to have a close connection with the Holy Temple. That was strange. The temple wasn't exactly known for handing out personal favors like rare medicines. Then, as if dropping a casual surprise, Hades admitted, "Before meeting with my advisors and vassals about our marriage, I announced my plans to marry you to the surrounding territories. The temple should have heard about it too, yet they remained silent. But this time, when I mentioned you by name, they contacted me immediately. They requested to visit the duchy tomorrow if possible," Hades continued. At first, he thought the temple was simply sending their congratulations. But now, it seemed clear. Their visit had something to do with Aisha. But why? Even she was completely baffled. She didn't know anyone from the temple. One thing was clear, though. If her medications came from the Holy Temple, it meant her father had a significant connection with them. Baron Heathcliff. He wasn't just Aisha's father. He was a doting, protective man who would do anything for his fragile daughter. When Aisha reincarnated into this world, she was beyond thrilled to have such a caring father, something she had never experienced in her past life. Over the past 3 years, they had become incredibly close. Hades then mentioned that things would be busy soon, since they had to prepare for the temple's ambassadors. Oh, and by now, the letter he sent to Baron Heathcliff should have already arrived, or would by tomorrow at the latest. Aisha's jaw almost dropped. "Wait, already?" she asked in disbelief. "But when I traveled to the north, it took me 2 whole months to get here." Hades, on the other hand, was even more surprised by something else. Aisha, who made that trip with only a single maid, a single guard, and your luggage. Then she just hopped from one carriage to another until she reached the dukedom. His expression practically screamed, "How are you still alive?" As for why his letter traveled so fast, well, that was simple. Hades had hired elite elementalists, blending earth and wind magic to speed up deliveries across the entire continent. Basically, express mail, magic edition. Aisha couldn't help but comment, "You really went all out for this marriage preparation, huh?" Hades smirked, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "But of course, this is an important matter. I'll be asking the Baron for his precious daughter's hand in marriage." Aisha thought to herself that if Hades weren't so ridiculously full of himself sometimes, she might have already started simping for him. Then her mind wandered back to Abel. The idea of him calling her mommy soon was just too exciting. Hades, watching her beaming face, chuckled. "Are you that happy?" Aisha enthusiastically agrees. "Yes, 1,000 times yes." Smiling, Hades reassured her. "As I promised, I'll arrange our wedding at the earliest possible date." But he gave her a once-over and added with a hint of concern, "It would be nice if you put on a little weight before then. I don't want you collapsing at our wedding." Aisha knew she was fine. As long as she never forgot to take her medicine, there was nothing to worry about. The last time she missed it for 2 days, she had suffered unbearable chest pain, making it hard to even breathe. That was a mistake she would never repeat. Now, she always took her medicine with meals so she wouldn't forget. With a confident smile, she told Hades, "You don't have to worry about me." On a rainy dawn, Hades received some unexpected news. Baron Heathcliff himself was on his way to Louvremont Estate to personally discuss Hades' marriage proposal. Now, any normal person would take this as a formality, but Hades? Oh no. He immediately went into full-on panic mode. As he walked down the hall, nerves took over, and he couldn't help but ask his aide, "How do I look?" Because obviously, looking anything less than perfect in front of his soon-to-be father-in-law was not an option. Of course his aide praised his looks. Who wouldn't? But then, as if catching himself mid-thought, he internally scoffed. Wasn't Aisha the one dying to marry him? So why was he the one acting all jittery? When Baron Heathcliff finally arrived, Hades welcomed him with open arms, even insisting that they drop the formalities. After all, they were going to be family soon. Everything was set for a warm, heartfelt meeting, until the Baron abruptly bowed his head and apologized. Wait, apologized? And then came the jaw-dropping news. He did not approve of Aisha's marriage to Hades, and had come to take his daughter back. Now that was definitely not on Hades' list of expected outcomes. Before the sun could fully rise, loud knocking echoed through Aisha's room. "Aisha, are you awake? We need to talk," Hades called out, his voice filled with urgency. When Hades opened the door, what greeted Aisha wasn't the usual confident, dashing duke, but a very exhausted, very haggard version of him. Concerned, she reached out and lightly touched his face. Why do you look so awful? Wait, that came out wrong. I meant, you're usually so handsome. Ah, no, I mean, you look really tired. Did something happen?" Hades, clearly too drained to react to her flustered words, paused for a moment and says, "The messenger I sent to Baron Heathcliff returned at dawn, But your father arrived as well. Aisha blinked. My father? I thought he'd just send a letter of approval and be done with it. Why do you look like you just fought a war? Don't tell me he showed up with 100 cows as my dowry. Hades let out a long sigh before delivering the devastating truth. He said, he cannot approve our marriage. Aisha froze. Huh? What? The confusion on her face was just as strong as the disbelief Hades had felt when he first heard it. But it only got weirder from there. Apparently, Baron Heathcliff wanted Aisha to marry someone who shared the same light element as her. According to their family's generations-old tradition, this was a must. Aisha, still reeling from the revelation, blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What kind of fantasy nonsense is that? Hades nodded, exactly. To make things even stranger, Hades pointed out a glaring inconsistency. Aisha's father had already chosen her uncle, Sir Liffner, as his heir. If Aisha was no longer in line to inherit, then why did this outdated tradition suddenly matter now? Aisha was momentarily stunned. How did Hades even know about her family's succession plans? But then again, he was going to be her husband. Of course, he'd make it his business to know everything about her. Still, the facts were clear. Originally, Aisha, as the first in line, would have been required to marry another light element user to ensure their bloodline stayed intact. Light was the most recessive element, meaning that if she married someone with any other element, their children wouldn't inherit it. And against the fire element, the most dominant of them all, the outcome was obvious. But none of that should even matter anymore. She wasn't her father's heir. She had never been considered for succession because of her poor health. So then, why now? Why was her father bringing this up after all this time? Even Aisha couldn't find an answer to that. Aisha has always believed that her father just wants her to be happy, follow her heart, and do whatever interests her, including choosing the person she wants to marry. If I had brought home a beggar and asked for my father's blessing, I'm sure he would have given it without hesitation. So, could this really be a misunderstanding? Aisha wonders, feeling puzzled. Hades, ever the sharp observer, points out, I got the impression that the Baron isn't thrilled about this arrangement, and if there's no family rule forcing you to marry someone with the light element, then using that as an excuse is pretty odd. Despite his words, Aisha remains convinced that her father has no real reason to oppose their marriage. If there's any issue at all, she figures it must be the huge gap between their noble statuses. Then, in a dramatic move, Hades leans in and pulls Aisha close, declaring that none of that matters to him. But while he's being serious, Aisha's imagination is on another level. She can't help but compare their moment to a classic K-drama scene, where the rich and handsome heir of a massive conglomerate proposes to a humble commoner. She still takes the moment to sincerely thank Hades. But Hades knows that the Baron's reaction wasn't just about their status difference. Something else is going on here. Curious, Aisha finally asks, Your Grace, you rushed over here at the crack of dawn looking like you haven't slept at all. Could it be that you were worried about our marriage? Caught off guard, Hades instantly turns red. But being the prideful man he is, he quickly turns away, awkwardly denying it. I was just surprised by your father's unexpected reaction, that's all. Yep, totally believable. Just as Aisha prepares to speak with her father, she and Hades both turn toward the door, only to see little Abel standing there with a glass of milk in his hands. His big eyes are watery, and his lips tremble as he speaks. I was just bringing you some milk. Is the Baron against your marriage? He asks, his voice cracking. Oh no. The poor kid looks heartbroken. And Aisha, realizing Hades left the door open, immediately smacks him a few times for his carelessness. Panic mode. Activated. Both Mommy Aisha and Daddy Hades rush to comfort Abel, but the child, tears now rolling down his face, assumes the worst. It must be because of me, he hiccups. That's why Father hasn't been able to find a bride until now. No, you're completely mistaken. This has nothing to do with you. Aisha quickly reassures him, pulling him into a hug and patting his head. It's his Grace that has the problem. Hades utterly lost. What did I do? Before Aisha can even leave to talk to her father, the decision is made for her. Anne arrives in a hurry, looking like she has urgent news. Right behind her, Baron Benjamin Heathcliff walks in, only to pause at the sight of Hades and Abel inside Aisha's room, early in the morning no less. After a round of introductions, Abel, wasting no time, steps forward and tearfully insists, "Lady Aisha has never been a burden to us, unlike what you might think. Ever since she came to our estate, my days have been nothing but happy. I just want her to stay with us." Aisha watches as Abel tries his best to defend her, still believing that her father disapproves of the marriage because of him. She can't let this continue. "Father," Aisha finally speaks up, "I heard from His Grace that you're against our marriage. There must be some misunderstanding, right? There's no reason for you to oppose it. But if you truly are against it, then I need to hear the reason why. Just so you know, I have no intention of giving up, no matter what." The Baron sighs and tries to convince her otherwise, saying she's too young and doesn't fully understand what it means to marry into the powerful Louvremont family. He even suggests that a lesser noble like them doesn't belong in such a prestigious household. But before Aisha can respond, Hades steps in. "Baron, are you seriously worried about something so trivial? I've already sworn that I would personally ensure Aisha is never mistreated by anyone." His voice is firm, but the Baron remains unconvinced. He warns that one day Aisha might come to regret her decision. Aisha has had enough. She glares at her father. "You were the one who always told me to marry whoever I wanted. You even said I was too good for anyone. So I don't care what you say. I will marry him." And then, in true dramatic fashion, she delivers the ultimate declaration. "If you don't give me your approval, I'll die if I don't marry him." Cue the immediate panic. Everyone starts scrambling to calm her down. The Baron tries to reason with her, reminding her that she only got permission to travel to the north because she said it was just for sightseeing. Now, out of nowhere, he's being handed a marriage contract to sign, but Aisha refuses to back down. "A month means nothing. I've felt this way about him for far longer than that. My love for him has existed for years. I simply cannot live without him. So if you refuse to approve of this marriage, I'll probably die of heartbreak." Silence, then cough. Hades, now holding Abel, awkwardly clears his throat before deciding to step out and let the father-daughter duo talk privately. And here's where things get suspicious. The moment they're alone, the Baron's first question isn't about Hades. It isn't about the marriage. "Aisha, have you been taking your medication regularly?" Aisha, mid-pout, blinks in confusion. "Why are you asking me that?" The Baron hesitates for a second, then his pupils shake slightly before replying, "I'm just worried about you, dear. Something feels off. Why did he suddenly change the subject?" She starts piecing things together. The temple that supplies her medication, their immediate visit as soon as her marriage was announced, and now her father's unexplained opposition. Could there be a deeper reason behind all this? After assuring her father that she takes her medicine regularly, they return to discussing the marriage. But even as the conversation continues, Aisha's mind is elsewhere. For the first time, she seriously wonders, just what kind of supplements has she been taking all these years? While Aisha talks privately with her father, Hades anxiously paces outside her room, unable to stay still. The moment the Baron is out of sight, he rushes over, eager to know how things went. "I think I'll try convincing him while he's staying with us. For now, we've postponed the discussion," Aisha says, her expression calm. Then, with a reassuring smile, she adds, "But don't worry. If he still refuses to approve, I'm more than happy to contact the Imperial Palace and request to have my name removed from the Heathcliff family register." Now, here's the thing. Marriage laws in the Crescentia Empire are rather old-fashioned. A noble can't just marry whomever they please without their family head's approval. However, there is a loophole. By removing their name from the family tree, they technically become a commoner and can marry freely. In other words, if Aisha gives up the Heathcliff name, she won't need her father's permission. she can just sign the marriage papers herself. Hades frowns at her words. While he understands her resolve, he can't help but feel that her solution is a bit drastic. Aisha, on the other hand, still believes it's the best course of action. But she also knows that it would make a huge difference. Marrying a noblewoman is one thing, but marrying a commoner with no status, that's another story entirely. So, she apologizes. "What are you saying?" Hades blurts out, startling Aisha. Then placing a hand on his chest, he declares, "Just who do you take me for? Why would I ever care about something so trivial? Why would you even apologize? Even if you were a foreign slave seeking refuge in my duchy, I would still marry you." His passionate outburst leaves Aisha momentarily stunned. Hades makes it clear he doesn't care about titles or noble status. However, what does bother him is the thought of Aisha making such a huge sacrifice just to be with him. Still, if Baron Heathcliff eventually gives his blessing, none of this will be necessary, right? Aisha hesitates for a moment before speaking. "Your Grace, may I ask for a favor?" She knows she has to investigate the pills she's been taking all these years. But there's a problem. Questioning the temple's medicine is practically the same as launching an illegal investigation into the holy temple itself. And since the temple holds authority second only to the imperial family, she'll need Hades' help. Before she can say another word, Hades gently reaches out to her. "Look at me, Aisha." His ruby eyes are steady, his voice firm. "You're going to be my wife. If there's something you need, don't hesitate to ask. I won't even need to think twice. If it's for you, I'll do it. No matter what it is, I will grant it." Then, with an affectionate smile, he solemnly adds, "I swear upon this empire, there is nothing I wouldn't do for you." Aisha is speechless for a moment, but seeing his unwavering confidence, she chooses to believe in him. Without hesitation, she hands him the medication, catching him completely off guard. "Your Grace, is it possible for you to find out what type of medicine this is?" she asks. She explains that since the supplements were provided by the temple, she had never questioned them before. But now, with everything that's been happening, she's beginning to have her doubts. That's why she needs his help. Hades studies the pills, then nods. "Give me half a day. I'll come back with answers." Luckily, he already has the perfect person in mind for the job. As Aisha watches him, she starts to feel a little lighter. Knowing that she can rely on Hades in times like this makes her realize just how dependable he truly is. Before leaving, he reaches out and pats her head. "You don't look as confident as usual," he says gently. "But don't worry. I promised you'd never have to fear anything as long as I'm here." Then, with his usual confidence, he turns away. "I'll be back." And just like that, Hades strides off, fully determined to uncover the truth. The sound of rain outside only makes Aisha's nerves worse as she sits in her room, lost in thought. Her mind is racing with possibilities, trying to piece things together. First off, let's get one thing straight. Aisha Heathcliff isn't some crucial character in the original novel she read. Heck, she wasn't even a side character who popped up for a brief moment. Even her entire family, the Heathcliffs, was never once mentioned. Meanwhile, the Holy Temple? Now that's an entirely different story. It's the driving force behind the novel's plot, holding immense power and influence. Now let's talk about why Aisha never once questioned the medicine she's been taking. First reason? It was given to her by the Holy Temple, an institution portrayed as absolute good in the novel. The archbishops and priests of the temple are all light element users, an element inherently associated with healing. Because of that, they've always been depicted as virtuous and trustworthy. Second reason? She learned the hard way what happens when she skips her medication. The last time she forgot to take it on time, she felt like she was knocking on death's door. It was pure agony. So, looking at it objectively, she wasn't exactly a fool for trusting the Holy Temple, right? And yet, something feels off. A nagging feeling in her gut is telling her that she's been overlooking something important. What if the temple has been making her take this medicine on purpose? But why? What reason could they possibly have to keep feeding a sickly country baron's daughter these strange pills? And that's not all. There's another piece to this puzzle. In the future, the female lead of the novel, Deborah, is closely tied to the Holy Temple. If Aisha remembers correctly, Abel, the novel's protagonist, always described Deborah as an angel incarnate. Then a realization hits Aisha like a bolt of lightning. Unlike typical romance novels, Persona is written entirely from Abel's perspective, meaning everything in the story is filtered through Abel's thoughts and emotions. But what if the Holy Temple isn't the pure, righteous institution Abel believes it to be? What if they've been manipulating him from the shadows all along? Her mind flashes back to the moment before her reincarnation, when she was still in her old world, about to ask the author a question. There was one thing that had always bothered her. Why is the novel called Persona? Persona. A mask, a false identity. In other words, if everything was seen through Abel's eyes, then what if everything she thought she knew about the other characters was nothing but a lie? Before she can fully process this terrifying possibility, bang! The door bursts open, and in strides Hades, his face filled with worry. Aisha, why have you been taking these pills all this time? His voice is urgent as he grabs her. His hands tighten into fists as he grits his teeth. These are drugs that forcibly suppress your mana. And just like that, the truth is out. The reason Aisha was never able to hide her jewel core until now was all because of these drugs she's been unknowingly taking for years. But wait, if these pills were suppressing her mana, then why did she feel like she was dying the last time she skipped her dose? The answer is painfully clear now. It wasn't her heart that had been hurting from the start. The medicine that kept her mana locked away was also the thing causing her pain. The moment she stopped taking it, her mana tried to flow naturally. But because she had been forcefully suppressing it for so long, the sudden surge through her weak body caused her unbearable pain. It wasn't an illness. It wasn't a natural condition. It was all because of them. The original Aisha was the definition of an obedient daughter. If her father handed her medicine and told her to take it, she would have swallowed it without a second thought. And honestly, our current Aisha wasn't much different in that regard. She had always believed that her father provided the medication out of love and concern for his frail, sickly daughter. But now an unsettling question arises. Was Baron Heathcliff in cahoots with the Holy Temple all along? And if so, why? Aisha still couldn't wrap her head around this revelation. I agree with your suspicions. I think we should confirm whether or not my father knew what this medicine was doing to me. Her voice wavers in disbelief. It's all too much to take in at once. Sure, the evidence practically screams that her father is secretly working with the Holy Temple. But how could she just brush him aside like some scheming villain? For the past 3 years, he had been the only one to give her a taste of familial love. Could she really turn against him so easily? Meanwhile, Hades has his own theory about the temple's intentions, but even he isn't entirely sure why they've been drugging Aisha. The most logical explanation? They needed to keep her powers under control for some reason. This is just my hunch, Hades begins. But if your mana levels were as low as the rest of your family's, I doubt you would have suffered so much when you stopped taking the medication. The moment the suppressants wore off, an overwhelming amount of mana flooded out all at once. That's why the pain was so unbearable. Aisha's heart sinks. So the temple wasn't the benevolent force she once thought they were. Contrary to what the novel depicted, they might not be the good guys at all. Noticing her troubled expression, Hades reaches out and gently touches her face. I'll investigate the Holy Temple thoroughly, so don't worry, he reassures her. Whatever their reason, what they did to you is unforgivable. And if I find even a shred of malicious intent behind it, I'll use all my power to purge the Holy Temple for their sins. Aisha gives a small nod, reassured by his determination. Then, another realization hits. What if Baron Heathcliff's refusal to approve Aisha's marriage to Hades wasn't just about her personal choices? What if it was because he knew Hades would eventually uncover the truth about the Holy Temple? If that's the case, then the Baron wasn't exactly lying when he said he'd accept anyone Aisha chose to marry. He just had a very specific exception: Hades. And now, because of everything that has come to light, Hades issues a firm warning. Aisha can't afford to trust anyone, and under no circumstances should she reveal that she's now aware of the drug's effects on her body. Letting out a sigh, he adds, "And lastly, I know this might sound frightening, but you're not safe right now. That's especially true if you return to the Heathcliff barony. This is the safest place for you, and I can protect you here until your body recovers from the drugs. But there's a problem. If Baron Heathcliff continues refusing to approve their marriage, keeping Aisha at the duchy will become increasingly difficult. Hades already knows what must be done. So until I'm done investigating the Holy Temple, it's best if we make it seem like I'm keeping you here against your will." Aisha, who had been nodding along up until now, suddenly pauses. Wait a minute. Won't that make Hades look like a terrifying tyrant holding a powerless noblewoman captive? "That would ruin your reputation," she protests. Hades, of course, could not care less about such things. Reputation? Meaningless. His only concern is ensuring Aisha's safety. "Aisha," he says firmly, "whether it's now or in the future, you don't need to feel indebted to me. I'm doing this for your sake." She knows that. Deep down she knows. And that's why, in the end, she agrees. With everything in motion, Hades has already taken the next step, sending a message to the Holy Temple, notifying them that they are expected to visit the Louvremont estate in 4 days. Until then, things will be chaotic. As for her medication, Aisha confesses that she had purposely skipped her morning dose. Strangely enough, she doesn't feel any pain. Yet. They both decide that Hades will keep the remaining pills in his possession for safety. And to be extra cautious, Aisha will stay locked in her room from now on. She cannot let anyone, not even her trusted maid Anne, see the changes her body might undergo as the effects of the medication wear off. From this moment forward, the only person allowed inside is Hades himself. Clutching the bottle of pills tightly, Hades utters one final warning. "You mustn't trust anyone, Aisha." She knows that. But she also knows something else. The man standing before her is the same hero from Abel's story. The one who would willingly sacrifice everything for Abel's sake. And if there's one person she can trust in this world, it's him. And so, from that moment on, Aisha and Hades' plan begins. "But I'm Aisha's father. Why is she locked up? I just want to visit my daughter. Whose permission do I even need for that?" the Baron demands, clearly frustrated. One of the guards standing in front of Aisha's room remains firm, explaining that he'll need permission from the Duke himself. As if perfect timing, Hades arrives right at that moment. "Your Grace, what is happening here? Why are there guards blocking me from seeing Aisha? Are nobles even allowed to be treated this way? I'm not accusing you of anything, but this definitely looks like forced imprisonment," the Baron blurts out, his voice laced with disbelief. Hades, completely unbothered, flashes a smile and casually agrees. "You're absolutely right. It is forced imprisonment." The Baron's face drains of color. "Excuse me?" Hades continues smoothly. "I've imprisoned Aisha against her will. Since you refused to approve our marriage, I had no choice. I can't let you take her back to the Heathcliff barony." The Baron is appalled. He insists that what Hades is doing is completely unacceptable, even going as far as threatening to expose him to the public. But Hades simply takes a step closer. Then another. Until he's looming over the old man. "It seems you don't know me very well, considering you've lived so far away," he muses, his tone deceptively calm. Then, leaning in as if sharing a friendly little secret, he whispers chillingly, "I've always been this way. The Baron stiffens. Hades continues, his voice a velvety warning. "I'm sure that even in your secluded countryside, you've lived long enough to understand just how terrifying political power can be here in the capital. Perhaps now would be a good time to reconsider who you choose to challenge in this empire." And just like that, the Baron's protests wither before they can even leave his lips. Day 2 of Hades' reign as Aisha's personal tyrant. He has stationed his most trusted guards outside her room. The only people allowed to enter freely are the duchy's servants, and even they are only permitted to bring her meals 3 times a day. This means that Anne, her usual shadow, can't stay by her side. Abel, who once shared her meals, is also barred from entering. And Hades? He's too preoccupied investigating the temple to spend time with her either. As for Aisha herself, well, she definitely can't step foot outside her room. In case anyone doubted whether she was actually imprisoned, the situation is making it painfully clear. With nothing but time on her hands, her thoughts wander. She keeps obsessing over why the novel she transmigrated into is called Persona. The author never explicitly explained the title's meaning, or at least Aisha can't remember if the author did. Could it be that neither the readers nor Abel ever uncovered the truth hidden behind the scenes? A shiver runs down her spine at the idea. What if her beloved romance novel suddenly shifts into a fantasy thriller right before her eyes? To shake off the unsettling thought, she flops onto her bed. But of course, her mind refuses to rest. A new theory pops up. What if the heroine is actually the final boss? What if the male lead unknowingly falls in love with the greatest villain of the story, and not even the readers realize it? Okay, but that's not too far-fetched. Plenty of romance fantasies have pulled that exact twist before. However, before she can dwell on it further, a sudden, sharp pain rips through her body, completely catching her off guard. The withdrawal symptoms from skipping her medicine have arrived with a vengeance. A thunderstorm rumbles ominously outside as she desperately reaches for the bell at her bedside, ringing it with all the strength she has left. The pain spreads like wildfire, as if burning needles are stabbing straight into her heart at lightning speed. Then the door swings open. Hades rushes to her side, but before he can even speak, Aisha gasps out, "It hurts so much. It hurts. Meds. It's not like I'll die. So..." She tries to downplay it, even as she shakes from the agony. Hades is beside her, trying to soothe her. "Just hold on. Endure it for a little while." "But it hurts too much. I don't care if I can't hide my core for the rest of my life, just..." Her voice cracks. Tears stream down her face. "Please. It hurts so much." And that's it. Hades can't take it anymore. Without hesitation, he pulls her into his arms, holding her tightly against him. The moment his warmth surrounds her, the unbearable pain vanishes. Just like that. The fire raging inside her is instantly extinguished. Aisha freezes. Wait a minute. This feels oddly familiar. It hits her. This is exactly how Hades absorbs Abel's pain. Hades, still holding her, is clearly trying to suppress his own pained breaths, but Aisha notices immediately. Panicked, she struggles in his grasp. Your Grace, what are you doing? Let go of me." But Hades doesn't move an inch. Aisha knows this isn't like last time, when he absorbed Abel's external wounds. Her pain isn't something he can just take on and forget. If he keeps this up, it could put his own life in danger. Your Grace, please. I wasn't exaggerating. This pain is unbearable, so please." Before she can finish, Hades suddenly staggers. Then, without warning, he collapses on top of her. Aisha's breath catches. Her panic skyrockets. "Your Grace!" Tears spill over as she cradles him, sobbing. "I don't understand. How could you be so..." Through sheer willpower, Hades forces himself to whisper, "It's okay. Everything will be... okay." Aisha's heart stops. She knows this line. It's the line. The very same words Hades told Abel in the original story as he absorbed all of his son's pain, right before he died. And now Aisha realizes just how far he's willing to go for her too. In the novel, Abel had mentioned over and over again the warmth of his father's hand stroking his head that day. The memory burned so deeply into him that he would never forget it. Now, as Aisha clings to Hades, she knows she will never forget this warmth either. Even as death loomed over him, Hades had smiled for Abel's sake. And now, he's doing the same for her. His voice is faint, but he still whispers, "It will be okay. Don't worry." Aisha breaks down completely. Who has ever gone this far for her before? Does she even deserve this level of devotion? The overwhelming emotions leave her trembling as she cries. Your Grace, I'm so sorry. I've been such a coward. I caused you this pain, and yet I was the one who was afraid of it. I promise, I'll never let you suffer like this again. I'll stay right here by your side always. I swear. The morning sun had fully risen, signaling the start of a new day. Meanwhile, Hades was still gently patting Aisha, who was fast asleep beside him. She held back such immense mana in that fragile body. Of course she'd be in pain, he thought, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Seeing her face, he let out a sigh of relief. At least I could endure it for her. This would have been unbearable for Aisha alone. But just as he was feeling reassured, Aisha's eyes suddenly snapped open, and she bolted upright, looking absolutely horrified. Wait, was I just asleep? I must be out of my mind. Hades blinked in confusion, but still calmly explained that she hadn't exactly slept. She had passed out. Did that help? Nope. Aisha clutched her face in sheer regret. I'm insane. How could I be so crazy? She wailed, before proceeding to, of all things, slap herself repeatedly. Alarmed, Hades quickly reached for her hands. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? But Aisha, determined to punish herself, continued her self-inflicted assault until her cheeks turned visibly red and swollen. Finally, she stopped, guilt written all over her face as she hid it in her hands. I'm the worst. I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry. Hades, watching her dramatics unfold, exhaled. You simply lost consciousness. What did you expect after crying for so long? Aisha, however, was done dwelling on that. She snapped her head up and asked the most important question. Your Grace, are you okay now? Hades confirmed that he was fine, but then added with a knowing-looking, but do me a favor and stop crying now. You've probably drained all the moisture from your body by now. And because he couldn't resist, he added, honestly, I never expected this, but if you have the energy to cry for hours, you must have surprising stamina. Before he could process what was happening, Aisha threw her arms around him. And yes, she was crying again. Hades stiffened. His first instinct, panic. His second, try to soothe her. I know. I hugged you because that's what I wanted to do. And that's his cue. The great and mighty Duke found himself blushing again. Then, as if that wasn't enough of a shock, Aisha pulled back with sparkling determination in her eyes. I've made my decision. From this day forth, I vow to be your loyal slave. Hades, caught completely off guard, immediately started stammering. That's not necessary. But Aisha was not done. Proudly, she clarified, Oh, don't worry, it's not what you think. I'm going to protect your life no matter what. The more she spoke, the more determined she looked. You can count on me, and from now on I'll trust you no matter what. Because starting today, she paused dramatically, I'm simping hardcore for you. Hades blinked. Wait, what the hell does that even mean? Aisha, still clinging to him, patted his back reassuringly. Oh, don't sweat the details. Just know that I'm worshipping you from now on. Shaking his head, he decided to move on to something he could actually control, her training. Specifically, concealing her jewel core. To his surprise, Aisha mastered it in one go, effortlessly hiding her jewel core. Hades, who had been fully prepared for a long, difficult process, stared at her. You concealed it on your first attempt? That's impressive. Aisha practically glowed at his praise, her excitement growing. It's all thanks to you, Your Grace. Now let's move on. I want to try using my abilities. But Hades, ever the rational one, reminded her to take it one step at a time. There's no need to rush. Internally, though, his thoughts were much deeper. With such an overwhelming amount of mana, what exactly would Aisha be capable of? In the Empire, those who wielded light element abilities were rare, and among them, only one person was said to have reached the pinnacle of such power, Abel Heathcliff, the holy maiden from 500 years ago. Unlike temple clerics who could only heal through absorption, she was in a league of her own. Abilities beyond healing and purification were only recorded in ancient texts. But if the prophecy about the holy maiden's return was true, the entire empire could be thrown into chaos. Hades was still deep in thought when Aisha's voice brought him back to reality. "Your Grace, teach me how to use my powers." Hades, still a little dazed, furrowed his brows. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Because once I awaken my healing powers, I'll be able to help you and young master." "How did you learn to use your abilities? Did you train for them?" A problem. Hades was born gifted, meaning he never really trained to unlock his powers. So how was he supposed to explain something he never experienced? Thinking for a moment, he finally said, "I'll let you practice when I actually get injured. For now, just stay here. I'm feeling a little tired." Of course, Aisha apologized immediately, but then she suddenly grabbed his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. With wide, innocent eyes, she tilted her head. "Didn't you say you needed to rest? Do you really need to go back to your room for that? Why not rest here?" Boom. Hades' brain has stopped working. Panic, blush, full body shutdown. And just like that, Aisha, who had just decided to simp, had now unlocked her next achievement. Instant seducer. Good luck, Hades. What? That's so shameful. Hades stammers, still trying to process what he just heard. Tilting her head in confusion, Aisha replies, "Shame? What's shameful about it? Weren't you the one who said we shouldn't be so conservative since we're getting married anyway? Just take a quick nap here before heading back. If you want, I can even sing you a lullaby." Hades reels back, utterly scandalized. "What are you saying? I'm going to my own room to sleep." He tries to walk away again, but Aisha isn't giving up that easily. She tugs on his sleeve again, determined to win. That's when Hades finally snaps. Yanking his hand away, he blurts, "Enough is enough." Then, with a face redder like a sunset, he makes his grand escape while Aisha calls after him. Unfortunately for Hades, the universe isn't done messing with him. The moment he steps out of Aisha's room, he comes face to face with Baron Heathcliff. And oh boy, the timing couldn't be worse. With Hades looking like a man walking out of his daughter's room, with messy hair, clothes, and expression flustered, the Baron doesn't need a single word of explanation. His mind fills in the blanks instantly. Grinding his teeth in fury, the Baron dashes away without looking back, leaving Hades standing there with a deep sigh. Well, that could have gone better. Despite quitting the medicine and successfully hiding her core, Aisha is still under strict confinement. But instead of sulking, she takes this as the perfect opportunity to focus on her studies. Her goal? To master light magic within a year. That way, when the flag of doomsday arises, she'll be fully prepared to protect both Abel and Hades. Hades, who has somehow made himself comfortable in her room instead of his office, watches her with a smile. "You're studying so diligently," he comments. Of course, he claims that his office is too hot and stuffy, but let's be real. He just wants to be near Aisha. That's why he's there always. As Aisha sneaks a glance at him, her mind starts running through a long list of compliments. He's so dreamy, strong, competent, politically powerful, and ridiculously wealthy. He's also incredibly considerate. But in the end, all she manages to say out loud is, "You're so caring." Hades is often a little narcissistic, but honestly, Aisha is starting to get why. With someone this perfect, who wouldn't be a bit full of themselves? Then a thought strikes her. Maybe she should start making her own handmade Hades merchandise. I suggest a limited edition Hades keychain, please. With a small sigh, she shifts her focus back to her book. Simping and studying. Looks like I'll be keeping myself busy. Suddenly, Hades brings up an unexpected topic. Abel Heathcliff, Aisha's ancestor and the legendary Holy Maiden. Aisha blinks in surprise before admitting, "I only know that our family has been maintaining the light element for generations because of Abela's prophecy. Other than that, I don't know much about her." That's when Hades decides to fill in the gaps. Abela wasn't just an ordinary figure. She was the only woman ever recorded in history for her incredible achievements. In truth, magical abilities are ranked, with most people unlocking only the first or second levels. But there are rare individuals who can reach the third awakening, the highest level of their respective element. The stronger and purer the mana, the higher the awakening a person can achieve. Naturally, Hades has already reached the highest rank of fire magic. No surprises there. But what about Abella? Given her legacy, she must have been the same. Then Hades drops a bombshell. This is just a theory, but what if the temple tried to suppress your mana because of the prophecy about the Holy Maiden's reincarnation? What if you're actually the reincarnation of Abella Heathcliff? Huh? Me? Aisha is completely thrown off. What makes you think that? Hades lays out his reasoning. First, there's the sheer amount of mana she possesses. Normally, one's awakening rank would determine mana capacity. But in Aisha's case, she endured excruciating pain, almost like a near-death experience, when she stopped taking the drugs. That alone suggests she's been unknowingly suppressing an enormous amount of mana this whole time. Of course, they can't confirm anything yet without testing her abilities. Does anything hurt? Aisha suddenly asks, already shifting into what she believes is her doctor mode. Hades gives her a deadpan look. Are you asking me to injure myself? No, I didn't mean it like that, she quickly clarifies. Hades then continues, explaining that if the prophecy were true, it would throw the entire empire into chaos. That's likely why the temple was so desperate to prevent the Holy Maiden's return. Even if they did it under the guise of a humanitarian decision, Hades can't forgive them. Historically, even 500 years ago, protecting the Holy Maiden led to countless skirmishes and invasions. If history repeats itself, other nations will undoubtedly try to claim Abella's power for themselves. After all, possessing a Holy Maiden is like guaranteeing victory in any war. And if Abella really did master the most mysterious ability of the light element, neutralization, the power to cancel out all external forces, then her existence alone would be enough to terrify anyone. Aisha gulps. Okay, that does sound kind of scary. But the real question is, could Aisha really be the reincarnation of Abella Heathcliff? So, what exactly are the abilities of the light element? First up, there's a spell called Cancel. It sounds simple, but it's a total game changer. You see, most elemental users can absorb stuff like pain and injuries, but Cancel takes it a step further by erasing the pain completely, as if nothing ever happened. Some folks call this purification, which sounds fancy, right? But of course, nothing is ever that easy. There are limits to this skill. Absorbing something as extreme as mana corruption, which can mess up your mind, depends on the victim's power level and the type of injury they're dealing with at the time. You could say it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. In the novel, Deborah is pretty much the only person who can help Abel, because she's one of the rare few who unlock the second tier of light magic. Thanks to this impressive feat, people call her a holy maiden. Talk about being put on a pedestal. The second tier spell is called Recovery, and it's way stronger and more efficient than Cancel. It doesn't just stop pain, it helps heal the actual damage. And here's the kicker. Deborah's recovery skills were even better than others who had unlocked the same spells. Naturally, this made her a hot commodity in the Empire, with plenty of power-hungry forces wanting to snatch her up for themselves. But you don't have to worry because Abel's out there fending off these opportunists. And Aisha? She's cheering him on from the sidelines. Now, if unlocking a second-tier spell makes Deborah a legend, Abella Heathcliff Mist is basically a walking myth. She had access to a third-tier spell called Neutralization, which could nullify any offensive magic. Yep, total immunity. It's no wonder people kept saying Abella was hiding some insane power. But here's the catch. This amazing ability, which was hyped up in the story's lore, never actually made an appearance. Aisha can't help but wonder why that is. As she sighs in frustration, Hades, being Hades, reminds her not to stress too much. Whether she has some hidden power or not, he's got her back. No matter what, He won't let anything bad happen to her. Sweet, right? But Aisha's still eager to put her potential powers to the test. And then, what perfect timing. Hades accidentally gets a paper cut while flipping through some documents. Aisha's eyes light up. Finally, a chance to test her magic. She's so thrilled she can't hide her excitement, and Hades just chuckles at her enthusiasm. Carefully, she touches his hand, concentrating on channeling her mana. But nothing happens. No glowing light, no miracle healing. Did all that holy maiden theory go down the drain? Hades raises an eyebrow and teases her. Come on, put some heart into it. I am trying, but I keep thinking about how painful this must be for you, Aisha replies. Well, if you're that distracted, it must not hurt as much as you think, Hades teases again. Now you're just being mean, as she almost pouts. I bet there isn't a more determined woman in the world than me right now. But since she's still getting nowhere, Hades gently reminds her that it's okay if nothing happens on her first try, and that she might want to stop fondling his hand while she's at it. Meanwhile, blood starts dripping from Hades' finger, and Aisha, out of options, decides to use her ultimate secret technique, the good old provincial peasant method. She leans in and sucks the blood from his finger. Cue Hades turning into a blushing mess. What do you think you're doing? Hold still, Aisha replies casually, like it's no big deal. But as usual, their playful banter kicks in. Hades yanks his hand back, utterly scandalized. Let go, you shameless lady. What are you thinking? Aisha casually explains. Relax. It's just an old method peasants use to soothe small injuries. Peasants? Are you saying the noble Heathcliffs go around licking wounds like peasants? Hades can't believe what he's hearing. Aisha shrugs. It's actually proven that saliva can help sterilize cuts. Don't worry, I brushed my teeth earlier. In reality, she learned this back in her modern life. Still red in the face, Hades stammers. That's just don't ever do that in public, Aisha. Fair enough. Not like she's planning to, especially once she unlocks her real powers. No more impromptu peasant first aid after that. On a more serious note, Hades reassures her again. She doesn't need to rush or stress about awakening her powers. Even if she never does, he's fine with it. But we all know Aisha's not trying to power up for herself. She's doing it for Abel and Hades' sake. Aisha smiles softly. Your Grace, please stay healthy. At that moment, her thoughts drift to Abel. He still hasn't fully tapped into his powers either. Then again, that's because his magic only activates after he goes into his berserker state. A terrifying, explosive transformation. Why? Because in truth, Abel doesn't have a single elemental attribute. Instead, Abel Louvremont possesses a unique, almost mythical power. He can control multiple elements without any limits to his mastery over them. Basically, he's the overpowered protagonist with every plot armor buff you can imagine. But there's one more downside. Abel can use any element except light and darkness, and switching between opposing elements has painful consequences. It triggers his berserker state. Aisha sighs again, wishing she could see Abel. She misses him so much after being stuck in her chamber and unable to spend time with him. And as if on cue, Abel suddenly bursts inside, all smiles and excitement. Lady Aisha, I missed you so much. Aisha greeted Abel with a warm, expectant smile. Young master, you said you'd come after lunch, so what took you so long? I've been waiting forever. The boy chuckled and sheepishly explains. Sorry, Lady Aisha. I had to brush my teeth and get dressed up a bit. Had to look my best for you. Aisha laughed at his adorable honesty. Oh? Did you do the chica-chica? She teased, mimicking the motion of brushing her teeth. Grinning, Abel copied her gesture and said proudly, Yup, I did the chica-chica super well. See? That earned him another laugh from Aisha, and she turned to Hades, thanking him sincerely for allowing her to meet Abel that day. Hades smiled back, though his eyes never left her face. But Abel had one more surprise up his sleeve. With a bright smile, he handed Aisha a bouquet of freshly picked flowers. Aisha's eyes widened as she took the bouquet, realizing he must have gone to the garden just to gather them for her, because the little boy knew how much she loved flowers. "Thank you, but you don't have to," she beamed. But Abel, much like his father, wasn't done with the sweet talk. With a shy but charming grin, he replied, "It's nothing, but the flowers don't even come close to your beauty, Lady Aisha." Cue the swooning. This kid was going places. But then, Aisha noticed a small cut on Abel's finger, a sign he must have hurt himself while picking the flowers. Concerned, she gently reached for his hand. "Oh no, does it hurt? This looks like a deep cut." Before she could finish fussing over him, a soft glow suddenly surrounded both Abel and her. In the blink of an eye, the wound vanished without a trace. Abel stared at his healed finger in amazement. His eyes sparkled as he wiggled it at Aisha. "Whoa, how did you do that? Was that your power? Wait, does this mean you figured out how to hide your core now?" The two celebrated her newfound powers with excitement, until Aisha turned to share the good news with Hades, only to find him sitting there and giving her a very obvious glare. Hades was sulking. "Oh boy." Aisha blinks in confusion. "Tsk," Hades muttered under his breath, clearly pouting. "How nice. Looks like you've mastered your powers now." Still clueless, Aisha reached for his hand and awkwardly tried to soothe him. Give me your hand, Your Grace." There, all better now. So why hadn't her powers worked on Hades earlier? Simple, lacking sincerity. Nervously, she tried to explain herself. I was being earnest earlier, I swear." Hades wasn't buying it. Abel, who hears the two, asked, "Did father get hurt?" "Oh, it's nothing," Aisha reassured him. "Just a little paper cut. He's all better now." "Thanks for helping my father, Lady Aisha," Abel said sweetly, completely unaware of his father's current sulking session. Hades, still feeling left out, decided to leave. "I'll be heading out now. Got some temple business to work on," he said. Aisha wasn't convinced. "Are you sure you're okay, Your Grace?" "Huh? Whatever do you mean?" Hades shot back. But the way he stomped off looked like a child throwing a silent tantrum. Scratching her head, Aisha muttered, Could it be that you're upset about earlier? I mean, I did get it working on the second try, right?" Turning around, Hades snorted. Are you sure you weren't just lucky? Maybe you succeeded because it worked with Abel first." Yep, this guy was definitely pouting. Determined to make things right, Aisha hugged him. "Oh, come on, don't be mad. Didn't you say you'd stay and review the documents here? Just stay with me, please." "I'm not mad," Hades protested, though his grumpy tone gave him away. "Who said I was mad?" Trying to save face, he turned to Abel. "Let's go, Abel." But Abel wasn't having it. "But I just got here. Can't I stay with Lady Aisha a little longer?" The boy looked up at Hades with wide, pleading eyes. Faced with Abel's puppy dog stare, Hades gave up and walked away, dramatically slamming the door behind him. A moment later, it creaked open again. Hades poked his head inside, blushing slightly. I'm not mad. The door just slammed because of the wind, okay?" "Sure, Hades, sure." On the flip side, Baron Heathcliff was deep in thought, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Suddenly there was a knock at his window. When he opened it, a large black bird with multiple red eyes stared back at him. Definitely not something you want to see at night, yikes. Without wasting time, the Baron tied a letter to the bird's leg and sent it off. As the bird flew away, Benjamin muttered to himself, "I hope he'll arrive here soon." Now who could he be? Things are definitely getting interesting. Another day. Another twist in Aisha's chaotic life. Why? Because today, the Holy Temple's delegation is about to grace the Louvre-Mont mansion with their ever-so-grand arrival. While the entire household bustles around prepping for the visit, Aisha lounges by her window, wondering if the priests have shown up already. She's got all the free time in the world, and is stuck in her cozy room, far from the mansion's hustle. Naturally, with nothing better to do, She digs into her memories of the Holy Temple, recalling what she once read. But after all the plot twists she's been through, Aisha isn't so sure anymore. Her beloved novel didn't tell the full truth after all. Suspicious much? Yes, and her top suspect? The High Priest. This guy was supposed to be the author's darling, a glowing champion of light. But Aisha's not falling for that sugar-coated nonsense anymore. Thanks to Hades' golden advice, trust no one and adapt to chaos, she's ready to side-eye everyone. While Aisha mulls over these thoughts, she also remembers that anyone with light powers can gain ranks at the temple. Clerics unlock Tier 1 spells. Priests hit Tier 2. But the High Priest? He's in a league of his own. Or at least he should be. Suddenly, her deep thoughts are interrupted by a knock. Enter Hades, looking extra dashing today, which makes Aisha blushes. "Well, what's the occasion, Your Grace? You're looking extra dashing today," she says, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. Smirking, Hades raises an eyebrow. "Am I not handsome all the time?" Cue the fangirling. Aisha practically swoons and launches into full simp mode, showering him with praise. She even suggests they hire a famous painter to capture his dazzling looks on canvas. Now it's Hades' turn to blush, though he quickly clears his throat to regain composure. He informs her that the delegation has arrived, along with quite a few high-ranking ones. But Aisha? She's still staring at him, dazed. Her thoughts? Oh, golly goodness gracious, he's so dreamy. His uniform really does wonders. Meanwhile, Hades is calling her name, but she doesn't hear a word, until he snaps his fingers in front of her face. "Welcome back, Aisha." "Why are you staring at me like that?" he asks nervously. Snapping out of it, Aisha laughs, apologizes, and promises to focus on welcoming their guests. Hades, however, is a bit worried. Should she really meet them face to face? After all, it's her that the Holy Temple has their eyes on. But Aisha insists. She knows they won't dare try anything under Hades' watchful gaze. If they do, Hades says calmly, I'll turn them to ash. Aisha chuckles. Guess I just need to focus on figuring out what they're up to then. She assumes the High Priest must be too busy to tag along, until Hades drops a bombshell. The High Priest is here. If he showed up personally, that means your existence is a pretty big deal to them, Hades adds. In the original story, Mikhail Reigart was a major character after Abel and Deborah. To Abel, who lost his dad, Mikhail became a father figure. He also raised Deborah in the Holy Temple after rescuing her from an orphanage. Basically, he was a beacon of light, always guiding them whenever they lost their way. But something about him doesn't sit right with Hades and Aisha. They say not to judge a book by its cover, but no matter how much I looked, he didn't seem like a villain hiding an agenda, Hades admits. Not surprising. Most people associate light powers with holiness. And typically, only those with great holy powers inherit the High Priest position. But Mikhail? He's a strange exception. He doesn't even have Tier 1 magic. He rose to power purely through faith and devotion. And considering the story is called Persona, there's a solid 200% chance he's a villain in disguise. Aisha, gritting her teeth, decides to distrust everyone except Hades and Abel. She knows this world isn't as innocent as she once thought, and with her life on the line, she can't afford to be naive anymore. That's a smart way to see things, Hades says, offering his hand. Shall we get ready then? Aisha nods, vowing not to be fooled by the High Priest's angelic face. Never again. Or so she thinks. Because when Mikhail Reigart finally shows up, he looks like a literal angel descended from heaven. With his golden hair and deep blue eyes, he introduces himself with a sunny, bubbly smile. Is he really holy, or pure evil in disguise? Let the guessing game begin. Aisha can't help but stare at the High Priest in disbelief. The same Mikhail she read about in the novel, who was supposed to be a middle-aged man. Instead of some old priest, he looks like, well, like an archangel who casually descended to the world. With a graceful air, Mikhail speaks up, expressing his gratitude for the warm welcome. Then, he drops an unexpected tidbit. Unfortunately, None of our priests consume meat. Sometimes, we heal not just people, but livestock as well. And since we share their pain while treating them, eating meat becomes difficult for us. Who could eat a steak after hearing that? The awkward silence settles in as both of them suddenly lose their appetite. Hades quickly apologizes for not considering their dietary restrictions, but Mikhail smiles kindly and assures them it's fine. It's only natural for people to eat meat to stay healthy, he explains. Even we don't judge anyone who enjoys it. Then out of nowhere, Mikhail turns to Aisha and praises her beauty. Truly divine, he says, as if he's gazing at a holy maiden blessed by the heavens himself. Aisha practically glows at the compliment, thrilled to bits. Hades, on the other hand, stares at her with his usual deadpan expression. Even little Abel, who's quietly sitting at the table with a knife that's way too big for his tiny hands, isn't spared from Mikhail's attention. Noticing the struggle, Mikhail gently points it out, and Hades immediately orders his aide to bring Abel smaller cutlery. The high priest helps Abel with such fatherly grace that he and the boy look like a picture-perfect father-son duo. There's no trace of malice in his actions, just pure kindness. Aisha and Hades exchange uncertain glances. Maybe, just maybe, they've been overthinking their doubts about Mikhail. But then, Mikhail casually drops a bomb. Before visiting them, he had dinner with Baron Heathcliff. Which means, yep, he's already heard all about them. The Baron seems to have a hard time parting with his precious daughter, Mikhail says sympathetically. I can understand how he feels. Marriages bring joy, but sadly not everyone can celebrate them with a happy heart. Aisha and Hades brace themselves, waiting for whatever ominous comment is coming next. Instead, Mikhail beams and promises to fully support them in convincing the Baron. His radiant smile practically sparkles as he declares that their marriage would benefit the holy temple and bring happiness to everyone. Aisha and Hades are stunned. They didn't see that coming. Oh, and of course, Mikhail also lightly scolds Hades about Aisha's forced imprisonment. But he does it in such a gentle, dad-like way, shaking his head, sighing like a disappointed parent, that it's hard to take offense. With everything going on, Aisha can't help but notice how Mikhail seems exactly like the novel described him, a holy, righteous man who radiates piety. This throws her into even deeper confusion. Why does he seem so good-natured? Something feels off, but it's hard to pinpoint what. Meanwhile, Hades is also forced to reevaluate his stance on Aisha's confinement after everything that's happened. And boy, the high priest looks way too happy about that. Now, what's the real reason behind the priest's surprise visit to Aisha? Turns out, they came to offer her a holy baptism. According to them, this blessing can help restore her strength by transferring their holy power to her. Considering Aisha's famously delicate health, the high priest even brought the crème de la crème, top-tier priests, to ensure maximum effect. Talk about rolling out the red carpet. Holy baptism isn't just any ordinary blessing either. It contains the power of light, enchanted through sacred chants. At first glance, it might not seem like much, but Aisha knows better. Even spells with a faint trace of light power are considered extremely sacred, so this is no joke. But here's where it gets more serious. Mikhail didn't just bring any priests, he brought ones who've unlocked a second-tier spell, which takes this whole offer to the next level. Essentially, what they're offering Aisha is a full-on recovery ritual. Aisha, who tries to politely turn them down earlier, starts to reconsider after Mikhail insists and asks for her permission to proceed. After thinking it over, she reluctantly agrees. Besides, priests aren't exactly known for offensive abilities, and it's becoming harder and harder to doubt their good intentions. I'm truly honored that you've gone through all this trouble to hold a ritual for my future wife, Hades announces smoothly, flashing his usual regal confidence. There's nothing more prestigious than having our marriage blessed by the holy temple. And as luck would have it, I think I know the perfect spot for the baptism. I'd be glad to help you prepare. The high priest beams with delight. But before he can bask in it too long, Hades' tone turns icy as he adds, "So, I take it you won't mind me attending the baptism?" Uh-oh, the atmosphere just got a lot colder. The high priest, Mikhail, hesitates for a beat before explaining that holy baptisms are typically private affairs, led by temple priests, to maintain focus and reverence. Having an outsider present could, well, ruin the vibe. He trails off when he notices Hades' intense glare, then scrambles to backpedal. But of course, considering how important Lady Heathcliff is to your grace, we can make an exception. This time. Crisis averted for now. Before things can get awkward, Aisha steps in with a polite, diplomatic smile. "I truly appreciate that the priests have come all this way for my baptism. That said, I wouldn't want to disrupt any sacred traditions or accidentally offend our honored guests. I'm perfectly fine with the current arrangements, Your Grace." She even adds a playful wink to let Hades know she'll explain her plan later. Smooth, Aisha. Very smooth. With that settled, Hades reluctantly agrees and promises to show the priest the location he had in mind, after lunch, of course. Later, as Hades and Aisha stroll side by side, Hades cuts to the chase. "All right, so, what's your plan?" Aisha pauses, then asks him point blank. "What's your honest opinion about the high priest? Do you think Mikhail could be up to something shady?" Hades frowns thoughtfully. "I honestly don't know. He's so calm and polite that I had to fight the urge to grab him by the collar and interrogate him on the spot." "Yeah, if he's faking it, he's definitely got acting skills," Aisha agrees. She adds that although she had her doubts about Mikhail at first, seeing him in person made her reconsider. Still, she isn't about to let her guard down, especially since it's obvious the Holy Temple is hiding something. Aisha continues, "That's why we need to give them a little opportunity. They're not going to make any moves if you're always glued to my side." Yes, Aisha plans to use herself as bait. Before Hades can object, she points out that it's a logical move. Even if I give them the perfect chance to act, they'll still have a hard time pulling anything off. Why? Because they're in the Louvre mansion, where the priests are basically defenseless. Plus, word of their visit has probably spread, so any funny business could backfire spectacularly. Besides, Aisha reassures him, the only real threat to her is her exposed core, a secret known only by her family and Anne. Unless, of course, her father spilled the beans. But finger crossed that it wasn't the case. Aisha smiles and taps her wrist meaningfully. "Thanks to you, we don't have to worry about that anymore, right?" Hades chuckles. "True. They'd have to be suicidal to try anything that reckless." And so, the plan is set. Aisha will attend the baptism and keep a close eye on the priests. Meanwhile, Hades will stay outside the door, ready to jump in if needed. If anything goes wrong, Aisha promises to call for backup. Daddy Hades. Before Aisha can step inside, Hades gently grabs her hand. "Even if nothing suspicious happens, call me if you get a bad feeling. Investigating the temple is important, but your safety is my top priority." Aisha smiles sweetly. "Got it. I'll be careful." Aisha finds herself in Farnelli Hall, and wow, it's even more breathtaking than she imagined. Sure, she read about it in the book, but the real thing? Next level. At the end of the hall stands Mikhail, surrounded by priests, waiting for her arrival. "I thought His Grace would be with you," Mikhail comments with mild surprise. Aisha shrugs. "Oh, he's just being overprotective, as usual. It's not like I'm walking into a den of demonic beasts or anything." Mikhail chuckles, and then offers a suggestion. "It may be that he's uncomfortable with the fact that most of the priests here are men. Since this baptism involves physical contact, I can arrange for you to be baptized by a priestess instead, if you'd prefer." Aisha politely declines. That would defeat the whole point of investigating the priests, after all. Before the ceremony starts, Mikhail requests permission to offer a blessing in honor of her upcoming marriage to Hades. Aisha agrees, and without hesitation, Mikhail steps closer, gently places his forehead against hers, clasps her hands, and begins murmuring a prayer, never breaking eye contact. Aisha stays perfectly still, but internally, Her thoughts are racing. Is this part of the ceremony? Or is there something more to Mikhail's intense gaze? With Mikhail standing so close, Aisha couldn't help but notice something unusual. He wasn't wearing any perfume, yet there was this sweet, pleasant scent coming from him. Huh? Is this what they call the natural charm of a handsome man at church? Sister Rosalind, a priestess, was the one who first transferred holy energy to Aisha. The moment it flowed through her, Aisha felt like all the exhaustion and stress that had piled up until now was vanishing into thin air. What a cool experience. So this is what recovery magic feels like. Why can't life always be this refreshing? Aisha's eyes sparkled with excitement as her desire to learn that spell shot through the roof. Her enthusiasm wasn't exactly subtle, and the high priest totally noticed. That's the light's divine power, given only to the chosen. It's short of miraculous, he said calmly. Then, after a brief pause, he lowered his voice and added with a serious tone, "If I had the ability, I'd gladly share my energy with you as well. Unfortunately, I suspect I may have committed some serious sins in a past life. Is that a guilt, or just a little self-dramatization? Anyway, according to the original story, Mikhail actually couldn't use his powers back then. He felt a deep sense of helplessness and guilt because he wasn't able to protect Abel from the hardships he had endured. It was such an emotional part of the book that Aisha even cried while reading those chapters. No shame in that. Who wouldn't get teary-eyed? And yet, despite her suspicions earlier, Aisha starts wondering if maybe she is just overthinking things. Maybe the temple isn't as shady as she initially feared. Maybe it's just an ordinary holy organization after all. Next up is the last priest in line. Like before, Aisha tries to greet him politely. But this guy, silent. Just when she's starting to wonder what's up, the man locks eyes with her and suddenly reaches for her hand, but not where she expected. Instead, he grabs her wrist, tightly, too tightly. Aisha flinches, her face scrunching up in pain. Before she can process what's happening, the high priest grabs the same spot, the exact same wrist, making the ache even worse. But it's not just the pain that alarms her. A sudden memory flashes through her mind. Hades warning her about the jewel core hidden in her wrist. It hits her hard. If someone squeezes that spot with murderous intent, it could kill her instantly. And now, Aisha realizes something chilling. Mikhail, the high priest, knew about her weakness all along. Snapping out of it, Aisha yanks her hand back, ignoring Mikhail's concerned act as he asks if she's okay or if Priest Duncan offended her. Like she's falling for that. But she doesn't miss the calculating look on his face from earlier. He's clearly checking why she didn't drop dead on the spot. That's why he grabbed her wrist, to test her. Lady Heathcliff, allow me to apologize on Brother Duncan's behalf. Mikhail starts, sounding all smooth and apologetic. But Aisha's done playing along. No way she's falling for this charade again. Instead, she does the smartest thing she can think of, yells for Hades' name. And just like that, Hades makes the most dramatic entrance ever. With a flick of his hand, flames burst forward, shattering the door in front of him like it's made of paper. Talk about timing. Without a second thought, Aisha dashes straight into Hades' arms. He hugs her close, his expression dark and protective. What happened? His voice is calm, but there's an edge to it, like he's ready to burn the whole place down if she gives him the word. Meanwhile, Mikhail keeps up his innocent act, smoothly suggesting that everyone calm down. Misunderstandings between the Holy Temple and the Louvremont Duchy could cost dearly, he says with a pointed look. Then, turning to Aisha, he adds, "Please, Lady Heathcliff, explain what happened. If Brother Duncan offended you, I'll make sure he's disciplined." Does he seriously think Aisha's going to cover for him? Yeah, no. Instead, Aisha turns to Hades with the best reenactment skills ever. She plays it up like a little kid tattling to her dad, complete with an OE expression that gets her point across, loud and clear. Hades' jaw tightens. He turns to Mikhail, his gaze ice cold. "Care to explain what's going on here? Mikhail, unfazed, keeps up his smooth talk. Please, Duke, let's not jump to conclusions. You should hear my explanation first. Aisha suddenly feels a weird tension in the air, like something unseen is stirring. Mikhail launches into his excuse, insisting that Duncan meant no harm and that the whole thing is just a misunderstanding. He even offers to reprimand Duncan personally, if Aisha was really offended. Aisha, watching the scene, is confident Hades won't buy it. No matter how clever Mikhail's excuses are, Hades isn't the type to be fooled. Or so she thinks. I see, Hades says, his tone oddly mild. So all he did was grip your wrist a bit too hard? That's it? Maybe it's his first time performing this kind of ritual on a lady. Surely you can cut him some slack, unless it really hurt that much. What? Is Hades serious right now? How could he forget that her jewel core is in that exact spot? Before she can even argue, Priestess Rosalind steps in. May I examine Lady Heathcliff more closely? She asks. And to Aisha's shock, Hades agrees, just like that. It seems Lady Heathcliff is in shock, Hades says after a moment. Then I must ask that her baptism be stopped. May she return to her chambers? He says politely, like it's no big deal. Mikhail, of course, agrees immediately. Why wouldn't he? Everything's working out in his favor, and that apply for Duncan's punishment too. As Aisha walks away, one question burns in her mind. What in the world is happening here? I say that smug expression from Mikhail definitely holds some hidden meaning, and I don't like it one bit. The moment Aisha and Hades are finally alone, Aisha doesn't hold back. With a deadpan expression and eyes that scream, I'm done with this nonsense. She demands an explanation, straight to the point. What was he even thinking earlier? But even as she lays out her suspicions, Hades keeps acting weird. It's like his brain has hit a glitch and is set on defending the priest, no matter what she says. Aisha sighs deeply, realizing that arguing won't get them anywhere. Hades is like a scratched record, stuck repeating the same answer, as if someone's reprogrammed him. Brainwashed, maybe? Then, a light bulb moment flickers in Aisha's mind. Before she dives deeper into her thoughts, Hades, looking all concerned, asks if she's okay. She casually brushes him off, saying she needs some alone time to think. Oh, and one more thing. He has to avoid confronting the priest for now, and should wait for her in his room. She even promises to visit him once she's sorted things out. Though he's reluctant, Hades agrees. But as soon as the door clicks shut, it's game time for Aisha. She whips out her trusty quill and gets to work. Let the theory crafting marathon begin. Theory number 1. Hades is under a brainwashing spell. Judging by his odd behavior, Aisha is pretty sure that's exactly what's going on. The mastermind behind it all? High Priest Mikhail. Now, here's where things get serious. Brainwashing is a Tier 1 spell that lets the caster plant commands into someone's mind, influencing their behavior. The catch? The caster has to make direct eye contact to implant the command, and the effect only lasts for a short time, unless they keep repeating the spell. If that happens enough, the brainwashing becomes almost permanent. Suddenly, a scene from the novel pops into Aisha's mind. Abel once described Mikhail as someone who always made him feel calm. He would tell me to look him in the eyes, Abel had said, and whenever I did, it felt like I could forget all the horrors of war and the demonic beasts, like all my fear just vanished. Aisha's eyes widen as the pieces click together. Wait, could Mikhail have been brainwashing Abel too? This is worse than she thought. Moving on to Tier 2 spells, necromancy. This allows the caster to control corpses instead of the living. Creepy, right? But since that part was never fully confirmed in the novel, Aisha decides to put it on the back burner for now. Then there's the ultimate spell, mind domination, the third and final tier. With this power, the caster can control multiple people at once, issue endless commands, and no longer needs eye contact or time limits. It's total mind control, plain and simple. Aisha gulps, trying to stay calm. Maybe this is all just wild speculation. right? After all, in the novel, Mikhail Reigart is portrayed as a benevolent high priest who supposedly can't wield the power of light. Here's the twist, though. In their empire, most people can hide their elemental core by the time they're 10 years old. Unless someone openly displays their powers, no one would know what element they possess. Which also means that there's no proof that Mikhail has light powers at all. In fact, what if he's actually a user of the dark element? The same spells Aisha's been analyzing, brainwashing, necromancy, mind domination, all belong to the darkness attribute. Talk about irony. The author really pulled a fast one there. Still, Aisha isn't exactly a fool either. She may not be as smart as the author, but she's got brains, and she's ready to cook up a plan. After all, as the saying goes, know your enemy, know yourself, and you won't fear the outcome of 100 battles. Preparation is key. Since Mikhail kept trying to make eye contact with both her and Hades earlier, Aisha figures he hasn't unlocked the final tier of his dark attribute yet. As for why he's so desperate to get rid of her, maybe because she's the only person who could probably break his brainwashing spell, once she fully unlocks her own powers or learns the nullification spell. Yep. It's pretty much confirmed at this point that Aisha is really the reincarnation of the Holy Maiden. With all her brainstorming done, Aisha decides it's time to check on Hades. She opens her door, and there he is, standing right outside, looking utterly shocked. Looks like Aisha and Hades had a little too much caffeine. Their wide-eyed expressions say it all. Anyway, back to business. Aisha wastes no time and pulls Hades into her room. Then, without warning, Aisha does some wall slamming. Hades panics, eyes wide as saucers. What's gotten into you? He stammers. The dark element's brainwashing power is terrifying. It's so strong that it can even affect someone as powerful as Hades. But here's the interesting part. Aisha wasn't brainwashed back then. Mostly because she's Abella's reincarnation and unknowingly nullified the effects, which sounds plausible. And now, Aisha thinks it's time for a little experiment to confirm her theory. Who's her lucky lab rat? None other than Hades himself. Your Grace, don't worry. I'll free you from the spell, Aisha says, all confident, then adds, just trust me. I'm going to try something new. You just need to stay still, okay? Her plan? Reenact how Deborah used to purify Abel's mental backlash by touching his forehead. Simple, right? Well, there's a slight hiccup. Hades is way too tall. Without missing a beat, Aisha flicks her finger like she's summoning a puppy and tells Hades to lean down. Hades, confused and maybe a bit embarrassed, starts to protest, but Aisha brushes it off. We don't have time for questions, she insists. Hades leans down reluctantly, and Aisha presses her forehead to his, closing her eyes to concentrate her mana. Meanwhile, our clueless Duke seems a bit distracted. His hands fidget to hold Aisha's waist, and before you know it, his gaze zeroes in on Aisha's beautiful face. His thoughts? Probably something along the lines of she's so close. And then, he leans in more and kisses her. Hooray for their first kiss. Aisha's eyes fly open, only to find Hades' lips on hers. It's totally a romantic scene, until suddenly her head starts pounding. Out of nowhere, a voice screams in her head, "No! You're going to betray him! Get away!" And she instinctively shoves Hades back. Both of them freeze. Hades looks confused and concerned, while Aisha clutches her head as another wave of pain hits her. A second voice rings in her mind, filled with sorrow. Even if my soul perishes, my memories will live on. I love you. I will always love you. Hades, clearly worried, tries to reach out to her again, but Aisha's body moves on its own and... slap! She swats his hand away. Don't touch me, she blurts, shocked by her own reaction. What's happening to her? Aisha realizes something seriously wrong. Your Grace, I don't know what's going on, she stammers, trying to explain. Before Aisha could finish her thoughts, a sharp pain shot through her again, and suddenly, memories began flooding her mind. In her vision, she heard a man's voice, deep and filled with sorrow. "I will wait for you, I promise. This time I won't forget you, even if nothing changes." A woman's voice answered, trembling with emotion. "That's right. Nothing will change. You'll love me, as I'll love you. And then eventually, you'll kill me again. But that's okay. As long as I die by your hands, I'll be happy, just like I've always been." She was crying, yet she still smiled at him, as if that twisted fate didn't scare her anymore. The man's eyes filled with despair. "Please, don't remember. It will only hurt more." But the woman insisted, tears cascading down her face. "No, I'll remember you, no matter what. So please, don't forget our promise. I'm at peace now, and I'll wait for you." The man, his deep blue eyes brimming with sadness, gazed at her and softly whispered, "Ergo, te amo, Abela." At that moment, Aisha's heart skipped a beat. Her body remembered those words. Abela's memories were flowing through her. And that man with the deep blue eyes? He was Abela Heathcliff's lover. Great. So now she's supposed to carry out Abela's last wish. For her ex-boyfriend? What kind of legacy is this, Abela? Just then, Aisha snapped back to reality, her trance broken by Hades's voice. He was watching her with a face full of concern. "Are you feeling all right?" he asked, looking genuinely worried. Aisha quickly assured him, "Oh, yeah, I just had a little headache earlier, but I'm fine now. No need to worry." Still blushing a little, Hades coughed awkwardly and muttered, "Ahem. Well, I was just worried. About earlier. I think I may have been a bit too hasty." Aisha's cheeks turned pink too. "Not at all. I mean, it wasn't exactly planned, but, it felt pretty good. So, maybe, let's try it again sometime?" "Agreed. Yes, please continue. No complaints here." But Aisha quickly reminded herself that she needed to calm down and stop obsessing over Abela's memories for now. Right now, her priority was undoing the brainwashing spell cast on Hades. She was just about to continue their little moment when, bam! Loud, frantic banging erupted from the door, startling them both. Who on earth was making that racket? Before they could react, a guard shouted from outside the door, "Lady Heathcliff, the High Priest is here to see you. Now? Seriously?" Judging from the guard's intense tone, and the fact that he was completely ignoring Hades' commands, it was pretty clear he'd been brainwashed to open the door no matter the consequences. And just like that, the High Priest walks in, totally uninvited. Mikhail politely greets Hades, pretending like he didn't just barge in uninvited. "Oh, excuse me, Your Grace. I didn't realize you were here too," he says with a nervous look. But Hades is in no mood for pleasantries. "Now that you do, maybe it's best you listen to what I'm saying and wait in your room," Hades retorts sharply. Mikhail, not one to be intimidated easily, holds his ground. "I'm only here to sincerely apologize to Lady Heathcliff," he explains. Hades narrows his eyes, immediately suspicious. It's obvious to him that Mikhail used this as an excuse to see Aisha, and that thought alone ticks him off. "You're just as stubborn and insane as my guard over there," Hades comments with a cold glare. Now cornered, Mikhail realizes he needs to explain his real reason for being there. But before he can even begin, Hades raises a warning. "You better have a solid explanation, High Priest, because if this turns out to be a waste of time, you'll regret disrespecting me and barging into my fiancé's space." It's clear Hades isn't playing around, and honestly, Mikhail knows he's lucky Hades even let him finish that sentence. Trying to stay calm, Mikhail speaks again, this time more seriously. "Earlier, during the baptizing ritual, we detected something unusual about Lady Heathcliff," he says. Then, he casually drops the bomb. "Are you familiar with Abela Heathcliff, the holy maiden who prophesied her return 500 years after her death?" Hades raises an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Of course I know. And I also know about your close relationship with Baron Heathcliff, thanks to that ridiculous fairy tale about the reincarnation of a holy maiden." His sarcasm is sharp, and Mikhail feels it, but he presses on. He admits that the Holy Maiden's return isn't just a blessing, it's also a potential sign of disaster. Because of that, the temple has been wary of Abela's reincarnation for centuries. Hades is instantly irritated. So, you mean to say the temple's been scared for so long that it's okay for you to commit crimes and give an innocent girl a mana inhibitor? His voice drops so cold it could freeze the room, and for a second, it looks like he's ready to shoot another fireball. At this point, Mikhail has no choice but to drop his biggest claim yet. He states, Lady Heathcliff is the reincarnation of the Holy Maiden. According to him, this means she's automatically affiliated with the Holy Temple, and if the royal family acknowledges her status, she would have to be protected by law. Mikhail continues his grand speech. As the High Priest of the Crescentia Empire, I must inform the royal family of the Holy Maiden's return. It's my divine duty to escort Lady Heathcliff to the Holy Temple. He even claims that they found traces of holy energy within Aisha, and that there are multiple witnesses to back him up. Turns out that the so-called baptizing ritual was actually a trap set by the temple for Aisha and Hades. But Hades won't let Mikhail take Aisha away that easily, no matter how many proofs or witnesses he has. Unfortunately, Mikhail adds one more piece to the trap, the ultimate test. He explains that a holy maiden can deflect and nullify any magical spell cast on her. If Aisha truly is the reincarnated maiden, she would remain unharmed no matter how many priests cast spells on her. At that, Hades slams his fist on the table. Did you just suggest that I harm my own future wife? Coming from someone who's supposed to be the embodiment of good in the Empire, that's pretty twisted, he says, glaring daggers at Mikhail. Mikhail apologizes for his poor choice of words, but insists that they need to confirm Aisha's identity. We're certain she's the Holy Maiden, Your Grace, and I hope we can find another way to settle this matter peacefully. Hades, still fuming but ever the strategist, agrees to one thing. Go ahead, inform the royal family. But until we hear back from them, neither you nor the temple has any right to take her. Then, with his signature smug expression, he adds, If you thought you could just waltz in here, snatch my fiancé, and escape before hearing from the royal family, you're either hopelessly naive or just plain stupid. He lets that sink in before making his next point crystal clear. Even if the royal family does recognize her as the Holy Maiden, I have no interest in following any decree that takes her away from me. Mikhail stares at him in shock. Why would you go so far as to defy the royal family just to keep her by your side? He asks, genuinely confused. Without missing a beat, Hades replies, Because I'm going to marry her. That declaration leaves Aisha blushing so hard she might as well be a tomato. She's utterly overwhelmed, thinking to herself how lucky she is to have a man like Hades who's so fiercely protective and, well, husband material. Big check, girl. Meanwhile, Hades waves Mikhail off as if he's shooing away an annoying fly. Still stunned by Hades' earlier declaration, struggles to process the sudden turn of events. Since when did Hades and Aisha become so close that the Duke would defy heaven and earth just to marry her? As if deliberately rubbing salt in Mikhail's wounded pride, or just having a little too much fun. Hades leans toward Aisha with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tell me, how long have you been chasing after me? He asks smoothly. Aisha, blushing, then responds, It's been 5 years. With a self-satisfied smirk, Hades throws Mikhail a final jab. So, long story short, we're in a deep, loving relationship that goes way beyond anything you could ever comprehend, High Priest. Hope that clears things up. If Mikhail looked shocked before, now he appears downright betrayed. His expression says it all, like Aisha just shattered his world into tiny pieces. Then, a sudden sharp pain crashes into her head. She clutches her temples as a strange voice echoes in her mind. This time, I'll remember you no matter what. Even if you forget me or get tired of waiting, I'll keep my promise. Before Hades can reach her, Mikhail seizes Aisha's hand, and in that moment, something shifts. A vivid flash of memory overwhelms Aisha as she recalls a scene from Abela's past. Abella's lover had held her hand just like this, and whispered something heartbreakingly familiar. Ergo, te amo, Mikhail murmurs softly, his gaze piercing as he looks straight into Aisha's eyes. In the novel, Deborah once explained to Abel that this line was passed down from their ancestor, the great dragon Gaionia. The high priest had told Deborah to use those sacred words only when she found the person she loved more than anyone else in the world. In other words, it meant, I love you, in an ancient language. Well, that's Hades' cue. Without hesitation, he conjures another fireball, this one burning with murderous intent, and this time, it's aimed directly at Mikhail. I'll give you a few seconds to say your last words, Hades growls. Because after that, my next attack will incinerate you down to your soul. The scorching smell of burning flesh fills the air, a clear sign that Hades is beyond furious. He's dead serious about turning Mikhail to ash. Mikhail just stares, stunned, unable to speak. Hades, unimpressed, tightens his grip on his fiery magic. No last words? How tragic. Guess it's time to send you straight to the afterlife. But just as Hades prepares to deliver the final blow, Aisha's gaze falls on Mikhail, and suddenly, that mysterious voice in her head speaks again. He's in pain. I have to save him. Without thinking, Aisha races toward Mikhail, ignoring both Hades and Mikhail's earlier warnings to stay far away from the flames. Her instincts take over as the voice whispers again, I've saved so many lives, but why can't I save the one I love? At that moment, Aisha's hand begins to glow with a soft, radiant light. As she reaches out to Mikhail, the fire around him vanishes, completely nullified by her divine energy. The flames die down, leaving nothing but stunned silence in their wake. As Mikhail watches her, he suddenly sees a vision of Abella in Aisha's place. Tears streak Abella's face as she gazes at him with heartbreaking sorrow. I love you. I'll love you forever, she whispers through the vision. The fire fades completely, and Aisha collapses, drained and exhausted. She can barely lift her head, feeling as though her mana has been completely depleted, as if she unconsciously used her power to absorb and extinguish the flames. When she finally looks up, she finds Mikhail staring at her, his face just inches away. His expression holds no doubt, only absolute certainty. Mikhail is indeed confirmed as Abella's past lover. Yep, 100% and no more room for debate. I have no last words, so go ahead and take my life like you've planned. Mikhail finally breaks his silence, his voice calm, as if he's already accepted his fate. Hades isn't one to hold back. Oh, don't worry. I've been storing up mana all this time just for that, he snaps, clearly not in the mood for theatrics. Instead of flinching, Mikhail shrugs casually, like Hades' death threat is just background noise. So, you're finally admitting it, huh? Then, without missing a beat, he dives into a lecture as if they're not on the brink of a magical duel. That counterforce suppressing your mana right now, it's said to be a miracle granted to those who've unlocked the light attribute abilities. Honestly, I'm surprised to see it with my own eyes. Wide-eyed, completely baffled. She tries to protest, but Mikhail is already on a roll. It's a blessing in disguise, he continues, ignoring her confusion. You'll have to accept it. Lady Heathcliff has awakened as the saint. A most fortunate turn of events, Your Grace. This will make everything move along much faster. We'll be taking Lady Heathcliff to the temple. And just when it seems like he's about to carry Aisha off like some ancient relic, Mikhail suddenly stops mid-sentence. Something seems to click in his head as he finally looks at her properly. His expression softens, and he sighs. It seems I got ahead of myself. I acted out of line and didn't consider Lady Heathcliff's own wishes. He pauses, looking genuinely regretful. I was blinded by the fact that she awakened as the prophesied saint, and in doing so, I've been terribly disrespectful to both of you. I apologize. My actions were inexcusable. He turns back to Hades and bows slightly. For now, I'll delay submitting the petition to the Imperial Court until further notice. Then, glancing at Aisha again, he adds, The choice is yours, Lady Heathcliff. If you wish to return to the Holy Temple, that's for you to decide, freely. But if you've found true happiness here, and if you truly love the Duke, there's nothing more I could ask for. Once the High Priest finally leaves, the atmosphere grows tense, heavier, as if a chaotic storm had just passed, but left lingering thunderclouds. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why. Aisha knows exactly what caused this shift. Her reckless decision to jump in and save Mikhail, only to nullify Hades' attack completely. The worst part? She hadn't even meant to do it. But whether it was intentional or not, there's no denying what happened. And now, for the first time, Aisha can fully accept that both she and Abella coexist within her. Aisha flinches the second Hades calls her name, her nerves on edge. She immediately blurts out a sincere apology, hoping to smooth things over. Unfortunately, this time, Hades isn't letting it go so easily. If you'd just told me that you couldn't bear to watch me roast a high priest alive right in front of you, I would have understood, he says coolly, his steps slow and deliberate as he walks toward her. His eyes stay locked on hers as he adds, "But no, you didn't say anything. Instead, you used nullification, even though you just unlocked the ability. And then you kept it from me. Frankly, I find it disturbing that you hid something like that." Aisha panics. "No, Your Grace. This is a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to hide it, really. I didn't even know I could—" Hades cuts her off before she can finish. "Fine. If you want me to believe you discovered nullification for the first time by accident, I'll believe it." He leans down, his intense gaze narrowing as he meets her eyes head-on. "But what I can't accept is you lying to me. You told me you didn't know anyone from the Holy Temple. By your account, this should have been your first time meeting the High Priest." Aisha nods quickly, insisting that it really was her first time seeing Mikhail. But Hades just gives her that doubtful look, the kind that makes it painfully obvious he isn't convinced. "So, I'm supposed to believe that's all there is to it?" His voice is calm, but there's an edge beneath it. "Another man just casually confessed his love for you, right in front of me, and I'm supposed to brush it off like it's nothing? How exactly am I supposed to come to terms with that?" Aisha freezes, guilt washing over her. She knows she should deny it, should say something, anything to reassure him. But looking at Hades now, seeing how hurt he is, she realizes it's too late for excuses. His trust in her is already shaken. And objectively speaking, hasn't she always been a suspicious person? From the very beginning, Hades had no real reason to trust her. Yet, despite his doubts, he accepted her anyway. He even confessed that he'd sacrifice his life to protect her. And what has she done in return? Has she ever truly opened up to him? Memories flash through Aisha's mind, moments they shared together, his sweet smile the first time they held hands, the quiet warmth in his eyes when he looked at her. And in that moment, Aisha makes a decision. No more secrets. It's time to come clean. Because if there's one thing she has to do, it's repay Hades for the unconditional trust he's given her. "I know. It must be hard to believe anything I say." Aisha begins nervously. "If you were the same Duke I heard about before I came here, I'd probably be dead already. I guess I should be thankful you didn't kill me on the spot for being so suspicious." But Hades calmly says, "You've got it all wrong," he replies, his voice steady. Sitting down, he looks at her and reveals something unexpected, a painful truth. "You know, even if Abel ever turned his back on me or betrayed me, I wouldn't have the strength to hurt him. I didn't realize it back when I first took him in, but that's my weakness. And the same applies to you. Even if you betray me, I will never betray you." Aisha is stunned. She blinks in disbelief, trying to process his words. Why would he say something like that? They hadn't even known each other that long. Hades' reasoning is as firm as his gaze. "Even if trusting you leads to betrayal, even if it costs me everything and ends in my downfall, I won't regret it. I'll blame myself for trusting you, but never you." Without waiting for a response, he quietly walks over to Aisha, lifts her effortlessly into his arms, and gently places her on the soft couch. Then, leaning closer, he holds her gaze, his expression unreadable. Aisha's heart races, but she focuses on the task at hand. She silently prays that the small amount of mana she has left will be enough to nullify the brainwashing spell Hades is under. As her forehead touches his, a soft light envelops them both, and Hades' memories come rushing back in vivid flashes. When the light fades, Hades' calm demeanor is gone, replaced by simmering rage. His eyes narrow, and his jaw clenches as he grits his teeth. Those fiends, those filthy, deceitful mongrels, how dare they come into my castle, pretend to be noble, and almost succeed with their disgusting plan? His fury is palpable. Aisha quickly steps in, explaining everything she knows, from when and how he was brainwashed to the truth behind the spell. Hades processes her words in seconds, his sharp mind piecing it all together like a puzzle. In no time, he reaches the chilling conclusion. One of the priests must be a dark attribute user, and there's only one person it could be: the high priest, Mikhail. Seriously, his deduction speed is impressive. It's like watching a genius-level strategist at work. Seeing how shaken Hades is by the revelation, Aisha tries to calm him down. "Don't worry too much. There's a way to protect yourself from being brainwashed again." Since the Empire's knowledge of dark magic is limited, Aisha offers to explain everything she knows. After all, she's read the original novel and understands the abilities of dark attribute users better than anyone else. Her first piece of advice? Never make eye contact with the High Priest. She explains that the High Priest casts his brainwashing spell by locking eyes with his target and can only control one person at a time. Until that spell is broken, he can't brainwash anyone else. She also warns that now that Mikhail knows she's unlocked her full potential, he'll likely assume she'll nullify Hades' brainwashing. But since this ability can apply one person at a time, this means he probably won't try to brainwash Hades again for now. But just to be safe, Hades must avoid looking Mikhail in the eyes. As if that's not enough, Aisha adds another useful fact. Dark magic users can't force their victims to commit suicide, so at least Hades doesn't have to worry about that. Even so, Aisha admits she's still in the dark about Mikhail's ultimate goal. "You'll have to be extra cautious from now on," she advises, her tone serious. Hades sighs, his frustration clear. "I feel like an idiot. I don't even know who you are anymore. You seem different." "I'm still me," Aisha admits quietly. Her voice trembles as she continues. "It's true that this body is the reincarnation of Abel Heathcliff, but the real me isn't her." She pauses for a moment before looking up to meet his gaze. "I don't expect you to trust me right away, but can you at least hear me out?" She takes a deep breath, gathering her courage. "The truth is, I experienced death 3 years ago. I've never told anyone this. I don't have the memories I should have had before my death. Everything about my life as Aisha Heathcliff, the life I supposedly lived until I turned 18, is gone. I don't remember any of it. But somehow, I wasn't afraid. I adjusted. You know why?" Her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Because even though I don't have my childhood memories as Aisha Heathcliff, I do remember the life I lived in my past world, up to the moment of my death. You probably think I'm completely insane, and I get it. It sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. I'm telling you this because I've decided not to keep any more secrets from you, Your Grace." Aisha's voice wavers as she continues, baring her heart. "At first, I thought it would all work out somehow, even though I knew I wasn't like the others. But now, I don't know anymore. I'm not Abella Heathcliff. I don't have her memories. The memories I have belong to me, and me alone." Tears well up in her eyes as she makes her final confession. "And I don't want to be the Holy Maiden. I just want to be myself." With a shaky breath, Aisha lifts her head and meets Hades' gaze, tears streaming down her face. Her voice breaks as she asks, "Your Grace, who am I supposed to be?" For a moment, there's silence. Then Hades speaks, and what he says catches Aisha completely off guard. "Aisha, right now I want to kiss you." Before she can even process his words, Hades is already walking toward her. He kneels in front of her, his face serious but soft. "Answer me this," he says, his voice low. "In the memories of your past life, were you in love with Mikhail Reigart?" Aisha is utterly confused by the sudden question. "If I say yes, will you not kiss me?" she asks hesitantly. But Hades just waves it off like it doesn't matter. "Surely you jest. I care not what answer you give me." Then, without waiting any longer, he leans closer. Closer and closer. Aisha's heart pounds wildly in her chest. But when she softly says, "No," Hades closes the distance between them, sealing her lips with his. Their kiss is deep, passionate, and full of unspoken emotions, so intense that by the time they pull away, they're both out of breath. "That was amazing. I'll give you credit. You're a pretty good kisser. But, should we really be this relaxed right now?" Aisha asks, her voice teasing but a little unsure. "I couldn't think of a better way to comfort you," Hades replies smoothly, still leaning closer, his intense gaze locked on hers. Aisha blinks. "Wait, are you saying you kissed me just to console me? Not because you wanted to?" Her innocent tone hides the sly glint in her eyes. Blushing a little, Hades confesses, "Not exactly. I did want to kiss you." Turning her face away to hide her own blush, Aisha remarks casually, "Well, since we're being honest, I guess the rumors are true. You're not bad at kissing, thanks to all those ladies before me." Oops. Did that sound a bit jealous? Is our simp queen low-key territorial here? Hades flinches. "What? When did I ever say that? I just said there were women following me, not that I did anything with them." His panicked denial is almost too cute. But Aisha, clearly having fun, keeps teasing him. Are you sure about that? Because, well, you are pretty good at this." Instead of backing down, Hades confidently says, "Of course I am." No hesitation. The man knows his worth, huh? Aisha smiles to herself. She realizes this kiss wasn't just a moment of weakness. Hades is showing her that he's decided to trust her, even after everything. Still, she reminds herself not to get too distracted. The memories from her past life are what really matter. Though, well, that kiss was divine. That kiss. Anyway, shouldn't we focus? We can't just let the high priest escape like that, Aisha says, trying to steer things back on track. "Don't worry, I've already taken care of that." Classic Hades, always in control. "Oh, by the way, Your Grace," Aisha starts. "Do you sense mana when your opponents use it? Because I felt something earlier. Every time the high priest cast his brainwashing spell, and especially when you were about to, roast him alive." Hades nods thoughtfully. "It's natural for someone like you to notice it more right now. You're not used to handling large amounts of mana yet, but the more you use it, the duller your senses become. That even happens to me." "Wait, so people like Hades might not notice danger until it's already too late? That sounds pretty risky." "Since you've hardly ever used mana before today, your senses are still sharp," Hades explains. "But once you get used to it, you might lose that awareness. And if you rely too much on your nullification ability, you'll become even more vulnerable." He pauses for emphasis before adding, "That's why I think you should stick to Tier 1 spells for now. Don't overuse mana. Even if brainwashing doesn't work on you, it's better to sense threats before they happen." Aisha listens carefully and smiles. "Got it. I'll be careful," she promises, appreciating his concern. Hades then dives into a more detailed explanation. He explains that a person's mana pool can grow over time if they unlock the full potential of their element. However, there's usually a natural limit, except for rare cases like Aisha, who somehow unlocked her full powers instantly. After his long explanation, Hades has a question for her. Is brainwashing the first spell that dark attribute users usually learn? Aisha nods. Yeah, it is. But luckily, it seems like Mikhail hasn't unlocked the full power of the dark element yet. She goes on to explain something even more alarming. The ultimate potential of dark attribute users, mind domination. Unlike brainwashing, this terrifying ability allows the user to completely control someone's mind, even commanding them to end their own life if they wish. Hades is stunned. His usual cool demeanor falters for a moment as the horrifying implications sink in. He realizes that even killing the caster wouldn't undo the mind control. Of course that unless someone nullifies it. Hades lets out a frustrated sigh. With this new revelation, he realizes that killing Mikhail isn't an option. It's just too risky. Hades suspects that Mikhail might use the royal family as his backup plan, and considering how closely the royals associate with the Holy Temple, it wouldn't be shocking if Mikhail has already brainwashed some of them. Of course, Hades isn't afraid of the royal family, but he can't deny how annoying it would be to deal with them. The bigger question is, what exactly is Mikhail's endgame? Is he aiming for world domination, like a typical power-hungry villain? Or does he want the throne? At this point, Hades just doesn't know. Aisha, however, is confident about one thing. Mikhail's goal isn't as simple as becoming the ultimate ruler of the empire. In the original storyline, he never caused political upheaval or challenged the crown. There must be something else at play here. I really need Mikhail's point of view at this point. Seriously, I just want to scream at my screen and demand answers already. Fortunately, time is on our side, Aisha says. We've got 10 years before the High Priest unlocks the full mastery of his powers. At least he won't be able to use mind control until Abel comes of age. She suddenly stops mid-sentence, realizing she might have said too much. Hades' reaction makes it clear. She's just outed herself. It's obvious she knows more about the future than she should. Aisha sighs and decides to come clean. She tries to explain how she knows all this, starting with her past life. But Hades cuts her off, leaving her confused. You're just going to trust me without even hearing my explanation? She protests, ready to scold him for being so reckless. But before she can get another word out, Hades literally covers her mouth with his hand. I trust you, he says calmly. You don't have to tell me everything right now. I believe in you. Aisha freezes. She panics internally, worrying that Hades might have misunderstood and assumed there's some dramatic love story between her and Mikhail in her past life. No way, she has to explain herself. She tries to speak, but Hades still has his hand over her mouth, like he's guarding a secret. Not having it, Aisha yanks his hand away and blurts, Listen here, I've never even met that high priest in my past life, okay? In fact, I've never even been with a guy before, period. I'm a little embarrassed to admit it, but it's true. Hades blinks. His earlier confusion melts away, replaced by pure joy. And wow, he looks adorable right now. Hades reassures her again. Just so you know, my trust in you has nothing to do with that. I have complete faith in you, Aisha. You don't have to explain your past right now. Aisha doesn't have time to reply because Hades shifts back into serious mode. Before leaving, he tells her to stay in her room while he contacts some trusted allies to prepare for whatever plans he's cooking up against Mikhail and the Holy Temple. At first, Aisha hesitates. Staying here alone doesn't exactly sound safe, and she'd rather stick by Hades' side. But before she can argue, he gently but firmly tells her that he needs time to think. With one last look, he says, Wait for me here. I won't let that high priest lay a finger on you. I'll be back. As soon as Hades leaves Aisha's room, he switches into full-on command mode. He immediately orders the guards to secure her door at all times. No exceptions. Additional guards are stationed near the priests' rooms, and they're given strict instructions to surround the priests and make sure they don't even dare look anyone in the eye. And because Hades is not the type to take chances, he adds another layer of protection, posting plenty of assassins around the castle's perimeter. You know, just in case. Lastly, Hades orders that any reports concerning the High Priest's actions be sent directly to him immediately. He's leaving no stone unturned. Back in his office, Hades is deep in thought when Abel suddenly walks in, looking worried. "Father, I heard something happened at Farnelly Hall. Where is Lady Heathcliff? Is she okay? Can I visit her? What exactly happened?" Abel's questions come one after another, but Hades doesn't answer any of them. Instead, he asks something completely different. "Abel, do you remember the woman who took care of you back in Ovitus? Did you notice anything strange about her, besides the fact that she looked after you?" Abel blinks, surprised by the question. He admits that while he remembers the woman, he doesn't know much about her. The only thing that really stood out was how, whenever she was around, they seemed to encounter a lot more monsters and demons than usual. But no matter how dangerous things got, she always protected him. "She never really talked to me unless she absolutely had to," Abel adds thoughtfully. Then, as if something just clicked in his memory, Abel says, "Oh, I do remember one thing. Once I asked her what I should call her, and she told me her name. Xenos. I think that's what she said." He shrugs a little, explaining that because they barely spoke, he didn't even get the chance to call her by name. Ovidus. Just hearing that name makes Hades' expression darken. It's a desolate wasteland that was destroyed by the sudden appearance of demonic beasts. That's also where Hades first met Abel, and the mysterious woman who was with him that day. As the memories resurface, Hades recalls the chilling warning the woman had given him. A woman will appear before Abel one day. If she claims she remembers her past life, kill her on the spot. You must kill her without hesitation. She's destined to kill Abel. The woman's voice had been firm, almost ominous. "Remember this," she continued. "Those who remember their past lives must not exist in this world under any circumstances. They are fiends, cursed by the dragon god, Gaionia, wielders of the dark element." But why? What secret does Aisha's past life hold? And what exactly is Hades planning to do now that he knows this terrifying prophecy? Inside a tightly guarded room, Mikhail, the high priest, sat lost in thought. Every move he made, even a simple twitch, was being closely monitored and immediately reported to Hades. But what exactly was weighing on his mind so heavily? Oh, nothing much. Just the fact that he regretted not killing Aisha sooner. But why would a high priest of all people want to kill Aisha, who just so happens to be the reincarnation of his past lover? Well, brace yourself. This is where things get messy. A long time ago, back when the world was just beginning, there were no humans with dark element powers. In fact, anyone who did wield the dark element was rumored to be cursed by the dragon god, Gaionia. But that wasn't the real story. The truth? They were actually God's most beloved children. Mikhail Reigart, or rather, Ignis, was one of these favored humans. That is, until everything went horribly wrong. Because Ignis committed the unforgivable sin, killing his own lover. As punishment, the dragon god cursed him. "You will remember all your sins. You will suffer endlessly, helpless as you foresee the destruction caused by your hands. And because of your cursed powers, you will be isolated from the rest of the world." And that was how Ignis became the very first cursed child of the dark element. A tragic soul doomed to repeat the same horrific fate. Every time his lover was reincarnated, Ignis was forced to kill them with his own hands. It didn't matter who they became, a warrior, a frail noblewoman, or someone entirely different. The result was always the same, a tragic, inevitable death. Yet, strangely enough, none of them ever resented Ignis. Every one of them loved him so deeply that they were willing to die by his hands. Abella, the holy maiden Ignis encountered during his time as a priest, was yet another reincarnation of his ill-fated lover. Ignis desperately tried to push down his feelings, hoping to avoid the same tragic end. But Abella wasn't oblivious. She could clearly see the love shining in his eyes, no matter how much he tried to mask it. With every life, every death, and every loss, Ignis's sanity slowly unraveled. He remembered everything. Every life he had lived, every love he had lost, and every sin he had committed. Eventually, he reached his breaking point and begged the dragon god for mercy. "I'm sorry. Please, Father, stop this. Why does she have to suffer just for loving me? Why must she die at my hands again and again?" But no answer came. Nothing changed. And so, Ignis reached a grim conclusion. "Fine. If I'm destined to love you, remember you, kill you, and suffer because of it, so be it. But please, don't suffer. Don't love me. Don't even cross paths with me. If I had killed you before with my sinful hands, maybe that would have been the happiest ending for us." That's why he made a plan to kill Aisha before the curse could ruin her life again. With help from her father, he fed her a mana suppressor, thinking it was the only way to save her from more pain. On the flip side, Hades had his own problems. He kept recalling a warning from a mysterious woman he met in Avitus, but something about her prophecy didn't add up. Aisha, after all, had confessed that she'd had a crush on him for 5 years, yet also claimed she had died 3 years ago. That meant she remembered him from her past life. How did that make sense? Hades was dying to know more about her past, but thanks to that ominous warning, a sliver of doubt crept into his heart. What if learning the truth made him distrust Aisha? That was a risk he wasn't willing to take. So, in a moment of panic, he silenced her by covering her mouth. And speaking of her mouth, Hades found himself blushing as he recalled their earlier kiss. He quickly touched his lips, thinking, "What a cutie." Anyway, back to the real issue. According to Xenos, anyone cursed with the dark element had committed 3 unforgivable sins: killing their lovers, their children, and their parents. It was the ultimate punishment, a never-ending cycle of grief and regret. After piecing everything together, Hades reached a chilling conclusion. Mikhail must have killed his lover, which explained the intense way he looked at Aisha. But there was still one problem. Aisha swore she'd never met Mikhail in her past life, let alone loved him. Something wasn't adding up. Yet Xenos' prophecy had come true 5 years ago. And now, Hades couldn't shake the feeling that none of this was random. His journey to Ovitus, meeting Xenos, bringing Abel to Louvremont, was it all just a coincidence? Or had Xenos been pulling the strings all along? Hades found himself reminiscing about his time in Avitus, a place that was basically a living nightmare. It had gotten so bad that even the bravest and most skilled knights barely made it back alive due to the relentless demon attacks. And Hades wasn't immune to the chaos either. He was struggling to keep up because the monsters just kept coming in waves. When he finally managed to whittle them down to just one last monster, Hades was completely drained. He had to catch his breath and was hiding out, exhausted, when a woman suddenly appeared in front of him like some kind of miracle. That woman was Xenos. She led the weary Hades to her old house and cared for him until he regained his strength. She took such great care of him that when Hades had finally recovered, he felt genuinely grateful and wanted to repay her kindness. "I owe you a lot. If there's anything you want, just say the word," he told her, his voice filled with sincerity. Xenos, however, didn't ask for anything for herself. Instead, she gently looked toward a young boy sitting quietly behind her. "Please take care of that child. He's so young, and it'll be hard for him to survive here on his own. Just look after him until he's old enough to make it by himself." Hades blinked in surprise and asked, "How old is he?" Xenos calmly replied, "He's 5. Even as she said it, Hades couldn't shake off how strange it was that a 5-year-old was living in a place as dangerous as Ovitus. Xenos then continued, "I know you don't get involved in things that might bring you trouble, but don't worry. This boy won't be a burden. He has the properties of the Mu element. He just needs someone to care for him until he can control his powers. He won't harm your reputation, Your Grace." That sealed the deal, and Hades brought the boy, Abel, home with him. The fact that Abel had the legendary Mu ability definitely sparked Hades' curiosity. At first, he only took the boy in because of his promise to Xenos. But Abel, with his honest and affectionate nature, quickly won Hades' heart. The little boy didn't hesitate to express his love for Hades, and every time Abel said those words, Hades felt something warm and unfamiliar bloom inside him. Before he knew it, Abel had become the most precious person in his life. Because of his promise to protect Abel, Hades made one thing very clear to himself. If anyone ever confessed to remembering their past life, he'd kill them on the spot. It wasn't because he believed everything Xenos had said, but he wasn't willing to take any risks that might endanger Abel. Then, fate threw a curveball, because the person who made that shocking confession was none other than Aisha. And there was no way Hades could kill her. Not Aisha. That was simply impossible. Hades wasn't about to blindly believe everything Xenos had told him. Instead, he made a firm decision. He'd rely on his own judgment moving forward. Both Aisha and Abel are under my care, and I'll protect them at any cost, Hades promised to himself. But to protect them, he needed answers, especially about the dark element first. Leaning down toward Abel, Hades spoke gently but firmly. Abel, I need you to hold off on your questions for now and stay in this room. You know that the people from the Holy Temple are being held at the Duke's castle, right? Whatever happens, you must never run into one of them. Abel gave a small nod, clearly understanding that his father must have a good reason for keeping things vague. Still, he asked if he could visit Aisha. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't safe, and Hades had to turn him down with a firm no. Before leaving, Hades gave Abel one more important piece of advice. If you ever run into the high priest, don't look him in the eyes. And if you can, just run away from him. Run as fast as you can. With that, he gave Abel a gentle pat on the head and explained that he had to leave for a while, but he'd be back soon. Exhausted from using her nullification power twice, Aisha drains all her mana. Overwhelmed by fatigue, drowsiness sweeps over her, and before she realizes it, she drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Suddenly, she finds herself in an incredibly vivid dream. It's so clear that it almost feels like she's awake. What's strange, though, is that she's in someone else's body, a stunningly beautiful person with long, flowing hair, and tears are pouring down her face. That's when she hears a soft voice calling her from behind. Turning around, she sees a man who gives off an almost divine aura. After a closer look, she realizes who he is. Procreator, the firstborn of the dragon god. Unlike his cursed siblings, he's the only one who remains pure and free, and he's said to be as powerful as the dragon god himself. Xenos, he calls her name with gentle familiarity. A little while later, Xenos lays down on Procreator's lap, crying uncontrollably. Aisha quickly understands why. Xenos is grieving because she has just killed her own child, for the 119th time. As Xenos sobs, Procreator gently pats her head, whispering, "Stop crying." Xenos' voice trembles as she responds, "I failed again. I was hoping we wouldn't have to meet this time." Even though Xenos knows her child never blamed her, that thought makes her feel even worse. She wishes her child had hated or cursed her. Anything to ease her crushing guilt. Procreator sighs and tells her he ran into Ignis, their other sibling, 2 days ago. Ignis confessed that he can't even remember the first time he killed his lover. Considering how long it's been, Procreator says he understands why. "But I do remember one thing," Procreator had said. "Love doesn't last forever. We should admit that. We're not gods, so we can't be endlessly forgiving." Curious, Xenos asks why Ignis killed his lover in the first place. Procreator gently lifts her face and explains. Ignis couldn't handle it when his lover stopped loving him. He committed a terrible sin, yes, but the punishment has gone on far too long. Even though I pity him, I believe that until Father forgives him, Ignis must endure it. Then, Procreator asks a devastating question. "Do you remember the first time you killed your child?" The question alone makes Xenos' heart ache as painful memories rush back. But Procreator continues before she can process it fully. Your child had fallen ill with a strange fever, he says softly. If you had left him alone, he would have suffered terribly before dying. That was his fate, according to Father. But you loved him too much to let him suffer. So, you ended his pain with your own hands. And afterward, overcome by guilt, you took your own life too. That's when Father placed you under this curse and bound you to endless punishment. Xenos can't take it anymore. Please, Procreator, stop. It hurts too much. Unlike Ignis, I remember everything. Please don't remind me. Procreator gently wipes her tears. Father loves me, so I resemble him the most. But I'm still human. I never understood why he punished you. You and Ignis sinned because you loved someone. I had a hard time understanding Ignis's actions, but not yours. If I were in your place, I would have done the same thing. He pulls Xenos into a hug, whispering, I love you and Ignis more than anyone else in this world. That's why, seeing you suffer like this, I sometimes wish you wouldn't be reborn in this world. If I could, I'd give you the peace of death myself. You must wish for that too, Xenos. Once Xenos finally calms down, Procreator suddenly asks a chilling question. Do you think Father is truly a good being? Xenos looks startled, but Procreator explains. He reveals that Ignis once said he wanted to kill their father, the dragon god. Xenos is horrified and insists that it's impossible. Father is the absolute ruler, a good being and the law of their world. But Procreator isn't so sure. He points out that because their father is omniscient, all-knowing, he already knew that Ignis would kill his lover and that Xenos would kill her child. Yet, he did nothing to stop it. Why? If Father were truly good, he wouldn't be omniscient, Procreator explains. Because that would mean he couldn't have withheld knowledge that could have prevented your sins. If he were omniscient but not omnipotent, he'd also be good, because he wouldn't have the power to control your fate. But Father is both omniscient and omnipotent. That's why he can't be a good being. As if saying his final goodbye, Procreator softly adds, Xenos, I've made up my mind. I'm going to save you and Ignis from this terrible punishment. I can't explain everything, and Father has probably already seen my plan. Maybe he's letting me act because he loves me, or maybe because he thinks I'll fail. Either way, I'll need both omnipotence and omniscience. Alarmed, Xenos asks, What are you planning? Please, tell me so I can understand. Procreator gives her a bittersweet smile and says something shocking. Did you know there's a flaw in Father's punishment? You can't die unless you kill your child first, and Ignis can't die unless he kills his lover. Father can't foresee everything. I'll hide parts of my plan, but I want you to know. I will set you free. That was the last time Xenos saw Procreator. Not long after, the dragon god, Gaionia, who often took human form to stay with him, was murdered. But only his human body was destroyed. The dragon god himself remained alive. The fact that their world still exists proves that. Gaionia and Procreator both vanished. But one thing was certain. Procreator had killed their father. For that, he became the third child to be cursed. After Procreator killed his father, he didn't just gain a curse. He also became a dark attribute, which granted him omnipotence. But omnipotence in this world isn't what it seems. Sure, you can see the future, but you can't change it. That makes it a curse disguised as a gift, trapping its wielder in an unbreakable chain of fate. When Aisha wakes up, her head is spinning. Was that really just a dream? It felt way too real. She tries brushing it off, thinking maybe the author decided to give her a sneak peek at an alternate version of the story out of pity. And honestly, she would have preferred something lighter. Maybe an episode where Abel and Deborah act like sweet lovebirds. That would have been great. But deep down, she can't ignore the nagging feeling that something's off. Ordinary people in that world don't remember their past lives. Only the 3 children abandoned by the dragon god do. And Aisha. She remembers hers. That thought sends chills down her spine. If she's not from that world and doesn't follow its rules, then who is she really? Was her reincarnation a mere coincidence? Or something much bigger? Suddenly, a voice echoes inside her, answering her unspoken question. There are no coincidences in this continuous flow. You will exist in the past, present, and future. Once you open your eyes, you'll start to remember your past lives and all the sins you've committed. You'll also see your future, where you'll commit the same sins again. This is the moment when the dark attributes in your body will awaken. Aisha freezes in terror. No, this can't be happening. That voice must be wrong. She begs for it all to be a lie, for this story to belong to someone else. Anyone but her. Just then, Abel arrives, his face full of concern. Why are you crying? Are you hurt? He asks, panicking a little. Did father say something mean to you? Instead of answering, Aisha pulls him into a warm hug. Abel's voice softens as he pleads, Please, don't cry, or at least tell me why. It breaks my heart when you cry. Aisha gently reassures him, saying she's fine. She isn't hurt or sick. But instead of explaining her tears, she asks something else. Abel, is it okay for me to stay here? By your side? Abel is stunned. Then he quickly responds, What are you talking about? I'm the one who wants to stay with you. If you left, I'd throw a tantrum even if I got scolded for it. So please don't go anywhere. His voice trembles as he adds, You can hate me, scold me, even hurt me if you want. I'll be okay. Aisha's heart aches. Abel was supposed to be just a character in a novel. But with everything she's learned about herself in this world, she can't help wondering why she's always felt so drawn to him. Why did meeting Abel feel so important to her? She wishes it were just random fate, with no deeper meaning behind it. If only things were that simple. But after waking up from that dream, Aisha already knows the truth. Procreator is originally an earth attribute, and his ultimate ability is creation. Thanks to the omnipotence granted by the dragon god, he has limitless magical power and can even create entire worlds. He's the only human capable of becoming a god. In other words, her past life memories, they aren't just coincidences. They might be part of a new world created by Procreator using his power of creation. It's a chilling thought, and one she can't shake, especially since the name Procreator also happens to be the persona author's pen name. Hades strides into his study and places his hands on a glowing crystal ball. As soon as he does, the ball lights up red, and a man's voice echoes from it. Open the portal. I want to see your face, Hades commands, his tone cool and authoritative. A sigh comes from the other end. I'm busy too, you know. You can't just call me whenever you feel like it. The man grumbles before adding, Last time you yanked me here just to suppress some magic. Rude, much? Hades narrows his eyes at the crystal. Are you complaining? The man immediately backpedals. Okay, no need to act scary like that. I just need 5 minutes to prep the portal, all right? Moments later, the portal shimmers, and a small figure steps out. Stretching his arms, he mutters, Wow, what 5-star customer service. The last time I used this, I felt like I was riding a roller coaster and was sick for 2 days. Did you know that? Still blinking at the sight, Hades mumbles that he can't get used to seeing him that small. The man shrugs. Yeah, well, shrinking the portal helps conserve my magic. After chugging a potion, the man quickly grows to normal size and smiles gracefully. So, what's the emergency this time? This is Roxa Tribolt, one of only 2 people in the Empire with ultimate earth magic, capable of opening portals, creating things from scratch, and communicating across distances. Pretty impressive, right? Roxa isn't just any wizard. He's part of the prestigious magic tower of the Crescentia Empire. Wizards dream of getting in, and Roxa. He was aggressively recruited and treated like royalty, with promises of wealth, power, and even a shot at inheriting the tower itself one day. With a grin, Roxa pulls out a small bottle and hands it to Hades. Here's the magic potion you asked for, made with healthy earth, pure water, and a dash of clean wind. 1 drop, and even your dainty duchess-to-be will grow biceps overnight, he says, practically bouncing with excitement. On sale for the low, low price of 10 million, he adds, striking a pose like a salesman at a village fair. Oh, did I mention? Roxa's also a wanted swindler and potion dealer. Yeah, that tracks. Hades raises a brow, clearly skeptical about the tiny bottle's hefty price. Still, since it's for Aisha, he reaches out to grab it, but Roxa pulls it back, reminding him that no product leaves his hands without payment. Switching gears, Roxa asks why Hades summoned him in the first place. Hades' expression turns serious, like really serious, which is never a good sign in private conversations. You used to help write magic history books before leaving the tower, right? Hades says. Then you know about dark attributes. Tell me everything you know. Roxa's jaw drops. Wait, why are you suddenly bringing up those cursed people? Did you meet one of them? His panic rises like a tidal wave. Hades hesitates, but finally admits. It's Mikhail Reigart, the high priest. Then, he fills Roxa in on everything, how Mikhail got involved with Aisha, who also happens to wield ultimate light magic. Even though Hades doesn't know Mikhail's full plan yet, the fact that Mikhail's brainwashing ability affected people is enough to make Roxa break out in a cold sweat. Hearing that Mikhail is still at Louvremont Castle makes Roxa panic even more. He discreetly tries to escape by opening another portal, but of course, Hades is faster. He grabs Roxa mid-air like a cat caught trying to bolt. Let me go, I'm getting out of here and you can't stop me, Roxa yells, flailing. Sighing, Hades calmly replies, Relax, he's not that scary. He's only accessed basic-level skills, and even his brainwashing seems limited. Meanwhile, Roxa dangles helplessly, like a very anxious rag doll. Once Hades sets him down, he realizes that even Roxa seems clueless about dark attributes. Just to be sure, he asks again. Roxa shakes his head, still looking rattled. Although, my teacher did mention them once, Roxa says, his tone cautious. It was before we worked on the revised edition of the magic history books. The teacher Roxa was referring to wasn't just anyone. It was Wainer Mado, the owner of the Imperial family's magic tower. Along with Hades, Wainer was one of the only 2 people who had unlocked the ultimate ability. His power and influence were off the charts, so much so that even Hades couldn't casually walk up and request a meeting with him. Wainer wasn't the type to entertain surprise visits. Roxa went on to explain that his teacher once told him about a priceless family heirloom, a book passed down through generations in the Mado family. One of Weiner's ancestors wasn't just powerful, he was practically worshipped like a god. This ancestor's magic flowed so abundantly it was like a never-ending fountain. He was loved by so many that, according to Wainer, even the dragon god blessed him with omnipotence. Roxa recalled how Wainer would often say, "When the time comes, what's written inside that book must be revealed." And what's in that book, you ask? It's all about dark attributes. That brings us to the real dilemma. How on earth is Hades supposed to meet Wainer now? With Roxa kicked out of the magic tower, there's no easy way to arrange a private conversation. Barging in uninvited sounds like a terrible plan, but knowing Hades, he might just try his luck anyway. After handing over the magic potion Hades had ordered, Roxa mentions that after opening so many portals, his mana reserves are dangerously low. I'll probably need at least a week and 2 days to fully recharge, he says, totally in low bat mode. Still, he reassures Hades that he has just enough magic left to operate communication devices if needed. With a potion bottle still dangling from his lips, Roxa gives a casual wave and bids Hades farewell. Good luck with that high priest mess. Call me when it's all sorted out, he says, cheerfully disappearing into his portal like an excited kid. Honestly, for a guy on the run, he's kind of adorable. Now, let's rewind a bit. Why exactly did Roxa get kicked out of the magic tower? Well, it had everything to do with a little side hustle of his, a pharmaceutical business. But this wasn't your average potion shop. Roxa had developed a method to extract magic from people with magical powers and convert it into a consumable drug. Essentially, anyone could temporarily access magic by ingesting someone else's magical energy. You can probably guess how that went over with the imperial family. As descendants of the dragon god, they didn't appreciate the idea of regular people getting easy access to magic. They felt it threatened their authority and monopoly over magical power. Roxa, however, hated the way the imperial family hoarded magic, so he ran his business in secret until he got caught and expelled from the tower. The imperial family didn't stop there. Worried that Roxa might restart his magic drug operation elsewhere, they sentenced him to death. Things weren't looking great for our crafty wizard. And that's where Hades came in. Back when Roxa was locked up in prison, Hades had paid him a discreet visit. "Roxa Tribolt, let's make a deal," he had said, his voice low and serious. But that was all in the past now, Hades thought with a distant look in his eyes. What kind of deal could that have been, anyway? Back to Aisha and Abel. By the way, did His Grace tell you anything? Like, to stay put in your room and not go anywhere? Aisha asks, eyeing him curiously. Abel suddenly avoids her gaze, a dead giveaway. So, Hades did tell him that. You should have listened to your father. Did you bump into the high priest on the way here? Aisha asks, now a bit panicked. Nope, I didn't see anyone, Abel says with a grin. The guard at your door didn't want to let me in, but I told him I had my dad's permission. So, here I am. He giggles, clearly proud of his little fib. Aisha breathes a sigh of relief, thinking Hades actually did approve. But nope. Abel, feeling a twinge of guilt, spills the truth. Actually, Father told me not to leave the room, he confesses, pouting adorably. But I was worried about you. I'll probably get scolded later, but I couldn't help it. And just like that, Aisha's heart melts. How could she possibly be mad at such a sweet kid? All right, fine, she sighs. But from now on, you have to listen to your father, okay? Abel happily nods. To seal the deal, Aisha holds out her pinky for a promise. But Abel hesitates. I don't want to promise that, he says in protest. I don't want to listen to Father when he tells me not to see you. Well, he's got a point. She herself struggles with that same command. Whenever Hades tells her to avoid Abel, she doesn't exactly follow through. Still, she tries to be the responsible one here. I get it, she says gently. But your dad has his reasons, so we should try to listen. Abel tilts his head thoughtfully, then asks, Why are you and Father so scared of the high priest? Uh-oh, that's a tricky one. Aisha sighs and decides to give him a watered-down explanation. Well, the high priest wants me to live at the temple. Abel's jaw drops. What? Is it because of your light attribute? Aisha nods. Yeah, kind of. Not everyone with this power has to live there, but in my case, let's just say the high priest thinks I should. But I'd much rather stay here with you and your dad. Abel suddenly leans closer, his expression fierce. No, you can't go. I'll talk to him myself if I have to. He can't take you away, even if he's the high priest. The way he's so determined and protective reminds Aisha of Hades. Honestly, they're two alike. Even their expressions match. Aisha has a quick flashback to Abel as the grown-up male lead. In persona, he was obsessed with protecting the woman he loved and wasn't afraid to face danger head-on. There was even that scene where he bravely marched into court for Deborah. Just imagining it makes her fangirl heart race. And now seeing young Abel already acting so brave? Yep, she's officially smitten. You'd like me to stay with you, right? Aisha asks, smiling sweetly. But Abel doesn't answer the way she expects. No, he says firmly. Did she hear that right? I don't just want you to stay, Abel clarifies. You must stay. You can't go anywhere. Aisha's heart does a little flip. Oh no, not her simp mode kicking in again. She awkwardly nods. Yeah, sure. You can imprison me if you want. Then she tries to calm herself down and adds, Anyway, you're still young. You don't have to do everything on your own. Your dad will handle it, okay? Don't worry so much. As she pats Abel's head, she softly says, Besides, your father promised he wouldn't let the high priest take me away. Abel seems reassured, and they share a warm hug. But deep down, Aisha's worries aren't gone. It's not just the temple she's afraid of. It's the nagging feeling that her dream wasn't just a dream, and that the author's pen name, Procreator, might be more than a coincidence. What if she really is Xenos? And if that's true, then who's the child she's supposed to kill this time? Is it Abel? Tears start to trickle down her cheeks as the terrifying thought takes hold. Abel gently touches her face, wiping her tears with a determined look. Don't cry, he says softly. I may not be as strong as father yet, but I'll get stronger. I want to protect you. His confident smile is so pure and sincere that Aisha feels her heart swell. Young or not, Abel is already a knight in shining armor. At that moment, Aisha realizes something odd. The breeze in the room wasn't natural. It must be Abel using wind magic. Can he already control his powers? She's startled, but quickly remembers that Abel's ability to wield all 4 elements is a closely guarded secret. She decides to play dumb. The wind must be pretty strong up north, huh? Even with the windows shut, I can still feel it, Aisha blurts awkwardly. Abel smiles, not fooled in the slightest. That was me, he admits casually. Father told me I'm a little different. My jewel core looks like a clear glass marble because it's non-attribute. I didn't get it at first, but once I learned magic, I realized what it meant. To prove his point, Abel creates tiny water flowers floating in the air. Since I'm non-attribute, I can use all 4 main elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. Just not light or dark. Then with a bright smile, he adds, I'm telling you this because I don't want you to worry. I can be just as strong as father, so I'll always protect you. Aisha's heart swells at his sincerity. Abel's eyes hold a quiet plea. He doesn't want her to leave. He wants her to stay by his and Hades' side forever. And if becoming stronger is the key, he'll do whatever it takes. Blushing a little, Abel softly asks, Can I have a hug? Aisha kneels down and wraps him in a gentle embrace. You're not selfish at all, young master. Honestly, I'm the selfish one for wanting to stay by your side like this. She smiles and adds teasingly, Just don't ask for a new mom later, okay? I'm your one and only. Abel giggles and promises, I'd never want anyone else. But that's not all Abel wants to share. He suddenly confesses something even more. He isn't Hades' biological son. To anyone else, it'd be hard to believe. Abel mirrors Hades so perfectly, in both looks and demeanor, that no one would ever suspect the truth. Abel goes on to tell her how he first met Hades in Ovitus. Then he continues that even though he doesn't have noble blood and was just an orphan with no name, he wonders if he's worthy of calling Aisha his mother. His voice trembles as he tries to hold back tears. Aisha instantly grasps where his fear is coming from. In their world, noble bloodlines define a person's worth. But she softly takes his hand and says, Abel, why would you even think that? I thought I made it clear. I care about you, not where you come from. You don't need a noble title or a powerful lineage for me to love you. I love you just the way you are. Then with a gentle smile, she adds, You do know I like you, right? Abel can't hold back anymore. He throws his arms around her, sobbing, I like you a lot too. You know that, right? Of course I do, Aisha reassures him. Just don't tell anyone else your secret, okay? Abel promises and explains that he just didn't want to hide anything from her. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Hades rushes in, looking breathless and panicked. Before Aisha or Abel can say a word, Hades sighs in relief and drops to his knees. Why, "Why do you always make me worry so much?" he asks, his voice full of emotion. Abel stammers an apology, but Hades just opens his arms. "Come here, Abel." The boy runs to him, and they hug tightly. Aisha watches the heartwarming scene, feeling a pang in her chest. For a moment, she had hoped to find a place between them, to be happy as part of their little family. But now, a doubt creeps into her mind. Can she really belong here? Does she even allowed to dream of that? Later that day, Mikhail and the priests returned to the temple. Aisha, meanwhile, was still feeling a bit uneasy. Not that Hades would let her stress for long. He reassured her, promising that he'd handle everything for her. But what's really bugging Aisha? Her father. Turns out, Baron Heathcliff already informed Hades that he'd like to return to the south, and Hades agreed, with one condition: leave Aisha alone. Before her father left, Aisha suggested that she could release him from the brainwashing spell. Surprisingly, Hades shot that idea down. His reasoning? Well, since brainwashing works one person at a time, the Baron probably still has some free will. But undoing it might drain a lot of Aisha's magical energy, considering how long he's been under that spell. Not worth it, in Hades' opinion. Besides, Hades isn't worried anymore. Even if Baron Heathcliff stays a little brainwashed, Aisha doesn't need to waste her magic on him. What really makes Aisha panic, though, is something else entirely: their marriage. They still need her father's approval, right? So, in a rush of anxiety, she asks Hades what they're going to do. Cue Hades, fully prepared as always. He chuckles, because he's definitely got this, and hands her a letter from the imperial family. The letter contains the emperor's official approval to revise the empire's marriage law. And, as requested by Hades, the change will happen soon. Then, with a sweet smile that could probably melt glaciers, Hades casually declares, "Let's do it. Let's get married." Aisha, blushing so hard. And who could blame her? This man literally changed the law of the empire just to marry her. Talk about overachieving romance. Naturally, Aisha's mind goes into overdrive. She feels so lucky to have such a meticulous, thoughtful man by her side. Her heart races just remembering how he smiled at her while proposing. Sure, it wasn't the most traditionally romantic proposal ever. But hey, it's Hades. And on top of that, he's ridiculously handsome. Inner fangirl mode activated. Just as she's trying to calm her flushed face, Hades suddenly shows up in her room. Seeing her all red, he tilts his head innocently and asks, "Did you get hit by a fireball in the face?" Flustered, Aisha flaps her hands toward her face, trying to cool down, and jokes, I know, right? Did you put some kind of spell on me?" Hades sits down, smirking as he starts teasing her, because, obviously, he figured out why she's blushing. She was thinking about him. Well, it's just a big misunderstanding before, but now, it's actually the truth. As for why he's here, Hades explains that the Louvre-Mont elite army he sent to the Tegro Mountains returned yesterday morning. And since Aisha's going to be the future Duchess, she should meet them, right? Hearing this, Aisha immediately thinks of Azar Roman, a skilled archer with wind magic who used to fight alongside Abel. He was one of Abel's most loyal comrades, and now, Aisha is excited to finally meet him in person. Her eyes light up with excitement as she eagerly agrees to meet the elite soldiers, completely catching Hades off guard. Even the soldiers had been pestering him to introduce them to their future Duchess, but Hades had hesitated. Why? Because they're rough, aggressive, and let's just say their manners could use some work. He didn't want them scaring Aisha away. But despite all his warnings, Aisha is still determined to meet them. Hades isn't thrilled. In fact, he gives Aisha a jealous glare and asks with a pout, "Why do you want to meet them so badly?" Aisha tries to explain that she just wants to show her gratitude. After all, these soldiers will be protecting her from now on. And, as the future Duchess, she wants to make a good impression. But Hades firmly insists she doesn't need to impress anyone. That's when Aisha realizes what's really going on. With a cold gaze and a hint of sass, she asks, "Your Grace, why did you come here in the first place? What exactly were you expecting me to say, huh?" Then, with perfect comedic timing, she reenacts a helpless damsel, dramatically whining, "That's a lot of pressure. I'm not ready to meet them yet," before snapping back to her normal self. Is that what you wanted to hear? Despite Hades' sulky mood, Aisha tries to reassure him. She's just excited to meet his soldiers, who have never lost a single battle and nothing more. There's nothing to worry about, right? In the end, Hades has no choice but to give in and let Aisha win this round. Of course, he doesn't look happy about it. Out of the blue, Aisha then asks Hades if he still has that mana suppressant medicine of hers on hand, and casually requests a little dose of it. As if staring at her reflection in the mirror, Aisha can't help but feel lost. The questions swirling in her mind refuse to settle. After dreaming about Xenos and Procreator, things have only gotten messier, and the nagging thought that she might actually be cursed by a god isn't exactly helping. Her reflection doesn't offer any answers, but at least one thing feels certain. She can't keep secrets from Hades or Abel any longer. Before she signs those marriage papers, she has to uncover the truth about who, or what, she really is. Aside from that, Aisha's recent awakening has stirred up even more doubts about her existence. If that curse is real, it won't stay hidden forever. It might even reveal itself in a form as obvious as a black jewel core popping up on her body. And now, ironically, to keep things honest with Hades, Aisha has to tell a little lie. She explains to him that she needs to take the mana suppressant for a while. Naturally, Hades isn't buying it without a solid reason, so Aisha plays her holy maiden card. She claims that Abella's instinct sometimes take over her body without her permission, and that scares her. "Imagine nullification magic activating without warning," she says, making her case. Hades listens, and since he's not exactly thrilled about her using her nullification ability recklessly, he starts to nod along. Sensing an opportunity, Aisha doubles down. "If things stay like this, I might start using magic without even realizing it. And it's not just that. It drains me, makes me weak. Oh, and yesterday, when I saw you, my wrist moved on its own. You're not hurt, but my instincts told me to restore your energy. Honestly, I feel that urge right now, seeing how hard you've been working on wedding prep, handling endless paperwork, and welcoming the troops. It's heartbreaking to see you suffer. Come here, let me restore your energy." She's all ready to go, but Hades backs off with a wary look. "I'm fine. The instincts of the Holy Maiden are terrifying." But Hades still hesitates to hand over the medicine, so Aisha goes for her trump card. "Shouldn't I try to hide my power as much as possible?" "Sure," the high priest left quietly, "but if word gets out about my abilities, I might be dragged to the temple by force." That does the trick. Hades sighs and relents, though not without a warning. "All right, but don't take any unless it's a last resort, for those moments when you really can't fight your instincts." Aisha promises, of course. In reality, though, Aisha knows she can totally handle Abella's instincts now. That whole instincts overpowering her thing, yeah, it was kind of a fib. Turns out, Abella's voice disappeared as soon as Mikhail left. So the only reason the Holy Maiden had been fighting Aisha's will so fiercely before? Abella didn't want Mikhail to see Aisha kissing Hades. Even after piecing all that together, though, Aisha is still stuck on one question. Why did she have to be reincarnated in the body of Ignis's lover, of all people? Aisha, lost in thought, snapped back to reality when Abel suddenly asked if something was bothering her. She quickly brushed it off and shifted the conversation to Abel's magic practice instead. But contrary to what Aisha expected, Abel admitted with a sheepish tone that his fire magic wasn't improving at all. Not even a little. Surprised, Aisha tilted her head, confused, and wondering what could be holding him back. To prove his skills, Abel casually conjured up a little sand soldier, which Aisha picked up as if she were starring in a sand-themed commercial. A multi-talented queen. Everyone. Abel sighed and confessed, "I don't know why, but I just can't unlock even the first stage of my fire attribute." Meanwhile, the sand soldiers did their best to cheer him up, waving their little arms like an enthusiastic fan. Aisha reassured him, "Hey, take it easy. There's no need to rush. You've got plenty of time to grow stronger." Then she added with a warm smile, "One day, you're going to be the most powerful person in the entire empire. So don't sweat it, okay?" That should have been comforting. But Abel still looked tense. He couldn't relax. He knew he needed to master fire magic, and he needed to do it now. At first, Aisha thought maybe Hades was putting too much pressure on Abel. She was already preparing a mental lecture for him. "Hades, brace yourself." But Abel quickly cut her off before she could to jump in scolding Hades. "Actually, Father said I shouldn't rush either," Abel explained. "But there's a problem. The succession ceremony is less than a year away, and during that event I have to raise the beacon using fire magic. It's a Louvre-Mont tradition." Aisha frowned. "But what about people who can't unlock second-tier fire magic? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Abel sighed again, looking serious. "That's the thing. If I can't even manage a basic fire spell by then, it means I don't deserve to be the heir." His voice faltered, and then he muttered something that made Aisha's heart ache. "If only I were Father's real son. Maybe it'd be easier. Even Countess Gasfell can use fire magic easily." Poor Abel. He didn't realize he was talking like a tragic side character when, in reality, he was a total overpowered protagonist. The Louvre-Mont bloodline is legendary. Every duke in history unlocked the third-tier spell, Abel continued sadly. "That's why I don't think I deserve to inherit the family name." "Wrong, Abel. You couldn't be more worthy if you tried." But before Aisha could say that, Abel's expression softened, and he smiled gently. "That's why I'm happy you're here," he said quietly. "Because you and Father are going to give me a younger sibling one day. Someone who's strong. Someone who really deserves to carry the Louvre-Mont name." She gently reminded him, "No matter how many children Hades has in the future, you will always be the heir. Got it?" But Abel wasn't convinced. He shook his head, insisting, "That's just how Father feels right now. But what if he changes his mind later?" Then, to Aisha's surprise, he suddenly apologized. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I thought maybe you were worried. Like, if you ever have a real son, he might not get the chance to be the heir because of me." His voice was filled with guilt, and Aisha's heart clenched. Aisha stared at him for a moment, and then she asked quietly, "Are you saying you're not my real son?" Abel's eyes widened, and before he could reply, Aisha continued, "I'm ready to think of you as my real son. But I guess you don't feel the same way. Is that it? Do you think I don't care about you?" Abel looked stunned. He tried to explain, but Aisha wasn't finished yet. She pressed on, her expression soft but serious. "Were you afraid that if the child I give birth to doesn't become the heir, I would hate you?" Her words hit home. Abel froze, and Aisha realized she had guessed exactly what he was feeling. Abel hesitated, and then, with a deep breath, he admitted the truth. "I don't think you'd hate me, but I worry. Even if it's just a small chance, I worry. I don't want you to hate me." His voice was shaky. "I just wanted you to know that I'm willing to give up my position if it'll make you happy. That's why I said what I did. I'm sorry if I upset you." Seeing how worried Abel still looked, Aisha leans down to his level and spoke carefully, her voice gentle. "Young master, listen to me. I already think of you as my son, and I hope you won't ever doubt that. But I understand why you're feeling this way. If it's really making you anxious, I'll have a talk with your father about not having any more children. Mommy Aisha is fully prepared to have Abel as her one and only child if that's what it takes to ease his worries. She smiled softly and continued, You're precious to me, Abel. I wouldn't even regret making a decision like that for you. So, please stop having these thoughts, okay? And seriously, Abel, if you do want a sibling, because a mini version of Aisha sounds pretty cute, you can stop worrying now. Trying to lighten the mood, Aisha added, And as for igniting the beacon, if things get tricky, no one would notice if your father casts the fire spell from a distance. It was meant as a joke, but Abel shook his head and revealed something that made Aisha's smile disappear. Count Gasfell already knew that Abel hadn't unlocked his fire ability. In fact, that annoying Count had been training Abel in fire magic and even promised to watch him during the ceremony. Aisha's eyes narrowed at the mention of Gasfell. She did not like that man. Not one bit. She could bet her favorite teacup that this slippery old geezer probably swore at Abel every time he failed to use his powers, which was most likely the real reason why Abel was feeling so anxious and pressured. As she mulled over this, a sudden thought struck her. By the way, Abel, when is your announcement day supposed to be? The same day as my 11th birthday, Abel replied casually. Aisha froze. In the novel, that was the day everything went downhill. Hades met his tragic end because he had to absorb Abel's mental breakdown after all 4 of the child's attributes started clashing inside him. Aisha had assumed that disaster struck on Abel's birthday, but she hadn't realized it was also his announcement day as Hades' successor. Her shock deepened as more memories surfaced. Abel's ability clashes always happened under severe mental stress, like when Deborah was kidnapped or when she was injured. Each time it was clear that Abel's unstable mental state directly affected his powers. She remembered Hades once explaining that Abel's mental health was the key to controlling his abilities. And now, it all clicked. Even in the novel, Abel must have collapsed under the pressure to unlock his fire magic before the announcement day. And who had been adding fuel to that fire? None other than that sneaky old man, Count Gasfell. Aisha clenched her fists. Oh, you've really messed up now, Gasfell. She turned back to Abel with a determined look and said gently, Young master, listen carefully. You've already reached the 2nd level of water, wind, and earth magic, right? That's amazing. And that means you definitely have the strength to reach the 2nd level of fire too. You just haven't figured it out yet. But you will. It's totally doable, so there's no need to feel anxious. Then she smiled brightly and added, I'm sure you'll be able to light that beacon beautifully before your official announcement. You've got this, Abel. Abel's face brightened, and he smiled sweetly in return. Aisha's heart warmed at the sight. She knew from experience that children responded far better to encouragement and support than harsh scolding. Why some people didn't get that simple concept was beyond her. But anyway, she had something else to focus on now. Aisha was already planning a little gift for Count Gasfell, and in 2 days, that old snake was going to regret ever stressing out her precious child. Better get your seal ready, Gasfell. You're about to get eaten alive. Suddenly, a tall man with flaming red hair and beautifully tanned skin approaches Aisha and Abel in the garden. Azar Roman, one of Hades' trusted subordinates. Without missing a beat, Abel immediately dashes toward him, and the man instinctively scoops him up into his arms. Aisha couldn't help but have a little internal fangirl moment. After all, he had been one of her favorite characters in Persona. Seeing him in person like this was chef's kiss. Abel cheerfully introduces him to Aisha, and Aisha takes the chance to formally introduce herself. But, instead of responding warmly, he just gives her a cold nod. Both Aisha and Abel freeze in shock. Abel, looking confused, tries to explain that Aisha is soon to be Duchess and his mother, but Azar ignores him and continues to radiate an icy, unwelcoming vibe toward Aisha. He doesn't even try to sugarcoat it when he says bluntly that he will not acknowledge Aisha as the Duchess unless she has officially married his master. Oof, that was bold. Abel immediately snaps at him. demanding that he apologize to Aisha. With no choice, he reluctantly mutters an apology, though it's painfully obvious that he doesn't mean a single word of it. Before leaving, he glares at Aisha, then walks away with Abel in his arms despite the child's protests. Later, when Abel and him are alone, Abel gives Hin a well-deserved scolding. After that, he finally explains why he acted that way toward Aisha. She's suspicious, he says, dead serious. I was actually on my way to tell your father, but I'll tell you first, young master. After the expedition ended, I went hunting, and I caught a spirit bird. But it wasn't just an ordinary bird. It was a monster crow. Abel's eyes widen. Most humans can't control monster spirit birds, Azar explains gravely. Only black magicians can. You know, dark, evil ones. And guess who that bird was communicating with? Baron Heathcliff. Things only get messier from here. According to the letter the monster crow was carrying, the Baron knew that Hades had spent the night with Aisha. He was worried that Hades might have discovered Aisha's jewel core, and whoever the intended recipient of that ominous letter was, they were instructed to rush to Louvremont immediately. With that, the red hair man became deeply suspicious of Aisha. In his mind, she might be hiding a dangerous secret, or probably just deceiving the Duke and Abel, and he only wanted to protect the Louvremont duchy. Plus, seeing how attached Abel was to Aisha, made him even more convinced that she had already captured the young master's heart with her sweet words. He gently patted Abel's head and said seriously, I'm sorry I didn't listen to you earlier and just carried you here. But try not to be alone with her. I don't know what she's been saying to win you over, but... Before Azar could finish, Abel cut him off. That letter, do you still have it? The man blinked, surprised by the sudden question, but nodded and pulled out the letter. Without a second's hesitation, Abel burned it to ashes right before Azar's eyes. He was completely stunned, shouted, Wait, what just happened? Did you just unlock your second-level fire magic? Abel blinked, then realized he had, in fact, just mastered his fire ability. His face lit up with pure joy. Congratulations, the man stammered, still looking devastated as he stared at the ashes. But why did you have to burn it? Before he could even process what had just happened, Abel leaned in closer and whispered, Don't tell Father about this. Nothing is certain yet, and I don't want him to worry. His voice dropped a little colder as he added, And I don't want their relationship to sour over nothing. He gulped as Abel smiled sweetly, yet too dangerous. Lady Heathcliff is not a bad person, Abel added in an almost icy tone. So don't say anything foolish to Father. Got it? Azar just stared, completely at a loss for words. All he could think at that moment was, he's totally under her spell. Aisha had no idea just how deep her baby Abel's loyalty ran, and it might be a little darker than she expected. The red-haired man, still confused by what had just gone down, stomped straight to Hades's office, ready to make things right, or at least what he thinks is right. He's convinced that Hades will thank him later, even if it means stepping on a few toes now. Without even knocking, he bursts into the room like a K-drama mother-in-law ready to ruin someone's life. Before Hades can say a word, he declares dramatically, "You should throw that woman out right now." Hades doesn't even blink. Calmly, he looks up from his paperwork, the barest flicker of irritation passing through his eyes. "What are you talking about?" he asks in a tone so cool it's practically sub-zero. Standing tall like he's about to expose some deep conspiracy, he begins questioning Hades's real intentions. Why did he have to marry Aisha in the first place? Why get involved with such a pathetic family? Hades, remaining infuriatingly calm as Azar launches into his speech. Of course, he has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to Aisha, and Hades knows that. But then the man starts dropping some serious accusations. He spills everything he knows about Aisha, from her inability to fully hide her jewel core, to her family's connection to dark attribute users. He even mentions the monster crow he caught after returning from his mission, the one carrying a suspicious letter from Baron Heathcliff. To top it off, he confesses that he burned the letter. Of course, he conveniently leaves out the part where Abel torched it. Instead, he lies, saying he destroyed it himself to avoid creating a scandal if anyone else saw it. He waits for Hades to explode, expecting some outrage or at least a strong reaction. But to Azar's growing frustration, Hades remains completely calm, as if Azar's revelations were no more shocking than hearing about the weather. Of course, it's not that Hades doesn't believe him, he knows he is loyal and trustworthy, but Hades also has his reasons for not overreacting. Then, Hades finally stands, walking slowly toward Azar. His expression remains calm, but his eyes are cold as ice. "Azar Roman," he says quietly, his voice as sharp as a blade. "You should watch what you say." He freezes. "You don't throw around accusations like that. Not about Lady Heathcliff, and not about dark attributes." His throat goes dry, but Hades isn't finished. With a slow, chilling grin, he adds, "I'm telling you this for your own good. Stay silent. If you cause any problems that interfere with my marriage, I'll cut your head off, immediately." Once again, the Louvremont father and son duo proves just how far they'll go to protect Aisha, certified simps for the simp queen. The dining hall is buzzing with joy, as expected when there's a feast. And of course, no party is complete without someone passionately recounting heroic battle stories. Tonight's storyteller? Jax, one of Hades's elite soldiers, proudly boasting about their latest victory to Aisha. The other knights enjoy the show with food and drinks in hand. Well, everyone except for a certain sulking redhead. "Wow, Sir Jax, that's incredible. If I ever ran into a monster like that, I'd probably be its dinner. I wish I could take them down and flatten them like you do." Aisha playfully clenches her fists just like Jax, clearly having fun with the conversation. But while Jax eats up the attention, Hades and Abel, not so much. Their expressions scream, "Absolutely not." The north may be dangerous, but there's no place safer than Louvremont Castle. My elite soldiers guard it around the clock. You'll never even catch a glimpse of a goblin, Hades assures her, his concern obvious. Abel chimes in with an adorable vow to protect Aisha if they ever encounter a monster. Of course, Aisha clarifies that she was just reacting to Jax's story, nothing more. The scene is straight out of a heartwarming family drama. Except for one person. Azar, watching the interaction, is positively baffled. Both his masters are completely charmed by Aisha, and to him, that can only mean one thing. They must have lost their minds. Still, under Hades's sharp, warning glances, he wisely keeps his mouth shut. Out of nowhere, Abel perks up. "Lady Heathcliff, I have something to tell you." His excitement is contagious. But then, with a teasing smile, he adds, "Not now. I'll tell you when we take a walk after dinner. It's really good news." Hades and Aisha immediately react with enthusiasm, their curiosity piqued. Whatever it is, Abel has them both eager to hear more. Then, just as Hades is soaking in the moment, the boy adds in other words, "I'm going to tell her first, then you, father." Then laughter erupts. Everyone at the table realizes it. Abel likes Aisha more than his own father. Hades sighs dramatically and looks a little betrayed. The knights? Oh, they're having the time of their lives. Meanwhile, Redhead Dude is still laser-focused on Aisha. He can't wrap his head around it. How in the world did she manage to charm even the Duke? His conclusion? She must be a witch. Some kind of sorceress using mysterious magic to ensnare people's hearts. Really? That's your best theory? Then, it hits him. There's something he forgot to do when he first met Aisha. Use his special ability. Kaji's clairvoyance, a rare sight gift that allows people to perceive distant things with perfect clarity. But his version, even more unique. As the child of a Crescentian father blessed by the dragon god and a mother from the Kaji clan, his clairvoyance can see beyond the surface. It reveals the very essence of a person. The moment he activates it, the first thing he sees nearly blinds him. Hades' aura burns with an overwhelming, sizzling red, its power almost unbearable. Okay, noted. Never look at his master like that again. But that's not what he's here for. He turns his gaze to Aisha, and what he finds shakes him. Aisha radiates a powerful white aura, pure and intense, more than the holy priest from the temple. He can't believe it. The same woman he thought couldn't even conceal her jewel core has this kind of divine presence? But wait. Something is off. There's darkness within her aura too. A swirling mix of white and black, coexisting in a way he's never seen before. And knowing Azar, the king of jumping to conclusions, this only makes his suspicions skyrocket. But there's more. When he checks Abel, expecting to see a red aura matching his fire attribute, he sees nothing. No red, no flames, just something entirely different. Now, he's seriously starting to question his own ability. Is his clairvoyance broken? Or is there something even stranger going on? Before he can dwell on it further, a sharp voice cuts through his thoughts. What are you staring at so intensely? Do I need to gauge your eyes out? It's Hades, waving a hand in front of his face, clearly trying to block Aisha from view. Subtle, boss, real subtle. He replies nonchalantly, "Apologies, master. I was just lost in thought. The future Duchess is so mesmerizing that I got completely captivated by her beauty." Satisfied? Hades? Absolutely not. If looks could kill, the redhead man would be done for. Meanwhile, Jax is barely holding it together, desperately trying to keep his furious commander from ending his comrade on the spot. And just like that, Azar nonchalantly goes back to his business, still focused at Aisha. While Hades fumes, the knights stifle their laughter, and the night carries on. In the novel, Azar Roman is a fierce warrior who once pledged loyalty to Hades. But when tragedy struck, he knelt before his grieving young master, swearing a new allegiance. That very moment had Aisha swooning because it marked the true beginning of Abel's legendary journey. Her fangirl heart couldn't take it. So naturally, when she finally met the warrior in person, she was beyond excited, only to be utterly let down. Why did he have to be so standoffish? She just couldn't understand why the red-haired warrior seemed to dislike her. Before she could dwell on it too much, Abel gently pressed her hand, pulling her out of her thoughts. He asked if she was still distracted because of Azar. Of course, Aisha wasn't about to admit it, but Abel, ever the perceptive one, reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, he'll warm up to you eventually." And just like that, Aisha felt her heart melt again. How can a kid be this sweet? "Oh, right, you said you had something to tell me?" Aisha asked excitedly, shifting their topic. "Yes, about that. You remember how I've been practicing unlocking my fire ability, right?" As soon as Abel said that, Aisha's mind snapped to another important topic. "Oh, speaking of that, next time Count Gasfell shows up, just tell him straight up that you don't need his help." And like the proud mom she is, she added with full confidence, "I know you need to keep practicing, but you don't need him. I'll help you train every day from now on. Rely on me, not Gasfell." Aisha was determined to support him, especially since Abel had shared his deepest secret with her. Naturally, they both agreed to keep this from Hades. After all, Abel had just confessed to her that he possessed a legendary attribute. Although in reality, Abel didn't actually need Aisha's help anymore. He had already unlocked his second-tier fire spell like a true prodigy. However, he enjoyed spending time with her so much that he decided to keep that little detail to himself. With an innocent smile, he simply said, "It's nothing." The boy has officially learned the art of white lies, all in the name of quality time with his doting mommy. After the elite army's return, the dining hall was packed, so Hades suggested they eat separately for now. Aisha, of course, enjoyed their little private meals. It felt warm, like a real family dinner. But let's not forget, Hades and Azar were still in an unspoken war. That day's main course? A northern specialty, beef liver. Hades casually mentioned that Louvremont was the first to recreate this dish. With a confident smile, he invited Aisha to take a bite, adding that she'd probably never had anything like it before. Oh boy, was he right. Curious but cautious, Aisha took a bite and immediately regretted it. Premium quality liver? More like premium nightmare. All she could taste was iron and regret. With a deep frown, she shot Hades an accusing look. "You knew this was awful, didn't you? You set me up," she protested, irritation clear in her voice. "I usually don't complain about food, but this is a crime against my taste buds. How is this a traditional northern dish?" Meanwhile, Hades, the picture of calm, kept chewing like it was the most delicious thing in the world. Aisha wasn't convinced. Do the people of Louvremont have broken taste buds or something? I refuse to believe this is part of a family tradition. Abel, don't eat it. I'm going straight to the chef. That's when Abel decided to drop a truth bomb. Turns out, this gruesome dish was created by none other than Hades' late mother. She had made it for him when he was a sickly child. That was Hades' cue to chuckle at Aisha's reaction. Abel further admitted that he had planned on avoiding the dish too, but after hearing the sentimental backstory from the chef, he changed his mind. The former Duchess had personally prepared it when Hades couldn't handle strong flavors due to his poor health when he was a kid. Now armed with this newfound knowledge, Aisha reconsidered. With a deep breath, she braced herself, picked up her cutlery, and took another bite. Well, considering it's healthy, I suppose it's not that bad. Normally I can't stand food that's good for the body, but this is totally fine, she declared. The problem? Her face told an entirely different story. She was fighting for her life. Hades burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He reassured her that she didn't have to force herself, but Aisha, stubborn as ever, denied everything. This only made him laugh harder. As their meal continued, they started talking about Hades' mother. I don't remember much. She passed away when I was about 6, Hades admitted. However, Aisha was right. His mother was known for her kindness. That's what everyone had told him while he was growing up. I wish she had lived longer, Abel murmured, a soft smile on his face. That way, Father could have made memories with her. His innocent words touched both Aisha and Hades. Hades then glanced at Abel and confessed that, in a way, he envied Abel. You have a kind mother with you now, he said, smiling warmly at his son. Abel, beaming with joy, responded, You're right, Father. I was already happy to have a father like you, but after Lady Heathcliff came into our lives, my happiness increased 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. He then turned to his father, his voice full of hope. That's why I wanted you to... He didn't even need to finish his sentence. Hades already understood. I'm fine, he reassured his son. I'm more than happy now. I have you, and a kind wife who is willing to eat terrible food just to make me happy. Cue Aisha's heart doing somersaults. Flustered, she blushed as the meal carried on, but the heartwarming moment wasn't over yet. They even ended the meal on a sweet note, literally, with desserts. Then, out of nowhere, Hades casually handed Aisha a potion worth 10 million. Yes, a whopping 10 million. Aisha nearly dropped it. Wait, is this bottle made of diamonds or something? Hades chuckled, explaining that the potion's ingredients were incredibly rare. He had specifically ordered it for her, hoping it would help her regain strength and boost her energy levels. Both Abel and Aisha admired its beautiful color, speculating that whoever made it must be a genius. Hades confirmed their guess, revealing that the same person had also helped him analyze the magic suppressant Aisha had once taken. And of course, this was someone Hades deeply trusted, so Aisha had no doubts about its effectiveness. After all, Hades was nothing if not meticulous. Naturally, Abel was curious. Magic suppressant? What's that? Uh-oh. Aisha panicked. She softly hits Hades before brushing it off. It's nothing important, Abel, she said, swiftly changing the topic. Taking a deep breath, Aisha finally gulped down the potion. Surprisingly, it tasted sweet. Just as she was about to share her thoughts on how it felt, a sudden wave of dizziness hit her. Wait, was she poisoned? Relax, no poisoning here. But what happened next was just as shocking. A radiant glow surrounded her. And when it finally faded, Aisha found herself waking up to the panicked voices of Hades and Abel. Confused, she checked herself over. Everything seemed fine. Until she looked up and saw their stunned faces. That's when it hit her. She had shrunk. Little Aisha had entered the scene, looking like the most adorable doll imaginable. But Aisha is not amused. "What's this? What happened to me, Your Grace?" she exclaims, clearly unimpressed with her new fun-sized form. Hades, meanwhile, is inwardly cursing Roxa. He clenches his fists, realizing that the reckless wanted man must have mixed up his potions, probably mistaking his miniaturizing formula for a harmless energy-boosting drug. He sighs and apologizes to Aisha, explaining that she has in fact been shrunken by accident. Aisha is having none of it. "I thought you said this guy was reliable. You told me I didn't have to worry about the effects. I even trusted you and drank it without question, and you betrayed my trust in a single second. Bring that man here immediately," she demands, her tiny form radiating pure frustration. Hades, knowing full well that he is partly responsible for this mess, listens patiently to her tirade. He reassures her that she will return to normal, eventually. The only problem? They have to wait for at least a week because Roxa is, well, unavailable. That catches Aisha off guard. "Wait a minute. What kind of lunatic do you trust with potions?" she blurts out. Hades clears his throat. "Well, he is trustworthy. I'm sure this was just an accident, unless he has a death wish. He has a lot of potions lying around, so he probably grabbed the wrong one." "Okay, fine, but why a whole week?" That's when Hades drops another bomb. Roxa is actually wanted in the Empire. Cue Aisha's another panic attack. But before she can spiral, Hades quickly clarifies that Roxa isn't a criminal. He just needs to stay hidden, which means he's currently far away from Louvremont. Thankfully, Roxa can communicate with Hades using communication magic and portals. The downside? Portals drain a massive amount of mana, and since Hades had already made him use it multiple times earlier, Roxa needs several days to recover before he can help. So, for now, Mini Aisha it is. With no other choice, Aisha sighs. Then what am I supposed to do in the meantime? Hades, completely mesmerized by her cuteness, suggests, "For now, how about I carry you in my pocket?" His face is slightly red as he tries to contain his simping mode. Aisha, still in shock, doesn't even have time to react properly before Hades places his hands on the table, inviting her to climb onto his palm. Carefully stepping onto his hands with her tiny feet, Aisha feels both terrified and exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. Naturally, this is followed by another round of scolding from her, and yet another apology from Hades. Meanwhile, there's another issue at hand, the upcoming visit from Count Gasfell. But whether that old noble likes it or not, Hades has already planned to brush him off. He'll simply tell him that Aisha is bedridden due to an illness, aka being temporarily cute-sized. Just when Hades thinks everything is settled, another challenger enters the scene. "Me! I want to do it! I want to carry her in my pocket!" Abel excitedly volunteers, raising his hand like an eager student. And just like that, a full-blown argument erupts between father and son over who gets to carry little Aisha around. Aisha, now staring blankly at the two acting like fools bickering, lets out an exhausted sigh. In the end, she has to step in as the referee. Pointing her tiny finger at Hades, she shifts the conversation. "That's not important right now. Don't you have soldiers arriving soon? You have to greet them, don't you? I can't meet them like this, so you'll have to come up with a proper explanation. If you're carrying me around, you'll get distracted. You can carry me after they leave." In reality, Aisha just doesn't want Abel anywhere near Count Gasfell again. Plus, she and Abel need to practice for his upcoming successor announcement. Her grand plan to give that annoying old noble a piece of her mind will have to wait for another day. For now, as she puffs her tiny cheeks in frustration while still perched in Hades' hands, both father and son can only think about one thing: how ridiculously cute she looks. seeing how mini Aisha crossing her arms like a tough gangster, but still looking like the most precious doll ever. Cuteness overload. Eventually, Aisha makes her final decision. For now, I think it's better if I stay with Abel. And so, the adventure of fun-sized Aisha continues. Before noon, while Hades was busy handling some soldiers, Aisha enjoyed a peaceful moment in the garden with Abel. Lady Aisha, I don't know if I should say this, but you're just too cute. You already looked like a fairy queen, but now that you're so tiny, you really look like one. Abel gushed, his eyes practically sparkling. Amused, Aisha played along and teased. Oh, well, I'm not an actual fairy, but I do have a special power. If you make a wish, it'll come true later. To keep the fun going, Aisha shared a little story from her past, back when she lived in Heathcliff Barony. She once wished to meet the handsome Duke Louvremont, and lo and behold, it happened. Abel chuckled along, finding her story both amusing and magical. At first, Abel thought Aisha was just joking, but with a little persuasion, he decided to make a wish himself. Naturally, Aisha expected him to wish for something simple, like unlocking his fire ability, an important step for his upcoming successor ceremony. But nope, that's not what he wished for. Then, I wish for you to stay by my side forever and never leave me, Abel said with a serious face. Aisha was completely stunned. She knew full well that it was impossible, considering her current, complicated identity crisis. Sensing her hesitation, Abel quickly added, "You said I could wish for anything, and it would come true. You can't say no." His determination was adorable, but also heartbreaking. Aisha tried to reason with him, saying he should have wished for something else. But Abel was firm. He didn't want anything else. Before Aisha could figure out how to respond, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Young master, what are you doing in the garden?" It was Azar. And in his panic, Abel instinctively hid Aisha behind his back, holding her tiny form as if shielding her from an incoming disaster. And honestly, he had every reason to be cautious. The man had just come from Hades' office, where he ran into Count Gasfell, an old man on the hunt for Abel. The Count had asked if Azar had seen the young master or knew where he liked to sneak off to. Naturally, he had feigned ignorance. He knew Gasfell was nothing but a bothersome snake who'd only make Abel's life miserable. So in an act of kindness, he chose not to snitch. Abel was grateful for the unintentional favor, but his relief was short-lived. Because in the blink of an eye, the redhead man teleported, as wind attribute users do when they want to be nosy, right behind Abel. And that's when he saw it. Little Aisha, tiny, fragile, and cradled in Abel's hands. He stared, processing. Then, with all the confidence of a man who never gets things right, he gasped dramatically. "She's a witch!" And just like that, the redhead launched into one of his famous and wildly inaccurate conspiracy theories, ones that one day might actually get him killed. With no other choice, Abel had to explain everything, how Aisha ended up like this, the bizarre circumstances, and that no, she was not an evil sorceress plotting world domination. After hearing the full story, the redhead dude casually mentioned that he actually knew Roxa, the man responsible for Aisha's current state, but admitted that he never liked him. Then came the apology, not because he felt bad, but because Abel told him to. And if there's one thing he does best, it's apologizing in the most insincere way possible. Cue Abel's frustration. The boy scolded him for his sarcasm and rudeness, but before things could escalate further, Aisha stepped in. Because really, what was she expecting from Azar, who dislikes her? Just when things couldn't get any more chaotic, another unwanted guest made his grand entrance. "There you are, Abel." Before things spiraled out of control, Azar quickly suggested that Abel hand Aisha over to him, just to make sure she stayed out of sight. With careful hands, the redhead tucked tiny Aisha inside his shirt, just as Count Gasfell approached, ready to unleash his usual nonsense. And of course he didn't disappoint. The old man immediately started his typical sermon, mocking Abel and, especially, Azar. Even when Abel politely explained that he wasn't slacking off but actually training on his own, Gasfell completely ignored him and turned his wrath on the redhead man instead. Apparently the Count was upset that Azar hadn't tattled on Abel's whereabouts earlier, but the redhead dude, completely unbothered, shrugged it off. "I knew you'd just harass him, so as his loyal servant I couldn't tell you," he replied nonchalantly. The Count, being the insufferable man that he was, sneered. "I suppose those of low birth tend to stick together. But Abel, thanks to his grace's blessing, you now carry the Louvremont name. You should be careful about the company you keep. Azar is nothing more than a guard dog. Don't mistake him for a loyal servant. And since his grace isn't teaching you properly, I guess I'll have to step in." Abel protested immediately, but the old snake just kept going, doubling down on his insults. He went as far as to mock Azar's lineage, bringing up his mother, a woman of lowly origins, who had the audacity to ensure her son had a fighting chance in life. After all, Azar's father is an imperial bloodline. Oh, the nerve. Listening to this absolute garbage, Aisha's blood boiled. Without realizing it, she started cursing the old man, out loud. And guess who heard every single word? Azar. Sneaking a glance at him, Aisha half expected him to explode at the Count. But nope. The man barely flinched. Clearly, this wasn't his first rodeo with this kind of treatment, which was even more infuriating, to be honest. But if Azar wasn't going to fight back, Abel would. The little angel called out Gasfell's rudeness right then and there, pointing out that his behavior was far from noble. And just to rub salt in the wound, Abel used Countess Gasfell's own etiquette lessons against him. Because really, what's better than beating a snake at his own game? Then, with a firm, unwavering voice, Abel declared, "My father trusts Azar very much. He doesn't deserve to be reduced to a hunting dog or a person of low birth." "Yes, Abel, go off, make Mommy Aisha proud." And he wasn't done yet. Abel went on to remind the Count that Hades valued Azar highly, so much so that if Hades ever found out about this treatment, he'd be furious. Abel even promised to report it himself. Then came the knockout punch. "I may not know everything because I'm young, but if I go by what I see, he helps my father more than you do, Count Gasfell. And my father rewards those who are useful to him." Ooh, someone get the Count some ice for that burn. Naturally, Gasfell did not take that well. And like the petty man he was, he immediately tried to shift the blame. His new target? Aisha. "I see where these bad manners are coming from. You must be learning them from her," he scoffed. "No surprise there, considering the nasty things she said to my wife." "Excuse you?" That was the final straw. Abel snapped, "Don't you dare insult Lady Heathcliff again." Of course, Gasfell, being the shameless old man he was, acted like he was the victim. He huffed, warning Abel that he'd report everything to Hades and ensure that the boy got another round of etiquette lessons, says the man who needs them the most. As soon as the Count finally stormed off, Aisha praised Abel for standing up for those he cared about. Azar, meanwhile, took the opportunity to be a little too observant. "So, you're the one teaching Abel these weird ideas," he mused. Confused, Aisha asked what he meant, only for him to repeat, word for word, the curses she had muttered earlier while hiding in his shirt. Busted. On a more serious note, Aisha reminded Azar that while she understood his nonchalant attitude, he shouldn't let people insult him like that. She even gave him a sweet smile, which, believe it or not, made the ever-stoic redhead blush, just a little. He tried to play it cool, mumbled that Gasfell's words didn't really bother him. But Aisha wasn't fooled. In truth, she actually felt grateful to him. Despite their rocky first meeting, he had been surprisingly gentle when he scooped her up. Even when he had to hide her in a rush, he never squeezed too hard. And to top it off, he had blocked the wind inside his shirt so she wouldn't get jostled around. Aisha knew it then. Sooner or later, she and him would be close, just as she hoped. She spotted Count Gasfell stomping away in the distance, still fuming. "Ugh, just looking at him makes me mad all over again," she muttered. I wish he'd trip, fall flat on his face and break his nose. It was just a thought, just a little wish. And yet, that's exactly what happened. Gasfell tripped, fell flat, broke his nose. Well, that escalated quickly. But was it pure coincidence? Or was something else at play? Either way, seeing the old man get his instant karma was absolutely glorious. As Aisha stretched her arms, Hades wasted no time checking in on her. "Are you bored? Sleepy?" he asked, concern etched on his face. But Aisha simply shook her head, denying both. Still curious, Hades pressed on, wondering how her day had gone. Surely it must have been tiring for her too. "Oh, it was great," Aisha grinned, reminiscing. "I spent the whole day with Azar and Abel." She chuckled, remembering how the three of them had a blast making fun of Count Gasfell. With everything going smoothly, she couldn't help but muse aloud. Honestly, being tiny isn't so bad sometimes. But of course Hades wasn't having any of that. He frowned, clearly not a fan of her being in a vulnerable state. It was just too risky in his eyes. "Abel took really good care of me, you know," Aisha continued proudly. "He even said I was cute. He thinks I look like a little fairy." She turned to glance at Hades, whose expression had turned ridiculously soft, like he was watching the most precious thing in existence. "And why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, feeling slightly self-conscious. Hades, caught in the act, blushed slightly. Yes, you do look like a fairy. A very cute one," he admitted. Then his tone took on a possessive edge. "I don't mind that Azar found out, but you should be more careful. I don't want other men seeing my wife and thinking she's adorable." Oh boy, Hades really wasn't hiding his feelings, was he? But before the sweet moment could linger, Count Gasfell enters, sporting a nose bandage like a badge of dishonor, and as expected, the man came ready to complain. With a deep sigh, he launched into a rant about how Aisha never showed her face in public. Hades, ever the diplomat, for now, calmly explained that Aisha was unwell and needed rest. But the Count? Unmoved. "She's acting like she's already the Duchess," he grumbled. That did it. Hades' patience wore thin, but he still kept his composure. "I was the one who told her to stay in her room, so I suggest you stop talking." But Gasfell refused to let it go. He insisted that Aisha needed to make an appearance before Hades' vassals the next day. Then came the breaking point. Hades, voice colder than ice, called out to him. "Count, I've tolerated you for a long time, since the moment this marriage discussion began. I even treated you like a loyal vassal. But I'm warning you, my patience is running out. If you keep troubling my wife, I might do something drastic. And I really, really don't want to be known as the madman who beheaded a vassal that's been loyal for centuries." Aisha's eyes sparkled like stars. Overwhelmed with admiration, she sank to her knees and in her mind whispering, "He's incredible. I'm so lucky to be his wife." Count Gasfell, now realizing he was towing a very, very dangerous line, decided to retreat, mostly intact. But before leaving, he threw in one last demand. "For the upcoming announcement ceremony, prepare a statue of the dragon god, Gaionia. I'll also be leading a prayer of devotion." Hades, unimpressed, didn't even blink. "Unnecessary," he stated flatly. Gasfell, exasperated, argued that Hades' continued refusal to acknowledge the Empire's religious traditions was causing issues. Apparently, the royals were watching this ceremony closely. And since Hades was a major recipient of the dragon god's supposed magical blessings, shouldn't he at least pretend to be grateful? Hades had none of it. "Nonsense. That power is mine. I obtained it myself. It's not some divine blessing. I'm not even sure a god exists." Gasfell nearly fainted. The color drained from his face. "Please reconsider," he begged. Hades didn't budge. And so, utterly defeated, the old count sighed before exiting. "I just hope no one ever finds out that the head of the Empire's most powerful family is an atheist." Once the meddling old man was gone, Aisha emerged from her hiding spot. That's when she noticed the black book sitting on Hades' desk, titled Undisputed Geniuses. A curious title. especially since it chronicled the unfortunate fates of those who perished for not believing in God. With her tiny hands, Aisha eagerly flips through the pages of the book, her curiosity growing with every word. Even Hades, seemingly intrigued, helps her turn the pages. "Why do you keep reading that collection of tragedies? Are you actually enjoying it?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. Aisha beams at him. "Wow, thanks for helping. And yes, it's more entertaining than you think." Well, at least someone is having fun. The book she's so engrossed in is a compilation of stories about brilliant minds whose lives ended far too soon. Hades isn't wrong. It's pretty much a book of misfortunes. But Aisha just can't put it down. Her curiosity gets the better of her as she suddenly asks, "So you're an atheist? Why don't you believe in God?" Hades hesitates for a moment before admitting, "I don't know. I wonder about that myself. The people in this empire believe in God as naturally as they breathe, but I'm just not convinced." Fair enough. Aisha understands why he might feel that way. After all, the concept of God in this world is vastly different from her previous life. Here, there's actual proof of divine existence. People wielding magic said to be God's blessing, and those with dark magic believed to be cursed. With dragon god descendants walking the earth and even foreign nations acknowledging the power of Gaionia, it's kind of ironic that Hades, one of the most blessed individuals in the empire, remains skeptical. Still, Aisha knows that belief and dependence on God are two different things. Some people believe but don't rely on God, while others rely on God despite never having proof. She muses, "You don't deny God's existence, do you?" Hades conjures a small flame in his hand and says, "Maybe there is a God." Then, clenching his fist, he adds, "But I don't like the idea of an all-powerful being ruling over me. If there's a God in my world, it's me." Ah, classic Hades. Aisha respects his beliefs but reminds him of what Count Gasfell had mentioned earlier. If Hades doesn't at least pretend to believe in the dragon god, his relationship with the imperial family could be in serious trouble. Hades sighs, clearly annoyed, and explains, "The royals are just a bunch of weaklings worried about nothing. They think I'm after the throne." Aisha isn't the least bit surprised. Even in the original story, Abel faced the same issue. The imperial family was always wary of the Louvremont family, because Abel was powerful enough to overthrow the empire if he really wanted to. But don't you think that's a ridiculous concern? Only those with average abilities care about ruling. Why would I be interested? For power? I already have enough. For wealth? I'm drowning in it. Ah, there it is. Hades' self-praise moment. At least he's not lying, so it's still kind of adorable. Aisha laughs, playing along. "You're right. How foolish of them. If you really wanted the throne, you would have staged a coup already." Yet despite the playful banter, Hades knows the reality has changed. 5 years ago, he wouldn't have cared about what the emperor thought of him. But now, he has a weakness. The moment Abel entered his life, everything shifted. And now, Aisha has become part of that weakness too. "I want you and Abel to stay by my side," he confesses. "If that means I have to reconsider some things, I'll gladly do it." What a heartfelt declaration. Normally, this would be the perfect moment for a kiss, right? But of course, interruptions strike again. A frantic voice echoes, filled with worry. "Your Grace, please tell me the Duchess didn't drink the energy supplement I gave you. I really, really hope that's not the case." Aisha, still unfamiliar with Roxa's usual antics, is taken aback. "Who is that?" she asks, blinking in surprise. Cue Hades, who immediately lets out a string of curses aimed at Roxa, making it very clear that something disastrous happened with Aisha. And, as if sensing the impending doom from his own mistake, Roxa wastes no time. "I'd rather not die today, so I'll just take some medicine and head over right away. Be prepared. I'll be there at 10, teleporting straight to your Grace's office." As they wait for Roxa's grand arrival, Hades casually explains that it was Roxa, the genius magician, and Ahem, a part-time drug dealer apparently. Aisha then asks, "Wait, wasn't that tele-audio? Didn't you say he had an earth attribute? How can he use wind magic? Tele-audio is a basic wind attribute skill, kind of like telepathy, but instead of reading thoughts, it just makes sound travel instantly across distances. Hades sighs. It's complicated. Remember how I told you he got kicked out of the magic tower for running a side business in pharmaceuticals? Well, the principle behind potion making is that it captures and condenses magical energy at the moment it's expressed. Since Roxa has the power of creation, he can extract magic from people with different attributes and turn it into medicine. Translation: Roxa can borrow other people's abilities, make potions out of them, and use them himself. That's how he's managing to travel there using magic he technically shouldn't have. Aisha's eyes light up. That sounds like a groundbreaking business. With enough development, anyone could use magic so easily. A great idea, but unfortunately, the imperial family would never legalize it. Not in this lifetime. And now, time for Roxa's grand entrance. Slam, right into Hades' office window. Oof, not quite the impressive arrival I was hoping for. Hades, ever the helpful friend, drags Roxa inside, but not before giving him a few good whacks while he dangles helplessly. Please don't kill me, Roxa begs. Hades, completely unfazed, replies, "Shut up and give me the drug first." Priorities, people. Despite his predicament, Roxa still takes a moment to look around, specifically at Aisha. Completely ignoring the fact that his life is hanging by a thread, he marvels, "Wow, the Duchess is stunning." Ha ha ha, this guy truly fears nothing. Finally, Roxa hands Aisha a small potion bottle. One gulp later, and poof, she's back to her normal size. Seeing her full beauty up close, Roxa teases Hades. "Didn't you used to say all women look the same, and that you couldn't tell them apart? Well, seems like someone has an exception now." Then, in the most dramatic way possible, Roxa clears his throat and declares, "I never imagined the Duchess would be this beautiful. Let me introduce myself properly this time. I'm Roxa Tribolt, still alive and making a living thanks to His Grace the Duke. An honor to meet you, Your Grace." Aisha, ever polite, gives him a graceful smile. "You have quite a unique way of speaking," she comments. Roxa, feeling inspired, conjures a flower out of thin air with his earth magic and presents it to her. "This is for you. I used up all my magic to travel here, so this is all I have left." Aisha accepts the gift graciously, clearly amused. Meanwhile, Hades is not. Without missing a beat, he smacks Roxa again. "We don't need you here anymore. Get lost. I don't want to see your face." Seeing yet another round of bickering about to unfold, Aisha quickly steps in. "Just let him go for now, Your Grace. He didn't mean for this to happen, and he did rush here to fix it." But actually, Aisha has another reason for keeping Roxa around. Turning to him, she asks, "There's something I'd like to request, Mr. Roxa. You can create potions that let people use different magic attributes, right? So, that means you can also turn the white attribute, holy power, into medicine. That's right. Aisha has a plan. She's going to use her holy power to create a healing potion, and she needs Roxa's help to make it happen." Aisha knew that no matter how much she tried to change things, Abel's 11th birthday might still follow the tragic storyline she once read. And while she couldn't prevent everything, she was determined to at least make sure the little angel wouldn't suffer alone, even if she wasn't there by his side when the time came. Of course, Hades wasn't having any of it. The moment he heard Aisha's plan, he immediately objected. He reminded her that he would always protect her and Abel, and more importantly, he was super strong, so there was no need for such drastic measures. But Aisha, ever the realist, simply told him, "No one knows what the future holds." Hades still wouldn't budge, so Aisha decided to bring out the big guns, her charm. She leaned in close. With sweet whispers, she said, "Your Grace, if anything happens to you, I won't be able to bear it. If you die, I'll die too. You don't want that, do you? Now tell me, how on earth was Hades supposed to say no to that?" With a sigh, Hades dramatically raised his hands, clearly surrendering in Aisha's charm. Then, with a small defeated smile, he admitted, "You win." With Hades out of the way, Aisha continued her business with Roxa. Armed with his trusty abacus, Roxa diligently calculated the total cost of her order, rambling on about numbers. And because he's a true gentleman, he even offered her a discount, because, well, she's pretty. But Aisha, being the trillionaire she is, confidently turned it down and declared that she'd be paying in cold, hard cash. 200 million? Chump change for a lady as wealthy as her. A little while later, Aisha stepped away, leaving Roxa and Hades alone for a private chat. Roxa, still giddy from his interaction with Aisha, let out a dreamy sigh. "Oh, I think I've fallen in love." Cue Hades' immediate death glare. "What? Do you want to die?" But Roxa, the fearless joker he is, didn't stop there. "Now that I think about it, Your Grace, I don't think you deserve Lady Heathcliff. What could she have possibly done in her past life to end up with the great devil himself?" On a more serious note, Roxa pointed out that despite Hades' undefeated record in battle, Aisha still insisted on making a healing potion for him. That could only mean one thing: she truly, genuinely cared for him. And just like that, all of Hades' irritation evaporated. His usual scowl softened into a shy smile, and before he knew it, he was blushing. Switching gears, Roxa then brought up the High Priest, but Hades, completely unfazed, made his stance clear. "Worrying about the High Priest is as pointless as worrying about me getting hurt or dying. Do I look like an idiot who would let someone take my wife from me while I'm still breathing? I'll kill anyone who tries anything foolish. I don't care if he's the High Priest or even the Emperor himself." And just like that, Hades reminded everyone why he's not the kind of man you want to mess with. Imagine if he will have a daughter that looks like Aisha in the future. No doubt, ultimate chaos. Another day. Another hurdle in Aisha's life. But she's not one to be caught off guard. As proof, she's already sent her ever-reliable bestie, Anne, to dig up intel on Hades' vassals. With Anne's efficiency, Aisha can now turn her focus to Count Garin, one of Hades' supporters, who just so happens to be at the training center, observing the elite army under Azar's command. So off to the training ground she goes. Upon arriving, Aisha plans to start with a polite greeting to Count Garin, only to be hit with an unexpected sight. The elite soldiers, bowing with their heads touching the ground, bodies perfectly upright. Aisha can't help but wonder, how are they even holding that position for so long? Witnessing the military's extreme discipline firsthand is a bit of a shock, to say the least. Shaking off her surprise, she gracefully introduces herself. Garin, clearly caught off guard, wasn't expecting her visit. Aisha smoothly explains that she was recovering from an illness yesterday, so her greeting is a bit delayed. But since she's feeling better now, she figured she'd drop by, purely for formality, of course. Garin, slightly relieved, thanks her for making the effort. Surprisingly, he doesn't come off as rude, unlike a certain someone we all know. Moving on. Aisha then takes the opportunity to gently suggest that maybe the soldiers could relax a little. After all, their first meeting doesn't exactly have the warmest atmosphere. That's when Garin explains his reasoning. According to him, the elite army has been slacking in military discipline, so he had to correct them. Since he's a vassal of the warlord family, Hades himself gave him permission to evaluate the Louvremont army. Now, Garin may be strict, but compared to the other nagging vassals, he wasn't as much of a headache for Abel in the original story. But when it comes to anything military-related, his area of expertise, Aisha knows he won't budge easily. At first, she tries a diplomatic approach, pointing out that the soldiers just returned from battling beasts and haven't fully recovered. But instead of considering her words, Garin takes it as an insult. How dare she question his authority, a man personally ordered by Hades to discipline the army. Realizing she needs a different tactic, Aisha plays her final card, the fragile noblewoman act. She clutches her chest dramatically, claiming that witnessing such ruthless punishment is making her heart race in distress. Will Garen take the bait and act like a true gentleman? It's a gamble, but it pays off. Garen immediately backs down, even apologizing for scaring her. Just like that, the soldiers are finally allowed to stand. Mission accomplished. Or so she thought. Just then, one of the exhausted soldiers, struggling to stand after being in that awkward position for too long, suddenly wobbles. And that's all it takes for Garen to flip the switch into full-on dark mode. Under the excuse of discipline, he starts kicking the poor soldier like he's venting all his frustrations at once. Aisha is horrified and tries to intervene, but before she can, Azar steps in. He warns Garen that if he keeps going, he might actually kill the soldier. What follows is a tense argument, ending with Garen delivering a hard slap across Azar's face. That's Aisha's cue. At first, Garen assumes she's about to scold the soldiers for lacking proper hierarchy, but Aisha quickly corrects him, her voice firm. If Azar hadn't stepped in, I would have, she declares. Then she drives her point home. You just said you'd act like a gentleman, so should I take this as a direct act of defiance? I don't understand your reasoning. This doesn't sit well with me. I respect the Vassals, but as the future Duchess of Louvremont, I can't overlook this. These elite soldiers serve Louvremont. Their leader is Sir Azar Roman, not you, Lord Garen. Each army has its own way of operating, don't you think? Her hands are visibly shaking, but she continues, stating the obvious. These elite soldiers fight like wild beasts, not strategic tacticians. They rely on instinct, not rigid formations. They don't need excessive discipline that suffocates them. Is Garen so sure his methods are actually helping them? Of course, this all sounds absurd to Garen. What would a noble lady know about military training? Well, joke's on him, Aisha does. Thanks to reading the novel Persona, where half the content was about Abel's battle scenes, she's practically an expert. She knows that different armies includes different strategies and training like the back of her hand. Garen tries to question how she knows all this, but she shuts him down immediately. I reject your assumption that I'm clueless just because I'm a lady, and I decline your request for blind respect. In the future, these very soldiers will protect my castle. I refuse to stand idly by while you overstep your bounds. After witnessing such a ruthless display, I can't simply turn a blind eye. So, unless you'd like to have a pointless argument with me, I'd like you to leave. Now. And with that, Garen backs down. Aisha may not have won his favor, but she has no regrets about standing her ground. The poor soldier who got beaten earlier lets out a harsh cough, drawing Aisha's attention. Thankfully, she can finally use her healing ability. In a matter of moments, the soldier is completely healed, as if nothing ever happened. Grateful beyond words, he lifts his head to thank her, only to find Aisha in tears. Embarrassed, she quickly wipes them away, admitting that yes, she was actually terrified the whole time. Azar, meanwhile, has a realization, thinking that he had misjudged Aisha all this time. But the real reaction comes from the entire elite army, who now look at her with pure admiration. While Azar finds his troops' sudden devotion to Aisha amusing, she has one last thing to do. Without hesitation, she reaches out and heals Azar's cheek, making the redhead man freeze in embarrassment and blushed. And just like that, the previously tense training ground is now filled with laughter, gratitude, and newfound respect. Aisha's first official dinner with all three vassals of Louvremont has finally arrived. Given the recent events, it's no surprise if everyone a little on edge for her. But hey, good news. Count Garen isn't making a big fuss about their last encounter, so at least that's one less thing to worry about. Now don't expect this dinner to be as peaceful as Aisha's tea time with Abel. This is still a business discussion after all. And who else but Count Garen kicks things off? He reports some suspicious movements from Gernoa, and casually drops a rather extreme solution. We should have just wiped them off the map during the next war. If they try anything again, we should make them a ruined country like Sankt Crea. A cautionary tale for others. Ah, classic Garen. Hades, however, shuts down Garen's war-happy proposal, pointing out that Gernoa is just a small country struggling to survive. Not exactly a big threat to the Empire. He then glances at Aisha, assuming she must be bored out of her mind with all this military talk. Surprisingly, Garen takes the initiative. Yes, the same Garen she had an intense encounter with not long ago, and politely asks Aisha for her opinion. Hades tries to cut off Garen's war monologue, worried Aisha might be uncomfortable, but Garen is faster and keeps talking. His grace wins battles flawlessly without even needing elaborate war strategies. Aisha doesn't even hesitate to agree. After all, Hades could just burn everything in one go. Who even needs strategy at that point? But Garen isn't done yet. He questions why Hades hasn't completely subjugated Gurnoa, even after 2 wars, and why he left their royal family intact. Apparently, some people in the imperial court weren't too thrilled with his decision. Garen then turns back to Aisha, asking for her thoughts. Hades, now clearly annoyed, tries to step in again, but this time, it's Aisha who interrupts. She confidently explains that Hades is a brilliant man, and if he made this decision, he must have his reasons. To help Garen understand, she shares an interesting story. There was once a prime minister, considered one of the greatest strategists of his time. Aisha begins, immediately capturing Garen's full attention. Let's be honest, his brain is hardwired for wars only. Even the king visited his humble home 3 times to recruit him. That's how much of a genius he was. Aisha then tells the tale of how this strategist captured the enemy king 7 times, only to release him 7 times. In the end, the enemy king, deeply moved, surrendered on his own. Fun fact: this story is straight out of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, a historical classic Aisha absolutely loves. And just like that, Aisha and Garen enter full-on fan mode, passionately discussing the story's protagonist. Then, Aisha decides to test Garen. Why do you think he let the enemy king go 7 times? Garen, proving he's passionately paying attention, answers correctly. The strategist didn't want to subjugate the king by force, but rather show him their overwhelming strength. In the end, the enemy king willingly submitted, creating a stronger, more unified nation in the process. Impressed, Garen soaks it all in, while Abel, sitting beside him, is absolutely starstruck. Not just by the story, but by his brilliant mommy. Aisha then wraps up with, "So trust his grace, Count Garen. He probably has a plan." Hades, who has no idea what this supposed plan is, just blinks in confusion. But hey, Aisha's working overtime supporting her husband. Give her some credit. Garen, thoroughly convinced, not only admits that he had been too narrow-minded, but also praises Aisha's impressive knowledge of military strategy. "I'm sorry for misjudging you, Lady Heathcliff. And your grace, I must commend your wisdom. I now understand why you chose your wife so carefully." He smiles as he speaks. Aisha, completely embarrassed, has no time to process it before Hades, ever the proud husband, chimes in, "She's wonderful, isn't she?" 1 down, 2 to go. Great job, Aisha, but hold on. Count Rasley is up next. And for her next challenge, she must prove she's got the brains to handle internal affairs and manage the estate's finances. No pressure, right? But let's be real. Aisha really wants to marry Hades, so nothing is stopping her now. Her fighting spirit is blazing, literally and figuratively. Afterwards, back at Hades' office, Azar arrives to report the latest happenings at the training ground. Hades immediately notices a change in Azar's demeanor the moment Aisha is mentioned. Oh? Could it be concern? Perhaps he's worried Hades will scold her for stepping in. As if. Hades understands both Garen and Aisha's perspectives perfectly, but when Hades outright asks, "Are you worried about Aisha?" Azar's face turns bright red. Aha. Bingo. The red-haired man hastily denies it, claiming it's his men who are grateful, not him. Sure, Azar, sure. He even admits that the soldier Aisha healed has been sobbing all day out of sheer honor. At this rate, the entire army might start worshipping her. "Oh, what a lucky guy," Hades casually remarks. "She doesn't do that for just anyone." Azar turns even redder now. Why? Well, Aisha had healed him too, remember? Hades, however, misreads the situation completely. Seeing Azar blush and touch his cheek, he assumes the dude is acting cute in front of him, and so his full body shivers. That's right, Hades. You really don't need to know why Azar is blushing, or you might just end up getting jealous or choke him. Just when things couldn't get any more chaotic, in walks another troublemaker, Roxa. And guess what? Azar's temper flares up instantly, matching Roxa's own irritation like they're sworn enemies in a past life. Without a second thought, Azar grabs Roxa by the collar, practically choking him on the spot. Thankfully, Hades steps in before someone actually gets strangled to death. Azar, in true dramatic fashion, finally lets go, more like tossing Roxa aside like yesterday's garbage, making Roxa even more furious. Hades sighs and turns to Roxa, clearly exasperated. I told you to stay in the library. Why are you here? Roxa, who looks like he's 1 second away from collapsing from boredom, has a simple and desperate request. He just wants a little bit of fresh air. Seriously, he feels like he might wither away if he doesn't get out of that suffocating place, so he's hoping Hades will let him take a quick walk at dawn. Of course, Hades is not fine with it. So, you're telling me you want to speed up your execution? Because that's exactly how you end up on the gallows or in front of a guillotine. But Roxa, who looks as dry and lifeless as a forgotten raisin, pleads his case. Just 10 minutes outside, please. If not, I might actually suffocate. See, Roxa's an earth attribute, which means his magic thrives when his feet touch the ground. No earth, no air, literally. So, to make his argument even more compelling, he throws in some teary eyes for extra effect. And well, it works. Hades reluctantly agrees, but gives him a stern warning. Be quick, and, for the love of everything, make sure no one sees him. After that, Roxa dashes out like a kid finally released from school. But just to be safe, Hades asks Azar to follow him. You know, in case things get out of hand. Although, Hades has to admit that there's another reason why Roxa's still in the duchy. Aisha had asked Roxa to do something for her, meaning he has to stay in Louvremont a little longer. So Azar has no choice but to just sigh deeply. Roxa is clearly enjoying himself, strolling around at dawn, letting the cool breeze brush against his skin like he owns the world. Meanwhile, poor Azar is stuck tailing him from a distance, playing the reluctant babysitter. But let's be honest. What exactly did Roxa do to earn Azar's intense hatred? I'm dying to know. Flashback to 5 years ago, Azar's tribal brothers from the desert nation of Khajiit finally arrived in Louvremont to reunite with him. It should have been a happy moment, right? Wrong. On their way to the dukedom, they were tricked by some shady imperial merchants who sold them poisoned food. Their crime? Being dark-skinned foreigners. By the time they reached the castle, the poison had already started to take effect. The doctor's diagnosis? A white attribute priest's healing power was the only cure. The problem? The temple was a whole week's journey away, and his brothers barely had 3 to 4 days left to live. Desperate for help, Azar turned to the one person who might be able to do something. Roxa Tribolt, the exiled troublemaker from the Magic Tower, who was conveniently living at the dukedom thanks to Hades' generosity. Swallowing his pride, Azar approached Roxa and pleaded, I heard you can brew potions that harness all attributes. Please, save my brothers. And what did Roxa say? Sure, that'll be 28 million. You got the money? Azar, of course, did not have that kind of money just lying around. He begged, promising that once his master, Hades, returned, he would personally ensure Roxa got paid. But Roxa, unmoved. That's not how the world works. He shrugged. No money, no potion. And so, Azar had no choice but to wait. 3 agonizing days passed, and just as his youngest brother was about to take his final breath, Hades finally arrived with reinforcements. The Louvremont army stormed in, and within 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, his brothers were healed. It was so simple. Furious, Azar confronted Hades, demanding to know why he let someone like Roxa stay in the castle just because he was talented. Hades' response? Roxa has his reasons. And to make things worse, Hades believed Roxa would have actually never let Azar's brothers die if things had played out differently. From that moment on, Azar couldn't see Roxa as anything other than a greedy man who valued money above human lives. Just as Azar simmers in his lingering resentment, something, or rather someone, distracts him. His eyes land on Aisha, who is standing on her balcony, staring off into the distance. The second he sees her, his face turns as red as his hair. Azar, the fierce warrior, is utterly flustered. He knows Aisha is beautiful, but did he really have to get caught gawking at her like a fool? Then a voice. The white sorcerer? Azar's head snaps toward the voice, his stomach dropping. Standing there, eyes wide with shock, is Count Garin, and his gaze is locked onto Roxa, who is casually strolling through Louvremont Castle. Panic creeps up Azar's spine. This is bad. Really bad. He knows exactly how this will play out. Count Garin won't hesitate. If he doesn't just strike Roxa down, he'll do something far worse. Azar braces himself, ready to step in and stop the inevitable bloodshed. But then he hesitates. Memories flash through his mind. Roxa, standing in front of him 5 years ago, coldly refusing to save his brothers unless he paid an impossible sum. The sheer indifference in Roxa's voice as he dismissed their suffering. Why should he lift a finger to help someone who never once helped him? Garin doesn't wait. His voice cuts through the air like a blade. "Explain yourself, white sorcerer." His tone is icy, his intent clear. He raises his wooden sword, prepared to strike. Azar watches, dread pooling in his gut. This is it. Roxa is about to die. But then something strange happens. Right before the sword can land, Garin stops. Completely. His entire body stiffens, as if someone hit a pause button on him. Then, without another word, he lowers his weapon, turns around, and walks away as though Roxa never existed in the first place. Azar is stunned. What just happened? Then, as his brain scrambles for answers, his eyes drift toward Aisha. Her expression mirrors his shock, but Azar's instincts scream at him. She did something. Somehow, someway, Aisha just saved Roxa. Aisha has always believed she was a pure, white attribute being. No doubts, no second-guessing. But what if it was just a vessel meant for someone else? Specifically, Abela's soul. The flashes of Abela's memories, her connection with the High Priest Mikhail, and everything in between seemed to confirm one unsettling truth. Aisha's body may belong to her, but does she? Now comes the real question. Who exactly is she, the soul inhabiting Aisha's body? As fate would have it, strange things start happening around her. First, Count Gasfell gets an unfortunate dose of karma the moment she wishes for his nose to break. Then, just yesterday at dawn, she sees Count Garin about to strike Roxa and, on impulse, wishes he'd just turn around and leave. And he does. No hesitation, no questions asked. 2 back-to-back incidents like that? Yeah, that's definitely not a coincidence. It dawns on Aisha. This isn't some minor brainwashing trick. She wasn't even making eye contact with either of them, which means she must have unknowingly used the final ability of the dark attribute, mind control. And now, standing in front of her mana-suppressant medicine, Aisha realizes she has a choice to make. If she takes the suppressant again, her jewel core will be revealed. No more guesswork, no more doubts. If she really is Xenos, the answer will be right there, plain as day. But before she rushes into anything, she needs to think. There are only 2 possibilities. Option A. If only a white jewel core appears, then everything, the strange abilities, the dreams about Xenos, was just a mix of coincidences and an overactive imagination. Maybe she's just too invested in the book she loves, and it all blurred into her memories. Option B. If a black jewel core appears anywhere on her body, then things take a much darker turn. That would mean she is Xenos. She's unlocked the final level of her dark attribute. And those dreams weren't just dreams. they were memories. If that's the case, then history is set to repeat itself. Because if she's Xenos, that means she is destined to kill her own child in every single lifetime. And in this life, that child is likely Abel Louvremont. And if she doesn't want to kill Abel, well, there's only one way to stop that from happening. She has to die first. But just when Aisha thinks her identity crisis is the biggest problem she has to deal with, life has other plans. Because the very next day, she somehow ends up smack dab in the middle of Hades and Count Rasley's never-ending argument. Why are they arguing nonstop? Simple. Count Rasley is here for a serious discussion about finances, while Hades, being the newlywed romantic that he is, would rather enjoy his honeymoon phase with Aisha than bury himself in work. He firmly believes spending quality time with his wife is far more important than dealing with numbers. Can't argue with that logic. Except, well, Rasley can. Aisha, ever the loving wife, would love nothing more than to spend time with Hades. But seeing Rasley's persistence, she decides to hear him out. Rasley dramatically presents a mountain of documents, claiming these prove Hades' utter mismanagement of the estate's finances. Before Aisha can even skim a single page, the two men are already bickering again, like two stubborn kids fighting over the last cookie. Once Aisha finally gets a look, she realizes the issue is all about tax collection in the Louvremont territories. Apparently, a large portion of these lands hasn't paid taxes for 2 years, and Hades hasn't done anything about it. Rasley, the ever-dutiful businessman, is convinced that if this continues, the dukedom will suffer a massive loss, 200 million worth of unpaid taxes to be exact. No wonder he's fuming. But after carefully analyzing the records, Aisha reaches a different conclusion. Hades isn't careless at all. Even during his busy expedition days, he managed the finances perfectly. In fact, seeing how capable he is just makes Aisha fall for him even more. Truly, the perfect man. Now, to make sense of all this tax talk, because let's be real, this is a romance manhwa, not an economics textbook, Aisha breaks it down for Rasley. The reason Hades allowed some territories to skip taxes for 2 consecutive years is simple: extreme drought. The central region suffered from severe heat, and since their economy relies heavily on farming, they barely made enough to survive. Taxing them under these circumstances would have been cruel. Rasley, being the sharp businessman he is, understands this. However, he's also someone who believes in upholding the empire's tax laws. In other words, Hades prioritizes the well-being of his people, while Rasley prioritizes financial stability. Both have a point, which makes Aisha's job as the referee all the more challenging. Luckily, Aisha has a solution that satisfies both parties. She reminds them of a recent amendment to the imperial tax law, something so obscure that hardly anyone knows about it. Why? Because the imperial family didn't bother announcing it. They quietly added a clause allowing estate owners to adjust tax rates as needed. Why keep it a secret? Because if nobles started cutting taxes for their territories, the imperial family would have to reconsider their own tax policies. And they really didn't want to do that. And how does Aisha know about this little loophole? Because she was the one who got it added. Back when she first started handling money, she saw firsthand how harsh tax laws were pushing people into poverty. After witnessing a man attempt suicide out of despair, she knew something had to change. So, under the alias Douglas Ferrain, a no-name nobleman, she began sending petitions to the imperial family, requesting a tax revision. At first, she was ignored. No surprise there, but Aisha is nothing if not persistent. She sent letter after letter, 23 in total, before finally switching tactics. Her next petition carried a subtle yet firm threat. If the imperial family refused to act, she'd take the matter to higher-ranking nobles. Not wanting to deal with a potential scandal, the royals begrudgingly made the amendment, but in the tiniest font possible. Of course, Aisha can't spill all these details to Hades and Rasley now. Instead, she wipes away a tear of joy and simply says, "Just know that a kind and talented young man fought tirelessly to make this happen." Naturally, Hades is baffled. Rasley, on the other hand, is forced to admit defeat. With the issue now resolved, Hades can personally adjust the tax rates, ensuring both the dukedom's stability and the people's survival. But before letting Rasley go, Hades, being Hades, can't resist teasing him. "I thought you were going to teach Aisha a lesson, but looks like she schooled you instead." Aisha, ever the peacemaker, chooses not to rub salt in Rasley's wounded pride. Instead, she praises him as a highly respected businessman, and even expresses her desire to learn from him. It's not just flattery either. Rasley's son is destined to become the wealthiest man in the empire, and having Rasley's favor could be a huge advantage in the Louvre future. And just like that, another powerful vassal is now on Aisha's side. One down, one more to go. Next up, the ever-annoying Count Gasfell. Now that Aisha and Hades are finally alone, she can't help but ask, why is he staring at her like that? Turns out, he's just ridiculously proud of his wife. And why wouldn't he be? She single-handedly put Count Rasley in his place. But there's more. Hades also just realized something big. That kind, selfless young man Aisha spoke about with teary eyes. The one who took care of the struggling estate residents. Yeah, that's none other than Viscount Douglas Ferrain, the very man who once supported Aisha. And once Hades connected the dots, he figured out that Douglas, who just purchased his own noble title, was the one who sent a petition for tax law reform. Now here's the real problem. Hades wants to invite the Viscount to Louvremont. Cue immediate panic from Aisha. "I am a man who knows how to properly repay someone who supported my wife's family," Hades declares with the terrifying aura of a man who looks ready to eliminate a threat rather than express gratitude. Good thing the real Douglas Ferrain doesn't exist in Aisha's life, or well, let's just say he'd be in serious danger. Thinking fast, Aisha does what she does best, uses her charm. "You're kinder, Your Grace," she coaxes. "You knew Count Rasley would confront you, yet you still considered the needs of each territory. You're nothing like the person I first imagined you to be." And about those terrifying rumors surrounding Hades? Oh, nothing too dramatic. Just that he's the evil duke who could crush Aisha with a single glare. No big deal. That's why she was so nervous when they first met. "But you're really not as scary as I thought," she admits. "I doubt I'll ever meet someone as kind as you." Hades, of course, refuses to accept such a sweet compliment. "I'm not as kind as you think," he insists. But then, after a pause, he adds with a sweet voice, "But if that's what you believe, let's just say, I only act this way with you." And then, he leans in and presses a soft kiss against a strand of her hair. Swoon. At that moment, Aisha has a realization. She never imagined Hades would be this kind of man. The kind who would make her so incredibly happy. She wants to live peacefully with him and Abel. If only things were different. But there's no time to dwell on that. Aisha quickly shifts the topic to Roxa. She has something important to discuss with him. Yesterday, as promised, she spent time with Count Garin and Abel in the garden. That's when she made a discovery. Garin doesn't remember a single thing from his encounter with Roxa. And while that might sound like good news, it's actually a problem. Aisha fears Roxa will go into hiding again after that incident. She needs to move forward with her plan before that happens. Hades, naturally, is curious. "What do you need to discuss with Roxa?" he asks. Aisha keeps it simple. It's about money. Hades is visibly reluctant to let Aisha meet with another man alone, but in the end, he agrees, on one condition. "Okay, but make it quick," he warns. Aisha finally arrives at the secret library where Roxa has been hiding. Her first request? That whatever she's about to say, Roxa must keep it to himself, no exceptions. Time is running out, and she can't afford any leaks. Roxa, ever the dedicated magic user, reassures her that his powers are recovering quickly. He estimates he'll need about 3 days to start brewing the healing potion she asked for. But 3 days? That's way too long for Aisha. She presses him to hurry it up, though she doesn't spill the real reason why. Luckily, Roxa isn't the pushy type. Even though he's dying of curiosity, he doesn't force Aisha to explain and simply agrees to her request, despite the difficulty. However, one thing truly stuns Roxa. How did Aisha know where his real hiding place? It's in the heart of Paragonia, a location that should be a well-kept secret. He assumes Hades must have tipped her off, but Aisha insists it was just a lucky guess. Sure, Aisha. Very believable. Shifting the conversation, Aisha hands Roxa a check bearing Viscount Furaine's seal. If you're in Paragonia, that's even better, she says. The Furaine Guild operates there, and it's managed directly by Viscount Furaine. Just show them this check, and they'll pay you. Once again, Roxa attempts to charge Aisha a fair price, but surprise, surprise, she refuses. Roxa, now sweating bullets, fears Hades might think he's overcharging her. But Aisha? She couldn't care less about the price as long as the potions are created. If it really bothers you, just save the extra money and help someone who needs it, she tells him with a smile. That one simple statement sends Roxa spiraling into memories of something that happened 5 years ago with Azar's brothers. Judging by his reaction, it seems there was some misunderstanding between Azar and Roxa. Or at least that's my guess. Hopefully it's true. With that out of the way, Aisha's last task is to transfer some of her holy power to Roxa. Placing her forehead against his, good thing Hades isn't around to witness this, jealous Duke alert. Roxa, flustered at first, but amazed when a dazzling light engulfs the library. He quickly realizes just how absurdly powerful Aisha's holy energy is. Well, what else do you expect from a reincarnated holy maiden? Now Roxa just has to focus on crafting the potion carefully using his creation magic. He assures Aisha that all he needs is a day to complete the calculations and begin the process. With no other options, Aisha promises to return the next day. Meanwhile, outside the library, Hades is still waiting, patient as ever. But Aisha immediately excuses herself, telling him she needs to return to her room. Hades, disappointed but silent, had hoped to spend more time with her. But Aisha has other plans. She's already made a promise to take a walk with Abel later. To prepare, she heads back to her room. Then she looks at him as she promises Hades they'll see each other at dinner instead. Honestly, it feels like she's trapped in some high-stakes survival game, racing against time. But she's not playing for herself. She's playing to protect Abel and Hades. And now, all that's left is to take the mana suppressants and confirm her true identity. She truly wishes that Hades can help her. As for Hades, he senses that something about Aisha has changed, though he can't quite figure out what. It stings a little to realize that she never comes to his room or office just to see him. Even today, her visit had a purpose, meeting with Roxa. And that whole excuse about money, he's not buying it. One look at her is enough to tell him she's hiding something. But no matter what Aisha has done, even if she were to commit the ultimate crime, like decapitating the Emperor, Hades would still stand by her side. He just wishes she would trust him enough to tell him. And what's the best way to get the truth? Simple. Ask trembling Roxa. With an ominous tone, Hades demands, "Tell me what you're hiding, unless you'd like to lose your head." That's all it takes for Roxa to spill. He admits that Count Garen saw him in the training ground yesterday. But here's the strange part. Azar never mentioned it to Hades. Suspicious? Maybe. But that's not Hades' top priority right now. What he really wants is information about Aisha. Roxa, of course, doesn't give up the details right away. Not until Hades, oh so happily, burns off the ends of his long hair. That does the trick. Roxa spills everything, including the fact that Aisha specifically asked him to keep it secret. That part, in particular, seems odd. But the most important revelation. Aisha is running out of time. Regarding the healing potion, Roxa confirms he can have it ready by dawn or by tomorrow. But Hades, in a surprising twist, orders him to stop making it for now. Of course, Roxa isn't one to break a deal. He's a businessman, after all. He boldly refuses, unless Hades pays him 200 million. To his shock, Hades doesn't just accept, but even offers to double the amount. Anything to make sure the potion isn't brewed right now. With that final instruction, Hades adds, "Take the money and leave. You'll only cause trouble by staying here. I might need you again soon, so conserve your mana. We have a deal, don't we?" Roxa hesitates, but ultimately has no choice. With Hades, there's no room for negotiation. And just like that, the deal is sealed. Probably. Well, what would you expect from someone who's already planning their own goodbye? As Aisha walks hand in hand with Abel, she can't shake the feeling that this might be their last stroll together. But no need to make things obvious. She puts on a smile and pretends everything is perfectly fine. To keep the conversation light, she starts talking about Anne, who has grown close to Abel. The boy responds sweetly, "She must be busy helping you too, but she still takes care of me every day, so thank you for making sure she looks after me." But here's the thing. Aisha never actually asked Anne to do that. It was just something Anne did out of her own kindness. With a slightly sad tone, Aisha says, "I'm really glad we have Anne. She's the second kindest and sweetest person I know, after you. If there's ever anything you want to eat, you can ask her. And if you ever feel troubled, you can talk to her about it too." It doesn't take a genius to realize what she's doing. She's subtly preparing Abel for a life without her. And naturally, Abel picks up on it. He nervously asks if she's going somewhere. But Aisha quickly brushes off his worries, giving the excuse that she's just saying these things because she's concerned about him. Reassured, at least for now, Abel hugs her and sighs in relief. But Aisha isn't done with her reminders just yet. She gently tells him, "There will be days when people say hurtful things, and it'll make you angry. There will be times when you feel sad because someone you love is in pain. But please, don't let your emotions take over. It might make you sick. And even if you try to control it, sometimes you'll still feel unwell. That's why I've prepared medicine for you." She pleads with Abel to promise that, even if he doesn't fully understand now, he'll remember to take the medicine when needed. But being the innocent child he is, Abel tilts his head and asks, "Why would I need medicine? You'll always be with me, right?" His voice is laced with worry. Aisha hesitates for a moment before replying, "I might not be around when you're sick. I could be asleep or taking a bath. It's just for those times, just in case. Also, make sure to eat properly if you want to grow taller. Even if the food isn't tasty, don't skip meals. Limit your snacks to what Anne prepares, and don't forget to brush your teeth afterward. And of course, you already know to be good to your dad, right?" But despite her attempts to make it sound normal, Abel's heart understands the truth. Tears start to well up in his eyes. She tries to reassure him, insisting that she's only saying these things because she's worried. But Abel isn't buying it. He breaks down crying and begs Aisha to sleep in his room that night. He clings to her tightly, promising to be a good son, to eat properly, to cut down on snacks, anything as long as she promises not to leave him. Between his sobs, he whispers, "I want to live happily with my father, but also with you." Aisha tries to hold back her own tears, but in the end, she can't. She reaches out and makes a promise to him, one she so desperately wants to keep. "I'll always be with you in Hades, till the very end." Because if she had a choice, she would stay by their side forever. The promise is sealed with a pinky swear, but just as their emotional moment settles, they're interrupted. Azar steps in, looking for Aisha. He needs to speak with her privately. Azar doesn't beat around the bush. Looking straight at Aisha, he asks bluntly, "What is your true identity?" His question catches her off guard. She has no idea what he means. That is, until he reveals something she never expected. Azar explains that his clairvoyance isn't like others in the Khajiit tribe. Being half Crescentian, his ability is far more unique. He can see the aura of mana radiating from people, each color representing a different attribute. Rather than feeling afraid, Aisha boldly asks what color he sees around her. She silently prays it's anything but black. But when Azar finally answers, her world shatters. Her aura is indeed white at the core, but its edges are tainted with an ominous black light. "I've never seen a black aura before, but I know what it means," Azar declares. "You have a dark attribute." Aisha refuses to accept it, but Azar doesn't let up, pressing her further. He accuses her of brainwashing countless people, Duke and Abel included. She falters. She denies and denies again. But Azar keeps pushing, refusing to let her escape the truth. In frustration, Aisha finally snaps, yelling that she genuinely doesn't know. "Really?" Azar challenges. "Then explain what happened the other morning." He brings up the moment she manipulated Count Garin during his confrontation with Roxa. Aisha finally admits it's true, but insists she only did it to protect Roxa from trouble. She had never even realized she had this ability before that moment. To prove her innocence, she makes a compelling argument. If she truly wanted to keep her powers a secret, wouldn't she have already brainwashed him too? She pleads with him to believe her, her voice trembling with fear. In the end, despite all these shocking revelations, Azar believes her. Ironically, this painful confrontation gives Aisha the clarity she didn't expect. But before she flees, she leaves him with a final parting statement. "What you're afraid of won't happen. I know it's hard to believe, but I wish for his grace and Abel's safety and happiness more than anyone. Thank you for confirming it for me. I don't plan on staying here for long." Then she runs. Tears blur her vision, but she doesn't stop. Yet when she finally reaches her room, another surprise awaits her. Hades is there. And the moment he sees her tear-streaked face, his concern is immediate. As if fate couldn't be crueler, a flood of memories suddenly crashes into Aisha's mind. She sees a hooded woman, Xenos, standing with a younger Abel before Hades. It was the past. The moment when Xenos entrusted Abel to Hades and made him swear an oath. The promise? To kill a woman who remembers her past life, because she would bring ruin to Abel. Then come the memories of endless suffering. Every lifetime, the same tragic fate, Xenos being forced to take the life of her own child, over and over again. And with that, Aisha finally understands and accepted that she is Xenos. Hades watches her break down, his heart aching. He begs her to tell him what's wrong, to stop crying. But Aisha is torn. Should she ask him to end her life now, or should she stay, only to relive the same tragedy with Abel once again? She wants to be selfless, but her own heart betrays her. Desperate, she tries to ask Hades for help, only for another memory to strike her like lightning. This time she sees herself, Xenos, pleading with the dragon god. I'm sorry, Father. I've committed a grave sin. Please, forgive me. I just want it to stop. Please." Hades, standing before her, witnesses it all. He can't stand seeing her like this. So he hugs her tightly. "Aisha, who's making you suffer like this? Tell me." "No, don't tell me. You don't have to cry. You don't need forgiveness." His voice is unwavering, determined. "I'll take care of it. Whatever's making you suffer, whoever is making you cry, I'll get rid of it all." His eyes darken with resolve. "So please, don't cry anymore." Hades couldn't shake the image from his mind. Aisha, trembling, pleading, her cries filled with raw fear. She was terrified of someone powerful. To him, the dragon god was no mere deity. He was an absolute being, one who could restore the memories of past lives and torment those who bore the dark attribute. And after witnessing Aisha's suffering firsthand, Hades could no longer ignore the dragon god's existence. Yet despite his earlier promise to erase all of Aisha's worries, he found himself at a loss. Where could he even begin? How could he track down a god? And more importantly, how could he break the curse that plagued those with the dark attribute? Before he could dwell on these thoughts any further, Azar interrupted. His voice was firm, carrying an urgency that Hades couldn't ignore. "There's something I need to say." Hades turned to him, waiting. "When you brought the young master to the castle 5 years ago, I remember how you were researching people with Mu attributes. Master Abel has the Mu attribute, doesn't he?" Azar then explained his unique ability, the power to see mana auras. He recalled the moment he first witnessed Abel using fire magic. Yet when he examined him, there was no aura surrounding him. Unlike Hades, who radiated a clear red energy. But that wasn't why he had come. As expected, this was about Aisha. Aisha, whose dark attribute had reached the 3rd-tier level. Azar didn't hesitate, pressing forward with his plea. He warned Hades that she was dangerous, that she needed to be removed from Louvremont before it was too late. Yet no matter how much he insisted, Hades refused to listen. It wasn't a matter of believing or not believing Azar's words. The real question was, should he cast Aisha aside simply because of her dark attribute? Brainwashing is definitely something to be cautious of, Hades admitted. But does that mean we should shun every single person with the dark attribute just because they possess that ability? I don't think so. That wretched curse, the dragon god's punishment. Hades couldn't comprehend what sin these dark attribute bearers had committed to deserve such relentless torment. Was their crime truly so unforgivable that they had to suffer through countless reincarnations, forced to relive their past over and over again? If he were the god, he wouldn't have let Abel suffer like this. No matter what crime Abel had committed, Hades would have forgiven him. And even if he had to punish him, it wouldn't have been for an eternity. Because if a father could watch his beloved child suffer endlessly, without lifting a hand to save him, then he wasn't a father at all. Hades smiled, his resolve unwavering. "My beliefs are truer than any god's. You should know that by now," he said coldly. "I trust in what I choose to believe in, and none of it includes a darn dragon god." Aisha jolted awake, her breath ragged, her body trembling. It wasn't just a nightmare. It was the flood of all her past life memories crashing down on her at once. The weight of them made her feel sick, exhausted. How much longer would she have to endure this endless cycle of suffering? The procreator, the one who wrote Persona and brought her back into this world, had made his choice. He had abandoned his position as his father's beloved child in order to save his siblings. But what did he want from her? Surely he had a reason for placing her here again. There had to be something he expected her to do, and she had to find out what it was. She forced herself to recall her past life as Xenos, before she was taken to the procreator's world. Back then, she had been protecting Abel when she first met Hades. Their encounter wasn't mere coincidence. Hades had been thrown into a battlefield swarming with monsters, chaos erupting all around him. But the truth was, she had orchestrated it. Using her own power, she had controlled the beasts, forcing Hades into a life-or-death struggle so that he would owe her. In return, she made him take Abel. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to remember, one crucial detail remained a mystery. Why Hades? Why had she specifically chosen him? Even more baffling was the request she had made of him, to kill her. It was an impossible demand. She knew that she could only die if she killed Abel first. So why had she asked something she knew couldn't be done? Could Hades truly be capable of killing her? Was there something special about him? Was it because he didn't believe in the dragon god? If her suspicions were correct, then those who rejected the gods, people like Hades, might hold a power beyond divine control. If that was true, then Hades could be the only one capable of breaking this endless cycle. He might be the only one who could save Abel, by killing her first. The procreator had placed her into the body of Ignis's lover with full knowledge of the curse. No external force could take her life, not Ignis or Mikhail. She was bound to the rule that she could only die after she killed her own child, Abel. But what if she died before that could happen? What if, before either her or Ignis could fulfill their punishments, someone else ended her life first? Would that break the cycle? Would it set them both free? If the procreator had discovered this loophole, then there was only one conclusion. Aisha had to die, and this time she wouldn't resist. Aisha was pretty calm for someone who planned to die soon. Maybe it was because even in despair, there were some good things. Still, she couldn't shake the worry, and a little relief, since her omniscience ability still hadn't shown her future. Being cursed with dark attribute, Aisha was always forced to see a future where she would unintentionally kill her own child. It was a cruel gift from the god. So, while she debated whether to stay alive just long enough to glimpse her fate, Aisha had ultimately decided it was better to just end things sooner rather than later. Anne, noticing Aisha's obvious sadness, couldn't hold back her concern and asked what was bothering her. Of course, Aisha would always brush it off, claiming everything was fine. But Anne wasn't buying it and insisted, "Please tell me what's on your mind," her worry showing in her eyes. Aisha tried not to cry. Her sweet maid, Anne, was always so caring, and it made her heart ache. Wanting to change the subject, she casually brought up how cute Abel was, something Anne instantly agreed with, since she was another self-proclaimed fan of the adorable child. Aisha slipped into mom mode, and with a warm smile, gave Anne a list of requests. Make sure Abel eats well, doesn't get bullied, don't spoil him with too many snacks, and please, make sure he brushes his teeth. Anne, eager to please her, promised to take care of Abel just as Aisha asked, no matter what. Aisha couldn't help but feel grateful for a friend like Anne. She looked at her and said, "Thank you, Anne. I love you." Her voice soft but full of emotion. Anne turned pink, flustered, but smiled shyly and replied, "Me too, Your Grace." When Aisha mentioned how much she wanted Anne to be happy, Anne, in her usual cheerful manner, responded that she already was, especially with a lovely master like Aisha. After all, who could complain about warm clothes, good food, and the chance to care for a cute kid like Abel? But Aisha wanted to show her gratitude in a big way, so she handed Anne something very important, the seal of Viscount Douglas Ferrain. This was the key to Aisha's accumulated wealth under her alias as a nobleman. Anne could use it however she wanted. Sell the guild, buy fancy dresses, go on dates, or live like royalty until the end of her days. Anne was shocked. Was she being fired? Was this her dismissal? Aisha quickly reassured her that it wasn't the case. This was just her way of saying thank you. If it makes you uncomfortable, just hold on to it for me. I'll ask for it back when I need it. You're free to use it anytime you want. You're my most precious friend. After sorting everything out, Aisha went to visit Abel one last time. She apologized for not being there the night before and for missing dinner. She tried to stay calm so Abel wouldn't worry. Her smile was a little forced, but it worked. Abel beamed at her, clearly relieved. Aisha's heart broke a little more, knowing she would soon have to leave it all behind. The cold, quiet night in the north set the perfect stage for Aisha to face her inevitable fate. This was the moment she had been dreading, the time to close her eyes and accept the punishment she'd been bound to, while facing the one person she cherished most. Hades. As soon as he entered her room, clearly worried and confused, Hades immediately asked, why did you want to see me at this hour?" But Aisha simply smiled, her eyes playful. "I don't really need a reason," she teased, causing Hades to raise an eyebrow. With a grin, Hades responded, "Ah, so from now on, I'm to come when you miss me. I wasn't nervous for nothing, huh?" He chuckled, but to his surprise, Aisha didn't skip a beat. "You're right. I missed you," she said with the brightest, most beautiful smile, so radiant that Hades couldn't help but blush deeply. Flustered, he tried to regain his composure. "I like hearing that, but it's the middle of the night, Aisha. It feels a bit awkward being here. Maybe we should take a walk in the garden." Then, leaning in a little closer, he added with a teasing grin, "Don't you think calling me here in the middle of the night is a bit unfair to me? I'm not a saint." Aisha blushed but shrugged it off. "I didn't think of it that way," she admitted. Hades, now sitting down, assured her that it was no trouble to him at all. Aisha's heart was racing, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotions. She quickly shifted gears, reminding him about the healing potion she had ordered from Roxa, which would be ready by tomorrow. She asked if he could hold on to it for her, but as usual, Hades dismissed it, not seeing the need for the potion in his own life. But Aisha wasn't done. She pressed on, saying, "It could be useful for both you and Abel in the future. You never know what could happen." Eventually, Hades agreed to keep the potion, but Aisha's concern didn't stop there. "And one more thing," she added, her voice firm. "Please stop absorbing other people's wounds like you're some kind of high priest. You're human, not invincible. I want you to live a long, healthy life, without all that pain." Hades couldn't help but smile at how cute she was for worrying about him. Then, without warning, Aisha asked, "Will you really do anything for me? Because I have something to ask as a gift." Hades' heart raced. This was the first time Aisha had ever asked him for something, and he was more than ready to give her anything she wanted, anything at all. Aisha knew Hades wasn't joking. She knew how far he'd go for her. He would gladly start a rebellion, do anything, just to make her happy. But this realization only deepened her pain, because she knew what kind of gift she was about to ask for. The thought of his face, distorted with anguish, was almost unbearable to imagine, but she had no choice. "Please, first and foremost, love Abel," she said softly. "I want him to have fond memories of his father's love when he was a child." Hades' heart clenched as he listened. Aisha continued, urging him to raise his son well, to ensure he would grow up surrounded by love, never feeling lonely. Every word she said was a plea for more beautiful memories for father and son. But there was a single question burning in Hades' mind. "I might be misunderstanding something," he began, his voice unsteady. "But why does it seem like you won't be there in the future you're wishing for me and Abel?" Aisha's words hung in the air, and Hades' expression darkened. The weight of her request hit him like a thunderstorm, and the world seemed to echo his turmoil, as though even the heavens sympathized with his pain. Aisha's face says it all: pain, regret, and something she just can't hold back anymore. She then returns the unsigned marriage certificate to Hades and quietly confesses that this isn't a misunderstanding. And ouch, those words hit hard. She instantly feels that familiar pang of guilt. Aisha remembers how he'd moved mountains for her. Literally. The man went as far as changing imperial law just so they could be together. He even asked her to marry him with that same paper in hand, believing it would all become official once she signed it. But now, no. "I'm sorry, but I can't marry you," Aisha says, voice cracking with emotion. Then she hits him with that line, the one that seals the deal. "As Aisha Heathcliff, I'm making this request. You promise to say yes, no matter what it is." Oof. Hades mentally curses himself for making that kind of promise. But even with that regret, Aisha stands her ground. She promises she'll explain everything. But right now, she just needs him to grant her what she wanted. "If marrying me feels like too much pressure, I get it. But Aisha, if it's the title of Duchess that's weighing you down, then forget about it. I won't force you." His gaze pleading. "Just stay with me. That's all I want. Please, just stay. Can you do that for me?" And just like that, her heart nearly bursts. Tears spill from Aisha's eyes, but even with all that emotion, her answer doesn't change. She still says no. Hades, confused and hurting, demands an explanation. That's when Aisha drops the truth bomb. "Your Grace, do you remember the promise you made 5 years ago? You said you'd kill anyone who remembers their past life." Cue shock, confusion, and full-on panic mode. Hades freezes. How could she know that? But Aisha doesn't stop there. "I need you to keep that promise now." His mind spins with questions. How does she know? Why now? And who exactly is she? Then Aisha gives him the final piece of the puzzle. "You made a promise to a woman named Xenos. Please keep it." Hades didn't want to hear it. He couldn't. Instead, he clung to denial, trying to reason his way out of it. He insisted Aisha could never be dangerous, especially not to Abel, his beloved son. Of course, deep down, he already knew the truth. He just didn't want to keep the promise he made. So Aisha makes a chilling declaration, one that leaves no room for doubt. You know what? I think the only ability I truly have is the power to kill Abel. Those words hit Hades like a blade, and with clenched teeth he snaps back, Fine then. Tell me, Aisha Heathcliff. Let's hear about your grand, glorious past lives. Aisha takes a deep breath and starts laying down truths, one after another. You've met me before. I was the one who asked you to take care of Abel. Thank you for saying yes. Then, I came back to you in Aisha's body. Remember when I first told you I had memories of a past life? At that time, I had no clue I was a cursed child of the god. But yesterday, all of my past lives came rushing back. Every single one, and I finally understood. She looks straight at him and speaks the truth he never wanted to hear. There's only one kind of person who remembers their past lives. The abandoned children of the dragon god. The ones born with dark attributes. Then the real story begins to unfold, a tragedy spanning lifetimes. Long ago, Xenos committed an unforgivable sin. She killed her own beloved child. As punishment, in every reincarnation, I was cursed to do it all over again, over and over. And I'm so tired. I just want it to end. So please help me, and kill me. Aisha breaks down in tears, pouring out the pain of carrying this endless punishment. To convince him fully, leave no space for denial, she does the unthinkable. She reveals her black jewel core, her proof as Xenos, embedded in her chest. And then, squeezing the jewel hard right in front of Hades. It sends him into full panic, but no wound appears. Because no matter what, she can't die unless her karmic sentence is fulfilled again in this life. I'm sorry for this request, but please, you're the only one who can do this. Please. She then reveals something else, a possible reason why it has to be him. She's not completely sure, but it likely connects to the fact that Hades, a human, somehow received the immense power of the dragon god, despite being an atheist. An unusual, mysterious connection neither of them fully understands. Then comes the bitter question from Hades, his voice sharp with pain. You're so selfish. What if I say no? But Aisha only pleads harder. She begs him to grant her this one final request. Not because she wants to manipulate him, but because she's terrified of using mind control on the man she loves, just to get her one last wish. And through it all, her tears never stop. She's desperate, not for herself, but because she doesn't want to be the one to kill her child again. Hades stares at her in silence. Look at me, Aisha, he commands. But his face, it's as cold as ice, emotionless, just like the day she first met him in Ovidus. Then he slowly reaches out his hand, toward her jewel core. Aisha closes her eyes, thinking, this is it. He'll free her, end her pain, end everything. Maybe now the curse will finally break. Maybe Ignis, and even her child, can finally be released from this fate. But what happens next wasn't what she expected at all. Instead of ending her life, Hades gently covers the exposed part of her chest, and then he pulls her into a tight, protective embrace. No, his voice is steady. No one can know about this. Don't tell anyone. This is our secret. And just like that, the most heartbreaking secret in the entire story is sealed between them. A burden too painful for words, but a love so deep. He'd rather carry the weight of her curse than let her go. Back at Louvremont Estate, Roxa is greeted, not with warmth, but with Hades' signature icy glare. Without so much as a hello, Hades demands a report. How much holy power did you pull from Aisha? Roxa, sweating bullets, replies honestly. His mana was too weak back then, so he couldn't extract a lot. But Aisha's holy power was incredibly pure, so he managed to produce 57 bottles, way more than expected. Hades, still stone-faced, gets to the real reason he called Roxa. Can you make something other than healing potions, like a neutralizer? Roxa says yes, but it's not that simple. He can only make one, and the effect won't last more than 4 days. Yikes. Hades narrows his eyes. Even with her top-tier power? Roxa gulps. Yes, because the neutralizer isn't some beginner-level potion. There's a reason people call her a holy maiden, you know. Apparently satisfied, or at least no longer murderous, Hades agrees to receive it in 3 days. But that doesn't stop Roxa's overactive imagination from spiraling. Is Hades planning to face off with the High Priest? A holy war? Hades, ever so calm, shuts down the theory with a shrug. But before Roxa can breathe easy, Hades adds, "Oh, and when you're done, we're taking a little trip. Not your average road trip, so prep a portal." Portal? 3 days? Secret mission? Something's definitely brewing. 2 days had passed, and Aisha hasn't seen Hades since their deep talk. No visits, no word. And to be honest, that kind of distance was a small relief for her. After placing such emotional weight on him, it would have felt wrong to casually smile and greet him like nothing happened. And besides, she has something else on her mind. The mana suppressant is wearing off. Her powers will return by tomorrow. Suddenly, Hades appears, cheerfully might we add, and invites her for a walk. Aisha's caught off guard but accepts. They wander through the grand estate garden, quietly enjoying the peaceful scenery. Hades, a bit out of character, asks if the southern lands look similar. He confesses he's never been there. Aisha lights up, explaining, "The south is beautiful, warm all year and full of blooming flowers. It's lovely." Then Hades says something unexpected. "Let's go there together for Abel's birthday. I want to meet your father, properly. Thank him for letting me marry you. Do you know what kind of gifts your mother would like?" Sweet? Yes. But Aisha isn't there for small talk. Instead, she quietly says, "Your Grace, my power will return in about a day." Hades freezes. Just like before, she's giving him a quiet warning. Last time she did this, it was to explain that she could use mind control on him. This time, it's to prepare him for something worse again. She plans to use her power to make him kill her. Hades, shaken but determined, looks her in the eye. "What if I find another way to break your curse, without you dying? Can you wait for me?" Aisha's heart clenches. She wants to believe him, but reality says otherwise. She tells him the truth. Before becoming Aisha, she lived another life. Because she failed to kill Abel back then, she was dragged back here. The body she reincarnated into was supposed to belong to the true holy maiden. Even more heartbreak. Abella, Mikhail's lover, also dies in every life, usually at the hands of either Mikhail or Ignis. And as if the tragedy wasn't enough, Aisha adds that people with dark attributes like hers remember both their past and see future moments of their cursed fate. It's a cruel loop, where no matter how hard they fight it, the ending is always the same. Even if she hasn't seen herself kill Abel yet, Aisha knows it's coming. It always does. Hades refuses to accept that. But Aisha gently stops him. Some things are beyond anyone's strength, no matter how powerful. Just like Hades. Even Mikhail couldn't protect his beloved. Just like her with Abel. That truth finally sinks in. Hades now understands why she begged him to be the one to end her life. But that only fuels his anger toward the curse, not Aisha. Then comes the tearjerker. Aisha shares a quiet hope. If she's reborn again, she wants to remember Hades. So she'll use her own mind control on herself. Choking back tears, she makes a heartfelt request. "In my next life, please let me be by your side. Even if I'm just your maid, I'd be happy. Besides Abel, I didn't think I could care this deeply for anyone else. Maybe I'm being selfish. I'm sorry." Hades just can't handle it when Aisha cries. The poor man gently cups her cheeks and pleads, "Aisha, please don't cry. I honestly can't understand why someone like you, so kind and good-hearted, is being punished this badly. You must have had a reason." Then, like a true doting husband, he pulls her into a comforting hug, trying to soothe her pain. Despite her tears, Hades gently reassures her. I'll stick with what I believe, and I'll honor your wishes no matter what. So please don't worry. Those words give Aisha a sense of peace. But let's be real, Hades' face? Yeah, it's saying something else entirely. There's absolutely no way this man would ever harm the woman he treasures. If anything, he's ready to wage war with fate itself just to shatter that curse. After their emotional moment, the two start heading back. But then Hades leans in and, oh boy, whispers something that makes Aisha's heart do a full backflip. How about we sleep together tonight? Aisha's face turns tomato red in an instant. But Hades? Oh, he's not done yet. With a perfectly straight face, he adds, don't get too excited. Abel's sleeping with us. You, me, and Abel, all in one bed. The way he says it, so nonchalant, while Aisha scrambles to say she's not flustered at all. Classic. It's clear he enjoys teasing her just a little too much. The night rolls in with a heartwarming scene. Abel, the ever-adorable ball of sunshine, is overjoyed to have a sleepover with both his dad and Aisha. He zooms off to brush his teeth like it's the most exciting part of the day, eager to snuggle up beside the two people he loves most soon. Once the little guy is out of sight, Hades seizes the moment to tease Aisha. Don't try sneaking under the covers and clinging to me tonight, he says with a smug grin. Aisha, mortified, shoots back. Excuse me? That wasn't even on my mind. Clearly flustered since, well, she did do exactly that in her sleep once. These sweet and silly exchanges, instant heart melters. After all the tension and tears from earlier chapters, it's a breath of fresh joy. But hold on, there's more. Aisha ends up signing the marriage certificate. The funny part? She doesn't even fully remember how it happened. All she knows is that just a few minutes earlier, Hades had gone full relationship guru, reminding her that love is all about give and take. And to really drive the point home, he adds with a perfectly raised brow, do you realize how wild your request is? You even threatened to mind control me if I said no. Smooth, persuasive, and sneakily charming. And just like that, Aisha finds herself outwitted and assigned marriage certificate. But she has a plan. Her goal? Rip it up the next morning when Hades isn't looking. Ah yes, the old I'll deal with it later strategy. Good luck with that, Aisha. You're playing chess against a man who thinks 5 moves ahead. And of course, Hades, ever the strategist, casually mentions that since it's only a matter of time before the law changes, their marriage is as good as official now. Oh, and one more thing. He drops the cutest bomb. Abel can start calling you mommy now. Cue the internal screaming. Aisha, fully aware of her death plan, tells Hades that he should be the one to talk to Abel about everything. Later. She doesn't want to mess with the kid's emotions, especially since she's planning to disappear by tomorrow. Her heart's in the right place, even if it's also in total chaos. But then Hades suddenly goes quiet. His next words? A gut punch. Aisha, why are you in such a rush to die? Are you planning to hurt Abel tomorrow? Why are you acting like you can't wait for it all to end? His voice softens. We haven't been together long. But do I really mean so little to you? You won't even give me a chance to say goodbye? But Aisha, clearly shaken, replies with the most honest words she can give. I'm rushing, because you mean that much to me. It's a painful confession, but it's real. She then agrees to postpone her plan, if only for a little while. Aisha knows she might have years, 10, 20, maybe even more, but the longer she stays with Hades and Abel, the more she starts to want to live. It's foolish, she tells herself, but even foolish dreams are hard to give up when they feel this warm. To explain her mindset further, Aisha opens up about Ignis, the high priest. She understands why he's terrified of falling in love with his lover again, because when that love takes root, it's harder to act rationally. She's the same. Even though both she and Ignis know that each of their love stories are doomed, they can't stop themselves from turning the next page. Hades finally realizes just how much Aisha's been enduring for lifetimes. He quietly apologizes. feeling like he's only now seeing the full picture. But Aisha, being the calm queen she is, assures him that there's nothing to apologize for. She gets it. He just wants more time with her. Cue Abel's triumphant return. The boy marches in and announces he's finished his chica toothbrushing mission. And then, his eyes sparkle as he spots the marriage certificate. Is this what I think it is? Hades confirms it. Abel turns to Aisha, eyes full of hope. Lady. Can I call you mommy now? Aisha's heart, shattered into 1,000 emotional pieces. She nods with trembling joy as Abel hugs her tightly, calling her mommy for the first time with pure, innocent love. It's a name she hasn't heard in so long. And oh, how she missed it. As tears fall, Abel gently wipes them away, and Aisha reassures him with a smile. She's crying. Yes, but it's the kind of crying that only happens when your heart is full. The three then cuddle up in bed, this time with Aisha in the middle. Abel beams, wishing out loud they could always sleep like this. Hades, of course, agrees instantly. Daddy's loving this newfound family dynamic. Then Abel throws in a little request. Mommy, can you call me by my name from now on? Of course, Aisha says yes, and they start goofing around like the cutest little duo ever. Meanwhile, Hades is just watching from the side, totally third-wheeled. Feeling a bit left out, he teases, I'm your husband, remember? Shouldn't I get some attention too? Complete with a cheeky smile and a tap in his cheek. Aisha, already blushing, tries to keep it cool in front of their son. But Abel, the ultimate shipper of this story, pushes her forward. Go on, Mommy. Give him a kiss. She inches closer, thinking it's just a kiss on the cheek. No biggie, right? Wrong. Hades smoothly turns his head, and they end up lip-locked. Then, like nothing happened, he lays back down and smugly says, Time to sleep. Aisha, absolutely tomato red. Abel, sparkles in his eyes. That kid just witnessed the best move of the night and is clearly saving it for his future. Ahem, watch out, Deborah. To top it all off, Abel proudly announces he'll only sleep with them once a week from now on. Just so Mommy and Daddy can have alone time. Hades gives his son a mental high five. Parenting level, legend. Aisha is embarrassed, sure, but also filled with joy. Her smile is real, and it stays with her as she peacefully drifts off to sleep. Later, while both are asleep, Hades quietly grabs the marriage certificate, kisses his beloveds on their foreheads, before heading out for some important business. To him, Aisha and Abel are everything. He's happier than he's ever been, and he refuses to let that happiness vanish like a dream. No matter what, he's going to protect their peace. Always. Remember when Hades casually asked Roxa to open a portal for him in 3 days? Well, surprise, he wasn't planning to crash a party or anything. Nope. He just wanted to politely pop into the magic tower. You know, like a good neighbor with slightly terrifying magical abilities. Roxa's reaction? Absolute panic. What? Have you lost your royal marbles? I'm on the Empire's most wanted list, and you want me to open a portal straight into the Imperial Palace? Are you kidding me? Totally fair reaction. But Hades? Oh no, he responds like a true king he is. I'll personally make sure no one touches a hair on your head. If the royals even look at you wrong, I'll wipe them out and toss that most wanted list into the flames. Even the Emperor can't stop me. Yep, classic Hades. Cool, calm, and casually threatening Imperials. Good luck, Roxa. There's no backing out now. And here we are, D-Day, or as Roxa calls it, possibly my last day alive. Just kidding, hopefully. He's not dying, he's just violently shaking in his boots. Totally normal. Back to the mission at hand. Roxa explains he's brewed up a magic potion that combines his and Aisha's mana. The result? A nullification potion that lasts an entire week. That's right. 1 sip, and Hades is basically unbreakable for 7 days. Hades is actually impressed, and gives Roxa a rare compliment. Meanwhile, Somewhere in his mind, you just know he's calculating how to weaponize this like a true strategist. And now off they go to the lion's den. Cue dramatic music, sorry I couldn't add one. As they arrive, Roxa quickly notices something strange. His master isn't around. Meanwhile, Hades is busy being a tourist in the tower, marveling at how huge the library is compared to its deceptively small exterior. Yes, it's magic, and no, it doesn't come with a floor plan. But then something else catches Hades' eye. A portrait of a very good-looking man. That's him, Roxa says, my master's ancestor. People call him Procreator. He left behind a book on dark attributes, and according to my master, he could create new worlds. Yes, he's not just a looker, but also casually god-level powerful. Hades being Hades smirks and goes full skeptic. If he was that strong, why didn't he just kill the dragon god and become the only god? Roxa, clearly sweating, urges him to keep his voice down. Not everyone appreciates blasphemy with their coffee in that place. Still, Hades can't let the thought go. He knows he's strong, but not dragon god-slaying strong. So why didn't Procreator do it if he could? Suddenly, Roxa explains that no one knows how or when Procreator died. There's no record. Just vanished into thin air. While Roxa thinks it's probably just a made-up legend, Hades wonders, what if Procreator didn't die at all? What if he created a new world and is still out there? As a god. Bullseye Hades. Anyway, let's talk about something important. Where's Roxa's mysteriously missing master? Oh, just attending a good old imperial legislative meeting. The topic of the day, marriage law amendments. Yep. While magic and mysteries unfold, the Tower Master is stuck in some noble drama without a choice. The noble folks in the meeting are generally okay with changing the marriage law of the Empire, but the Emperor? Well, he's fed up with Duke Louvremont's arrogance and thinks Hades is spiraling out of control. But things are about to change, thanks to a surprise guest, Pamela Whistler. She walks in, fresh from a visit to Gasfell, one of Duke Louvremont's vassals. You know, the sneaky one who's always up to no good. Pamela steps up and starts laying out her plan, warning that if Hades goes ahead with the ceremony without paying tribute to their god, it could be seen as straight-up rebellion. Guess what? It turns out she was the one who had the brilliant idea to get Louvremont to present the Gaionia statue at the ceremony. Oh, and Hades, as the duchy's head, will have to bow his head and recite a prayer to the dragon god in front of everyone. The whole room, including the Emperor, is shook. Of course, Pamela knows Hades inside and out. She tells Louvremont that depending on how Hades acts during the ceremony, the imperial family will have to pick a side. Then she adds a little more pressure. Your Majesty, it's time to choose. Will you make the Duke bow to you, or will you keep walking on eggshells while he pulls all the strings? Pamela's fully aware the nobles will push back, so she hits them with a hard truth. In the past, whenever Hades went on an expedition, it was all about him. He grabbed territories and titles like they were candy, looking out for number one. Normally, he should be marrying into a high-status family to secure a legitimate heir. But now, he's naming his illegitimate son as his heir. Pamela also throws in that with Aisha's arrival, it's clear Hades is desperate to marry her, even if it means rewriting the law. And since Aisha comes from humble origins, this can't just be a political move. Hades has got a soft spot for her and his illegitimate son, which also means his weakness. Pamela's laying it all out, especially for the Emperor, urging him to seize this moment to turn the tables and take control. Wainer was finally free, done with the exhausting talks about amending the marriage law. But just as he stepped into the library, surprise, a powerful pressure hit him like a wall. Before he could even react, a hand gently touched his shoulder, followed by a calm but serious voice. Don't scream. Please don't do anything reckless. I promise to be a gentleman. I'm not here to cause trouble, just to talk. And right behind that intense entrance, Roxa awkwardly pops in with a sheepish, "Hey master, I'm back" look. Now, the Tower Master couldn't take his eyes off the newcomer. There was something wild in those crimson eyes, like a predator calmly observing its prey. This wasn't just some ordinary visitor. No, this was someone dangerous. someone who radiated confidence from knowing his own power. It made Weiner think, this man clearly doesn't believe in any gods. Meanwhile, Roxa, internally melting down as usual. He was panicking hard, imagining how badly this first meeting between Hades and his master could go. Still, he tried to politely introduce them, voice all wobbly, but turns out not needed. Weiner already knew who Hades was. In fact, he was expecting him. With a calm but firm tone, Weiner explained that this encounter was part of his destiny. His family had waited generations for this moment. Why? Because they believed Hades had something to protect, and that he'd be the one to finally change their fate. Turns out, his family had been guarding a mysterious book and an old message passed down for centuries. The prophecy? That a man who doesn't believe in any god would one day appear. Ironically, he would be the one who could actually hear a god's voice, and the one destined to save their suffering siblings. But there was a catch. None of the Tower Master ancestors could read the book or fully understand the message. Their only mission was to pass it on to its rightful owner. And the moment he laid eyes on Hades, something inside him just knew. This was the man. Of course, he also admitted that he didn't have all the answers. He didn't know what secrets the book held either. But what he could do was pass it on. With a glow of brilliant light, the ancient book materialized in his hands and was gently handed to Hades. The secret book had finally found its rightful owner. And what was written on it? Just one word in an ancient tongue. Atheus. But when Hades opened the book, nothing. It was completely blank. Roxa freaked out. What if this was all a prank? What if Hades thought his master was mocking him? What if he burnt off his master's mustache out of rage? Yes, that's where Roxa's mind went. But thankfully, no mustaches were harmed. Hades didn't get angry at all. Instead, he looked at the Tower Master and thanked him. The sunlight poured into the room, bright and warm, but for Aisha, it stirred up mixed feelings. On one side of her lay Abel, his little sleeping face calm and peaceful, making her smile softly. But on the other side, no Hades. That absence hit different. She couldn't help but drift into memory lane, the day she first traveled north and met Hades. Back then, she had no clue their paths would intertwine like this. No way she could have known that Hades would become someone just as precious to her as Abel. And if he feels the same, that just made their situation feel all the more heartbreaking. Aisha sighed, silently scolding herself, thinking, am I being selfish for feeling this way? Honestly, Aisha truly wishes there were a way to lift the curse without it costing her life. But after centuries of searching and failing, never once able to save her own child, can anyone really fault her for believing that sacrificing herself might be the only way out? And just when her thoughts are digging deep into tragedy area again, ding! She remembers something ridiculously important. The marriage certificate. Yep, it's gone. Disappeared. And no matter how much she flips the room upside down, it's nowhere to be found. Good job, Hades. Then a sweet little voice calls out, Mommy. Abel's awake, his eyes half-lidded, and his face is a little red, too cute for words. As he snuggles into her arms, he excitedly shares a dream he had, one where the three of them go on a happy trip to the south together. Hades had promised him just yesterday, once the ceremony ends, they'd go. So naturally, Abel connected the dots and figured that's why he dreamed it. Kid logic at its finest. But while Abel is thrilled, Aisha's heart aches. What will he do when she's gone? Still, she knows that sadness never stays forever. Souls don't die. They're reborn. Then the cycle continues. So, she gently kissed Abel's forehead, smiled warmly and whispered, I love you, locking eyes with him. And in that moment, she thought of all the lifetimes her child had lived. How many times he died in her arms. All she wishes now is that in the next life, and the ones after that, Abel can finally live in peace. Even if she's erased from his soul's memory, Even if her name fades from every lifetime, she'd have no regrets. Because her love for her child? That's bigger than time itself. And Abel? The moment his mom said those 3 sweet words, his whole face turned red. He instantly stepped back, flustered, admitting he needed a moment to compose himself. But not before bravely saying he felt the same way too. What a polite little gentleman. Someone give this kid a cookie. On the other hand, where's Hades? Well, he's holding the secret book and deeply thinking. It still looks like a stack of old blank pages to him. Except for one word that only he can read, thanks to a hidden spell tied to the book itself. The word? Written in a lost language from the old empire. You see, after becoming a duke, Hades was gifted the Parman territory. While exploring its depths, he'd uncovered some very old, forgotten treasures. Among them were tattered books in a language no one could decipher. And yet, for Hades, the script felt strangely familiar, almost like something buried deep in his memory. Later, he discovered it was the ancient tongue of the empire, long abandoned, nearly erased from history. So Hades began to piece things together. If he was the one meant to break Aisha's curse, then maybe all this wasn't just coincidence. Maybe it was his real destiny. And the moment he touched those pages with real purpose, flash, a brilliant light enveloped his body. The book had shines as if being awoken. It began flipping its pages on its own, as though it were speaking directly to his soul. Then the words echoed in his mind. Atheist, the one who does not believe in God. And suddenly, a memory surged through Hades' mind. In a peaceful little village where the sun always rose first, lived a teenage boy named Atheist. Surrounded by good-hearted people, he had everything he could ask for. A gentle mother, a hard-working father, and a baby sister named Shinya, who had just entered the world. His heart was full, his days warm and happy. The village was small, but it radiated kindness. There was no greed, no quarrels, just pure harmony. And among them all, Atheist was everyone's favorite. Why? Because he wasn't just kind. He had a special gift. He could control fire, almost like he was touched by the gods themselves. But his real magic wasn't just in flames. It was in his heart. One day, a frail boy wandered into the village, lost and alone. That boy's name was Talio. He didn't remember where he came from, or who his parents were. All he had was his name. But Atheist, with his ever-generous heart, took him in like a little brother. There was a touching moment when Talio, eyes full of longing, asked Atheist what family meant, and wondered aloud if his own mother might be out there somewhere. Atheist, ever the sunshine in someone's storm, said, "Then my mom can be your mom, and I'll be your big brother. Easy." Atheist had grown up surrounded by love, so it only felt right to share it with someone who had never known any. It could have stayed that way, a small but beautiful tale of brotherhood, if fate hadn't taken a dark turn. Because one day the sun didn't rise. Then, out of nowhere, horrifying demonic beasts appeared. They stormed through the village, destroying homes, devouring livestock, and horrifyingly, hunting only the children. The adults were left unharmed. No one understood why. Atheist ran for safety with baby Shinya in his arms. But in the chaos, he forgot Talio. Frozen in terror, hiding in the shadows, Atheist wanted to scream and grab Talio, but survival instinct made him stay silent. And then, a miracle. The beasts approached Talio, stared at him until dawn, and left. Just like that. As if they couldn't touch him. No one could explain it. But Atheist, filled with guilt, rushed to embrace Talio. In a tearful moment, Atheist apologized to Talio, admitting he had been too scared to act. But Talio, understanding and compassionate, comforted him, seeing how much Atheist was hurting. Atheist promised that next time, he would protect Talio no matter the cost. On the third night, Atheist stood by his word. As the beasts approached, he held Talio close, knowing the end was near. But again, something impossible happened. The beasts turned around and left. Athias couldn't help but wonder, why were they leaving Talio alone? Was it a miracle or just pure coincidence? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. 3 nights of terror passed, during which half the village's children were eaten by the beasts. The once peaceful village became a place where the sun rose last, and joy was a distant memory. Then on the 4th day, a woman arrived. Her name was Xenos, a thin, quiet stranger from who knows where. Xenos seemed like an ordinary wanderer at first, but when she offered to help, people listened, especially because she reminded them of Talio, a mystery wrapped in gentleness. That night, she gathered the remaining children and stayed with them. Athias, though skeptical, witnessed yet another miracle. The terrifying beasts suddenly acted like tame pets in front of Xenos. Under her command, they left the village, retreated to the mountains, and never returned again. It was beyond anything he could believe. The next day, the sun rose as it should, and Xenos assured the villagers they no longer had to fear. But the worried parents, not wanting to lose their children again, begged her to stay. To the villagers, Xenos became a deity, the one who saved their children, and they would do anything for her. Xenos made herself at home in a small house, and with her presence, peace returned to the village. The monsters were gone, the damaged homes were repaired, and laughter filled the air once more. Xenos cared for the children as though they were her own, and even though they had their biological mothers, the kids started calling her Mom. Among all the children, Talio grew especially attached to Xenos. His jealousy toward Athias faded, and he even tried to make a flower ring for Xenos. He was happy again. Athias, too, noticed something. Xenos often looked at Talio the most loving gaze toward as well. The more time passed, the more enigmatic her presence became to both Athias and Talio. Talio excitedly asks Athias to teach him how to carve a wooden doll, planning to make one with Xenos' face as a surprise gift for her. When Athias teasingly asks if Talio loves Xenos that much, the boy confidently declares that he loves her so much he wishes she could live with him and Athias forever. Athias, of course, is all for this idea. But then, Talio innocently drops a question. Athias, why do you always call Mom by her name? It turns out, of all the village kids, Athias the only one who doesn't refer to Xenos as mother. For him, Xenos is more than just a mom. She's someone special, unlike anyone else. Right then, Xenos calls out to Athias, asking for a private chat. She shyly asks if he could promise to protect Talio if she ever suddenly disappears. She wants to make sure Talio won't feel lonely or hurt. Athias reassures her, saying, I promise. But please, don't go anywhere. Talio is happiest when you're with him. Little did Xenos know, Athias's promise was more about his own fear of losing her than anything else. Still, he breathes a sigh of relief when Xenos assures him she won't be leaving at all. For a time, the village, once blessed by the first rays of sunlight each day, lived in peace again. That is, until an inexplicable illness began to strike the children. One by one, they grew frail, their bodies wasting away. Some were reduced to mere skin and bones, vomiting blood, writhing in pain day and night. The villagers, desperate for answers, hoped Xenos would have a solution. But, to their dismay, she too was powerless to help. The illness got worse. First, one child passed away, then another, and before long, the number of deaths was nearly equal to the total number of children in their village. Even Athias's younger sister, Shinya, succumbed. In the end, fewer than 10 children remained in the village. As grieving parents watched their dying children, something dawned on them. They had always been the village that welcomed the first light of dawn, but it seemed that misfortune had followed them ever since Talio arrived. And among all the children, only Talio appeared unaffected, his health unchanged. Athias tried to defend Talio, reasoning that the child was too small and innocent to be the cause of the village's suffering, After all, he didn't have the power to summon monsters. But as he spoke, Atheus suddenly coughed up blood. In the heat of the moment, Atheus's father, desperate and grief-stricken, pointed the blame squarely at Tallio, accusing him of being a devil. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the boy by the arms. Atheus tried to stop his father, fearing for Tallio's safety, but in the struggle, he was struck, knocked unconscious as his father dragged Tallio away. When Atheus regained consciousness, Zenos' voice rang out in his mind, urging him to protect Tallio. Panic surged through him as he realized night had already fallen. His heart raced as he sprinted through the village, frantically searching for his father, the man who had taken Tallio. His mind raced with fear, not just for Tallio, but for Zenos. What if she despised him for not keeping his promise? The thought chilled him to the bone. When he finally found the villagers gathered in a circle, his worst fear came to life. Zenos was crying, clutching Tallio's limp body, a knife wound in his chest. At that moment it hit him. He had been so consumed with worrying about Zenos, he had neglected Tallio. It wasn't kindness that had driven him to protect the boy, but fear and suspicion. In the end, he was just a flawed older brother, helpless to protect the one he was meant to guard. The once kind villagers had completely changed. The warmth in their hearts was replaced with rage and fear. Now, all they cared about was getting their hands on Tallio, still calling the innocent boy a devil and demanding his death. Atheus, confused and stunned, couldn't understand why they were so determined to kill the child, especially when he already had a knife sticking out of his heart. To Atheus, Tallio was already gone, or so he thought. Zenos, holding back sobs, begged the villagers to stop. She pleaded with everything she had, insisting that Tallio wasn't a devil, just a child. But the villagers were stuck in their fear. They only trusted what they could see, and what they saw was a boy who refused to die. Despite all the cruel things they'd done, strangling him, stabbing him, the child still clung to life. Now they believed that the only way to end it once and for all was to burn him alive. Maybe then, they thought, the village could finally have their peace back. That's when Atheus noticed it. Tallio was still breathing. Zenos broke down further, begging them to stop. And then, in her grief, she said the truth, that no matter what they do, Tallio will never die. Atheus's mother suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Zenos, her voice shaking with fury and grief. She demanded to know what Zenos meant. Tears streamed down her face as she remembered her daughter, little Shinya, her sweet, innocent baby who died. She blamed Tallio for everything, calling him a devil once again. Then, in a moment of desperation, she fell to her knees and pleaded, not for herself, but for her son. She pointed at Atheus and begged Zenos to save his life. Zenos' eyes fell on Atheus, and the guilt came crashing down. Her tears flowed freely as she whispered apology after apology. She admitted it was all her fault. Then, with Tallio held tightly in her arms, she turned away from the crowd. Her voice was soft but clear as she made a final promise. No child in this village will ever fall ill again. And just like that, Zenos and Tallio disappeared into the night, and were never seen in that village again. Morning came, and the sun rose once more, casting its golden light over the village. Just as Zenos had promised, the children were no longer sick. Even Atheus's health had improved, yet his heart remained heavy with sorrow. Restless and haunted, he wandered into the forest like a man possessed, searching, hoping, until he found her. There, nestled among the trees, Zenos sat alone, sobbing. The moment Atheus saw her, he instinctively understood. Tallio, the boy no one could kill, was truly gone, buried beneath the soil nearby. In the end, even Zenos, who had defied the impossible, couldn't find a way to protect both the peace of the village and Tallio's life. Through her tears, Zenos finally spoke. Yesterday, Tallio talked about you. It was only for a short while, but he said he was happy to be your family. He wanted me to thank you for treating him kindly. He said he wanted to watch Shinya grow up into a beautiful lady with you, but he was sorry that it can't happen now." Athias tried to comfort her, his voice low and gentle. He told her that Shinya's death wasn't Talio's fault. Xenos nodded, already knowing the truth, but for her, the guilt ran deeper. "It wasn't him, it was me. I could have saved your sister and the children in your village, but I hesitated. I couldn't bring myself to." Her voice trembled. "It was my selfishness. I didn't want to kill Talio. I waited too long." Athias wanted to tell her that none of it was her fault, that no one should have had to make such a choice. But the words caught in his throat. So many tragedies had followed Talio's arrival, and somehow Xenos had taken all the burden upon herself, as if she was the one meant to fix everything, as if it was her fate. So, how could he dare to say anything to her? And it was clear, Xenos was about to leave the village. She gently touched Athias's cheek and said softly, "You're not sick anymore, are you?" The words felt final, and in that moment, Athias understood. This was her goodbye. Desperate, he apologized. For his father, the villagers, and for failing to protect Talio. His voice trembled as he pleaded with her to stay. But Xenos gently shook her head, not wanting him to place blame on his father. "I understand how much parents love their children," she said. "There were times I did far worse to protect mine. And for that, I hate myself even more." Her voice cracked as she continued, her eyes filled with unbearable sorrow. "To watch your child suffer and die, and be powerless to stop it, it's the cruelest pain there is. I knew. I was the only one who could end it. And now that he's gone, the village can finally return to peace. Thank you for being there for Talio, for loving him. In his final moments, he talked about you constantly. He loved you so much. That's what it meant. To him, you were family." Then she made one final request tenderly. "If you meet Talio again in your next life, be his family for real. He told me. He wanted to see you again, that no one had ever loved him like you did." Athias cried as he nodded, accepting her request. Trembling, he then begged again. This time, not just for Talio, but for all of them. "Talio and I will be family, so would you be his mother again, in our next life? Because he really loved you too. That's what he told me. Would you be part of our family too?" Xenos didn't answer. She only smiled, softly, painfully, and her silence stretched long between them. Her eyes were filled with longing, as if she knew the wish he made was something far too fragile for this world. Athias wanted so badly for her to stay. He knew the village would only bring her more pain, more memories. But still, selfishly, he wanted her there. Yet when he looked into her eyes heavy with grief beyond words, he couldn't say a thing. Xenos turned and walked away, and Athias remained, standing alone in the place where she used to be. Athias reminisced about the time he lightly teased little Talio, pointing out that the doll he made didn't quite resemble Xenos. Instead of getting upset, Talio bashfully admitted he wasn't great at carving like Athias, but still wanted to keep making dolls, this time for both of them. That innocent dream of theirs tugged at Athias's heart even now. But back then, Athias had gently suggested Talio should keep making dolls of Xenos instead. In return, he promised to make dolls representing the two of them, Talio and himself. That simple offer had lit up the boy's entire face. With sparkling eyes, Talio had whispered, "With you and Mother around, it feels like I have a real family. I hope we can stay together forever. I'm so happy. I love being with you." Athias knelt in front of Talio's grave, pouring out every pain and sorrow his heart had buried, just as Xenos had done the night before. Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind him and dropped a cruel truth without warning. The child is gone. Xenos has killed her child again. The shock hit Atheus like thunder. He demanded to know who this man was and how he knew Xenos. Procreator calmly revealed himself as Xenos' brother and confessed to an awful truth. Xenos was trapped in a cursed cycle. In every life, she'd end up killing her child, lose herself in unbearable grief, and eventually take her own life, over and over again. Atheus, filled with fury, couldn't believe Xenos' own brother had allowed such a tragedy to repeat. But the Procreator calmly explained. He didn't stop her because he respected her choice. He believed dying was less painful for Xenos than living on with such a loss. Then, as if he'd read Atheus' heart, Procreator suddenly asked, "Are you in love with Xenos?" Before Atheus could respond, the man warned him. Forget her. Let Xenos go. Because when love leaves its mark on the soul, that soul keeps chasing it, even across lifetimes. And Xenos was not someone who could live a normal life. Falling in love with her, in any life, meant chasing heartbreak. Procreator then admitted that Xenos had been cursed by none other than her own father, the great dragon god. Atheus was horrified. What kind of father curses his own daughter like that? But before he could say more, Procreator quickly urged him to stop. Speaking ill of the dragon god, the very creator of their world, was dangerous, he warned. But Atheus didn't stop. He didn't care because he never believed in gods. And after hearing this, how could he start now? If that's how your god treats his beloved daughter, is he really your father? Can he even be called a god? He spoke fearlessly, even knowing the wrath such words could bring. He continued, voice heavy with emotion. I may not know everything about Xenos, but I do know she didn't deserve that. No one does. If a god punishes someone so cruelly that they're doomed to end their life in agony, then who's the real evil? Atheus wasn't done. He unleashed a torrent of questions and accusations, ones the Procreator wasn't prepared for. Procreator stood frozen, stunned into silence. Never in all his years had he met someone who dared to challenge the gods so boldly, let alone in the midst of grief, loss, and despair. But Atheus? He didn't fear divine judgment. Still trying to defend his father, Procreator clung to the belief that the dragon god was absolute good. But Atheus struck a blow that shattered that illusion. Your father isn't good, Atheus said coldly. If he was truly omniscient, then he would have known what Xenos would do. He saw it coming, didn't he? But he didn't stop her. He let her fall, just so he could punish her afterward. Why? Because he wanted to watch her suffer. He then smirked. And now you're telling me I should stay quiet about it? Are you serious? Unless you're some fool walking around with your head chopped off, how can you believe someone like that is good and still follow his commands? I'm honestly amazed. The words hit hard. Procreator had always believed, without question, that the dragon god, their father, was the definition of good. It was the foundation of his entire worldview. But hearing Atheus speak so plainly, so fearlessly, something cracked. And what came next wasn't anger, it was awakening. He closed his eyes, lost in thought about his siblings. Xenos and Ignis, who suffered endlessly. What could he do for them, truly? Finally, after a long pause, he stepped forward. With quiet determination, he took Atheus's hand. I'll remember your name, he said, his voice low and solemn, so I can find you again. Atheus, the one who dared to question the dragon god, the first human who refused to worship without reason. Then his palm began to glow. Soft light radiated as he touched Atheus's head. I'll share my gifts with you. The one who doesn't believe in God will become the one capable of standing against his power. That day, a spark was lit, one so powerful it crossed the boundaries of time and fate. And in another life, that spark awakened once more. A man named Hades stirred, fragments of another lifetime weaving into his mind like whispers from a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, a promise, a truth buried deep in his soul. He remembered. He was Atheus. He remembered the vow he once made to Xenos and her child, that if fate allowed them to meet again, they would live as a true family. That promise never faded. It had imprinted itself on his soul, carried through time like a sacred bond. And now, in this life, Hades could finally answer the question Procreator once asked him, long ago. Yes, he loves her. He always has. And no matter the pain or the curse, he always will. Aisha, now fully aware that her powers are back, wastes no time. She heads straight for Hades, ready to confront her husband once and for all, knowing full well it might be her last day alive. "Give me that marriage certificate. I need to tear it up," Aisha demands, her voice unwavering. But Hades, ever the stone wall, isn't giving in. So she brings up her death plan again. Hades, trying to shake off the gloom, responds with a sigh. "Why are you bringing this up so early? You're making me feel depressed already." Still, Aisha stands firm, reminding him of the promise he made. Desperate, Aisha resorts to her last weapon, mind control. She orders Hades to hand her the certificate, but he just stares at her blankly, completely unfazed. Not one to give up easily, she steps closer, staring him down, hoping it will work this time. But nope, still nothing. Hades, grinning like he's enjoying the show, teases her. "Oh, my dear wife, do you really think you can control me? I'm not a man you can just command." And with a smug little smile, he crosses his arms, clearly enjoying the power dynamic. Aisha is taken aback that he actually figured out a way to block her ability completely. It's a major blow to her confidence. But how did he do it? Did he somehow gain the ability to cancel out her powers too? Instead of answering her question, Hades goes off in a completely different direction. He casually mentions that he knows her sibling, Procreator, and then he admits the Tower Master, who just happens to be a descendant of Procreator. That's why Hades knows. Aisha, curious, asks how he knows about the family connection. Hades just smirks and says, "Don't ask too many questions. A mysterious man is always more alluring." Oh, so smooth. But he doesn't stop there. He admits he's just piecing together some puzzles in his mind. As for what he's learned from the secret book, well, that's staying locked in his head for now. And so, the questioning continues. Aisha, no longer holding back, reveals a lot more about her past. She explains that the story centers around her, Ignis, and Procreator, the only humans who ever existed in the world created by the dragon god. She goes on to share the truth about Procreator, how he was the dragon god's favorite child, the one who resembled him most, and how he was a human with the incredible power to create an entire new world. The dragon god trusted him deeply, but in the end, Procreator betrayed that trust by killing the god or their father. Of course, Aisha clarifies that while Procreator did kill the dragon god, it was only in his human form. She's convinced that Gaionia, the dragon god, is still out there somewhere, though exactly where is still a mystery. Naturally, Aisha explains that Procreator kills their father because he wanted to gain omniscience, an ability that not only reveals one's own destiny, but also the events of the future. Procreator planned to use the curse to his advantage, to see if he could help his sibling break free from their punishments. Then, Aisha adds that Procreator has essentially become a writer. No, not just any writer. A god who created his own world. Hades, not missing a beat, teases Aisha, suggesting that Procreator just ran away from it all. But Aisha is quick to defend her brother. After all, that same world was where she lived once. She even confesses that she was hit by Truck-kun and ended up reincarnating in Aisha's body before returning to their world. But Hades isn't one to forget easily. He remembers the time when Aisha admitted she had a crush on him for 5 whole years, only for her to later realize it was all a misunderstanding. Naturally, he couldn't resist asking Aisha to spill the beans on her story. And, well, Aisha's fangirl mode kicked in big time. She starts off by revealing that Procreator had written a novel in that world. She believes Procreator did that, so that when she will be reincarnated into Aisha's body, she'd have an easier time adjusting back to her world. Everything was going smoothly until Aisha casually let slip too much information, specifically that she had fallen in love with the main character of that book. And of course, you know exactly where this is headed. Hades immediately assumes he must be the main character. Well, it must have been a very fun book to read. No wonder you fell in love with me after reading it, Hades says, clearly pleased with himself. After all, any story about him must be pure gold. Aisha doesn't bother to correct him, and honestly, why would she? It's too late now, and let's face it, she's in love with him anyway. Aisha then gets serious again, admitting that she doesn't fully understand how the creation ability works. However, she shares a few key things with Hades to give him some insight. First, Procreator created a world where only the laws he established apply. Second, she had once lived in that world. And third, when she returned to that world, she ended up taking over Ignis's lover's body, all thanks to the dragon god's laws. As for whether Procreator can still affect the laws in their current world, that remains unclear. But one thing is certain. Since Xenos was reincarnated into Aisha's body, Procreator clearly still holds some influence over that world. Hades, ever curious, asks, "So, what was the world Procreator created like?" Aisha simply replies, "It wasn't bad, I guess. There's no magic, and everyone is pretty much equal there. At least no one has to worry about their heads being on fire when dealing with someone like you." Gosh, Aisha knows her husband so well. Then Aisha shares something else. A memory from the last time she saw Procreator as Xenos. He had asked her to do something, and the way he spoke made it clear he had some knowledge about how to break the curse. This leads Aisha to her firm belief. Her death is the only key. But of course, Hades isn't having any of Aisha's plan. In his mind, there's no way he's letting her die for any reason. He's absolutely adamant about it, even if he doesn't voice his disagreement out loud. Then, as if sensing the need for a change of pace, Hades steers the conversation back to the dragon god. Aisha describes Gaionia as someone kind, like Procreator, but also stern. He had a fiery temper, much like Ignis, yet sometimes he showed a softness similar to Xenos. Despite being a god, Gaionia was remarkably human-like. After all, the humans he created were made in his image. Aisha, still holding on to the belief that her father loved her and her siblings more than anyone else, struggles with the resentment she might feel toward him. Despite everything, the punishment, the endless lives, the suffering, she can't bring herself to hate him. She admits this to Hades, explaining that even after all she endured, she still can't resent Gaionia. Hades is visibly surprised by Aisha's feelings. He even dares to suggest that maybe the dragon god wasn't entirely blameless for punishing humans like her. Aisha, however, calmly explains why she couldn't afford to hate her father. First, she's exhausted. The endless loop of life has drained her of the strength to even harbor resentment. But more importantly, she's terrified that he could punish her even more severely at any moment. He's a being who can take everything she holds dear in the blink of an eye. Aisha then adds while looking at Hades, I don't want to lose you too. You can think I'm a coward, but please, try to understand." It's a moment of raw vulnerability, and Hades can't help but soften slightly in response. Aisha's fear, her exhaustion, and her plea weigh heavily on him. She doesn't just want to survive. She wants to protect those she loves, even at the cost of her own peace. Later, Hades spends some time alone, piecing together everything Aisha said. It starts to make sense. The secret book Procreator left for Hades wasn't just a relic. It was a call to action. Procreator wanted Hades to do something, to confront the dragon god. And it doesn't stop there. Procreator had created a new world to free his sister from the curse, meaning that he doesn't want Aisha to sacrifice herself. The true target, Hades realizes, is Gaionia. If Hades has the power to confront the god, then it's his duty to use that power to fight him. The secret book would guide him to find Gaionia, and once he reaches the last page, all his questions will be answered. But that's a long way off. There's still a mountain of work to do, especially with the Louvre-Mont affairs, and he hasn't even reached the last page of the book yet. Then, as if his plate wasn't already full, a letter arrives in the dukedom, delivered straight from the emperor. But then comes the twist. Just as Pamela had suggested, the emperor demands that Hades hold the announcement ceremony of his successor as soon as possible, a year earlier than planned, and that it include a god-worshipping ritual. In exchange for complying with this request, the emperor promises to amend the marriage law. Hades, though he anticipated some sort of response like this ever since Count Gasfell mentioned the dragon god statue at the Abel successor ceremony plans, is nonetheless furious. What does he need to do to this letter? He might as well burn it to ash. I have so much work to do. Who knew that getting married would be this hard? He mutters, his frustration palpable. Sure, the road is tough, but Hades knows that every obstacle is just another step toward the ultimate goal. There's a way forward, even if it's not easy, and he'll find it. The future may be complicated, but that doesn't mean it's without hope. Aisha's brain is in full detective mode as she tries to figure out how Hades has suddenly become immune to her mind control. After some intense theorizing, she concludes that her brother, procreator, might have left behind a secret message for his descendant, who just so happens to be the Tower Master. Smart as ever, Aisha quickly connects the dots. Hades must have paid the great wizard a visit to help her with the curse, but Hades instead gained some extra knowledge too. Now, only 2 people in the entire empire are capable of giving Hades resistance against her power, Roxa and the Tower Master. And guess who tops Aisha's suspect list? Roxa, of course. Well, for starters, he did once take her holy power back when she asked him to make her a healing potion. Remember that intense forehead-to-forehead moment? Mystery solved. At least in her mind. Now Aisha pictures Hades turning Roxa and the wizard into some kind of magical potion factory, brewing resistance potions like there's no tomorrow. The absurdity of it all is driving her crazy. Because let's face it, this whole mess is between a man who refuses to kill her and a woman destined to die. Complicated, right? Just when her thoughts are getting dangerously tangled, a knock on the door snaps her back to reality. It's Anne, of course, arriving with a bright smile and the best dishes in hand like it's a 5-star room service. Aisha barely has time to react before she finds herself sitting at what looks like the most wholesome family dinner ever, with Hades and Abel, picture perfect and eating like a happy little trio. Naturally, Aisha gives her signature stare to Hades, hoping this time he'll finally hand her the marriage certificate. But nope. The man is as unbothered as ever, even winking at her like he's the one casting charms now. She's losing the mind game, again. Then, Hades casually shifts gears and asks Abel if he has something to share. The boy instantly looks like he just got caught red-handed. Nervous, Abel tries to play it cool. What do you mean? I don't think I did anything wrong? Hades, ever the composed father, assures him. You didn't. But I do wonder if my sweet son is hiding something. Uh-oh, Abel immediately suspects this is about his newly unlocked fire ability. So, like a little secret agent, he leans in and whispers to Hades, trying to confirm whether Azar spilled the beans. Once Hades nods, Abel explains nervously, I wasn't trying to hide it. His eyes drift to Aisha. She's totally in the dark. The reason? Abel wanted more one-on-one time with her, using training as the perfect excuse. Adorable, right? Hades, curious, asks, Why didn't you tell your mom? I thought she'd be the first to know. Abel just shakes his head, not wanting to admit that he fibbed a little for more quality time. Of course, Aisha, being the curious mom she is, asks what's going on. And boom, Abel panics. He blurts out that he'll explain everything later. Realizing he raised his voice, he immediately apologizes. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you yet. Not until the announcement ceremony. Ah, kids and their big secrets. Hades, being the ever-attentive father, quickly catches on to what's running through Abel's little head. After all, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. especially when both are completely smitten with Aisha. So, smoothly changing the topic, he drops a surprise. The Emperor sent a notice that the ceremony's schedule has been changed. It's now happening a little over 3 weeks from now. Cue the stunned faces of Aisha and Abel. Hades hands them the Emperor's letter, and while both read the same words, their reactions couldn't be more different. Aisha's internal fireworks are practically going off. She's thrilled. Why? Because a delay in the ceremony means one very important thing. More time to avoid the wedding and no immediate pressure to find that elusive marriage certificate. Sweet freedom. Or so she thinks. Meanwhile, poor Abel is crushed. He looks up at his mom, teary-eyed and confused about why she's so happy about what he considers bad news. Quickly picking up on her son's feelings, Aisha switches to dramatic actress mode. With exaggerated despair, she gasps, "Oh no, how terrible. No one in the Empire despises gods like you, your grace, and now His Majesty expects you to build a statue of the dragon god and lead a prayer too? Unthinkable." Of course, in her mind, she's practically throwing confetti in the Emperor's direction. Hades can't help but chuckle at her theatrical display. She's clearly convinced that Hades would never go through with such a ridiculous demand. So obviously, there'll be no wedding. Aisha's confidence is soaring. But then Hades casually strolls over to Abel and leads him out to the balcony. What for? Oh, just to show off his progress on building the statue. Yep, he's actually doing it. Abel lights up like the sun, rubbing his cheek affectionately against his father's shoulder. Father, I know how hard that must have been for you. Hades smiles and answers sincerely. I'll do anything to marry your mom. Aisha, who looks like she's about to short-circuit, blurts out, Did you drink something weird today? Hades simply answers no, then adds with that same calm charm, Well, can you see how serious I am now? Cue Aisha's blush, though she tries to pretend she's not affected, but oh, she definitely is. Then Hades turns up the romantic dial and says, I'd sell my soul to the devil if it meant I could marry you. Aisha's heart practically does a cartwheel. Naturally, Abel is starry-eyed. That's so romantic, Father. I'm totally using that line someday. Watch out, Deborah. Our little male lead is stockpiling the smoothest lines in history just for you. Encouraged by his son's reaction, Hades continues his overly dramatic love confessions. Whether it's lying bare-chested at Aisha's feet or licking goblin toes for her affection, he's not holding back. Then comes his final punchline. Can you feel my love for you now? Just when Aisha thinks she's seen all his antics, Hades shifts to a softer, more serious tone. Gently taking her hand, he says, No matter what happens, we'll be a family. You promised to become Abel's and mine. His voice is firm, but there's emotion behind it, as memories of Xenos and Atheus from his past life quietly echo in his heart. One thing's for sure, when Hades loves, he loves with everything he's got. Later on, Hades and Abel finally get a quiet moment to talk honestly, just father and son. Abel opens up, admitting what really happened the first time he unlocked his fire ability in front of Azar. Although the boy still isn't sure how exactly it happened, he leaves out the real reason, that it occurred while he was trying to burn a suspicious note about Aisha's father that Azar had dug up. But of course Hades already had the full picture. He'd long figured out that Azar intended to present Baron Heathcliff's note as evidence. And he also knew that Abel had gotten rid of it before that could happen. Hades even appreciated Azar's silence about the detail. But more than anything, he's proud. His little Abel is not only unlocking fire powers, but starting to act just like him. Naturally, he congratulates his son with a warm smile. Then, Abel reveals why he lied to Aisha and kept his newfound ability a secret. Hades doesn't scold him. Nah, he gets it. Because, let's be honest, both he and his son are pretty whipped when it comes to Aisha. Abel grins and playfully teases, You like her so much? You said you'd lick a goblin's toe just to win her heart. Hades, playing along, leans in like he's sharing top-secret classified info. Exactly. Do you know how hard that is? Goblins are nasty and they smell terrible. That sends Abel into a giggling fit. Then Hades gets sincere again. I love you just as much as I love your mother, son. And you know what? She loves you even more than you realize. So, you don't need to hide things from her just to spend time with her. She'd drop everything for you, anytime. That's why you should tell her. Be proud of what you've achieved, especially with the ceremony coming up soon. With a bright smile, Abel hugs his father and promises to come clean to Aisha. He even compliments Hades' over-the-top dedication, like going as far as building a statue of Gaionia, which everyone knows is a huge deal for Hades, who absolutely loathes the dragon god. The boy's admiration is clear as day. I want to be just like you when I grow up, he says. But wait, turns out Aisha and Abel might have celebrated a little too early. Because the statue Hades is building? Well, technically, he did say he was constructing one, but he never said it would be of the dragon god. Father and son stroll over to the construction site, and there it is. Soon, the workers will begin chiseling away at a towering sculpture of none other than Hades himself. And not just some average depiction. This version of Hades is all dramatic flair. Strong jawline, windswept hair, and the perfect hero pose. One worker even holds up a painted portrait like, "Yes, sir, this is the vibe." Then, as if on cue, Hades drops the line with a perfectly straight face. "I'm here in the flesh, too, if anyone needs a live model." Yep. Forget the dragon god. Hades is commissioning a statue of himself. Next day rolls in, and the Louvre-Mont mansion is starting to feel a bit too cozy. Cramped. Now that Azar's elite army and the knights are all squeezing into the same training grounds. Azar, usually the type to throw down at the slightest inconvenience, actually takes the mature route this time. He reminds Jax that stirring up trouble with the nobles and knights isn't worth it. Yup, looks like Azar's turning over a new leaf. Growth arc unlocked. But their serious chat doesn't last long, because enter our favorite chaotic couple, Aisha and Hades. What appears to be a sweet, romantic moment. Nope. It's Aisha, once again, trying to Jedi mind trick her husband into handing over that marriage certificate. Meanwhile, Hades is just having the time of his life, teasing her like a love-struck menace. Poor Azar is right there, trying to keep a straight face. It's giving single awareness attack, critical hit. Jax, on the other hand, is straight up thrilled to see Aisha again after their last meal together. He even says he missed her, in front of Hades. Bold move, sir. Naturally, Hades shuts it down fast and tells Jax to get back to training before he starts testing his loyalty with more burpees. Aisha, meanwhile, can't help but feel a bit awkward around Azar, still remembering their last tense conversation. Flashback to Count Garen's surprising visit with Azar. Turns out Count Garen wasn't just swinging by for a casual chat. He shares that during his routine visit, he had a pretty enlightening conversation with none other than Lady Aisha Heathcliff. She told him a story about a brilliant strategist from ancient times, something that totally shifted his perspective. It made him realize that, yep, he doesn't know everything, and there's always room to grow. That's some humble pie for a seasoned noble. The Count then admits he hadn't respected Azar properly in the past. But after reflecting on things, especially thanks to Aisha, he's ready to back off from micromanaging parts of the military that aren't his responsibility. "I'll still handle the subjugation team since it's my job," he says, "but the rest is yours. Just don't embarrass the Duke or the Emperor, all right?" With that, he leaves Azar standing there, speechless. Azar is stunned, not just by the Count's sudden change of tone, but by the fact that the man seemed genuinely thoughtful. Not brainwashed. That can only mean one thing. Aisha did something. She must have reached out to Garen and brought him back to his senses. So now Azar starts to wonder, is she truly trustworthy? Maybe her dark attribute isn't something to fear after all. But before he can get lost in thought, a cold voice cuts through the air. Enter. The overprotective husband mode. Activated. He notices Azar's intense gaze and isn't having any of it. "Why do you keep staring at Aisha?" he says with ice in his voice. "Do I need to gouge out your eyeballs?" Classic Hades, jealous and deadly in one sentence. Without waiting for a reply, He casually turns to Aisha and says they should go check on the knight's training. Aisha, ready to follow her husband, pauses. She turns back to Azar and tells him not to get the wrong idea. She reminds him she hasn't forgotten her promise, not to stay too long with Hades and Abel. She reassures him he doesn't have to worry. Azar, clearly shaken, stops her by gently tugging on her sleeve. He says, "I just wanted to tell you something. Don't overthink it. I crossed the line before. It's not my place to tell you whether to stay or leave. His Grace and young Master Abel clearly want you with them. So really, it's not my business to meddle." Then he bows deeply and sincerely apologizes for how he treated her before. Aisha tries to comfort him, saying she understood his anger back then. But Azar insists that even if he was surprised or emotional, that didn't excuse his behavior. He admits he was thoughtless, and this time, he truly wants her forgiveness. She accepts it. Then Azar brings up something a little more personal. He tells Aisha that she doesn't need to speak so formally with him or his elite army. They're not official knights after all. The knights serving the Duke may be on equal ground in Hades' eyes, but in reality, they hold noble titles, unlike Azar's men. So he suggests she call them by their names instead of being formal. Aisha smiles and says, "I'll still use your title when I want to show respect, but calling someone by their first name feels more personal." She then holds out her hand to him. "So, when it's just the two of us, I'll call you Azar." He's caught off guard. Again. Her smile hits him right in the heart, and he freezes for a second. But then, a bit red in the face, he reaches out and takes her hand in a shake. Honestly, with that blush and dazed look on his face, I can't blame Hades for being a tiny bit possessive. It's pretty clear Azar might have a teeny crush on our Duchess. Or maybe it's just me overthinking. As Hades and Aisha stroll toward the knight's training grounds, Aisha casually brings up a brilliant idea. Since Hades already pulled off the impressive feat of fixing the marriage laws, why not take it a step further? She suggests he submit a petition allowing nobles to hand out titles voluntarily within their own territories. Pretty clever, right? That way, snobby aristocrats like Count Gasfell would finally stop looking down on Azar. Then Aisha drops another truth bomb. Your elite troops are called hunting dogs, and people still don't take them seriously because they're not officially recognized in House Louvremont. Ouch, but fair. Hades takes it all in stride, good man, and assures her he'll look into it. Sounds like he knows a solid suggestion when he hears one. But of course, being the ever-suspicious Duke, he can't help but wonder if Azar planted the idea in Aisha's head. In a flustered attempt to explain, Aisha blurts, I mean, Azar isn't the only one in your elite team, you know, and I'm not even that close to him. So stop bullying him every time he shows up. Honestly, he has the right to hate me more than like me." Classic Aisha, awkward, honest, and unintentionally funny. But Hades isn't laughing. What's been bothering him more is the way Aisha has changed since regaining her memories from her past life. She hasn't done anything wrong in this lifetime, yet she acts like she's carrying the weight of every sin. She's constantly blaming herself, her once bright eyes now dull with guilt, as if she sees herself as something dirty or unwanted. Hades has had enough. "I'm sorry, but I really don't think you did anything wrong, even in your past lives," he tells her gently. "And I hate seeing you so scared." When Aisha softly replies that she'll keep it in mind, Hades' smile turns cold. "Don't just say that. Maybe I should hit you every time you act like that." Pause for dramatic gasp. Did Hades just say that? Aisha is horrified. Her husband, the Duke, the symbol of chivalry, is threatening to hit her? Before she can spiral further, Hades lifts a finger as if he's really going to flick her forehead. Poor Aisha shuts her eyes tightly, bracing herself for the incoming punishment, guilt flooding her face. But instead of a flick, Hades leans in and gently kisses her forehead. Flustered and red as a tomato, Aisha stammers, "Now." With a teasing grin, Hades taps his own forehead and says, "Well, you just got hit. Really hard." Then, with a shrug, he insists it wasn't his lips. It was clearly his finger. Well, that's Hades for you. On a serious note, Hades understands how deeply Xenos, was punished in her previous lives. But he's determined to change that. In his eyes, she deserves kindness, respect, and love from him, Abel, the people of Louvremonts, and everyone in the Empire. No one's going to treat you like some cursed outcast just because you have dark attribute, he assures her. And just in case anyone tries, Hades' voice drops to a bone-chilling calm. If someone like that still exists, don't worry. They won't for long. I'll handle it. Quietly and quickly. Now that's what you call protective husband energy, he continues, his tone soft again. So please, trust me. Stop being afraid. Trust that I can break your curse. Set you free. I promise you. With those words, he gently takes Aisha's hand, sealing his vow. Aisha is deeply moved, but naturally, she still worries about her husband. As they walk on together, their peaceful moment is suddenly interrupted by something unexpected. Standing tall in the front yard of the mansion is a statue. A very familiar one. Yep, it's a statue of Hades himself, heroically posing like some kind of ancient war god. Aisha stares at it in utter disbelief, her jaw practically hitting the ground. But before she can even form words, Hades looks at her and says, completely serious, "So, Aisha, just give me a little more time." Still clinging to any excuse she can think of, Aisha nervously insists that ancient statues for Gaionia just happen to look like humans. Totally normal, right? Definitely not because she's staring at one that just looked like her husband. Nope. Denial is a comfy place to be. Hades, completely unbothered, claps his hands with a blank expression. "Wow. You're really good at ignoring the obvious," he says. "It's me. You might only see the outline for now, but surely you can sense the sheer handsomeness radiating off that statue, right?" Not complaining. Naturally, Aisha wants to know. Why would he pull a stunt like that? His answer? Short and serious. Hades refuses to bow, even as a lie, to the dragon god. "To protect you, I have to face him head on," he says, looking as determined as ever. And now, Aisha's brain is doing cartwheels. She's overthinking so hard she might actually invent a new way to solve problems, through hair pulling. Still, buried under all the anxiety, a tiny spark of hope flickers. Maybe, just maybe, she can live a peaceful life with her husband and son. She's been expecting doom any day now. But for once, she wants to believe in something better. So, she decides to sleep, hoping for a dream that doesn't come with emotional trauma. No such luck. She wakes up in the dream, except it's painfully real. Her father, the dragon god, is drenched in blood but still breathing. Nearby, Mikhail and Azar are also present. This isn't a dream at all. It's her first glimpse of the future, a full-blown omniscience vision. Panicking, Aisha searches for Abel, and thank goodness he's safe, quietly sitting beside a little girl who's probably Deborah. But then comes the gut punch. Everyone's accounted for, except Hades. That's when she looks down and sees him, wounded and resting in her lap, barely hanging on. Aisha breaks into tears as Hades whispers, "I'm sorry. I thought I could do it. I promised I'd free you." She holds him tightly, begging him not to leave her. Not like this. With his last breath, Hades simply says, "Aisha, I'm sorry." And just like that, she jolts awake, heart racing, face soaked in tears, desperately hoping this nightmare never becomes her reality. On the flip side, Abel is currently showing off his magic skills to none other than Hades. But the humble kid still believes what he did wasn't anything special. The irony? Hades is bursting with pride inside. He even praises Abel, telling him straight up that there's nothing more he can teach him, because Abel already did his absolute best. That comment? It lights up Abel's entire mood. But of course, Hades doesn't leave without giving his son a little golden tip for the upcoming ceremony. just a nudge to help him truly shine. Then the mood subtly shifts. Hades changes the topic and gently breaks the news that he has to leave for a bit. He casually mentions needing to hunt down a monster, not diving too deep into the details. What's strange, though? He says he's going solo. No Azar, no elite army. Just him. Abel, sharp as ever, senses something isn't quite right. But he trusts his dad deeply, so he lets it go, at least for now. Then Hades pulls out his ultimate persuasion card. After the ceremony, you'll officially be my successor. That means when I'm not here, you're the Lord of Louvremont. Those words hit Abel differently. It's not just a title, it's a responsibility. And suddenly the young heir understands. Protecting the castle and his beloved mom, Aisha, falls on his shoulders when Hades is gone. It's a touching father and son moment. You'd want to frame it. But the scene shatters like glass. Aisha bursts into the room, breathless and terrified. She clings to Hades, her voice trembling as she begs him not to go. Her hands shake, her tears won't stop, and she looks completely broken. Something is haunting her. Hades gently tries to calm Aisha down, asking her how she even found out about his plans, or at least to tell him what's scaring her so much. But instead of answering his questions, Aisha blurts out something shocking. Gaionia, tell me, how did you find him? Her voice is shaking, her heart's racing, and in her desperation, she begs Hades to tell her everything he knows, especially if it has anything to do with breaking her curse. She doesn't even realize that little Abel is right there, listening to everything. This is exactly what Hades feared most, revealing such terrifying truths right in front of his child. And when he stays silent, Aisha becomes even more desperate. She raises her voice, finally shouting the real reason she's falling apart. She had a vision. A horrible one. In it, Hades dies, and fails to keep the promise he made to her. So she pleads with him, over and over, not to go, not to face the dragon god. If someone has to die, she begs him to let it be her, before the curse takes him away forever. The room is full of heartbreak. Eventually, all that crying takes a toll on her. Hades carries her gently to her room, tucks her in like a whisper. Abel then looks up and softly asks, what's going on to his mother and father? But Hades, being the overprotective father that he is, doesn't answer. Not even a hint. Abel respects that. He doesn't push. Still, the boy can't hide how he feels. Just like his mom, he wishes his dad would stay. He's scared. Scared he'll never see his father again. And honestly, who could blame him? Hades listens quietly, the guilt building inside. Everything that just happened, all of Aisha's fears, her breakdown, it's all because of her vision. A vision of the future where he dies. But even knowing that, Hades still can't bring himself to do what might save him, hurting Aisha. That's something he simply won't do. Instead, he tells Abel the truth. Well, a gentle version of it. He admits that he has to go because he doesn't have a choice. In his mind, Hades knows that someone has to fight the dragon god. And if it means that Abel and Aisha get to live freely, even without him, then so be it. Hades understands what he's walking into. There's no promise of survival. But to him, success doesn't mean living through it. It means saving the people he loves. Of course, none of that is shared with Abel. Instead, Hades reassures his son that everything's fine. Aisha just had a bad dream, that's all. And to help ease his worries, Hades offers to stay beside him until he falls asleep. A comforting lie from a father who's ready to risk everything. When morning light pours in, Aisha wakes up in her bed, and Hades is sleeping while sitting right next to her. But deep down, her mind is already racing. Aisha remembers there is a way to change fate. After all, she's lived through this life more than once. And if there's one thing she wants above all, it's to protect her beloved child. To stop the tragedy she foresaw, she just needs the right info. A hint of where she'll be, and what might happen. If she can hide in a place that doesn't match her vision, she might be able to outsmart destiny. Unfortunately, fate isn't so easily fooled. Just when she thought she had a chance, another heartbreaking vision came crashing in. Still, Aisha can't help but wish Hades to become a heartless man. That would have made things so much easier if that's the case. She could let go, and maybe change the outcome. She mocks her past self, who once begged Hades to take Abel, and even asked him to kill her. What was she thinking? She now realizes how selfish that was. As Aisha gently touches Hades' sleeping face, she finally confesses to herself. She never truly thought about what he must be feeling or going through. That's when Hades suddenly opens his eyes and, noticing how cold her hands are, wraps them in his warmth. That simple gesture hits Aisha hard. It reminds her just how much she doesn't want to lose him. Desperate, she begs him to tell her everything once more, especially how he discovered the location of the dragon god. She even promises not to use mind control, going so far as to kneel in front of him, pleading with him not to leave, not to die. But Hades refuses to share what she wants to know. Instead, he makes a vague promise that he'll do anything she asks. Aisha knows. It's just a way to soothe her. Deep inside, she understands one painful truth. Hades has made up his mind, and nothing she says will change it. Feeling helpless, Aisha turns to food as a distraction. She eats with unusual intensity, cleaning every plate as if she's preparing for battle. Even Anne can't help but comment that Aisha looks like someone possessed by the ghost of a starving soul. Of course, Aisha brushes it off, saying she's just trying to get stronger. But Abel isn't buying that either. The moment Anne steps away to get more food, he bluntly asks Aisha what's really going on. Surprisingly, Aisha isn't completely lying. She is trying to grow stronger. She's not the type to sit back while her husband heads toward danger. She's already come up with a plan. After all, she saw herself in that vision. No matter what warnings she gives, Hades is still going to confront the dragon god. And since she clearly follows him there, it means she'll end up discovering the hidden location of Gaionia soon enough. Asking Hades is useless. He won't tell her anything. So, until the successor ceremony is over, Aisha decides she'll prepare herself physically and mentally, just in case she has to run into the storm after him. Meanwhile, Abel, who still struggles to understand both his parents, tries his best to stay composed. He brings up something Aisha said the day before, hoping to get a clear answer. But as Aisha turns to him, she's overwhelmed by the memories of her vision. The faces of Mikhail, Azar, Deborah, and Abel. She wants to believe that the dragon god still has some goodness left, and even planned to plead with her father to spare Hades and Abel's lives too. Ahem, girl, no matter how many times you beg, you already know that won't work. Thankfully, Abel snaps her back to reality. She starts to explain, but, just like Hades, she can't bring herself to tell the full truth. She lies gently, saying it was just a nightmare about Hades dying, and that she rushed to his room because she was half asleep and confused. But Abel isn't easily fooled. "Mother, I'm strong," he says with confidence. To prove it, he casually shows off his powers, creating an ice cube in the fork Aisha's holding, then changing the sunny skies into a violent thunderstorm with just a flick of his fingers. Aisha is stunned. She recalls a chapter from the original story she read, the infamous Wrath of the Catacomb. Back then, an enemy army invaded the imperial temple to kidnap Saint Deborah. Abel was away at the time, and Deborah nearly fell into enemy hands. But Mikhail's prayers supposedly raised the corpses in the catacombs to protect the temple. Now Aisha knows the truth. It wasn't a miracle. It was necromancy. Mikhail is a dark attribute user, and that power came from him. When Abel learned of the attack and feared Deborah had been killed, he completely lost control. He unleashed the strongest water magic, freezing waves of enemies in one go. But this wasn't an ordinary attack. Those frozen didn't die instantly. They stayed alive, feeling their hearts, brains, and organs painfully turn to ice. a punishment more terrifying than death. Now, Abel tells Aisha that it's because of her that he's unlocked his full potential. He admits he wants nothing more than to live a long, peaceful life with her and his father. And most importantly, he wants to protect them, both of them, from anything that threatens their happiness. Right now, he's making one thing clear to Aisha. He's no helpless child. He's strong and unstoppable. The final page of the mysterious book in Hades' hands, it's not just a page. It's the gateway to Orukos, the locked-away realm of Gaionia. And guess what? That book isn't just for reading. It's literally a shortcut to the dragon god himself. Who knew literature could be this dangerous? Thanks to this ancient cheat sheet, Hades finally uncovers the method to lift Aisha's curse. It's spelled out nice and clear, like a forbidden recipe for disaster or salvation. Orukos, by the way, isn't your average mystical realm. It's a prison, a graveyard of the sinners, handcrafted by Gaionia. Now, if someone goes all out and defeats the dragon god, Orukos crumbles with him. That's why Procreator chose to seal the dragon god rather than destroy him. To rebuild the world after Gaionia's fall, Procreator would need to remember every detail and recreate it from scratch. He even boldly claims that once ready, he can recreate the soul created by Gaionia, his own way, on his own terms. At this point, Hades puts two and two together. Procreator was clearly talking about Xenos' soul all along. Xenos, the woman Hades met 5 years ago, couldn't bring herself to kill Abel. Her soul ended up wandering into a temporary world that Procreator built, but she was yanked back to reality to face her punishment. Procreator then reincarnated Xenos as Ignis's lover. That means he can reshape souls however he likes. Translation? The guy's already ready. So how exactly do you kill a god? The ancient book lays it all out. Turns out only 2 kinds of people can pull it off. Individuals who carry the dragon god's power within them. 2. Non-believers or humans who have completely rejected Gaionia. Now, becoming a non-believer in Gaionia's world is no walk in the park. It's not just about doubting him. It's about going against the very essence of your soul. Every person is created to believe in him, so breaking free from that is like rewriting your entire existence. But ironically, only someone who's been blessed by Gaionia, someone who shares his magic and was once a faithful follower, can turn against him. They have to twist that divine connection into deep hatred. Only when their heart is fully emptied of belief and filled with resentment can they truly become a non-believer. And at that point, their very soul becomes a weapon sharp enough to pierce the dragon god's heart. Even Procreator, the mastermind of it all, isn't sure if Hades will succeed. That's why Hades suspects the book was written as a backup plan, to guide someone, someday, if he fails. But the idea that Aisha might suffer again and again for centuries until someone else takes up the cause, that thought alone drives him into a silent fury. Death doesn't scare Hades, but failure? That's his worst nightmare. Then comes the final twist in the book, Procreator's last, most desperate solution. The future seen with omniscience cannot be changed. If death is your fate, treasure the life you have left. But if you cannot bear the regret of failing, kill my sibling, Xenos, and save the 3 cursed souls. Hades? Absolutely not. That's a line he refuses to cross. No matter how hopeless it gets, he won't choose that path. In fact, he's already decided. If he dies, the book dies with him. He plans to leave it in the care of a trusted subordinate, with orders to burn it to ashes. That way, no one will ever use it to harm Aisha. He's furious. How could Procreator even suggest such a cruel choice? It's unthinkable, unforgivable, unacceptable. Just then, Hades opens his office door, and standing there is Aisha. In that quiet, unexpected moment, a memory flickers in his mind. Aisha, in tears, once vowed that in her next life, she would stay by his side. But for Hades, there is no next life. There's only this one, this moment, this chance. So he pulls her into his arms and holds her tight, like he's holding on to everything that matters. Aisha has no idea what's going on in Hades' head, so she does what anyone would do in a quiet emotional crisis. She gently pats his back, hoping it helps. But then Hades speaks, and not casually either. Aisha, this isn't your first future vision, is it? Have you ever been able to change the future? Aisha meets his gaze, calm and certain. Yes, I changed the past before. That one sentence? It was like a balm for Hades' anxious heart. He finally breathes a little easier. But because Hades is, Hades, he has another request. I want you to use your mind control on yourself while I watch. Tell yourself never to use your ability on me, Hades Louvrement. Aisha is thrown. She reminds him that she already promised. She'd never use it on him. Isn't that enough? Of course it's not, and she knows it. So, after a small internal sigh, she gives in. With sincerity in her voice, she declares, I will never use mind control on Hades Louvrement. And no matter who you are in the future, I'll always remember you. Aisha just made a lifetime and lifetimes worth of commitment. And Hades? His heart finally softens. Smiling, he seals it with a promise of his own. In every life, every version of the future, they will always find their way back to each other. As family. Later that night, Hades sits deep in thought, carefully forming his plan. After the grand announcement where Abel will officially be named his successor, Hades intends to leave immediately. He knows all too well, if he skips that official naming, his vassals might revolt and push Abel out. So before he goes, he has to secure a strong wall of protection around Abel and Aisha. But just as he's lost in his thoughts, a soft knock echoes through his office. It's Abel. The boy hesitates at first, gathering courage. When he finally speaks, his words leave Hades stunned. Abel wants to go with him. The child knows his father plans to leave after the succession ceremony, and since stopping Hades is clearly impossible, Abel has made up his mind. He wants to follow him no matter what. Unfortunately, just as Abel feared, Hades firmly refuses. He gently tells his son, I'll be back soon. But those words don't comfort Abel anymore. His eyes well up with tears as he pleads with his father to at least tell him the truth, where he's going, and why. Abel isn't blind. He's noticed how Aisha often spaces out, lost in worry. He knows whatever Hades is planning must be dangerously serious. Still, Hades doesn't yield. No matter how many times Abel begs, the answer stays the same. The poor boy's frustration boils over. He shouts that he's tired of hearing the same excuse again and again. He just wants to help. He doesn't want to feel useless anymore, left behind like some fragile child. Though Hades tries his best to calm him, reaching out to pat Abel's head like always, it doesn't work this time. Abel slaps his hand away. With a fierce gaze, he reminds his father exactly why he was brought to the Louvrement in the first place. He knows. He's always known. It wasn't out of affection at first. Hades needed him here. I used to feel like I wasn't good enough for you, but I've changed. So please, tell me, what is hurting, Mother? What's threatening your life? Abel's voice cracks with desperation as a sudden surge of mana bursts from him. His emotions spike, and the area around them begins to tremble like paper crumpling under invisible pressure. Hades panics. He knows the danger. If Abel doesn't calm down soon, his small body won't be able to handle the overload. But Abel won't listen. Not until he gets the truth. And then, just like the scene Aisha feared from the novel, Abel's berserker mode happens. Abel's unstable mind and uncontrollable power crash together, and his body begins to collapse. His mana rages like a wild storm, and finally, it breaks him. Like calm water shaken until the dam shatters, everything explodes. Fire erupts from the boy's body, engulfing him in blazing agony. Abel screams from the sheer unbearable pain. Hades watches in horror. His beloved son is being consumed right before his eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, he pulls Abel into his arms and does the unthinkable. He takes all the pain onto himself. He bears the suffering so Abel won't have to. As Abel finally relaxes in his father's embrace, the pain vanishes, but only for him. Now it's Hades who suffers. But instead of complaining, he urgently tells Abel to run, to find Aisha, and ask her to heal Abel. He doesn't waste a second worrying about himself. Abel then dashes to Aisha's room, panic overtaking him. His breath trembles as he confesses through tears, "Father, he's hurt because of me." Meanwhile, chaos reigns in the Louvremont mansion. Flames rage uncontrollably, and no one can figure out where the fire even came from. The entire estate is in a frenzy. But amidst the panic, Aisha and Abel stand in front of Hades' office, now a burning inferno. Azar, trying to keep the place together, sees Aisha preparing to go inside and tries to stop her. "You'll be burned alive," he warns. But Aisha doesn't care. Hades needs her. Even Abel can't stop her. Aisha pushes past them both and steps right into the fire. Thanks to her nullification ability, the flames don't touch her. Not a single burn. She walks through like she owns the fire, determined to save her husband. Inside, Hades is hanging on by a thread. He doesn't know why, but he can't control his mana, something that's never happened before. It's like his mind is being eaten alive. The pain is unbearable, and it's all he can do to stop himself from collapsing into flames completely. Just when it seems like he's reached his limit, his breaking point, Aisha finds him. She nullifies the flames around him and eases his pain in an instant. "You're not in pain anymore, right?" "That's a relief. I'm so glad I made it in time," Aisha says with a soft smile and worried face. Hearing her words, something clicks in Hades' mind. A memory resurfaces, one from his past life. Xenos had asked him, back when he was Atheus, the same exact question. Hades pulls her into an embrace as he begs her. "Aisha, please don't go. Not this time. Please don't disappear." As the sun rose, Aisha sat quietly at Hades' bedside, her eyes glued to his face, her heart heavy with worry. What happened last night still haunted her. Abel's mana had surged wildly, and it was far worse than the novel described. In the book, Hades died painfully after absorbing Abel's pain, but this time, his power went completely berserk too. Something wasn't adding up, and Aisha couldn't shake the feeling that fate was playing a crueler game than she thought. She used to believe that if she could just stop Abel's mana from surging, Hades would be safe. But clearly, she'd miscalculated. There was another reason, and it hit her like a thunderclap. This was destiny. In the future shown by the Procreator, Hades was always meant to die, no matter what she did. It wasn't just Hades. A numerous number of people in the Empire died young, and Aisha started to understand why. Those who didn't believe in the dragon god seemed doomed from birth. It's as if their fates were sealed the moment they came into the world, laid bare on a cosmic altar by the very god who have created them. And in that moment of painful clarity, Aisha felt something new. Hatred. Hatred for Gaionia, who treated his own children like broken toys. She had once believed her father was a kind, divine being. But now, she saw through the illusion. Procreator had been right all along. What sin had Hades committed to deserve such a tragic end? Was it simply that he didn't believe in God? Or was it because he dared to love her? All these painful questions swirled inside Aisha's mind. But amidst all the chaos, one thing became clear. She had to fight back. "For me, for you, I have to live," she whispered with tears in her eyes, gently pressing a kiss to Hades' hand. "So please, live for me too." As night blanketed the world again, Hades stirred restlessly in his sleep. His breathing was ragged, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. He muttered something, a plea for someone not to leave. Then came a name that sent shivers down Aisha's spine. Xenos, a name from a past life, a name that ripped open memories long buried. Suddenly, Aisha remembered. Her child named Talio, pleading with her. Xenos, to end his life. He knew that if he didn't die, the curse would destroy the village, and Atheus, the one he loved most, would die in his place. Even in his final moments, Talio didn't beg for mercy. He begged for a future, for Atheus to live happily, for his mother to smile again, for his family to reunite in a better life. And when the moonlight shone brightest, he told Xenos he was ready. The memories didn't stop there. Aisha also remembered Atheus, clinging to her desperately, begging her not to go. He had made her promise they'd become a real family in their next life. Back then, Xenos had no idea that her choice would leave a scar on Atheus's soul so deep, he'd stop believing in God altogether. As the memories overwhelmed her, Aisha cried out Hades' name. He awoke, and without thinking, wrapped his arms around her. "I'm so glad. I thought you were gone again," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I thought I failed to save you. Again." Aisha could no longer hold back her own feelings. She confessed that his words, his wish for her to live, gave her the courage to keep going. They say eyes don't lie, and as Aisha gazed into Hades' eyes, she saw a familiar sadness. The same sorrow that once lived in Atheus's eyes. It was him. He had never changed. He still carried the same hope. For her to stay alive, to be free from pain, and to finally be happy. With her heart full of resolve, Aisha made a vow. She would live, not just for herself, but for Hades and Abel too. From that day forward, she even used her cursed ability on herself, drilling one message into her soul. This time, we're all going to live happily ever after. To keep her promise, Aisha secretly casts nullification magic on Hades every single day. There are 2 ways to do this, instant and long cast. The instant one is pretty straightforward, zap and done. But the long cast version? That one's like building a full-body magic-proof armor around someone. She's been on edge lately, unsure when Hades might leave again. But luckily, she'll manage to wrap him in a long-term nullification spell just in time. Honestly, if she didn't have Abella's body to channel the spell through, she couldn't have pulled it off. So yes, Aisha is beyond grateful to Abella, and even vows to one day set her free too. Now, technically no one in their current world can break through that high-level white magic barrier, so Hades should be perfectly safe. But Aisha's still not at ease, because the power she's using was originally gifted by the dragon god himself, and she doesn't know what the consequences might be if Hades uses it against the dragon god. Still, no backing down. Fighting. And she's not entirely alone. There's someone powerful enough to both protect her and help Hades. Yep, little Abel. Only. Right now, the poor kid is barely recognizable. His eyes are swollen from crying all night. After what happened to Hades, Abel bawled his heart out, saying, "I'm sorry," again and again. He was so overwhelmed with guilt that he couldn't stop crying. And while his powers went haywire from all the stress, his emotions followed suit. Poor boy thought everything was his fault. Aisha's heart ached seeing him like that. She had been so focused on Hades that she couldn't take care of her son when he needed her most too. Now Abel thinks his mom is mad at him. He's so crushed that he's even stopped calling her mommy and started calling her Duchess instead. He's convinced she hates him now, especially after he nearly killed his own dad with his uncontrolled powers. Abel breaks into tears, asking for forgiveness with all the sincerity in the world. But Aisha, she opens her arms wide. That's all she does, and that small gesture says everything. Abel runs into her embrace, and while holding him tight, Aisha gently explains that she was the one who should be saying sorry for keeping him in the dark and making him feel so alone and confused. She adds, "I just didn't want you to get involved, because I didn't want you in danger. I'm sorry." Then she makes something very clear. Abel is not a problem child, not now, not ever. And even if he ever did mess up in the future, she and Hades would always love him as their son. With that, Abel finally lets out a relieved sigh and calls her mommy again. He promises to behave, to stop worrying them, and to become stronger. But Aisha already has another mission in mind, and she'll need her sweet little powerhouse for it. Yep, to save Hades, she'll need Abel's overwhelming magical and unbeatable strength to guard them both. Naturally, Abel is all in. He'd do anything for his parents. The days rush by, and we're suddenly 3 days away from the succession ceremony. Even Azar and the elite unit are stressing out, because Hades still hasn't taken a break from training. Azar even suggests that his master take a breather before his muscles decide to rebel. But nope, Hades is going full beast mode. He even throws Jax, the big guy, like he's tossing a pillow. The squad is shook. I mean, didn't this guy almost die recently? Turns out, there's a good reason Hades is still up and kicking. Aisha's been helping him recover his energy every night. That phrasing, though, cue the meaningful glances from the team. They have a point, though. Then it's Azar's turn to step up. Hades instructs him to attack with everything he's got, no holding back. But Azar, dead serious, speaks up. He genuinely believes that Aisha is the one pushing Hades to this point, driving him to exhaustion, then healing him just so he can start all over again. His voice isn't playful. It's concerned. But Hades clears the air. It's not Aisha's doing. It's his own decision. In fact, she's been begging him to stop, but he won't. Still, Azar can't help but ask the obvious. Why train like this? What is Hades preparing for? We already know the answer, but Hades doesn't offer one to Azar. Instead, he brushes the question aside and calmly orders, "Enough talk. Attack me." As night fell, just like their usual routine, Aisha made her way into Hades' chambers for his daily healing session. But today, she found him fast asleep, completely knocked out from exhaustion. Yet, even while unconscious, the man looked like a living sculpture carved by the gods. Aisha stared for a moment. Okay, a long moment, and reminded herself this was strictly medical. Totally professional, just helping her husband recover. That's it. Still, she gulped. I mean, can you blame her? That body was a whole masterpiece. So, she began her treatment. Gentle touches, soft massages, a little kneading, while giving herself a mental pep talk the whole time. It was all in the name of healing. Honest. Normally, Hades would jolt awake at even the tiniest noise, but tonight, not a peep. Must have been really worn out. So Aisha kept going, until suddenly those deep crimson eyes opened. And boom, panic mode. Aisha flushed bright red, fumbling over her words like a deer caught in candlelight. But Hades? Oh, he was wide awake now, and looking way too seductive for someone who just woke up. How long were you planning to stare at me like that? He asked, amused. Then, with a teasing smirk, he added, Go ahead. It's not every day you get to see this. Aisha scrambled to defend her honor, insisting she wasn't staring. She's not some shameless weirdo, thank you very much. But Hades wasn't buying it. She tried to get back on track, demanding he stop being a tease so she could finish her massage. As her healing magic flowed from her fingertips into his muscles, Hades couldn't help but blush, melting under her touch like butter on a hot pan. Then suddenly, he grabbed her arm gently, stopping her. With a low whisper, he said, You're pretty fearless, aren't you? But did Aisha retreat? Not a chance. She leaned in closer, arms resting on his shoulders, softly hinting that maybe, just maybe, she was expecting this too. And that was all the permission Hades needed. He pulled her in and kissed her deeply. Then another kiss, trailing to her shoulder, then to her cheek. There's something I want to hear from you, he murmured. And something I want to say too. He paused, struggling between heart and mind. He confessed that his heart wanted to say it now, but if he did, his resolve might break. So he begged her. Just wait a little longer. When I've done what I need to do, I'll tell you. Everything I've been holding in. Looking into his face, Aisha saw a rare mix of vulnerability, worry, sadness, longing. And yet, the warmth of his touch made her think of their future. She softly replied, "When that time comes, I'll have the courage to say it too. I think we both want to say the same thing." And so he kissed her again. That night, they finally gave in to everything they'd been holding back. Just for one night, they allowed themselves to be free, from pain, from cursed, from the weight of the world. By the time morning came, scratch that, it was already noon. Hades groaned as he pulled the curtains shut. He could barely remember everything that happened. Honestly, it was all a blur. He just remembered Aisha walking in during the evening, and the next thing he knew, it was midday. No breaks, no rest. Just a long, passionate night that left even him stunned. He peeked at the still sleeping Aisha and, feeling a bit guilty, whispered a quiet apology for maybe going a little overboard. But the truth was, Hades didn't want to wake her. Not yet. He just wanted to stay close, to say her name, to hold her. Because every time he even thought of telling her those words, he knew he'd crumble. He feared that once they were spoken, he wouldn't be able to leave her side anymore. Even if their happiness was temporary, he wanted to hold on to it just a little longer. So, he made a silent vow. "Hang on just a little more, Aisha. I'll make you free. I'll erase everything that hurts you. And when that day comes, I'll say it. I'll say it 1,000 times." The day before the grand ceremony, the Louvemont mansion turns into a buzzing hive of nobles. Yes, even the imperial family makes their entrance one by one. Their eyes immediately land on a giant, mysterious statue outside, all neatly covered. They're thrilled, assuming that Hades finally gave in, and is now playing nice with the emperor by showing respect to the dragon god. Well, let's just say their excitement might not last when the unveiling happens, but not everyone's popping confetti. Pamela, in particular, has a bad feeling about the whole thing. Hades agreeing to the emperor's request without a single complaint? Yeah, that's suspicious to her. Still, seeing everyone else so overjoyed, she keeps her doubts to herself. Then comes the emperor's unexpected announcement. Before the statue reveal, he plans to declare the amendment of the marriage law. Pamela, clearly alarmed, pleads with him to delay it until after the ceremony, but the emperor refuses. His logic? He doesn't want to test Hades' patience any further. One more demand might just trigger something unpleasant. So Pamela swallows her unease and lets the matter go, for now. On the flip side, the Holy Temple has also shown up to join tomorrow's big celebration. Enter High Priest Mikhail, trailed by fellow priests. Count Portnan, a loyal Louvemont vassal, warmly greets them. And here's where things take a sneaky. One look into the Count's eyes and bam! Brainwashing mode activated. Without anyone noticing, he orders the Count to let him take a leisurely tour of the fancy castle with his young trainee before meeting Hades and the Emperor. Right on cue, a sweet little girl appears beside Mikhail. This is Deborah, his trainee and the original female lead. A little while later, Mikhail gently asks her about her mother, and Deborah shares that it's been almost a year since they've met. She's anxious, worried her mother might be upset with her. But Mikhail, ever the reassuring figure, tells her not to worry. He's sure Pamela Whistler, yes, that Pamela, is looking forward to their reunion just as much. Cue flashback. Mikhail remembers first seeing Deborah in a snowstorm. Back then she was bitter and full of disbelief in the dragon god. And who could blame her? Life hadn't exactly been kind. Now Mikhail offers her a deal. If she reunites with her mother today, she must promise to start believing in the dragon god. Touched by his kindness and remembering how he saved her that day, Deborah agrees. Even if she'd cursed the gods before, she figures maybe, just maybe, a real god really exists. With hope in her heart, she prays, "If you're really watching, please let me see my mom again." She thanks Mikhail with a warm hug, filled with excitement about finally meeting Pamela. But Mikhail's smile hides a darker intent. His eyes shimmer, not with joy, but calculation. He already knows how this reunion will go. And let's just say it won't be the joyful moment Deborah's hoping for. In his twisted plan, Deborah must fall. Hard. Also, she'll believe that the dragon god is to blame for her pain. He's not aiming for her faith. He's aiming for her hatred after all. They're called the Empire's Floating Sons. Emperor Balak Francis Crescenta, High Priest Mikhail Rygart, and Duke Hades Louvremont. Basically, the big three. And now Aisha's mission? Sit with all of them in one room. Yep, no pressure at all. Hades even pokes fun at her, saying she looks like someone being dragged to a guillotine. Well, she is shaking in her boots, so fair. Trying to calm her down, Hades tells her to act normally, especially around the Emperor. After all, just because he's present doesn't mean the world has changed. And he's got a point. Aisha's been bold, fangirling in secret, since day one. Not to mention, they're technically already married. Yep, signed papers and all. And let's not forget what happened the day before yesterday. One steamy memory later, Aisha's blushing like crazy. And of course, Hades catches on and does not let it go. Then he switches gears and gives her a rundown of the Emperor's personality. According to Hades, the Emperor is, well, too nice, too soft, and too stupid. That's harsh, but Hades swears it's all based on his experience. The Emperor is so timid, he practically shakes in Hades' presence. Even Hades hasn't even done anything yet. That's why Hades is convinced that just revealing a single statue will be enough to get the Emperor to hand him what he wants. Hades throws in another name. Duchess Pamela Whistler. He calls her the Emperor's strategist, and claims that the Emperor probably can't even eat without her help. She's a former low-ranking noble who rose through sheer brilliance, and now practically runs the show. I mean the Empire. Hades says all this with legs crossed and chin up like a smug cat. He's not trying to win brownie points with the imperial family. In fact, he'd rather let people know exactly who's on top. Aisha isn't exactly on board with that mindset. She lightly scolds him, reminding Hades that power plays aren't everything. There's something called etiquette, and respect goes both ways. She even says, what if his vassals greeted him with the same cocky attitude? After a moment of silence, Hades casually explains that he doesn't always act this way. He's just doing it because Aisha seems bothered. You know, out of consideration. But let's be real here. Hades isn't worried about the Emperor at all. What actually concerns him is High Priest Mikhail. Of course, that doesn't apply to Aisha, because Mikhail, also known as Ignis, is her brother. Poor Mikhail is out of luck. Why? She's already handled it like the clever villainess. She secretly used her dark attribute mind control on Mikhail and ordered him not to use any of his powers. In other words, his brainwashing ability, completely sealed. Aisha has the upper hand here. She's already unlocked the final tier of her dark attribute powers, while Mikhail hasn't. So his only method of threatening Hades, or Abel, gone for good. That said, Hades is a little uneasy. He looks at Aisha and says, your mind control is seriously impressive. But, don't use it on me, okay? Remember how you once brainwashed yourself? That couldn't be undone. Aisha reassures and reminds him that she promised never to use that power on him. Besides, she has no reason to. There's nothing more she wants. Then he says, she might use it to make him fall in love with her, implying she's been desperate for his love since the beginning. Welcome back, Mr. Narcissist. But beneath the teasing, Hades is actually making a good point. If Aisha ever forced him to love her, she'd never be able to tell whether his feelings were real or just the result of a mind control. Aisha is genuinely caught off guard. Why is Hades, the male lead's dad, suddenly spouting lines that sound like they belong to the romantic lead himself? And to make things worse, or maybe better, he keeps leaning in closer. Of course, their sweet little moment is promptly interrupted by the arrival of the Emperor and his ever-watchful advisor, Duchess Pamela. The Emperor greets Aisha warmly, like a doting grandpa. His expression even reminds her of Baron Heathcliff, her father. That familiar warmth makes her think back to the first time she met him. And honestly, her first impression of both men was pretty good. Then, His Majesty greets her formally, using the traditional imperial style. "I am a servant of the dragon god Gaionia," followed by name. In the Louvre-Mont dukedom, that kind of greeting is never used, mainly because Hades is an atheist. So why would the Emperor greet her like that, knowing full well that all eyes are on how Hades will respond at this announcement ceremony? Aisha starts to suspect it's a test, and that Duchess Pamela probably whispered the idea to him, just to watch Aisha's reaction, especially since Pamela's eyes are now locked on her like a hawk. Does Aisha have a choice here? Nope. She has to play the part. She responds with the same greeting, even though she knows Hades won't be thrilled. But hey, you love her, right, Hades? Just let it slide this once, please. The Emperor and Pamela are visibly pleased. His Majesty even compliments Aisha for being polite and intelligent, and also praises Hades for choosing her as his wife. Then comes the formal exchange between Pamela and Aisha. And just like that, the real discussion begins as everyone takes their seat. As expected, the Emperor opened the conversation by showering Hades with compliments, clearly moved by the statue he saw outside, which he mistakenly believed to be the dragon god statue. Of course, our ever-so-shameless Hades nodded along like an innocent saint, playing the part perfectly. Once the formalities were out of the way, the Emperor confirmed that he'd kick off tomorrow's grand ceremony with his own congratulatory speech. Then, in a very Emperor-like gesture, he asked Pamela to hand Hades a special excerpt from the newly revised marriage law, along with a heartfelt message he personally wrote. Still blissfully unaware of Hades' real intentions, the Emperor even added, full of pride, that he'd publicly announced the law during his speech. Meanwhile, Aisha, quick on the uptake as always, suddenly had a flashback to her husband's cryptic words the other day. "I'll make sure to get what I want." Oh, she gets it now. Hades didn't just prepare for this moment, he practically choreographed the entire performance. Once that marriage law is announced alongside the statue unveiling, there's no going back. Even if the Emperor realizes he's been tricked, his pride, and the Empire's dignity, won't allow him to reverse the decision. And just to add another layer of drama, Hades even pretends to be surprised and oh so grateful, acting like he didn't see this coming. At the same time, poor Aisha is sweating bullets, probably sweating out her soul too. Watching her husband twist everything in his favor with that straight face, it's a full workout for her conscience. Honestly, even a gymnast flipping midair would immediately see who's holding all the power now. It's Hades, no doubt. Just as the scene is calm and flows, according to Hades' master plan, a new character enters. Cue the High Priest Mikhail, greeting the Emperor with his signature dazzling smile. After the expected pleasantries, Mikhail gets down to business. He brings up a young priest at the temple, someone dear to him, who's had a long-time wish to meet Pamela. Claiming that today's ceremony is the perfect opportunity, he asks the Emperor to grant that request. Naturally, the Emperor agrees. No questions asked or simply never doubt anything. But Aisha and Hades both feel the vibe shift. Mikhail's excuse sounds too sweet to be innocent, and they're already mentally preparing for whatever scheme he's cooked up. Then enters Deborah, making her grand debut. This is Aisha's first time seeing her in person, and oh boy, she is simping hard. Her eyes are practically sparkling, and even Hades can tell she's acting a little too excited. To Aisha, Deborah isn't just a character from the novel, she's the embodiment of kindness and light. Aisha used to cry and laugh over every chapter involving her. So when Hades casually asks if she knows the girl, Aisha beams and says yes, like she's been waiting her whole life to meet her idol. She's doing her internal hallelujah dance, just from seeing Deborah up close. But there's also a little twinge of envy. Deborah's here to see Pamela, while Aisha, the loyal fan, doesn't even get a glance. Yet, there's something strange. Pamela's reaction to Deborah isn't warm or emotional. And as Aisha watches everything unfold, her brain starts connecting dots at lightning speed. Light attribute, Matching hair color? Deborah's wish to meet Pamela specifically? Yep. That's her mom. Deborah runs up to Pamela, eyes wide with joy. She first calls her mother, but then quickly corrects herself to Duchess Whistler. She's about to say she missed her, and even reaches out for a hug, but Pamela harshly slaps her hands away, causing the little girl to fall to the floor. Deborah's expression says it all: shock, pain, and confusion. Her eyes tremble as she stares up at Pamela and asks, Duchess, do you not remember me?" And in the background, Mikhail watches with a sly little smile. That's right. This moment, this exact heartbreak, is exactly what he wanted. Let me be honest here. Pamela? Yeah, she's the worst. Even after learning her backstory, she hasn't earned an ounce of my sympathy. But for the sake of understanding where she's coming from, or at least pretending to, here's the story behind her oh-so-complicated life. She came from the house of Baron Giles, a teeny, tiny, noble family so irrelevant it basically vanished without a trace. No one remembers it, and frankly, no one probably cares. Pamela was born into a name-only nobility, but she was smart, and her father noticed that early on. Pamela never intended to stay small. Even as a girl, she had dreams of rising high, and without any power or real connections, the only thing she could do was study like crazy and learn how to survive among the aristocrats. She played the long game. Eventually, her hard work paid off. She earned the Emperor's trust and got the name Whistler, finally stepping into the big leagues. But right when things were falling into place, bam, plot twist. She discovered she was pregnant. The child's father? A kind-hearted priest from the temple. But of course, romance wasn't part of Pamela's career plan. Enter her father, who reminded her not to let her sacrifices go to waste. With her agreement, he promised to handle the man. Pamela knew exactly what that meant. And just like that, the priest was gone, silenced for good. Pamela didn't cry. Her ambition was stronger than her feelings after all. But then came baby Deborah, and for a moment, Pamela's initial plan cracked. That tiny hand gripping her finger, it made her feel something real. So she kept the child by her side, unofficially, for 5 years. She was just a mother hiding her illegitimate daughter in the shadows back then. Of course, word got out. Everyone in the imperial circle knew she was raising a child with no father. And with Pamela already lacking noble status or power, and being born just a woman, people had a field day criticizing her. And then came the real turning point. Pamela realized she'd never reach the top as long as Deborah was by her side. The child was not a bundle of love, but a burden, and an obstacle who could become her own weakness. A ticking time bomb. So Pamela did what Pamela always does when something stands in her way. She cut ties. She abandoned her own daughter. The world called her cold-hearted, and honestly, they weren't wrong. But the criticism didn't last. With Deborah gone, Pamela soared. She became the Emperor's most respected advisor. People who once mocked her now bowed to her. And Pamela? She believes she made the right choice, whether she truly believes it or just repeats it to sleep at night. Well, that's for her conscience to deal with, assuming she still has one. Pamela, who clearly recognized Deborah but had no intention of admitting it, decided to play the clueless card. In front of everyone, she calmly brushed it off, saying the little girl must have just spotted her during one of her visits to the capital. According to Pamela, Deborah was probably just another admirer of House Whistler. Yep, just another fan. Nothing more, nothing less. And because deflecting wasn't enough, Pamela doubled down by scolding Mikhail for bringing in a child who clearly hadn't learned how to behave in such a formal setting. After all, the Emperor, the highest authority in the room, was present. Mikhail, still wearing his usual composed self, apologized and gently suggested Deborah greet His Majesty first. But poor Deborah, still baffled and hurt, insisted that she hadn't seen Duchess Pamela yet, which is why, yes, she was holding on to hope. Unfortunately, Pamela wasn't having any of it, She cut her off again, this time sharply raising her voice to call out Mikhail's name. With a stony expression, Pamela criticized Mikhail once more, declaring that allowing the child to behave like that in the Emperor's presence was simply unacceptable. And just like that, she ordered him to remove Deborah from the room immediately. Even the Emperor blinked in surprise. Pamela? Angry? That was a rare sight. But despite the puzzled glances, she stood her ground and threw out excuse after excuse, clearly trying to cover something up. Mikhail could only keep apologizing, while pretending he was just honoring a harmless wish from a sweet young priest. Of course, we all know that wasn't his real goal. His true plan? To shove salt into Deborah's wound. And sadly, it worked. Completely heartbroken and humiliated, Deborah did the only thing her tiny heart could manage. She ran away. From the side, Aisha watched it all unfold like a window with no curtains. Mikhail's intentions were crystal clear. But what baffled her was why her own brother had to drag an innocent child into his schemes. And I don't get it either. I'm trying to hold back judgment here, but mentally? Yeah, Mikhail caught a fist or two from me already. Later, Aisha wandered down the hall, still troubled by what had happened. Deborah, just 6 years old, had now been rejected by her mother not once, but twice. And right when she needed kindness the most, she got shoved out like she was nothing. And then fate placed the source of that pain right in front of Aisha. Mikhail. Barely holding back her frustration, Aisha confronted him. What are you planning to do with Deborah once you find her, High Priest Mikhail? Why did you force a meeting between her and Duchess Whistler? Mikhail, as expected, tried to act innocent. But Aisha wasn't having it. She laid it all out for him. Clear, blunt, and merciless. She reminded him that he knew Deborah would only get hurt, that Pamela would never welcome her with open arms. And yet, he did it anyway. Still, Mikhail wore that polished mask of his, acting like he hadn't a clue what she was talking about. So Aisha stopped holding back. Grabbing him by the collar, she asked coldly, "Tell me why you did that to my poor Deborah." Ignis. That one name was all it took, because Mikhail's fake innocence shattered. Aisha hit the bullseye, and there was no hiding now. Mikhail couldn't understand how Aisha knew his name from his previous life. That alone was enough to send his thoughts spiraling. Only people with dark attributes could remember their past lives, so how could she possibly know? He couldn't help but suspect that Aisha somehow had remembered everything too, so without hesitation, he called her by his lover name, Abella, but Aisha. She wasn't about to give up that answer for free. Nope. Not unless Mikhail first explained why he had dragged poor Deborah into such a tragic situation. Information has a price, after all. Cue a sudden flashback. Because of course, what's a good drama without one? In the distant past, we meet the Procreator. He looked like he stepped out of a myth and a shampoo ad all at once. He was talking to Ignis, the brooding ancient rock star type. Procreator couldn't bear to watch Ignis and Xenos suffer anymore, so he laid out his bold plan to kill their father, the dragon god. Why would his brother abandon his old life and become a cursed human for them? Procreator smiled, bittersweet, and simply said, "Because I'm human, not a god." And after killing their father and gaining the power of omniscience, he saw two possible futures. One future, the hopeful one, showed Ignis and Xenos finally free. The key, a human who didn't believe in gods and held a weapon strong enough to pierce even a god's heart. In that future, that human would strike down the dragon god and set them all free. He finally understood his brother's choice. But he still had one lingering question. What was the other future? Procreator didn't answer. He had to disappear before their father could take everything away. I mean his superpowers. Even if the plan remained a mystery, Ignis could see the truth in his brother's tears. All of this, everything, was for Xenos' happiness. Ignis, deeply moved, swore to protect that wish and honor his brother's sacrifice. Because no matter how painful it got, he loved Xenos just as much. Then Procreator vanished, hiding himself somewhere beyond the dragon god's grasp. Ignis, meanwhile, was trapped in a cycle of painful lives, endlessly trying to figure out what Procreator's plan truly meant. But one part was still foggy. Who was this faithless human destined to bring change? Until one night, he had a dream. In it, a small girl cried quietly in the arms of Gaionia. That girl would soon reappear in his real life, as Deborah. Even as a child, Deborah's hatred toward God burned brighter than any fire. And the more Mikhail, Ignis's new identity, watched her, the more he realized. She was the one, the human who didn't believe in God, the weapon his brother had spoken of. He remembered the dream. Even when that little girl clung to the dragon god, her eyes said something else. Defiance, anger, rebellion, and Mikhail, well, he felt it too. For the first time, he found something, someone, that could challenge the impossible. He even smiled a little. But that smile didn't last, because at the end of the day, Deborah was still a child, abandoned, wounded, and now, seen as a weapon. That truth was hard to swallow. So when Aisha demanded answers, Mikhail just couldn't give them. Some things were too cruel to say out loud. Instead, he offered an apology. With no confirmation from his brother and 1,000 questions left unanswered, Mikhail came up with a theory of his own. Maybe Procreator was the reason Abella, now Aisha, suddenly remembered their past. Desperate to confirm it, he reached out to her, silently hoping for a sign. Aisha? She pulled away instantly, unimpressed by his dramatic gesture. But Mikhail wasn't done. He wrapped her in his arms, and with a soft voice, confessed that he didn't know how she remembered him as Ignis. But what mattered now was that she did. Testing her reaction, he kept talking, recalling moments from their past love, asking questions, hoping for a flicker of recognition. Even as she resisted the hug, protested his closeness, Mikhail kept holding on. He made a promise right then and there. This time, he would save her. No more waiting and pain. He tightened his embrace, pressing his face into her shoulder, pouring all his emotion into that one act. And, someone else saw the whole thing. Enter Hades. And yes, he was standing right there, watching another man cling to his wife like a long-lost soulmate. Let's just say, his expression wasn't calm. Mikhail, fully aware of Hades' seething rage, didn't back down. In fact, he leaned in harder, because for once, he felt close to something he'd lost for lifetimes. And Hades? Well, someone better hold him back. The moment Aisha hears Hades' curses at Mikhail, she doesn't waste a second. She wriggles free from Mikhail's grip, which thankfully loosens just in time. Without missing a beat, Hades steps right between them like a protective wall, pulling Aisha behind him. His fury? Oh, it's blazing. He glares at Mikhail and spits out, "Who gave you permission to hug her like that? Want me to blow your head off this time?" But Mikhail? Oh, he plays dumb with a smirk like, "Why are you so mad?" This, of course, makes Hades grab Mikhail by the collar. Despite the tension you could cut with a sword, Mikhail stays cool. Too cool, actually. He pokes at Hades' pride, saying that his jealousy only shows he doesn't trust his own wife. Why is Mikhail acting all high and mighty? Well, he still clings to the belief that Aisha is actually Abella, his fated lover in every lifetime. And nothing annoys him more than seeing Abella care for another man. Still, he shrugs it off like he's got it all figured out. Even if her heart changes, Your Grace, maybe it's your attitude that's driving her away. Hades, boiling on the inside but keeping his cool, barely, strikes back. Worry about yourself. So what if she loved you before? Right now, your lover is holding on to someone else. Then comes the fatal blow. Hades smirks, calls out Mikhail's fishy eyes, ouch, leans in, and kisses Aisha on the cheek. Look closely, he says. My wife, not yours. So unless you want to roast like a marshmallow, hands off. No third warning. Dramatic standoff complete. Cut to Hades and Aisha walking through the mansion. Well, stomping in Hades' case. Every step practically screams, "I'm mad." He says he's not angry, but his face and those heavy footsteps tell a different story. Naturally, Aisha tries to smooth things over, explaining what really happened between her and Mikhail. Hades, still sulking, mutters, "Aren't you going to tell him you're not his lover? Doesn't he recognize the woman he claims to love?" Truth is, Aisha was going to clear things up, but Mikhail was too busy being shady and secretive. So her plan backfired big time. Hearing this, Hades finally admits, fine, yes, he was mad. Then, in classic mine fashion, he pulls Aisha into a hug, and then grumbles that she smells like Mikhail. Jealous much? Aisha can't help but giggle. Of course she loves a jealous husband. They exchange a glance, then laughter bubbles between them. It's a cute moment, too cute. Naturally, it gets interrupted, classic in manhwa stories. One of Hades' vassals comes to remind him. People are still waiting for an audience. Ugh, timing. Still suspicious that Mikhail might try round 2 of his unsolicited hugging spree, Hades asks Aisha to come along. But she has things to do, so she leans in and whispers something in his ear. Instead of that, I'll see you in your room later tonight. Boom. That wiped the scowl right off Hades' face. His grin? Way too pleased. Suspiciously pleased. Aisha, you might want to stock up on stamina snacks. Next mission, Operation Find Deborah. Aisha basically turns the whole Louvremont mansion upside down, but there's zero sign of Deborah. Eventually, Aisha is panting and exhausted. Suddenly, tiny arms wrap around her waist. Mommy, it's little Abel. Aisha lights up instantly, rubbing her face against his and gushing about how much she missed him. Apparently, Abel was popular today. So many people lined up to meet him that even he had a busy schedule. But he made time for his mom. Curious, Abel asks what she's doing. Aisha gives a kid-friendly version of the story. She met a young priest and is now looking for Deborah because she's worried. She doesn't explain the full drama, of course. No child needs the soap opera version. Lucky for her, Abel knows a place she hasn't checked yet, so he takes her hand and proudly leads the way. Abel led Aisha to a far-off, peaceful part of the mansion grounds, the kind of place that even she hadn't explored before. Turns out, it was an ice valley pond, secluded and quiet. Abel revealed that this was his secret hideout, the place he'd go whenever he felt down before he met Aisha. And just like that, Aisha's heart gave a little squeeze. Both Abel and Deborah had such sad childhood stories, and now it made even more sense why they connected so easily. Soon enough, Aisha spotted a small figure by the pond, Deborah. She gently called out to the girl, who jumped a bit from surprise. Not recognizing her, Deborah just stared. So Aisha, as warmly as she could, introduced herself. The little girl responded shyly and politely, clearly unsure but respectful. And right there, in that quiet corner, Aisha witnessed a major milestone. Abel and Deborah's very first proper meeting. Aisha? She was already swooning. Her imagination did a triple backflip. Wedding bells, sweet moments, matching outfits. The whole romantic fantasy montage just played out in her head like a drama series. After grounding herself back in reality, Aisha gently explained to Deborah that she had searched for her because she was genuinely worried when the girl ran off. She hoped Deborah was feeling better now. But Aisha's keen eyes noticed something. Deborah's small hands were ice cold. Without a second thought, she offered her own shawl to warm the girl up. But before she could place it over her shoulders, little Abel jumped in protectively. He didn't want his mommy to get cold, and he certainly didn't want her getting sick either. So, in a sweet move that made Aisha's heart melt like butter on toast, Abel took off his own coat and wrapped it around Deborah instead. Yep, mini Hades it is. And clearly he'd been taking notes from his dad on how to be a gentleman. Aisha also figured out why Deborah stayed outside for so long. She was scared that Mikhail would scold her for acting out earlier. But Aisha wasn't having that. She gently reassured the little girl, telling her that she didn't do anything wrong. With a calm voice and a comforting smile, she said, "Anyone would have reacted like that. It was such a painful moment. It's okay. It was one of those heart-hugging scenes where you just want to wrap them all in a giant blanket. To lift the mood, Aisha then invited Deborah to come with her and Abel to her room before returning to her own. Deborah hesitated a bit, eyes darting to Abel for approval. And Abel? He just smiled so brightly, like sunshine on snow. Deborah's cheeks turned pink. Cuteness overload. And off they went, 3 pairs of hands linked together, strolling toward Aisha's room. And what was waiting for them there? Food, of course. Because Aisha knows, when words fall short, a good meal never fails to comfort the heart. The little girl's eyes sparkle with joy as she happily munches on the delightful spread of desserts laid out in front of her. But being the sweet little angel she is, Deborah doesn't forget someone important, High Priest Mikhail. So, she politely asks Aisha if she can take some madeleines for him too. Of course, Aisha smiles and agrees. It's all for Deborah anyway, and she even promises to pack some extra for the High Priest. How thoughtful. Feeling more comfortable around Aisha and Abel, Deborah opens up and shares with a bright smile that she's never tasted anything this delicious before, not even when she lived with her mother. It's such a heartwarming moment, but for Aisha, it tugs painfully at her heartstrings. Curious, Aisha gently asks, "Deborah, how long have you known the High Priest?" Deborah's face lights up as she explains how Mikhail saved her life about a year ago. It's clear as day that this little girl really admires him. She even adds with an innocent sincerity, "I don't know who my father is, but if I had one, I'd imagine he'd be like the High Priest." Aisha, hiding her mixed feelings, softly responds how relieved she is that Mikhail is taking care of Deborah. Out loud, she says it's comforting to think that maybe the gods aren't so cold-hearted after all. But deep down, she knows Mikhail isn't helping the girl out of pure kindness. But that's when Deborah's expression darkens. "I'm not so sure about that. Whether gods are kind or not," she says quietly. "There was a time I believed the High Priest was a gift from God. But I don't think that way anymore. The dragon god isn't kind enough to give me someone like him. If there's a god in my world, it would be the High Priest, not Gaionia." Her voice is calm, but her eyes betray deep sorrow. Just moments ago, she was a carefree 6-year-old enjoying desserts. Now, her words carry the weight of someone far beyond her years. And to Aisha, it's shocking, especially coming from a child who works at a temple. That kind of talk? That's practically blasphemy. Then it hits Aisha, Deborah, even in the Persona storyline where she's revered as an imperial saint, never once prayed to the dragon god. Instead, her prayers always called out to someone she called father. And it wasn't a divine being. It was Mikhail. It's now painfully clear to Aisha. Deborah probably sees Mikhail as her god, a result of subtle manipulation over a year, perhaps. To find out for sure, Aisha decides to check if the girl has been brainwashed by gently placing a comforting hand on her. But the moment she does, she realizes the truth. Deborah's not under any spell. No brainwashing, no mind tricks, just raw devotion and emotional attachment. Aisha only pretended it was for comfort, but let's be real. Curiosity got the better of her. But while Aisha is all wrapped up in this emotional whirlwind, there's someone else sitting quietly, feeling just a little neglected. Yup, it's little Abel. And oh boy, he's got the pout to prove it. Wanting to win back some of his mom's attention, Abel tries the classic move. He offers Aisha a bite of fruit, still pouting adorably. Naturally, she plays along, eats from his fork, and notices his tiny jealousy. So she returns the favor and feeds him too. That's when the boy beams and cheekily says, "It tastes better when you feed me." A charmer in the making, this one. Behind them, Deborah watches with wide, envious eyes. Yep, even Angel get jealous too. So Aisha makes sure to feed her too, and the scene turns into a cozy, heartwarming dessert party. Just 3 people enjoying sweets and each other's company. 3 smiles, full bellies, and a moment of peace. For now, this is Aisha's slice of happiness. Later that day, Deborah quietly returns to her room, only to be met by an anxious Mikhail waiting just inside. Much to her surprise, he doesn't scold her for running off like she feared. And so, Deborah recounts everything. Where she went, who she stayed with, and of course, she hands over the dessert Aisha packed especially for Mikhail at Deborah's request. Oddly enough, Mikhail feels a twisted sense of victory. His goal of turning Deborah into the most devoted hater of the dragon god seemed to be working. And yet, something about Aisha comforting the child gnawed at him. It just didn't sit right. That night, after Deborah falls peacefully asleep, Mikhail is deep in thought. Aisha was clearly sabotaging his mission. And worse, Hades' cryptic words from earlier still echoed in his mind. Nothing made sense anymore. Then, as if summoned by the chaos in Mikhail's head, Hades crashes into his room without so much as a knock, demanding a serious talk. Mikhail, clearly not in the mood, tries to push him away under the excuse that Deborah is sleeping nearby. But Hades isn't buying it. With a cold smile, he asks, "Is that so? Then why is such a kind high priest so eager to kill my wife?" That one sentence was all the confirmation Mikhail needed. Hades knew everything about the curse. With a dry smile, Mikhail admits he only ever tried to kill Aisha so she wouldn't suffer. Surprisingly, Mikhail shows no fear, despite being in Hades' own territory and practically confessing his crimes to Hades himself. "You sure are bold," Hades says coldly. "You come here, stand in my domain, and admit you tried to kill my wife twice like it's some noble deed. Do you think I won't act just because you've got nothing left to lose?" But Mikhail just laughs mockingly. "Then why don't you set my head on fire instead of just thinking about it? There's no one here to nullify me like last time." However, Hades remains unprovoked. He calmly replies that he simply doesn't want to waste mana on someone he can't kill anyway. Instead, he challenges, "You seem full of questions. If you're so curious, why not just use your mind control on me? Why are you holding back?" That's when Mikhail lets it slip. He assumed Aisha had already used her nullification powers on Hades. After all, Hades knowing about his past, private matters with Abel was no small detail. So Mikhail didn't want to waste mana either. What Mikhail doesn't know is that he himself is already under Aisha's mind control, and he's been following her lead without realizing it. But Hades didn't come just to rub that in. He was here to set the record straight. He tells Mikhail that he clearly misunderstood their earlier hallway conversation, and adds that Mikhail's not the sharpest tool in the shed. "Just don't try something stupid like last time," Hades warns, "when you dared to threaten Aisha under the guise of a ceremony, or like earlier when you disrespected her. I may not be able to kill you, but I can burn that pretty face of yours. You really want to look like an overcooked toast?" With that, Hades conjures a flame in front of Mikhail's face, a warning, not an attack. But Mikhail still refuses to back down. He insists that killing Aisha is the only way to save her from more pain. His explanation grows darker, more frantic. He finally confesses the devastating truth. "If I don't end her life soon, if I give in to my desire to keep her alive just a little longer, I'll lose my mind. Destiny will drive me insane. And in the end, she'll die anyway, strangled by fear, powerless to resist. I don't want to do this. I have to. It's fate." Those words hit Hades. If what Mikhail said was true, if the curse still held power, then the future Hades imagined, where Aisha and Abel would live peacefully after his death, was nothing more than a beautiful lie. The cycle of suffering would continue, endlessly. And Mikhail, seeing that shaken look in Hades' eyes, presses on. "You can't help her. No one can. So don't get in the way." That's when Hades has had enough. "Be quiet," he snaps. "You've already failed twice. You think that's a coincidence?" Stepping closer, eyes burning, he adds, "You'll never succeed. Aisha isn't the person you're trying to kill anymore. Don't approach her again. No matter what you do, you won't be able to kill her." A little while later, Mikhail's mind was spinning, The more he thought about his intense chat with Hades, the more confused he got. What did Hades really mean? There was only one way to clear the fog in his brain: go see Aisha and ask her directly. Lucky for him, he didn't even have to knock on her door. Aisha flung it open the moment he arrived, almost like she'd been expecting him the whole time. Because, she was. Inside her room, tea and snacks were already set, giving the whole scene a strangely cozy vibe, despite the looming tension in the air. Mikhail, trying his best to keep a straight face, sat down and started talking about Deborah. He praised Aisha for comforting the little priestess and thanked her graciously, claiming she didn't need to worry anymore because he would take care of Deborah from now on. Aisha, however, didn't bother playing along. She cut straight through the fluff. Sounds to me like you don't want me to comfort Deborah because you're afraid her hatred for the god might soften. That must be frustrating for you, talking in riddles all the time. So let's stop wasting words. I've got questions for you. You've got questions for me. Let's get to the point, Ignis. Then, as expected, Mikhail cautiously asked if Abella had fully regained her memories. But Aisha just tilted her head with a playful voice and says, "Oh my, I thought you were quicker than this." Then her voice dropped, calm but sharp. "Do you still think I'm Abella?" That moment hit Mikhail like a lightning bolt. Hades' earlier cryptic message finally made sense. The woman sitting across from him wasn't someone he could kill, because she wasn't Abella. And just to erase any remaining doubt, Aisha confirmed it herself. "Yes, it's been a while. So long that we didn't even recognize each other. Long time no see, Ignis." She smiled, exactly the way she used to smile at her brother during her life as Xenos. Mikhail is totally floored by Aisha's confession, understandably so. He demands to know what on earth is going on, and why his sister's soul is chilling in Abella's body. Aisha, switching to serious mode, spills the tea. "You know how the procreator vanished after killing our father? Yeah, this is his handiwork. He actually found a way to break our curse. But before I tell you anything else..." She pauses, sharp gaze locked on Mikhail. "Why did you treat Deborah that way? What did you hope to gain from mentally tormenting a child?" And just like that, the mask comes off. If Mikhail was dodgy about his motives before, he's not anymore. With zero hesitation, he replies, "I needed to break her mentally." No flinching, no remorse. Classic Ignis behavior peeking through the high priest's robe. Aisha's not even surprised. She knows her brother's true self, fiery, blunt, and as delicate as a sledgehammer. Definitely not priest material. Still, Aisha yells at him on reflex. He responds with a dry comment about how she's always been like this, which doesn't help his case. Then he gets serious. Yes, he does pity Deborah. But she's also the one person he's been hunting for. A human who carries deep hatred for Gaionia. And that made her the perfect piece in their twisted puzzle. Mikhail then shares to Aisha that Procreator once told him, only a non-believer can stab the dragon god right in the heart. A wild detail, but it suddenly connects a lot of dots. Aisha starts realizing something important. She once went searching for Hades in Ovitus, entrusted Abel to him, and even asked Hades to kill her someday. Why? Because just like Mikhail looked for Deborah, she also tried to find Hades. And both were guided by the Procreator's cryptic vision. All part of the plan to finally end their eternal punishment. But the big question remains. Why did High Priest Mikhail still insist on killing Aisha, even after gaining Deborah, his key to defeating the dragon god? The truth is painful. Mikhail had already seen a future in which he kills Aisha with his own hands. Believing he could not escape this fate, he tried to carry it out himself, hoping to make her death less painful than the one destined by the curse. When he offers to tell Aisha the vision he saw, she refuses. She doesn't need to see it. His expression tells her everything. And with that, she realizes time is running out. If Hades fails to kill Gaionia, the curse will unfold exactly as foreseen. Aisha will kill Abel, and Mikhail will be forced to kill her. But there is a sliver of hope. Procreator had told Mikhail a different future, one where he, Aisha, and Abel are freed from their endless cycle of punishment, but only after their father, the god who cursed them, is killed. Procreator didn't reveal everything, especially not what he saw in the other future. Aisha knows what that other future is, no guessing needed. It's the one where Hades fails and dies. And now, her mission is clear. She must keep Hades alive. Because if he dies, everything collapses. The only alternative is for Hades to kill her instead. Seeing Aisha breaking down under the weight of everything, Mikhail tries to comfort her. They both know that their omniscient powers are not gifts, but curses, twisted chains left by their father to torment them across lifetimes. Still, Mikhail reminds her, the future is not absolute. He has managed to change it before. Moved by his words, Aisha promises to survive, because now, more than ever, she wants to live. Then Aisha shares something Mikhail didn't expect. She tells him that non-believers, those untouched by Gaionia's laws, can kill them, the cursed ones, even before the punishment is complete. That truth changes everything. Without a second thought, Mikhail decides to find Deborah and let her end his life. He believes that by dying, he might save Aisha, but Aisha stops him. She tells him the truth. Their curse cannot be broken through sacrifice alone. It must be shattered by defiance, by both of them going against the divine law that binds them. That's the only way out. This is exactly why Procreator placed Aisha's soul into the body of Ignis's lover in the first place. Because if Ignis were to die by the hand of a non-believer, it wouldn't just be death, it would be oblivion. His soul would be destroyed, erased from existence with no hope of reincarnation. And the same could be true for Aisha, though no one truly knows for sure. This is why, even in the book Hades carries, Procreator's final choice was to kill Aisha. If Aisha dies, she cannot kill Abel. And if she dies by Hades's hand, Ignis will never be able to kill her. The cycle breaks, brutally, but completely. Now, unknowingly echoing that same resolution, Aisha offers the same solution to Ignis. She doesn't know about the book or what Procreator saw, but she's come to the same desperate conclusion. But Mikhail is furious. He finally understands why Procreator never told him the full truth, and why he cried the last time they met. Even now, just like in every life before this, his siblings never fully trusted him. They still saw him as naive one and fool, but he isn't blind. Mikhail has already figured it out. He knows that if he is killed by a non-believer, he's lost forever. And now, he realizes the same might happen to Aisha if a non-believer kills her. Aisha hoped he wouldn't notice, but he did. "Don't treat me like a fool, Xenos," he says, his voice low. Procreator must be insane too. Did he really believe I could go on living, standing at your grave? Then his tone hardens, sharp as a blade. Why? Did you think I'd lost all my emotions because I've lived every life as a murderer? Then he added, "You know what? When I looked into your eyes, and when you called my name, I remembered. You haven't changed at all." To him, Xenos and Procreator are still the same siblings who once gave him warmth when no one else did. Who loved him, even when their father cast him aside as a sinner. And he loves them, just as deeply. That's why he refuses to live in a world without his sister. And so for once, he insists on a different ending. "It's not you who has to die," he says softly. "Not me either. It's him, our father." Mikhail slowly lowers himself to his knees in front of Aisha. His voice is barely a whisper now, but it carries everything he feels. "I love you, Xenos." Aisha's eyes fill with tears as her brother rests his head on her lap, and she gently looks at him. Just like they used to do in lives long past, as Ignis and Xenos. Bound by blood, torn by fate, but never unloved. What happens when someone cries their heart out? Puffy eyes, of course. And that's exactly what Aisha ends up with after a long, emotional chat with her brother Mikhail. The two spent a while reminiscing about their past lives. Cue the tear fest. Mikhail, being the classic teasing sibling, couldn't help but chuckle at her swollen eyes. Well, Doesn't every sister have a brother who makes fun of her even when she's sobbing? But Aisha has more pressing concerns, like the ancient prophecy from 500 years ago, when a holy maiden, Abel, who was destined to return and save the empire from ruin. Surprise twist? Mikhail admits he was the one who told Abel about that prophecy in the first place. Obviously, Aisha already had her suspicions, and Mikhail confirms it. I saw the future. She was reviving a world that had fallen apart. Yeah, spooky and poetic. But before they could dive deeper into their sibling flashback hour, guess who shows up? That's right, Hades himself. And what's the first thing this fiercely protective husband notices? Aisha's tear-stained puffy eyes. Uh-oh. Is he about to toss a fireball or go full dragon on Mikhail? Thankfully, no fire or fried brother here. Hades simply grabs Mikhail by the collar and gives him a few gentle shakes. Mikhail, still wearing that innocent and kind face, calmly explains it's all a misunderstanding. Nothing dramatic. If shaking your brother-in-law like a tree counts as nothing, Aisha, ever the peacekeeper, steps in and introduces Mikhail as her younger brother. Of course, Mikhail's pride takes a direct hit. He's not a fan of the younger label, especially since they were technically born at the same time. And so, the two dive into sibling squabbles right in front of Hades. A totally normal moment for siblings. Once things calm down, Aisha explains that all the crying was just the result of reliving emotional memories with her brother. Hades leans in and says, "So you're telling me I don't have to worry about him? Kissing you or trying to kill you?" Aisha practically explodes. He's her brother. But Hades isn't totally wrong. Back when Mikhail didn't know the truth, things could have gotten weird. To Mikhail's credit, he's genuinely relieved to see Aisha and Hades happy together. He even jokes that he's glad Hades didn't roast her like a marshmallow, since setting people on fire isn't exactly his go-to method. But Hades isn't about to let Mikhail off that easy. He reminds him, very clearly, of past crimes. You tried to brainwash me, you snatched my wife in the hallway, and don't think I forgot about that mana suppressant feeding scene. Yep. He laid it all out like an angry school principal. Still keeping his cool, Mikhail apologizes, saying, "If anyone makes her cry again, please punish them for me." Of course, Hades doesn't need a reminder. Protecting Aisha is kind of his whole thing. Then Mikhail's tone shifts. He looks straight at Hades and coldly says, "But if you ever make her cry, I'll be the one to punish you. Take care of my sister." Gulp. And just like that, Mikhail transforms from teasing sibling to terrifying guardian. And maybe it's just too much romance for one guy to handle, because Mikhail quickly excuses himself, walking away even as Hades tries to stop him. Aisha just laughs. This is the brother she knows so well. Anyway, so why did Hades come looking for her in the first place? Oh, just a little something called tonight's promise. You remember that flirty hallway whisper earlier, right? Yep, that's it. Leaning in, Hades asks with a smirk, "Did you eat a hearty dinner?" Uh-oh, Aisha. You're doomed, but in a romantic way. Best of luck, huh? Unfortunately, no spicy scenes here for you and me, so feel free to let your imagination run wild. Back in his room, Mikhail still lost in memories. His thoughts wandered to the final moments he had shared with Abel. After much hesitation, he had finally told her the future he had seen. "You will be reborn again," he had said, "as someone who will save many lives. So please, don't be sad." Those words brought Abel great comfort. Before her death, she made a public declaration, a promise of her second coming. To her followers who revered her as a divine figure, she vowed to return one day and save the empire from ruin. For a long time, Mikhail believed that promise had been fulfilled, that Abel had returned, reborn as Aisha Heathcliff. But now, he knows the painful truth. Aisha isn't his lover. She's his sister, Xenos. And because Xenos was reborn into the body meant for Abel, it means Abel's soul was never able to reincarnate. Her spirit must still be wandering, trapped and unresting. Worse still, until the curse placed on them is broken, Abel will never return. Instead, Xenos will continue to be reborn in her place, occupying the life that was never meant to be hers, again and again. This also changes everything Mikhail believed about the prophecy. If his sister was the one who returned, not Abella, then the future that Mikhail foresaw 500 years ago, the future everyone thought belonged to the saint, was not Abella's at all. It was Xenos. That vision was terrifying. The sky burned red as fireballs rained down. The ground cracked open, swallowing the helpless. Wild beasts ran rampant. People screamed, suffered, and died in chaos. And then, just as the world seemed to be collapsing entirely, a pure, white figure appeared through the destruction. She had Aisha's face. The power she wielded was unlike anything Mikhail had seen, even in Abella's time. This woman didn't just nullify magic, she went beyond it. Her overwhelming, radiant energy swept across the battlefield like a miracle, cleansing the darkness. The sun rose again. Flowers bloomed where ashes had fallen. The dying regained their strength. Even those on the verge of death were revived. It was no longer a vision of destruction. It became a vision of salvation. At the very end, Mikhail saw her smile. Aisha's face, shining through tears, as if finally at peace. That moment stayed with him, and now, Mikhail couldn't help but ask himself, could that future really come to pass? It felt too distant, too miraculous. All that remained now was a fragile hope, barely enough to hold on to. But even if the prophecy may never fully unfold, Mikhail wants to protect his sister's happiness. And so, as if offering a final prayer to the dragon god, Mikhail silently begs for release, for death, for an end to his eternal life and endless suffering instead. The Louvre has been buzzing with activity thanks to the upcoming announcement ceremony, and poor Aisha, she's barely had a second to breathe. But hey, she's not suffering alone. Both Hades and Abel have been running around like it's a royal marathon. Still, is it too much to ask for a little sympathy? Especially when her husband, Hades, has been turning their bedroom into a cardio battlefield, while Aisha's lying there questioning all her life choices, and possibly her muscle strength. Hades looks annoyingly refreshed, like he just came back from a spa day. He's even grinning at her. Honestly, the man just seduced her, countless times, and still has the nerve to look this energetic. The moment Hades tosses one of his signature compliments, "You're beautiful," Aisha's inner alarm blares. She immediately hides under the blanket like it's her last defense. She's terrified he'll want to go for round. What now? 7? 8? Who's counting anymore? This is what she gets for being a tease in the hallway earlier. She brought this on herself. Then he has the audacity to ask, "Are you tired?" Aisha, barely clinging to life, glares back with a sarcastic, "Is that even a question?" But Hades, unbothered, claims he did most of the work and even suggests she magically restore her own stamina. Handy solution, for him. Aisha pauses. Technically, she might be able to do it. But then it hits her. This man will have her recharging on loop just so he can keep going until the sun rises. "You're not seriously planning to keep doing this just to flaunt your stamina, right?" she accuses. His reply, "You catch on quick." Yep, no shame. None. Frustrated and physically defeated, Aisha mumbles something about how not even animals go this many rounds. She tries to escape his seductive lean like her life depends on it. But surprise. This time, all she gets is a soft kiss on the cheek. Shocking, right? Maybe he's finally hit his limit. Or maybe he's just recharging too. But jokes aside, the atmosphere shifts. The ceremony is tomorrow, and Aisha knows what's coming. Once it ends, Hades will leave to face the dragon god. It's a one-way ticket to danger, so she asks him, "Before you go, please just tell me." She wants to at least know, not be left behind wondering. Hades answers with a casual, "Ah, sure," and honestly, it's the most suspicious "sure" ever. She can tell he's already planning to sneak out without saying a word. So she presses him again. Then comes Hades's request, one that hits harder than her request. If I fail, in the next life, and the one after, I'll keep trying to free you. So please, don't die. Stay alive. What he really means? He doesn't want her to end her life if he doesn't come back. And Aisha knows it. But promising that, it's not something she can give too. Before she can answer, Hades speaks again, voice heavy with guilt. I'm a bad father. Abel deserves better. All he wanted was a happy family, but I keep choosing you. I'm selfish. He's not proud of it, but his love for Aisha always wins. Without words, Aisha hugs him tightly, both of them trembling in the silence. They sit there for hours, wrapped in each other's pain and comfort. And even as the first light of dawn creeps in, neither of them can make the promises they long to hear. When the sun rises, even before the grand succession ceremony kicks off, Hades drops by Mikhail's room. No need to knock. Mikhail opens the door like he knew he was coming, though his intense stare kinda makes it seem like he's ready to deck him. Why the sudden visit? Well, Mikhail doesn't wait for an explanation. He hits the nail on the head right away. Did you come here to ask if you could kill me first, so my sister doesn't end up dying? It's a question that leaves Hades silent. How could Mikhail know that? But in truth, their situation speaks louder than words, and Mikhail, sharp as ever, already pieced things together. And with the number of rumors spreading lately, it wasn't difficult to also guess that Hades is a non-believer. Mikhail isn't surprised. If anything, he seems quietly relieved. He's long accepted that his life is worth trading if it means saving his sister, Aisha. And knowing someone like Hades exists, someone capable of doing what must be done, brings him a strange kind of comfort. Still, Mikhail has no intention of dying just yet. He explains that there's something he must do. Something that could completely end the cycle of punishment they're trapped in. But whatever it is, he makes it clear. His sister knows nothing about it. Then he makes a vow. If my method fails, and the day comes when I must kill my sister, no. Before it ever reaches that point, I'll die. He then adds quietly that someone else, aside from Hades, could also end his life if necessary. At that moment, Deborah enters. She politely introduces herself to Hades, but her eyes meeting his without fear. In that instant, Hades senses something, an invisible thread connecting them. There's something familiar in her eyes, a knowing. He eventually realizes that she, too, is an atheist. Not long after, Mikhail and Deborah walk hand in hand into the Louvre-Mont mansion. Their goal is simple: see Pamela once more. But Deborah hesitates. After what happened the day before, she fears what this second meeting might bring. Still, Mikhail insists. He tells her Pamela isn't a cruel woman, that she must have denied Deborah yesterday only because the Emperor was present. Deborah listens. She wants to believe. Despite everything, the child still carries a flicker of hope. And she's deeply grateful that the High Priest hasn't given up on her. Pamela soon opens her door. She greets Mikhail with calm detachment, asking for the reason behind his visit. Mikhail offers an apology for his behavior the day before. With gentle words, he again introduces Deborah, hoping this time Pamela might finally accept her daughter. But Pamela remains unchanged. Her expression grows colder. She firmly rejects the child once more and tells Mikhail to stop wasting his time. Her words are harsh. She calls Deborah an irrelevant orphan and warns Mikhail of severe consequences if he dares bring the subject up again. Not even Deborah's presence softens her tone. Pamela doesn't flinch. She doesn't care if her words cut deep. That's when Deborah makes her decision. She steps forward and says softly, "Father Reigart, you can stop now. I was wrong. Duchess Whistler is not my mother." She hides the pain behind a fragile smile, choosing dignity over begging for love that will never come. Satisfied, Pamela leaves. She gives Mikhail one final warning and disappears behind her door, closing it for good. The moment she's gone, Mikhail falls to his knees. Tears spill from his eyes as he blames himself for everything. He apologizes over and over, saying he only wanted Deborah to be happy. The young girl, still gentle despite everything, tries to comfort him. But as Mikhail looks into her eyes, he sees it. The light is gone. There's no trace of hope, no flicker of trust in God, only quiet resignation. He knows he's the reason, and deep down, he knows he doesn't deserve her forgiveness. All he can say is, "You don't have to love God." And with that, his goal is complete. He's created a human who might one day break the chains of punishment, or bring him peace in the end. The grand announcement ceremony kicks off with the Emperor's flowery congratulatory speech. Cue the polite claps. And as promised, the new marriage amendment law gets officially announced. But wait, there's more. To show extra royal affection, the Emperor and Empress personally gift Aisha, the soon-to-be Duchess of Louvre-Mont, a special present straight from the imperial vault. Aisha, caught off guard, leans toward Hades in full, "What do I do?" mode. And Hades, calm as ever, just shrugs and tells her to go with it. The mysterious gift turns out to be a sparkly tiara fit for a queen. Our girl Aisha just leveled up to simping royalty, crowned and everything. Now, Aisha knows this whole ceremony is based on Hades' clever little act to fool the nobles and the Emperor, so she's understandably hesitant. But come on, it's a royal gift. She can't exactly say no thanks. Meanwhile, Hades is unbothered and lounging in peak husband mode. "You're getting a fancy present, honey." "Sir, that's your only comment?" Anyway, the ceremony continues. The tiara gets placed on Aisha's head while blessings from the dragon god are declared. Standard ritual stuff. Aisha bows and thanks the Empress with all the grace she can muster. But inside? Her guilt is doing jumping jacks. The Emperor and Empress beam at her like proud parents at a school play. If only they knew. Then comes the moment everyone's been waiting for, Hades' public reading of his dragon god-blessed prayer. He strides up with confidence, passing Aisha on the way and casually tosses her a compliment. "It suits you." You'd think she'd swoon, right? Nope. She's just standing there wondering if her husband even has a conscience. The original prayer, written by Pamela Whistler, was a grand and formal tribute to the dragon god. Naturally, Hades took a red pen to it and made it his own. Several times. Aisha even edited his edits twice, just to avoid starting a civil war in the middle of the ceremony. Still, she's anxious. Because somehow, Hades managed to sneak in an over-the-top tribute to the Louvre-Mont family, starting with the divine blessing and ending with, you guessed it, the 7th Duke of Louvre-Mont, aka himself. According to Hades, he's reached the pinnacle of glory. And no, he's not being ironic. At this point, the Emperor looks like he's slowly turning into stone. Aisha's cheeks are tomato red as she regrets not hiding the "I love myself" paragraph from Hades' speech earlier. Mikhail, being the best brother, tries to contain his laughter while watching his sister suffer. And then, drumroll please, the real twist of the event arrives. The unveiling of a massive statue. The crowd braces for a mighty dragon god. But nope. It's a majestic, larger-than-life sculpture of Hades himself. Peak confidence, now in marble. The Emperor? Probably on the verge of spontaneous combustion. But hey, picking a fight with Hades is not on his bingo card today. The crowd's jaws are collectively on the floor. Mikhail? Still chuckling. Aisha? She's melting from secondhand embarrassment, and as everyone turns to her, silently demanding answers, Aisha sighs, lifts the shiny tiara off her head, and sets it down with the weight of 1,000 regrets. Hades. Oh, he knew they'd be shocked. He was counting on it. Raising one brow like it was a challenge, he coolly asked, "Well then, where's the applause?" After a beat of awkward silence, the clapping began. Slow, cautious, and clearly fear-induced. No one wanted to risk being turned into a roasted marshmallow after all. Even the Emperor was shaken, forcing Mikhail to step in and keep him from unraveling on the spot. Like nothing had happened, Hades smoothly continued his speech and introduced the star of the day, his successor, Abel Louvre-Mont. Right on cue, knights marched into formation, swords crossed like a red carpet to welcome Abel. And wow did Abel deliver, as he enters. every single eye was glued to him, including Aisha's, whose mouth may or may not have fallen open. Her son looked like a mini version of Hades, head tilted just right, chin up, smirking like he owned the place. It was like watching the original Hades being rebooted in tiny form. Abel then added some extra flair to his debut. With a simple flick of his hand, he lit every nearby candle, one by one. No tricks, no help, just raw fire magic. The crowd gasped, realizing that this little guy had already unlocked his second fire attribute ability. Those earlier claps? Well earned, it turns out. And just like his father, Abel nailed that trademark, "I fear nothing and answer to no one" look, sending the message loud and clear to everyone. The Louvemont blood runs strong in him. Hades, clearly pleased, looked like he was watching his legacy walk on stage, literally. Abel then made himself comfy on his pint-sized throne, sealing the deal with a smug little grin that sent Aisha into a spiritual crisis. Mikhail? He lost it. Completely. He was laughing so hard he didn't care who was watching. Then came Hades' grand announcement. As my son, Abel holds an extraordinary power rarely seen in this empire. Today is a day of celebration, and I want everyone to know. He's completed the final stage of unlocking the fire attribute, a feat that speaks volumes about our lineage. And to prove it wasn't just fancy words, Abel did another fire trick, just to drive the point home. It was especially impressive since Hades himself hadn't reached that level at Abel's age. Clearly, the kid was destined for greatness. But that wasn't all. Hades followed it up by declaring that if anything were to happen to him, Abel would inherit leadership, with Aisha acting as regent until he came of age. A complete transition plan, already locked and loaded. And so the Empress couldn't take it anymore. She stood up, and with a voice full of anxiety asked, "Duke Louvemont, care to explain why we're staring at your statue instead of honoring the god like we were supposed to?" That's when the real tension hit. Swapping the sacred dragon god's statue with his own and putting on a power show with his son? It looked like a declaration of rebellion, or worse, an insult to the imperial family and their beliefs. But Hades had his rebuttal ready. "Ah, yes. Since we're clearing the air, I'll address the rumors. It's true. I do not worship Gaionia, the dragon god tied to the imperial bloodline. But that doesn't mean I deny the authority of the Crescenta imperial family." He looked straight at the Emperor and Empress with an air of calm control. "My hope is that the Crescenta family continues to lead this empire. And I pledge this. So long as I live, I will protect this peaceful nation. I will also do everything in my power to ensure Crown Prince Julian ascends the throne rightfully and securely." His message was clear. He may not bow to the gods, but he's still the Empire's fiercest guardian. Naturally, after that explosive ceremony, the Emperor couldn't just let things slide. He met with Hades behind the scenes, probably still trying to wrap his head around the statue, the fire show, and the not-so-subtle, "I'm not bowing to your god" message. Hades, ever direct, laid it out plainly. He had no interest in the imperial throne. None. He wasn't gunning for power, and he certainly didn't want to pretend to honor a deity he didn't believe in, just to keep up appearances. Even if the Emperor offered him the throne on a silver platter, Hades would turn it down without hesitation. The whole point of the ceremony was simply to be honest, something Hades doesn't bother sugarcoating. The Emperor didn't explode or yell. After all, it had already been a day full of fireworks, both literal and emotional. But oh, he was absolutely fuming. Still, keeping his royal dignity intact, he excused himself under the polite pretense of imperial matters to attend to. And with that, he turned on his heel and walked out, slamming the door in Hades and Mikhail's faces for good measure. A royal mic drop, if you will. Mikhail, ever the cheeky companion, glanced at Hades and smirked. "So, worried the Emperor's mad at you now?" Hades, without missing a beat, dismissed the idea. Of course not. He doesn't care about that. But he was concerned about something else. With a thoughtful look, he turned to Mikhail and asked for a favor. Hades hands Mikhail a ring box, meant for Aisha, of course. But instead of giving it to her himself, he asks Mikhail to deliver it. Weird. Definitely. Mikhail quickly realizes something's off. Hades is planning to leave. But how could a living human even reach the place where that ancient being resides? Hiding? For Mikhail, it sounds like an impossible mission. You look like you're about to go, Mikhail says bluntly. You can't beat him. Don't waste your time. Just stay with my sister. She's obviously going to worry like crazy. He adds, Didn't you say you were scared of the future I foresaw? Well then, stop me before it actually happens. As for Hades, he knows he's not the only one capable of stopping Mikhail. He remembers Deborah, a fellow atheist like himself. However, Mikhail drops a chilling line. If I really wanted to, stopping that child's tiny hand would be nothing. Do you trust me? Can you be sure I won't flip at one point? To which Hades calmly responds, I don't trust you, but I trust those eyes, the kind that only show up after surviving pain worse than death, over and over again. Eyes that find death easier than life. That's right. He's seen them before. Aisha has those eyes too. Eyes that reflect not selfish pain, but deep sorrow for others. And that's why he believes in Mikhail's eyes now. As he steps closer, Hades gives his final request. If I succeed, great. But if I fail, end yourself before your instincts harm Aisha. You wouldn't want her to suffer, would you? And with that grim agreement, the two brothers-in-law strike a deal. Hades walks away, while Mikhail can only hope everything turns out okay, for his sister's sake. Then, the scene shifts to the grand party outside the mansion. Aisha, our charming introvert duchess, is absolutely drained from all the smiling and socializing. Honestly, in her head, it'd be less exhausting to spend the whole night doing couple activities with her husband. Priorities, right? And speaking of the seductive Duke at night, here comes Hades, walking in like a runway model, turning heads as always. Actually, that day officially marks Aisha's debut as Duchess, and it's finally sunk in. She and Hades are truly married now. No wonder her smile is extra radiant as she waves at him. But then, surprise, Hades walks straight up and hugs her, right in front of everyone. And just when people thought that was it, he tilts his face and kisses her. Right there. Party guests, stunned. When he finally pulls back, Aisha is beet red. What are you doing? Her eyes scream. But Hades, ever so smooth, simply says, I just missed you. Cue even louder cheers and gasps. Then, as if nothing dramatic just happened, Hades turns to the guests and delivers a thank you speech with the elegance of an idol greeting fans at meet-and-greet event. Little Abel, standing nearby, is thrilled beyond belief. His parents are married. The ceremony was a success. He's living his best life, waving back like a mini-celebrity. Aisha, though tired to the bone, is still the co-star of the event. Alongside Abel, she has to stay a little longer. When Hades says he has to leave for a bit, Aisha pouts but lets him go. All right, I'll see you soon. He nods, but something in his smile feels off. There's a quiet fragility in his expression that Aisha can't quite place. She doesn't know it yet, but soon, she'll deeply regret not holding on to him that very moment. Later that evening, the party finally ends. Ahem, for our simping queen. Aisha, barely able to walk straight from exhaustion, heads inside the mansion. Meanwhile, little Abel is still bursting with energy, like he took a nap while no one was looking. He decides to stay with the guests, enjoying the celebration as if he wasn't just in a major life ceremony. Just when Aisha thought her legs would give out, Azar casually held out his arm like a proper gentleman and said, You look worn out. But really lying in the hallway? If you're feeling faint, lean on me instead. Naturally, Aisha tried to brush it off, insisting she was fine. Still, She couldn't help but throw in a compliment about how sharp he looked in his new suit, which, to her amusement, actually made the usually stoic Azar, only to her, blush a little. It turns out that not long ago, the elite soldiers finally received official knighthood titles. And yep, it was all thanks to Hades, who remembered Aisha's request even with his packed schedule. Truly, husband material certified. Though their actual roles stayed the same, those shiny new titles added a nice touch. Azar had the honor of being Aisha's personal escort at the announcement ceremony. And even though he stayed through the whole banquet, not once did he complain. Aisha praised him for his dedication. But in classic Azar fashion, he replied with his usual deadpan voice, "I found it enjoyable, especially His Grace's wild public display of affection." That one-liner hit Aisha like a ton of bricks. Yep, even that moment didn't escape Azar's radar. Talk about second-hand embarrassment. Just when things calmed down, Aisha's thoughts shifted. Something about Hades felt off. He left the banquet early, which was so not like him. He was never the type to walk out just because he was tired. If he wasn't going to rest, then what exactly was he planning? The thought gnawed at her. Noticing her troubled expression, Azar asked what was wrong. And that's when it hit her. Maybe he knew something. Aisha pulled out her secret weapon, mind control. She gently commanded Azar to reveal the biggest secret he knew about Hades. Genius move, right? But instead of some dark hidden plan, Azar confessed, "He's very sensitive to the cold. He doesn't know I know this, but 5 years ago, after returning from a Vitus drained of magic, he turned off his internal heat source. I was the only one who saw him catch a cold and, have a runny nose." Aisha was stunned. That's the big secret? Not quite the earth-shattering answer she expected. And even worse, he didn't know where Hades had gone either. Quickly, she released Azar from her control, but he freaked out a little and asked what just happened. Honestly, not his fault, but this man is the king of wild assumptions. To avoid chaos, Aisha came clean. She only did it to find out what Hades was hiding. Even Azar admitted that he, too, noticed something strange lately. Hades had been practicing swordsmanship like a man preparing to face a monstrous beast. And that worried Aisha. Her husband may be strong, yes, but he's still human, even if he was born from divine blood. Defeating a god without using magic? That's not just difficult, it's nearly impossible. Which is why Aisha pleaded with Azar to inform her if Hades ever asked him to carry out any secret orders. Surprisingly, Azar agreed right away. Aisha didn't expect that answer. He sighed and said, "You'd just use your power on me anyway, so what's the point in hiding it? I'll tell you. Don't worry." Before Aisha could respond, they were approached by High Priest Mikhail, who had something to say. Once they had a moment alone, well, Azar is still there, but a little away from them. Mikhail leaned in close and whispered, "What is His Grace thinking? It's like he plans to kill our father. He even looked like he was preparing to leave soon." Then Mikhail handed her a gift, saying it was from Hades. It all came flooding back. Aisha remembered her wedding conversation with Hades, where she told him she wanted matching rings. That was her one wish. Now, receiving this gift from her brother instead of her husband filled her with unease. Why would Hades send someone else to deliver something so meaningful? Upon learning that Hades had met with the Emperor earlier and handed over the gift to Mikhail afterward, Aisha didn't waste a second. Heart pounding with anxiety, she bolted straight to Hades' chambers, completely ignoring Mikhail and Azar calling after her. Something was wrong, and she had to find out what it was. But when Aisha finally burst into the room, expecting the worst, she finds Hades peacefully napping on the couch. A deep wave of relief washes over her. He hadn't left after all. He was still here. Still safe. Soon enough, Mikhail and Azar catch up behind her, worried expressions on their faces. But Aisha quickly covers up her panic by brushing it off with a soft apology, saying she's just a little tired. Nothing to worry about. She says she'll stay in the room for a while, then she'll leave. Once she's inside, Aisha quietly approaches the sleeping Hades. Her eyes soften as they settle on his relaxed face. Then, she notices something. A familiar glint on his hand. The matching ring. The very one she once asked for. With a quiet voice full of mixed emotions, she murmurs, "Why didn't you wait for me before putting it on?" Sure, it wasn't a grand wedding ceremony with crowds and vows, but the meaning behind exchanging rings was still special. Still, seeing him wearing it now sparked something warm in her chest. So she followed suit, slipping on her own matching ring with care. Feeling a little lighter, she turned to Mikhail and asked with a smile, "Does it suit me?" He didn't hesitate. "Of course it does," he replied sincerely. But while Aisha basked in the sentimental moment, Azar suddenly furrowed his brows. He stepped closer to Hades and gave him a firm shake. Nothing. No reaction at all. Not even a twitch. Then came the ultimate test. Azar slapped him. Still nothing, and that's when Azar's alarm bells went off. "He's not asleep," he declared. Now that was terrifying. Hades, the man who could wake up at the tiniest sound, a creaking floorboard, a whisper, even a crawling bug, wasn't budging at all, despite the ruckus happening right next to him. Aisha's relief quickly turned into confusion and rising dread. Why wasn't he moving? What was happening? Azar, already on edge, suddenly grabbed Aisha by the shoulders and barked, "Tell me, what's going on with his grace?" He didn't mean to be harsh, but the panic in his voice was clear. Aisha, shocked and still trying to process it all herself, didn't know how to respond. That's when Mikhail stepped in between them, protective instincts kicking in. "Enough," he said firmly to Azar. "Whether he's asleep or something worse, none of this is her fault. Stop lashing out at her." He added with a frown, "Can't you see she's just as confused as you are? There's no reason to treat her like that." To be fair, Azar probably didn't mean it that way. Whether it was panic or just his usual rough way of expressing concern, there was no true harm intended. But still, maybe next time he should work on his delivery, right? Mikhail, now growing more anxious, asks his sister if she knows anything at all, about Hades' plan. But Aisha can only shake her head in frustration. No, Hades hasn't said a word. And to make things worse, she reminds Mikhail that she made a promise not to use her powers on him. Now, she's really wishing she hadn't. Seeing his sister so broken up, Mikhail gently wipes away her tears and comforts her. That's when Aisha finally opens up about her dream, the one where she and Hades were standing before the dragon god. She shares it with Mikhail, hoping it might mean something. And just then, as if the drama summoned him like a spell, little Abel bursts onto the scene outside Hades' room, only to find his mother crying. His protective instincts go into overdrive. Who made mother cry? Azar, ever the loyal guard, tries to keep Abel outside the room, hoping to shield him from the growing tension. But nope. Abel isn't having it. He shouts for Azar to move aside, and when Azar refuses, well, let's just say the poor guy gets flung across the hall like a feather caught in a windstorm. Courtesy of Abel's power, of course. Once he's by his mother's side, Abel looks up with worried eyes. Mikhail steps in to explain the situation gently. Hades is just passed out from exhaustion, so Aisha's worried. But really, everything is fine. Or, so he says. But Abel's no fool. Something feels off. He walks over to check on his father himself, and no matter how much he shakes him, Hades doesn't stir. Turning back with trembling words, Abel says, "Mother, no way. He told me he was going somewhere. Is this what he meant? Did something happen to father?" Faced with her son's worried face, Aisha finally nods. She doesn't know everything, but yes, something's wrong. She gives her son a gentle promise. No matter how vague it sounds, she'll do everything she can to bring Hades back. They hug, both clinging to that hope. Mikhail, watching the scene unfold, tries once more to comfort his sister, and gently reminds her that crying won't fix anything right now. Meanwhile, outside all the emotional bonding, Azar is still recovering from being launched and is now extremely confused. He can't help but notice how casually the high priest interacts with Aisha. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? But when he throws a confused question, Mikhail, ever the king of dry expressions, gives him a mind-your-own-business look without saying a word. Ouch. Azar is so thrown off by the silent burn, he starts wondering if Mikhail's been swapped with some smug scoundrel. Not one to back down, Azar steps up and demands answers about Hades' condition and Aisha's suspicious closeness with Mikhail. Drama intensifies. Aisha, of course, wants to explain, but how can she when she herself is still trying to make sense of everything? Thankfully, Mikhail saves the day with a theory. He finally says it out loud. I don't know how he got there, but if our father lost his human body and disappeared, there's only one place left. Orukos. The place no one wants to end up. It's the realm the dragon god made in the beginning. A sort of eternal detention for souls who've messed up real bad. No reincarnation, no second chances, just endless suffering. In other words, hell. And poor Azar, his brain's working overtime, trying to make sense of this spiritual geography lesson. But since everyone keeps talking like he's supposed to know this stuff already, he finally bursts out. Can someone please explain what is going on here? Mikhail has had enough. With the kind of patience that's hanging by a thread, he snaps, Then stop interrupting if you don't understand anything. Translation. Azar, you're not helping, so shut up. Eventually, the truth drops like a stone. Hades has gone to face the dragon god itself. And from the outsider like Azar, it sounds absolutely bonkers. But don't worry, buddy. Your full explanation is coming. Eventually. But not sure when. And just when you think the room couldn't possibly get more crowded, a surprise guest pops out from behind Hades' desk. It's Roxa. Apparently he's been hiding there this whole time, holding the secret book in his hands. Yep. A literal plot twist just walked into the scene. Maybe this curious stray cat has some answers they all need, because right now, they could really use a miracle. Wasting no time, Aisha activates her mind control, and just like that, Roxa drops to his knees, sitting like an obedient pet. No sass, no resistance. Under her command, he finally spills the tea. Thanks to Roxa's panicked confession, Aisha and the team learn the truth. Hades really was up to something. He had Roxa brew a bunch of potions, told him to seal away the secret book, which Roxa is awkwardly holding right now, and was planning to quietly stash it in a warehouse like it's some dusty old scroll. But that's not all. Roxa also reveals how Hades didn't just find the book. It was handed down to him by his master. Hearing all this, Aisha and Mikhail connect the dots. The Tower's Lord isn't just some random mage. He's actually a descendant of the Procreator. Meaning, the plan to give that secret book to Hades? Yep, totally part of a larger Procreator scheme. And since Hades told Roxa to hide it, that book definitely holds the key to entering Orukos. Aisha hesitates before cracking open the infamous book. But surprise, it's completely blank. That's when it clicks for Mikhail. Only someone who doesn't believe in God can unlock its secrets. Mikhail dashes for the door to grab the only non-believer in the vicinity, Deborah, the sleeping young priest. But just as he's about to exit, he freezes. Why? Because it hits him. Hades went into Orukos with nothing but a basic sword, a regular blade. Mikhail is fuming. He mutters to himself about how ridiculous Hades is for thinking he could face the dragon god like that. Even calls him a fool out loud, which earns him a warning shouts from Azar. Not that Mikhail backs down. He's firmly convinced Hades was acting recklessly. Then he drops the truth bomb. Even if he's powerful, how is that supposed to help against the dragon god? You can't just wing it with a glowing sword and hope for the best. Only a non-believer's weapon can hurt a god. And sadly, no fancy fireworks from Duke Louvremont aren't going to singe even a scale of Gaonia. Aisha steps in to defend her husband, her voice steady but filled with concern. She truly believes that Hades must have found a way to defeat their father. He wouldn't have walked into danger so recklessly without a plan. At least that's what she wants to believe. But Mikhail's sharp question cuts through the moment. What in the world do you think a non-believer's weapon is? That's when the truth begins to surface. There was once a nation founded by those who rejected the existence of gods. It was a land built on disbelief, standing firm against divine rule. But as Gaionia had intended, that country eventually crumbled into ruin, surviving only in history as a forgotten name. Still, before their fall, they created a weapon, one forged specifically to slay gods. A weapon that could only be wielded by someone who does not believe. It dawns on Aisha, slowly but painfully, that Mikhail wasn't speaking in metaphor. The non-believer's weapon is a real, tangible sword, and only someone without faith could use part, which means Hades misunderstood Procreator's message. He jumped into Oricus, armed with nothing more than an ordinary blade, unaware that the true weapon was something else entirely. Aisha's heart sinks, her anxiety growing stronger. She's no longer just worried. She's afraid. Time is ticking. They need to find the real weapon before following Hades, and in a twist of fate, it turns out to be the sword of Sankria, the very sword Aisha once gave to Abel. Back then, Aisha just couldn't bear the thought of Abel getting seriously hurt just to obtain that sword in the novel. So the moment she got reincarnated as Aisha, she made a good decision. To get the sword herself and gift it to Abel, sparing him from the pain. Now, hearing Mikhail's explanation, Abel speaks without hesitation. He still has the sword, and it's ready. Not long after, Abel is seen quietly holding the Sankria sword in his arms, its presence heavier than ever, now that they know its true purpose. Aisha, having changed into something more comfortable for the journey ahead, joins him. Meanwhile, Mikhail walks in holding a very sleep-deprived Deborah, her tiny frame slumped in his arms like a doll barely hanging on. And at last, Azar and Roxa, those two chaotic puzzle pieces, have also caught up. Their understanding of the situation is finally aligned. No more blank stares or wild guesses. Well, at least for now. Of course, with Roxa being the jittery, over-caffeinated mess he is, his reaction is as dramatic as expected. And when he's paired with Azar in the same room, a heated exchange of sharp words is bound to follow. Are they sworn enemy, or just two guys who never learned how to say hello properly? Setting that aside, Aisha takes a serious turn and begins explaining the deeper connection between their dark abilities and the curses placed upon them. But naturally, she omits the heaviest truth, the tragic cycle of her child's death in every lifetime. Some truths are too painful to share, especially with outsiders. As for Mikhail, he takes on the role of the calm and composed high priest once more, tasked with explaining the nature of their curse of foresight in a gentle, child-appropriate way. With Deborah and Abel nearby, subtlety matters. Then comes the moment they've all been waiting for. Mikhail carefully hands the book to Deborah, gently asking if she would help them by unlocking it. The child nods without hesitation, willing to do her part. But just before they open the book, Azar suggests summoning his elite team, thinking strength in numbers might give them a better chance against the dragon god. He's already halfway to the door when Aisha stops him. With urgency in her voice, she convinces him that time is slipping away, and they can't afford to delay. Her reason is valid, but not the whole truth. In reality, Aisha has already seen a glimpse of the future, and only the people currently in that room are meant to reach the end, meet the god, all except Roxa. She then calmly says, "The people here are the only ones I can ensure will survive until the very end. You may not understand what I mean, but please trust me." That's enough to stop Azar in his tracks, and when Roxa, ever the nervous one, quickly volunteers to sit this hellish mission out, Aisha agrees without question. As Azar and Roxa fall back into their usual back-and-forth banter, Deborah checks in one last time, making sure all she has to do is read the contents of the book. With a quiet nod from Mikhail, she flips it open, and that's when it begins. A brilliant red glow suddenly engulfs the room, wrapping everyone in its otherworldly light. It's not just illumination, it's a trigger. The ritual has begun. And just like that, a portal to hell opens. Getting your soul yanked from your body and hurled into another dimension? Yeah, Aisha would not recommend it. The whole experience feels like falling endlessly through the void, and not in a peaceful, meditative way. When she finally opens her eyes, 3 eerie moons hang in the sky like a creepy welcome sign. Yep, she's in hell, confirmed. Just then, she hears a sob. Deborah's. The little girl is crying and mumbling something about Talio and Atheus. Aisha puts 2 and 2 together. When they crossed over through the book, Deborah must have absorbed their painful memories too. Without hesitation, she wraps Deborah in a comforting hug, whispering reassurances. But as she holds the crying child, a painful realization hits her. Deborah had nothing to do with their dark past, yet somehow she's been dragged into it. Is this fate's doing? Their curse seemed to have tangled all of them in one messy web. Feeling a swell of guilt, Aisha promises to protect Deborah no matter what. No more pain for this child, at least not on her watch. Cue the chaos, because of course that peaceful moment can't last. Suddenly Roxa shows up, screaming, panicking, and wildly confused. Honestly, he has a point. Aisha had told him he could stay behind, thinking the entrance to hell was, a door. Like a normal one. So everyone should have waved him goodbye like they were going on a vacation or something. Turns out, the door was more like a giant hole in the ground that sucked everyone in. No exceptions. Sorry, Roxa. But here's the thing. In Aisha's vision of the future, Roxa wasn't there, which might mean something bad for him too. Let's not hope that way. Before Roxa can even ask what's going on, a massive fireball zips behind him out of nowhere. Yep, not a dream. But thank goodness for Azar, who swoops in and teleports both Aisha and Abel to safety just in time. Now what about Roxa, Mikhail, and Deborah? When the smoke clears from the explosion, all 3 are somehow still alive. Crisis averted, kind of. Roxa, however, is absolutely fuming. He points dramatically at Azar, clearly offended that he was not on the priority teleport list. Honestly, can you blame him? But the universe isn't done throwing problems their way. Right behind Roxa? Another threat. Because of course. This time it's a massive, fire-breathing beast standing there like, "Welcome to hell." Roxa's reaction? Pure panic. He dives behind the others, shivering like a leaf in the wind. The beast isn't just any hell monster. This is Sesepu, the first demon ever created by the dragon god, and the gatekeeper of Orukis. Basically, he's a really old, very hungry bouncer for Hell's VIP section. His hobby? Munching on anyone who dares enter without being dead first. So chill. But there's a silver lining. Legend says some folks made it through alive. The catch? Because there's always a catch. To get in, you must pass his test. Here's how it's supposed to go. Sesepu's left head, a demon one, spits fire. The middle, a human head, gives a brain-busting riddle. And the right head, a lion, eats you if you fail. Easy peasy. Except there's a slight issue. Little Abel, ever observant, points out that the demon only has one head. Cue Aisha and Mikhail exchanging glances. That's not how this was supposed to work. So they must ask the demon directly. But before that, Sesepu starts monologuing about Ignis, his poor lover, and some old curse drama. Apparently he assumes they're here to beg Daddy Dragon God to lift the curse. Dramatic, but not helpful. Then Mikhail, ever the straight shooter, bluntly asks, "Where's your other 2 heads?" Sesepu, yes, the terrifying gatekeeper of hell, blushes. He actually blushes. That's none of your concern, he huffs. Okay, but wait. Why is he kind of adorable all of a sudden? Mikhail rolls with it and says fine. It's not their business whether his heads were blown off or just missing. But regardless, they need to see the dragon god. So could he kindly open the gate? Nope, says Sesepu. You can only enter after solving the riddle. Right. The the riddle from the missing human head. So now Mikhail is getting ticked off. He points out the obvious. It's Sesepu's fault there's no riddle to solve, not theirs. Why should they suffer for his head loss? Aisha quickly steps in to calm her brother and tries reasoning with the demon. Surely there's some other way in. But Sesepu is stubborn. Rules are rules. No riddle, no entry. Then with a thunderous roar, Sesepu loses it. A human did this to me, he bellows. He was insane, completely out of his mind. I've never met a human that crazy. Well, we all know who he's talking about after all. That's our Hades, of course. Time doesn't tick the same way in the land of the dead as it does in the world of the living. And the man our demon gatekeeper, Sesepu, is talking about. He arrived there 7 nights ago. Now Sesepu, being the loyal doorman of the underworld, follows the orders of the dragon god. This time, he gets a divine message. Someone eager to meet me is on the way. Open the gates for him, my faithful guardian. That's no small request. It's from Gaionia himself. So naturally, Sesepu gears up to let the visitor in, but protocol demands a question first. So he throws out a seemingly easy one. Who's the most noble, strong, and benevolent being in existence? Oh dear, that was his first mistake. Because the man, yes, the human, replies without a hint of humility. Obviously, it's me. Sesepu clenches his demon paw, visibly shook. I've never met a human this crazy, he mutters. Aisha and Mikhail, standing nearby, can only nod. Yep, there's no mistaking it. That could only be Hades. They guess that when Sesepu, whose lion head lunged at Hades, tried to get rid of him, Hades probably sliced it clean off. And they're right. Still stunned by Hades' sheer strength, Sesepu admits that no human he's ever met has come close to that level of power. But the demon's stubborn. He asks a second question. Hades, however, isn't the patient type. He slices off Sesepu's middle head next. At this rate, only one head remains. Terrified of losing his final noggin, Sesepu does the only reasonable thing. He flings the gates open wide for Hades. Mikhail, emboldened by this turn of events, taunts, "Do we have to take off your last head too before we can enter?" Sesepu scoffs. No way these humans can take him on, not with the blessing of the dragon god coursing through his demon veins. He's got the iron wall ability after all. Magic bounces off him like raindrops on steel. Sorry, Aisha. No mind control tricks here. Now Aisha sizes up her team. She and her brother, physically hopeless. Azar, a deadly archer, sure, but up close, not so much. The 2 kids tagging along, still kids. And then there's a shivering stray cat behind them. Aisha's brain sparks with an idea, and she proposes it to the towering gatekeeper demon, Sesepu. What if we give you a brand new human head? Then you can toss us your riddle. Simple enough, right? Especially when you've got a trembling stray cat in your squad who just happens to have the ability to create. Yep, she's talking about Roxa. Skittish, shaky, but weirdly powerful when he needs to be. Now here's the catch. Normally, their powers wouldn't work on a demon like Sesepu. But if he chooses to accept their help, then Roxa's magic might actually work. Sesepu agrees, but with a warning. Even if you help, I'm not going easy on you. Expect a top-tier riddle. That doesn't rattle Aisha one bit. She turns to Roxa, ready to give him the task, only to find him enthusiastically clicking on his trusty abacus. Classic Roxa. When money's involved, his trembling vanishes like smoke. But here's the issue. This cat lives by one golden rule: no work without payment first. So Aisha leans in, takes his paw in her hand, and pleads sweetly, "You know I'm one of your best clients. I've paid plenty before. Can I just pay after the job this one time?" Then, with the biggest, shiniest puppy eyes, she throws in a promise. A blank check when they get back. At this point, it's unclear what actually worked. The hand-holding, the eyes, the blank check, or the promise to get back alive. Either way, Roxa agrees. Hope lights up in Sesepu's eyes. But there's a problem. Roxa has no clue what the demon's original human head looked like. So what does he do? He improvises. With a snap of his fingers and a shimmer of light from the demon's severed middle head, the new face begins to form. And what pops out? A completely bald head. Why? According to Roxa, hair is just extra effort. Fair enough. But unexpectedly, Sesipu is delighted with his smooth new look. The problem? His thundering laugh is now echoing so loud it's giving everyone ear damage. Anyway, it's time for the first question. There's an animal that walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs at night. What animal is this? Aisha immediately cracks a smile. She sees through it. Her brother, Procreator, clearly made a dimensional chess. Sesipu is a version of the ancient Sphinx, and this riddle? Straight out of famous riddle in the world Procreator created. Without missing a beat, she confidently answers, "It's a human." Sesipu stares blankly, stunned. Abel, a bit lost, asks how that makes sense. Aisha explains. Babies crawl on 4 limbs, adults walk on 2 legs, and the elderly use a cane. 3 legs. Simple. Embarrassed but still clinging to his pride, Sesipu nods. Correct. Before anyone can celebrate, he throws in another riddle. That gets Mikhail fired up. Didn't you say 1 question? The newly bald-headed demon simply shrugs. I'm the guardian here. What I say goes. Now Mikhail looks ready to throw hands with the smug, shiny-headed demon, but Aisha pulls him back. She's got this. Then riddle number 2 drops. There are 2 sisters. They give birth to each other and eat each other. When the older sister eats the younger is reborn and devours her again, and so it goes on. Who are they? Azar mutters something about the demon needing to be careful with his wording, especially kids are listening. But Aisha doesn't flinch. Even if it sounds like sibling cannibalism, she knows the answer. Day and night, she answers smoothly. Sesipu is forced to nod again, but he's not done. Not just yet. He throws down one final challenge. Tell me the name of a human. Seems easy, right? But for this particular guardian of the underworld, it's deeply personal. He never remembers the names of the souls who pass through the gates. Never even asks. Except once. There was one human whose name he carved into his very bones. Flashback time, and oh boy, it's chaotic. At first, the demon Sesipu was pretty intrigued by this strange human. After all, the dragon god had allowed him to enter Orukus, a place not meant for just anyone. But that curiosity quickly turned into a full-blown disaster. Why? Because this human didn't just stroll in politely. He chopped off 2 of Sesipu's heads like it was nothing, threw shade at him and the dragon god, and then had the nerve to threaten him, and top it all off by asking him a question like he was the one in control. Why don't you answer my question now? Listen carefully. This is about a great man who'll be remembered even in the world of the dead. A man who dove into hell to save the woman he loved. Tell me his name. Sesipu, obviously, has no clue who this lunatic is talking about. He racks his demon brain for an answer, thinking it might be some ancient hero from long ago, and finally says, "There's no one like that." Wrong move. Hades' eyes practically glow with danger as he replies, "You're close to losing your remaining head. I'll give you 5 seconds. Then he starts the countdown. Sesipu panics hard. This wasn't in the demon training manual, after all. Well, wait, I've been around since the beginning of time. How can I remember every single thing that's ever happened? At least, give me a hint. To his surprise, and maybe horror, Hades agrees, flashing a smug grin as he offers a hint that's basically a battle recap. Because I'm clearly noble, strong, and generously kind, Hades said with a smirk. I'll give you a little hint. He got sick of the 3-headed guard's dull questions, so he chopped off its heads and made his way to Gaionia. Then, he stabbed and ate the heart of that oversized lizard. And finally, he added, pointing his swords at the demon, he rescued the woman he loved, who'd been hidden away by that beast the whole time. And that's when it finally clicks. Sesipu's eyes go wide. Wait a second. He's not talking about someone from the past. He's talking about his next move? The demon is shook and screams out in disbelief. You! How dare you! Do you really think you'll survive after defying the god? But Hades isn't done yet. He casually drives his sword into the demon again and says, Enough of this nonsense. Just give me the answer. What's the name of the brave man? Say it, and I'll let you live. Talk about reverse interrogation. Humiliated beyond words, Sesepu, sworn protector of Orcus, chosen by the dragon god, has no choice. He swallows his pride and asks the name of the very man who just butchered him like a side quest boss. He even makes a solemn oath in his name that he'll remember Hades' name for the rest of eternity, even if it burns him. But then, just as Hades is about to reveal his name, Sesepu throws in one last bit of bitter demon wisdom. Love is a pitiful thing. It never lasts. Do you truly believe she'll love you forever, just because you dared to defy a god? Or that your feelings will remain unchanged through time? Don't be naive. I once knew a human who believed the same. In the end, the woman left him, and he was consumed by endless suffering. You'll come to regret this. A grim warning, delivered with the weight of ancient memories. And Hades? He didn't even flinch. I don't care, he said flatly. I didn't risk everything because I wanted her love in return. You don't need to worry about my heart. I've loved her for so long, I don't even remember when it began. And as for changing how I feel, that word doesn't exist in my world. Talk about shutting down a demon philosopher mid-monologue instantly. Then the gate to the underworld opens. But before stepping in, Hades turns back one last time and finally gives his name, like it's a gift and a threat in one. With a smirk, he adds, This is the name of the human who will rip out your mighty father's heart and devour it. Back to the present. Sesepu was still passionately retelling his epic tale, like some demon version of a dramatic bedtime story. It had already been a whole 30 minutes, and both Mikhail and Aisha looked like they were dying of boredom. Not because the story was dull, but because Sesepu just wouldn't stop, constantly huffing and puffing about how insolent, arrogant, and ridiculous Hades was. And after all that build-up, everyone casually chimed in with the answer Sesepu had struggled so hard to figure out before. It was Hades Louvremont, of course. Who else? The demon was stunned, absolutely floored. He blinked in disbelief as if his very identity had been questioned. As for Aisha, while she was beyond relieved that the last riddle turned out to be a total softball, her heart was still stuck in another place. Worry for Hades gripped her. All she could do was hope that her husband had safely made it into Orcus. So, where's our bold and ridiculously good-looking male lead's dad during all this chaos? Well, he's not exactly doing bench presses, but instead dealing with a heavy lifting situation, and it's not metaphorical. Let's rewind a bit, just a few hours earlier. As Hades kept moving forward, the landscape around him suddenly shifted. The skies blazed with unbearable heat, the air thick and dry. Eventually, he stumbled upon a deserted land, where a bunch of children were tending to a massive tree. But this wasn't just any tree. There was a woman sealed inside its trunk. Hades froze. Her face stirred something in him, a strange sense of familiarity. But he couldn't place her. He was sure they'd never met. Just as he reached out, intrigued, the children quickly surrounded him. They were shocked. A grown-up in there? That was definitely not something they saw every day. Their first guess? We must be headed to Mundus. Hades blinked. Mundus? He asked, completely clueless. They explained with the wisdom of kids who'd been there far too long. Mundus was a realm where grown-ups go. If they lived a righteous life up there, the dragon god might reincarnate them. The odd part? The kids said they had never seen a grown man arrive there before. Adults typically bypass this place and go straight to Mundus. So Hades showing up like this? Super rare. Then they introduced him to another boy, Atlas. He stood out from the rest, a bit older, a bit loner at one side. And, he was carrying Mundus with his both hands. Yes, the entire world. That's when it hit Hades. Mundus wasn't floating like he'd always believed. It was literally being held up by a kid. Naturally, he asked the obvious question. Why are you lifting that? Atlas calmly replied, "It's my punishment from the god. Everyone here is serving theirs too." Oof, that hit hard. From Atlas, Hades finally learns the truth. He's standing in none other than Xenos' tomb. That giant tree the children are tending, it was once Xenos herself. After she took her own life, Gaionia, struck by grief over the loss of his daughter, spent 7 days and nights weeping. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he placed her lifeless body inside the tree, as if trying to preserve what was left of her in nature's embrace. But let's be honest, this isn't some heartwarming family tribute. There's nothing comforting about it. Still, it all clicks for Hades now. The reason her face felt so familiar to him wasn't because they had met before, but because fate was whispering a story he didn't know he was a part of. So, what terrible sins did these children commit to deserve such a fate? According to Atlas, they all share the same crime, causing the deaths of their parents. Most of them were blamed for their mother's deaths during childbirth. Hearing this, Hades is absolutely furious with the dragon god. He knows better. Babies aren't responsible for the tragedy of childbirth. It's just cruel to punish them for something they had no control over. Then one child chimes in, saying, "Gaionia claimed Xenos ended her life because of her child. That's why we're all here, guarding her tomb as penance." But when Hades asks how long this so-called atonement has been going on, no one gives a clear answer. Turns out, none of them have been counting the days. They just know that Atlas is the oldest. He was the first one to arrive. Suddenly, a portal to the Mundus appears before Hades, like a tempting open door. The other kids can't hide their envy. They look at Hades with hopeful eyes, wishing they could go to Mundus too. Someday, when they're older, their only motivation? A mysterious tree they've been tending to, waiting for a golden fruit to fall. Once the other children leave, Hades, ever the curious soul, keeps questioning Atlas. He wants to know if any of the kids have ever completed their punishment and made it to the Mundus. But instead of answering directly, Atlas asks Hades to lean in, and he whispers something chilling. No one has ever left. Because in that place, the children never grow up. There's only one way for them to grow: eating the fruit from Xenos' tree, which bears apples. Their plan? Wait for a golden apple to fall, plant it, and once a new tree grows, it will bear as many apples as there are children. Each child eats one apple, grows up, and earns their ticket to Mundus. But Hades sees the hopelessness in all of this. The tree is massive. Its twisted branches stretch skyward, even piercing the clouds. How are these tiny kids supposed to get anything from that height? Luckily, Hades recalls that Azar, a wind magic user, could soar to the top in seconds. Plus, he has a teleportation potion from Roxa. He could use it. But then he remembers Aisha's worried face, her fear that he might not return alive. He pauses. Recklessness isn't an option anymore. Still, he's standing in Xenos' tomb. If Aisha ever found out that innocent children were roasting under the sun just to keep her corpse from decaying, yeah, she'd never forgive him. That settles it. But of course, Hades can't resist muttering some very colorful thoughts about the dragon god who caused all this. Just as he's about to go for the apple, Atlas warns him. Only children are allowed to pick the fruit. That explains why the atonement never ends. But Hades isn't one to back down. He calls a child and offers him the teleportation potion. Bad idea. Then again, Atlas immediately stops him, because the boy would surely die. Actually, there's a guardian up there, a snake named Anguish that protects the apples. Talk about a cruel setup, raising children's hopes only to crush them. But there's really hope this time. Atlas then offers a solution. If Hades can defeat the snake, he'll go up and get the apples later. Turns out, Atlas is a wind magic user too. All the kids have never actually unlocked their powers, except him. When Hades asks why, Atlas says in a guilt-laced voice, "That's why I'm doing this. The god made me carry this burden so I can't go up." He adds, "If I let go, When Mundus descends, all the children will be crushed. It's the kind of statement that would make even the coldest heart melt. So, without wasting a second, Hades drinks the teleportation potion and shoots to the top of the tree. Up there, the branches are wild and thick. He finds some red apples, and finally, one golden apple. And then, there it is, the giant snake. Anguish attacks. But Hades? He doesn't even break a sweat. One move and poof, the snake is ash. Before heading back down, he tries to grab the golden apple, just to test if Atlas was telling the truth. And yep, he wasn't lying. The moment Hades' hand gets close, the apple releases a storm of electricity. He backs off, now fully trusting Atlas's plan. Or so he thinks. Because down below, Atlas is smiling, a quiet, wicked smile. Like everything is falling perfectly into place. It really is hell welcoming Hades. When Hades finally returns, Atlas puts back on his innocent little boy act. He looks genuinely thrilled to hear that Hades has already taken care of the giant snake lounging above the tree, like it was just another day in the garden. And of course, Hades wants to know about the mysterious red apples. With a spark in his eyes, Atlas explains, "These red apples are safe for the kids to eat, but there aren't enough for everyone. That's why we need a golden apple. Just one will do. We'll plant it, let it grow, and it'll eventually bear more red apples. Once the new tree blooms, every child can have their own. Then they can all finally enter Mundus. Simple, right?" Next thing you know, Atlas asks Hades to carry Mundus for him, so he can climb up and grab that golden apple. Easy favor, right? Wrong. The moment Hades takes over, he realizes just how heavy Mundus actually is. But can he whine about it? Nope. Especially not in front of a kid who's been doing this for who knows how long. Before dashing off, Atlas casually mentions that he might not return as quickly as Hades did. Then, he calls him Mr. Oof. That stings. Hades, who's not exactly thrilled about being seen as an old man, despite, having a son, quickly tells Atlas, "Just think of me as your big brother. Speak freely." Atlas beams like a puppy who just got praised. He thanks Hades over and over, pouring out compliments like confetti. And honestly, Hades is eating it up. He starts to feel like a noble father figure, helping lost children and doing heroic things. Even when Atlas disappears into the distance, all Hades can see is a glimpse of his own son, Abel. A soft spot is officially hit. The surrounding kids, overhearing the golden apple quest, cheer in excitement. Atlas is going to save the day, and there's a strong, reliable adult helping him. Hades, now feeling like a certified superhero, even starts planning how he'll brag to Aisha. Just wait till she hears about this. Just then, a young girl named Shinya approaches. The moment she sees Hades bearing the weight of Mundus instead of Atlas, a look of pure dread washes over her face. Confused and frightened, she quickly asks the other children where Atlas is. Though she tries to conceal her worry in front of the others, as soon as she finds herself alone with Hades, she wastes no time. Why? She stammers, her voice trembling. Why are you carrying that? Why are you being punished instead of Atlas? Hades attempts to calm her, explaining what he knows, but Shinya's concern only deepens. Then she reveals something that shakes Hades to his core. Atlas, she says, has long awaited the end of a punishment that may never be lifted. Unlike the other children in Xenos' tomb, Atlas committed a deliberate and unforgivable act. He strangled both his father and mother, the very people who gave him life and raised him. For that, he was condemned to carry Mundus for eternity. What's worse, Shinya says, is that Atlas lied. He claimed the reason he couldn't set Mundus down was to protect the children, because if the massive burden ever touched the ground, they would be crushed. But that wasn't the whole truth for him. The real reason was far more self-serving. If Atlas ever let Mundus fall, he would perish. His punishment was meant to be eternal, and passing it to Hades was a way to escape that fate. As the weight of this betrayal sinks in, the pieces start falling into place. This wasn't an accident. From the beginning, the dragon god orchestrated Hades' arrival there, knowing exactly how to manipulate him. He knew Hades would see the children's faces and think of Abel, his own son. He knew that compassion would be Hades' greatest vulnerability, but Hades is no fool. He straightens up despite the crushing weight on his back and assures Shinya that he still has power, enough to deal with Atlas if it comes to that. Even if both hands are bound holding Mundus, if Atlas truly deceived him, Hades swears that the next time they meet, he won't hesitate to ignite the boy's head in flame. Still, Shinya can't hide her concern. Her voice is soft and unsure as she offers a desperate suggestion. If things go wrong, just drop Mundus and walk away. You came here because you had a mission, a duty. You can't lose sight of that. Don't let guilt stop you from moving forward. But Hades rejects the idea without hesitation. He's tired of hearing people speak so casually about death. He then declares that things will go according to his plan. And no matter what, he won't let the children be crushed under this burden. Afterwards, he gently asks her why she's here, why someone like her is being punished. Her answer is a quiet, heartbreaking truth. I died before my parents. I thought they would continue living happily with my brother. But instead, my death broke them. My mother missed me so much. She coughed up blood and died. It wasn't her fault. She didn't choose death. And yet, she's here, suffering, because the dragon god deemed it so. Another example of how cruel and unpredictable his judgment can be. He curses and punishes humanity on a whim, with no regard for justice. And finally, Atlas returns. The children rush toward him with hopeful smiles, expecting the golden apple that would bring salvation. But all he has in hand is a single red apple. As the children stare in confusion, Atlas turns to Hades, with a wicked grin on his face. Now that Atlas has dropped the act, and even has the audacity to come back with a red apple instead of the golden one, Shinya doesn't waste a second. She grabs him by the collar. Everything suddenly makes sense. Her suspicions were spot on. Atlas didn't just trick Hades into lifting the Mundus, he also used Hades' compassion to help save the other kids, all for his own benefit. But are we surprised? Of course not. This kid isn't some misunderstood anti-hero. He's just plain rotten. And instead of apologizing, he casually blasts Shinya away with a gust of wind, calling her annoying like she's some mosquito buzzing in his ear. The poor girl crashes to the ground, badly hurt. Hades sees the whole thing, and the sight of the injured child lights a fire in him. He growls at Atlas, voice cold and dangerous. You've got some nerve. I can't believe you actually went through with this. Do you even know who you're dealing with? Now, anyone with sense would have run the other way, but Atlas? Nope. He stands there, smug as ever. Why? Because he's got Hades in a bind. If Hades kills him, he'll be stuck holding the Mundus forever. But if he drops it, the children will die. And Atlas knows that's a line Hades just won't cross. Truth is, Atlas never cared about saving those kids. Not even a little. He just saw a golden opportunity when Hades, soft spot and all, stepped in to help. From that moment on, Atlas was 2 steps ahead, watching Hades trap himself under the weight of responsibility. The kids, however, are starting to catch on. One of them speaks up, confused and scared. Are we all going to die? They're still clinging to that tiny bit of hope, believing Atlas's words, that eating an apple would help them grow up. But now, Atlas doesn't even bother to lie. He coldly admits they can eat the red apples if they want, but he doesn't care what happens to them. He picked 1 apple, for himself. The rest? Not his problem. And that's when Hades really sees it. This kid chose a red apple for strategy. Hades watches, baffled, as Atlas casually munches away and begins to look more like an adult by the second. How could he fall for such a trick which super unlike him? Then it hits him. It wasn't the plan that fooled him. It was the name, Xenos, the woman he loved, whose suffering still haunts him. That emotional crack gave Atlas Trix the perfect opening. But Hades isn't finished yet. He calls to Shinya, still lying on the ground, and gently tells her to drink the healing potion in his pocket. She obeys. A little time passes. Atlas finishes his apple, unaware that Hades has already shifted into planning mode. Once Shinya regains her strength, Hades instructs her to lean in. Then he whispers, "Tell the children to move to the right side of the tree. The moment you get the golden apple, plant it right away. I don't have time to explain, but if you follow this exactly, no one will die." Then with a sly grin he adds, "Even that lunatic. But don't worry, I won't let him off easy. Death would be a gift and he doesn't deserve that." Shinya nods and gets to work. Hades, meanwhile, waits patiently, a quiet smile on his face as the final pieces fall into place. Atlas, now nearly grown and brimming with arrogance, approaches. Of course he's suspicious. He saw Shinya and Hades whispering. Aside from that, he noticed the other kids shifting positions. So, he wants an answer. But Hades just smirks and replies, "I bet this apple tree's about to grow faster than you can blink." Suddenly, whoosh, Hades sends a blazing fireball into the tree. Flames explode around it. The tree creaks and crashes, right on the side where the golden apple can be reached. That's Shinya's signal. Atlas sees Shinya going for the golden apple and panics. He tries to stop her by using his wind power, but there's no chance he's getting past Hades. Not this time. Hades hurls him straight into the fire. Both of Atlas's legs are scorched, and he collapses in agony, screaming from the pain. But Hades? He's not moved. He begins his speech, every word heavier than the last. "You know, carrying the mundus doesn't even feel that heavy anymore. Maybe I could hold it up longer. Like you said, I can't let those kids die." Then with a cold smirk, he adds, "But once they're safe, once that tree bears fruit and the kids climb up there, you'll be the only one left. And you'll die here, alone." That hits Atlas hard. He starts to become emotional. His will to live is still strong, burned and broken as he is. Hades watches him silently, then offers him one final choice. Lift the mundus yourself like you were meant to, or die. Simple. Atlas finally breaks. He cries, pleads, and begs Hades to give him back the mundus. Looking at the broken boy, Hades thinks silently. Maybe someday, once Atlas comes to terms with what he's done, he'll lay the mundus down himself and accept death. Only then will his sins begin to be repaid. As the dust settles, Hades looks at Zeno's body and gently whispers, "You can rest now." Meanwhile, the children cheer as they gather around Shinya. The golden apple was successfully planted. Fortunately, the tree shot up tall in an instant. The sun hasn't even set, and already it promises fruit. Soon, everyone will get their chance to grow up and escape the tomb. Hades is quietly proud. He pats Shinya's head gently, a warm glint in his eyes. The weight of his true purpose still heavy on his shoulders, he gets ready to leave. But not before saying something he's held in for a while. Looking down at Shinya, he says softly, "I hope you blossom into a lovely person. Grow up pretty, and be born again, Shinya. I'd be honored to be your big brother again someday." Shinya was his baby sister in his past life. And as Hades, or Atheus, smiles at her one last time, she feels it too. That warmth in his voice, faint, but familiar. It's just like before. Aisha and the gang are now officially inside the land of nightmares, Orukus. Roxa takes a look around and casually says the place feels kind of plain. That is, if you ignore the 3 moons glowing up in the sky like some cosmic decoration. But Aisha quickly brings the group back to reality. She reminds them of Sesepu's warning. In fact, Sesepu made it pretty clear. Before they can even think about an audience with the dragon god, they must survive the harsh trials of Orukus and go through their own human atonement. Yep, this place is like therapy, but with extra suffering. And while Sesepu is the gatekeeper, he admits he's not exactly a well-trained tour guide. so he doesn't know the full layout. But he does know Orukis isn't just one space. It's more like a shifting nightmare arena where each person gets their own personal torment. How lovely. Even worse, the trials aren't random. They target whatever hurts the most. Emotional damage? Guaranteed. And of course, Sesepu, still holding a grudge against Hades, seems very eager to watch him squirm. Meanwhile, Aisha can't stop worrying about her husband. She silently hopes he's surviving whatever horror the realm has cooked up for him. As the group takes a step forward, they all face a path that looks straight out of a horror film. Creepy trees, fog, eerie silence, the whole package. Roxa, ever the optimist, says it feels like the right path to enter. Clearly, he's not looking too hard. Honestly, the place is so spooky it feels like the perfect spot for someone to die. Feeling awkward, Roxa switches the mood and proudly reveals his collection of potions like a kid showing off trading cards. Everyone immediately dives in, trying to choose the best one for survival. Meanwhile, Mikhail isn't joining the potion frenzy. He's staring intently at the sky, deep in thought. Aisha notices and asks if something's wrong. Mikhail brushes her off with a, "It's nothing," which of course means it's definitely something. Then he casually says he just needs a moment with Deborah, alone. Suspicious? Very. Aisha thinks so too, but with everything going on, she lets her brother go. For now. Once they were alone, Mikhail gently apologized to Deborah. He knew she must be full of questions, but chose to stay silent. Strangely enough, the child didn't press him. Instead, she gave a soft smile and said she was fine. What a mature little girl. But deep down, Deborah had already sensed something was off. The high priest standing before her didn't feel like the same man she used to know. But even though his demeanor had changed, Deborah's heart didn't waver. No matter what, Mikhail was still the high priest she had always admired. Whether this version of him was his true self or not, it didn't matter. Wrapping her small arms around him, she whispered with deep affection, "You don't have to explain anything. I love you just the same. So don't worry." Her innocent yet powerful words visibly shook Mikhail. He gave a quiet, "Thank you," barely audible. It was clear he was bracing himself for something difficult. And then, with hesitant resolve, he asked, "Deborah, I have a favor to ask. It's something only you can do. I know it's selfish of me, but will you help me?" Even without understanding the request, Deborah nodded right away. She trusted him that much. At his instruction, she carefully pulled out a dagger she had been secretly holding all along. One she had never let out of her sight. But why such a serious request? Because Mikhail had seen a terrifying vision of the future. A sky unlike anything he'd ever seen, painted with 3 moons. Beneath that strange sky, not with his lover, but with his sister, his hands wrapped around her neck. It chilled him to the bone. At first, Mikhail believed that if he eliminated his father, this dreadful future could be avoided. But when he saw the sky of Orukis with his own eyes, he knew that what the future he once saw will happen soon. So now, he had made his choice, to stop himself, no matter the cost. And the only person he could entrust with that heavy burden was the little girl who believed in him the most. Deborah's eyes widened in disbelief as Mikhail revealed a dark jewel embedded in his chest. "I don't know when it'll happen," Mikhail confessed. "But I'm going to become something terrible. A monster. One that hurts kind people and kills them." His voice trembled. Deborah was confused and scared. Why would someone like him say such things? That's when he opened up. Truly opened up. Mikhail shared how his own father was the one who made him this way. How he had taken lives over and over. Yet the guilt still hadn't left him. Tears pooled in his eyes as he revealed an even deeper truth. "The Duchess. She's my sister. We've shared a long, painful history. I already know the agony of killing someone I loved. But if I end up killing her too, I don't think I'd survive it. Not in mind or soul." That raw honesty, it broke something inside him. With a shaky hand, he guided Deborah's grip on the dagger toward his jewel core. His plea was quiet but desperate. So please, Deborah, if the time comes, and I lose control, if I become a true monster, let me rest. Please. Such a heavy burden placed on such small shoulders. Now the question is, will she listen? Back with the team gathering potions, Abel reached out for one particular bottle, but Roxa quickly tried to stop him. That potion wasn't just any potion. It was an extremely rare and valuable one. To everyone's surprise, it was a wish-granting elixir. Roxa explained the origin behind it. When someone unlocks their magical ability for the very first time, a unique kind of energy is released. He hadn't studied it enough to define it perfectly, but he called it a condensation of heartfelt spirit. That energy, born from pure human will, was something he managed to capture and turn into this mysterious potion. Such moments are incredibly special. There's no stronger force than human will at the moment an ability is awakened, and Roxa believed that energy was the key to manifesting wishes. Still, even he had never tested the potion before, so its effects remained unconfirmed. A rare creation with unknown results. No wonder Roxa was hesitant. That's when Azar, clearly unimpressed, scoffed at the explanation. He dismissed the potion as nothing more than fancy-looking junk and told Roxa to stop treating it like some sacred treasure. Just hand it over to the young master, he said bluntly. You'd think Roxa would be angry, but instead he stayed calm. Without arguing, Roxa handed the potion to Abel without saying anything harsh. He simply let Azar's rudeness pass. His quiet grace in that moment spoke volumes. Aisha, understanding the value of what was just given, thanked Roxa sincerely and even promised to repay the cost someday. But right after that peaceful exchange, Roxa's tone suddenly shifted. But do you think I'll make it back alive? He asked, a quiet seriousness in his voice. She couldn't promise him safety, no matter how much she wanted to. Still, Aisha refused to believe that he would die. So, instead of giving false hope, she reached out and activated her continual nullification magic, gently casting it over Roxa. With a warm and hopeful smile, she told him, "Don't worry. You'll come back safely. Stay healthy, Roxa." The once nervous Roxa was now blushing, thanked Aisha. With a teasing smile, he boldly declared he'd return alive, just to collect on that blank check she promised. His love for money truly ran deep. That's when Abel, clearly puzzled, asked the obvious question. But as a mage, can't you just create money? Why go through so much trouble? Before Roxa could answer, Azar jumped in. Oh, he tried that. Caused an entire empire-wide disaster before you were even born. Apparently, years ago, Roxa had gotten way too excited after unlocking his earth-based power of creation. He thought, why not print money? And so he did. Lots of it. Way too much of it. What followed was pure chaos. Currency inflation, economic panic, and eventually, a complete reset of the empire's monetary system. Thanks to him, all the currency was changed about a decade ago. Roxa, looking embarrassed, called Azar a firebore for digging up the past. But even as he scolded him, he admitted to it. Yes, he had created money as soon as he awakened his power. And yes, he went a little overboard. His only regret? I should have paced myself, he muttered. Naturally, he got caught and arrested. But his life was spared thanks to his master, the Tower Lord, who stepped in just in time. Afterward, to prevent any repeat offenses, his master inscribed a complex magical formula into the new currency, one that only the Imperial Mint could reproduce using a massive amount of mana. Even with all that history, Roxa tried to laugh it off. But of course, Azar couldn't let it slide. He jabbed, "You're a criminal scoundrel." Roxa this time shot back, "And you're a moody troublemaker who can't stop picking fights." Tension thickened. Aisha, sensing the heat rising, quickly jumped in to change the topic. But unfortunately, she picked the worst question possible. "So Roxa, why are you so obsessed with money anyway?" That hit deeper than expected. Roxa hesitated. Then, quietly, he admitted that his debts had long been paid off. But even so, he wanted to keep saving, for the what-ifs in life, just in case things ever went wrong again. Well, his answer surely hides something more. But Azar scoffed. "You can't take money to the grave, you know. Your greed will kill you." That was the last straw. Roxa snapped. "Better to die rich than live like you, paycheck to paycheck, drowning in misery," he growled. Then, his tone turned sharper, crueler. "Or have you forgotten the time you got down on your knees begging me for help? You were broke and desperate." The words cut deep. Azar grabbed Roxa by the collar, ready to strike, but Roxa didn't flinch. "Do you know what I thought when I heard about your situation?" he continued coldly. "I thought you were the most foolish person I've ever met." Then, Roxa exposed the truth. Azar had come to their empire as a foreigner, suffering through discrimination and hardship, not for himself, but to support his tribe brothers back home. "Why sacrifice everything for people who wouldn't do the same for you?" Roxa asked, voice sharp as a blade. "You gave up your pride, your future. And for what? Honestly, Azar, it would have been better for you if those siblings had died 5 years ago." Abel and Aisha immediately shouted at Azar to stop, but it was too late. Azar's fist was already flying toward Roxa, only to freeze midair. Still, he didn't back down. With anger burning in his eyes, he grabbed Roxa and dragged him into the forest. Aisha and Abel called out, trying to stop them, but this time there was no turning back. So, why is Roxa so obsessed with money? And why did he push Azar's buttons so harshly? There's actually more to his story. Although Roxa had said some harsh words to Azar, deep down, he held no resentment toward him. However, he stood by his beliefs. In Roxa's eyes, no one chooses to be born. But once here, everyone should take responsibility for their own life. No one should become a burden, even to the people closest to them. Suddenly, Roxa finds himself somewhere all too familiar. But instead of the usual forest where Azar would typically confront him with fists flying, he's in front of an old barn. A worn-out sign hangs above, advertising food and alcohol. The upper floor is a living space, one he knows too well. Inside, the place is buzzing with laughter and voices. Customers are enjoying their meals and drinks. And right in the middle of it all is his father, smiling warmly as he tends to orders with ease. A sight Roxa never thought he'd see. Elsewhere, Aisha and Abel stand frozen in disbelief. The moment Roxa and Azar stepped into the forest, they vanished without a trace. It wasn't ordinary. This was one of Oruka's dimensional gates. Soon, Mikhail and Deborah arrive at the scene, just as Aisha realizes something. The real trial had already begun. Whether for Azar or Roxa, the test was now underway. Back in the vision, Roxa is stunned. His father's cheerful face. He'd never seen it like that before. Yet somehow, he recognizes him instantly. Roxa tries to call out, to reach him, but his father walks right through him. That's when Roxa realizes, this isn't the past. He hasn't gone back in time. Instead, he's stuck in a space where he's forced to witness everything unfold in front of him. Then he sees her, his mother. A woman who gave up nearly everything for him. She wasn't from Pargonia, but a noble's youngest daughter from the Empire's central region, once known as the most beautiful woman around. Yet she had let go of her glamorous youth to care for Roxa, who suffered from visual impairment and an unknown illness that made him cough up blood every day. At one point, Roxa's father rushes inside, asking her for help since the bar is overwhelmed with customers. Before leaving, she gently kisses her ailing son on the forehead and whispers an apology. That scene alone breaks something inside Roxa. To him, his mother had no reason to apologize. He knew how the story would end. But even with that knowledge, Roxa couldn't hold back. He ran toward his young self, his voice trembling with rage and grief. He grabbed at his own younger body, yelling that he should have just died. The guilt that consumed him was overflowing. He believed that his parents' lives would have been so much better if they didn't have to spend everything on his treatments. To Roxa, he was nothing more than a weight they had to carry. Then, a sudden voice yanks him from his thoughts. He turns to see his father, bowing and pleading before a group of people. These were the ones who had lent him money, for Roxa's medicine. Watching that, Roxa screams in frustration, begging his father to stop humiliating himself like that. He wished they had just let him go, instead of sacrificing so much. Kneeling down, Roxa's voice breaks. Why are you showing me this? Am I supposed to feel sympathy? I already live with this guilt every single day. Why are you forcing me to watch it again? But the scene continues. The men his father had borrowed from return, bringing up a disgusting suggestion they'd made before. Their eyes fixed on Roxa's mother. His father, desperate, refuses again, promising he just needs more time and he'll repay everything. A man spit on him before leaving, as if he was trash. His mother even considered accepting the man's vile offer and working for him. But his father, ever so proud and protective, wouldn't allow it. He didn't want her, who had never been made to work, to suffer in such a way. Instead, he smiled through the pain and promised he'd work harder the next day. That was just the kind of man he was, willing to endure anything to protect the ones he loved. Even while being kicked down, humiliated, and treated like nothing, he smiled for her. But as noble as that was, reality wasn't kind. Eventually, everything fell apart. The life they tried so hard to hold together shattered right before their eyes. One day, Roxa's father made a horrifying discovery. The very rogues he had once borrowed money from had been eyeing his wife all along. The moment they laid eyes on her, a noble woman far too graceful for a quiet rural village, their twisted intentions were clear. When his father finally tried to drive them out of their bar, things took a deadly turn. One of the rogues pulled out a blade and stabbed him. It was the first time Roxa ever saw his father's face, because he had been born blind. And the moment he finally laid eyes on him was the moment he saw him die. The cruelty of it all was unbearable. Even worse, those criminals simply walked away, as if nothing had happened. Roxa's mother had witnessed everything. Yet, when young Roxa had asked her if things were okay, she hides the truth from her sick child. Watching this unfold, the older Roxa, trapped in this space, could barely contain his grief. His guilt only grew heavier, louder, more suffocating. Then the memory shifted. Roxa, still blind in the memory, slowly came to the heartbreaking realization. His mother had taken her own life. The weight of her sorrow, after losing her husband and carrying so much alone, had finally broken her. That moment marked a turning point in young Roxa's heart. That's when he first thought he should have just died instead. Night after night he had clung to her hand, whispering how he hurt, how he wanted to live. Believing his words had anchored her to a life of suffering. If only he had stayed silent. If only he had pretended not to care. Maybe then they wouldn't have held on to hope or pity. But the path that followed wasn't filled with grief alone. Strangely enough, it was during this lowest point that Roxa awakened his power. It was excruciating, physically, mentally, and emotionally. His first creation, his eyes, the ability to see the world for the first time. But what greeted him wasn't beauty or wonder, it was tragedy. The very life he longed to witness was stained with loss. Roxa couldn't help but think, if only this power had awakened sooner, before father had to bow so low, before mother had to disappear in despair. As if his pain wasn't enough, a twisted version of himself, a demon bearing his face, appeared before him. Its words cut deeper than any blade. Why are you still alive, living like a parasite? You ended up killing both your parents. How can you live with yourself? What's the point? Then the illusion changed. He was shown a world that looked too perfect, his parents standing before him smiling. His mother even asked him to stay there with them. There was wealth, joy, warmth, a complete family, a dream wrapped in everything he had ever yearned for. And for Roxa, who had long forgotten his reason to keep going, who had clawed his way through a life filled with pain. This dream was almost impossible to resist. After all, what use was money now? His parents were gone. There was no debt left to pay. Slowly, steadily, he began to accept it. Maybe it was time to die. Maybe he could finally rest and join them. For the first time, Roxa felt at peace. The never-ending exhaustion that had haunted him began to fade. Just when Roxa was about to surrender to the comfort of eternal rest, a voice echoed in his mind, calling his name. It was Hades. The memory of their encounter in prison resurfaced, a moment when Hades offered him a deal and told him plainly, "You must keep living." Following that moment, Roxa found himself summoned to the grand Louvremont mansion. The first thing he heard there was the Duke's sharp observation. His lifeless eyes seemed to reflect someone who had no will to go on. At the time, Roxa tried to brush off the remark. But then, Hades suddenly posed a question that struck a nerve. "Did you get your revenge? Don't you want to take down the ones who murdered your parents?" Hades didn't stop there. He calmly confessed that he had investigated Roxa's past, claiming it was necessary for hiring purposes. Roxa, clearly irritated, replied without hesitation, "If you're just going to tell me something predictable, don't bother. I don't even remember their faces anymore. I've erased that part of my past. Don't try to dig it up. I'll be leaving now." But Hades wasn't done. With a cool tone, he responded, "Very well, but I can't welcome someone into the duchy without testing them first." What happened next was chilling. The following day, 3 wooden poles stood tall outside Louvremont Castle. Hanging from them were the mangled bodies of 3 unknown men. They remained there for 3 full days, a grim warning, a silent message. Standing beside Roxa, Hades spoke again. His words were calm, but carried the weight of truth. "You need to keep living. Even if your only reason is to make money, then do that. Earn so much you won't even be able to spend it all in this lifetime, and maybe you'll regret it in the end. But when that purpose fades, find a new one. I can't ignore what I see in your eyes. People like you tend to give up once the reason to push forward disappears. But don't. You're far too valuable to just disappear." Then came another echo of Hades' voice, this time heavier with emotion. He reminded Roxa of the parents who sacrificed everything to protect him, how crushed they would be if he ended up in hell before even turning 30. "No parent wishes for their child's death," the voice rang gently. "I'm here to help you shine, so please, don't hurt them twice. Stay alive." And just like that, Roxa finally snaps out of the illusion. The fog lifts from his mind, and what greets him is pure nightmare fuel. A towering demon spider crouched before him, fangs bared, ready to strike. The creature had been hypnotizing him all along, trapping him in a world of lies. Standing nearby is Azar stepping in to explain everything. Turns out, all the visions Roxa saw were nothing but fabrications, spun by the spider's magic. But why didn't Azar defeat the monster earlier? Because as long as the demon had Roxa under its spell, their minds were linked. If Azar had slain the spider, Roxa's consciousness would have been shattered too, leaving him stuck in a fate worse than death, caught between life and oblivion. Before making his move, Azar needed confirmation. "Are you fully back to your senses now?" And Roxa, in his classic fashion, groaned, "Ugh, I hate spiders, they creep me out." Yep, definitely back to normal. The moment the demon spider realizes its illusion no longer works, it lunges at Roxa. Because Roxa is still cocooned in webbing, Azar rushes in to shield him. Azar was then faced with a brutal choice. Either he or Roxa would have to take the hit. There was no way around it. So, without hesitation, he let the demon spider sink its venomous fangs into his arm. In the next second, he retaliated, striking the creature hard enough to make it back off. Once the danger was pushed aside, he rushed to help Roxa, who was still wrapped up in sticky webs, wriggling around like a panicked caterpillar. One quick slash, and Roxa was free. But right in the middle of his usual flustered flailing, he stopped. Something didn't feel right. Something about Azar. Then it hit him. Azar had cut off his own arm. The poison had started spreading too fast through the bite wound. It was the only way to save himself. For someone like Azar, a skilled archer, losing an arm was as good as losing everything. But there he stood, brushing it off like it was just a minor setback. "I can still use my left hand to hold a sword," he said, trying to stay cool. Roxa, confused but curious, looked at him and asked, "You could have left me behind, why didn't you?" Azar didn't flinch. "Because I dragged you into this forest. I'm taking responsibility." Roxa, as expected, called him an idiot again for going so far for someone like him. But then, snap, Roxa flicked his fingers, and then Azar's arm grew back. Slightly less muscular. Azar couldn't help but complain a little, much to Roxa's annoyance. Naturally, Roxa accused him of being ungrateful, but their usual back and forth was quickly softened by a rare moment of sincerity. Roxa muttered awkwardly, "Thanks." Then scratching his head, he added, "I mean, you lost your arm trying to save me, so I guess you don't need to thank me. I know you're super touched right now and getting all teary, but don't bother." Actually, while Roxa was in a trance, Azar unintentionally heard Roxa's painful past. Despite not meaning to intrude, he witnessed Roxa breaking down, cursing himself and begging for death, overwhelmed by guilt for feeling like a burden to his parents. Through this, Azar began to understand something deeper. The harsh words Roxa once threw at his tribe brothers. Maybe they were reflections of the pain Roxa had buried inside, words he had long wanted to say to his younger, broken self. And seeing Roxa now, smiling, carrying on like he's fine, it left Azar stunned. After everything he's been through, how is he still standing so strong? Before, Azar couldn't imagine ever truly connecting with Roxa, let alone making peace with him. "Come on, enough with the soul-crushing bonding already, and just be friends now, okay?" But then, the forest around them suddenly begins to vanish. The once lush surroundings fade in an instant, and right before their eyes, a mysterious portal appears. Roxa and Azar hesitate. Who wouldn't? Especially with the rest of their group still somewhere in the forest. But with no safe path left behind and nowhere else to go, they're forced to make a choice. And at this point, the only way forward is through that portal. As for the rest of the gang, yep, they went into the spooky forest too and stumbled upon something huge and hairy. It was Somnifer, a giant spider-like monster who looked very much dead, probably thanks to Azar's earlier attack. Lucky break? Maybe. But Somnifer wasn't just any oversized arachnid. She was a demonic beast, born after Sesapu, and banished to Orukis for misusing her powers gifted to her by the dragon god. Naturally, Mikhail is over the moon. A monster like Somnifer would have been a nightmare to fight head-on. He even jokes that their constantly squabbling duo turned out to be the perfect monster magnets, loud enough to lure it in, and capable enough to survive it. Win-win? But then comes the big question. Is Somnifer really dead? Abel isn't convinced. Mikhail gives a casual explanation. These ancient demonic monsters have intelligent cores, kind of like magical batteries. They only truly die when those cores are destroyed. He even kicks the motionless spider for good measure, and assumes the core must be gone. A quick lore drop. Demonic cores are kind of like magical hearts. Humans have jewel cores too, but only those who've awakened abilities get one. In other words, no power, no core. In that light, Somnifer could be considered the OG of dark power user. The dragon god gave her the ability to read minds and, well, mess with people's memories. But in reality, she wasn't always a terrifying spider monster. Once upon a time, she was a stunning woman who comforted injured animals and helped them pass peacefully by, erasing their painful memories. Honestly, she was more like a magical hospice nurse than a villain. Yet eventually, she twisted those powers for her own gain, and boom, everyone, including Gaionia, turned against her. That's how she ended up exiled in the eerie depths of Orukis. Meanwhile, Aisha's had enough. She hits her breaking point and tells Mikhail to stop giving a monster history lesson. Hello, Azar and Roxa are still missing, remember? Also, they really need to get out of that nightmare forest. Mikhail, ever the optimist, reassures her. No worries, Azar and Roxa probably already escaped after defeating Somnifer. All they need to do is follow the trail and get going. As they're about to move on, Aisha and Abel suddenly feel off. The moment they entered the forest, their magic went dead, like someone flipped a switch. Aisha immediately remembers how it felt when she used to take magic suppressants. Now she's genuinely worried. Is something in this forest blocking their powers? Uh-oh, this might not be over just yet. Aisha was just about to tell Mikhail something important when he suddenly shoved her to the ground. The impact was hard, but what happened next was even more shocking. Everyone turned to see Mikhail trapped in sticky spider webs, and right behind him stood Somnifer, still alive and breathing. With a twisted grin, the monster hisses, "Of all people, Ignis, the one burdened with eternal pain, has arrived. Your memories are delightful. Just as I hoped, God hasn't turned his back on me yet." Mikhail quickly understood the danger. There was no time to think. With urgency in his voice, he turned to Aisha and said, "Take the children and run. Go back the way we came. Don't stop and don't turn around. You must get out, no matter what." Then, locking eyes with Deborah, he asked, "Do you remember what I asked you to do before?" Hearing this, Aisha's heart sank. She realized what her brother must have asked of the girl. He told Deborah to kill him. The moment he feared, the one where he loses control and harms Aisha, had finally arrived. Without wasting time, she warned the children. If Somnifer gains access to someone's memories, she takes over their entire mind. If the High Priest acts violently, it's not because he wants to. There's only one way to stop this horror: prevent Somnifer from delving into Mikhail's memories. But that's impossible now. The deeper and more painful the memory, the stronger Somnifer's grip. And the first memory she pulls from him? The heartbreak of his first love, a cruel and perfect trap for him. Left with no other choice, Aisha, Abel, and Deborah flee. But as they retrace their steps, something is wrong. The path they once took no longer exists, and no matter how far they run, they keep ending up in the same place. It's a never-ending maze. Eventually, exhausted, the trio hides in the bushes to catch their breath. Little Abel, feeling helpless, turns to his mother and apologizes, thinking he's a burden. But Aisha comforts him with gentle warmth. Despite their danger, she still sees the light in her son. In truth, Abel holds the potential to stand up to Somnifer, but in this twisted dimension, his powers are sealed away. Then suddenly Mikhail's figure appears behind Aisha. Before she can react, he seizes her by the neck and lifts her off the ground, leaving her dangling helplessly in the air. Somnifer watches with a twisted smile, savoring the torment unfolding before her. Abel, desperate to protect his mother, charges forward and rams into Mikhail with his head. The impact causes Mikhail to falter for a moment, and Aisha falls to the ground. Abel positions himself in front of her, gripping the sacred scent Kriya tightly, determined to protect her at all costs. However, Mikhail effortlessly grabs Abel and hurls him into a tree. The force of the blow injures Abel's back, leaving him gasping in pain. Aisha's heart shatters at the sight of her son suffering. When she sees Mikhail approaching Abel to strike again, she throws herself at his legs, clinging tightly as she shouts, "Ignis, what you're seeing is just an illusion. Wake up." But her words fall on deaf ears. Mikhail grabs her by the hair and slams her to the ground. Then, just as in the vision of the future, he wraps his hands around her neck and begins to choke her. Despite the agony, Aisha cannot die. Not yet. Her curse ensures she'll only perish if she takes Abel's life. But fear creeps in. What if, like Mikhail, she too falls under Somnifer's control? What if she's forced to harm her son? As Aisha's mind drifts into old, painful memories, Somnifer makes a startling discovery. Aisha isn't Mikhail's lover. She's his sister. The monster halts the choking and smiles cruelly. "Oh, how tragic," she murmurs. "What a shame to keep such a performance hidden. Thankfully, we have an audience. Watch closely, children. Imagine it, our father's cursed son, Ignis, falling for his own sister and killed the woman he loved." With that, Mikhail gazes at Aisha and leans in, kissing her. Aisha screams. She begs, pleads for him to wake up, but it's no use. He doesn't hear her. Deborah, unable to bear the horror any longer, remembers the promise she made. Without hesitation, she rushes forward, dagger in hand, aiming straight for Mikhail's chest. But Somnifer lashes out with her spider webs, halting Deborah mid-attack. She won't let the tragic play ends. At the same time, Abel calls out for his mother. But his voice is broken by a cough, and blood spills from his lips. The pain from being thrown lingers. But then, something clicks in him. A memory surfaces. Something important. As the nightmare scene drags on, Aisha's consciousness begins to slip away. Yet in that darkness, memories of her child come rushing back, memories that pierce her heart. No matter how many lifetimes she endured her cruel fate, no matter how many times she had to bring it to an end. Her child never once resented her. In some lives, he died too young. In others, he lived long and full. But always, he smiled. Always, he forgave. Always, he told her not to cry. Those memories give her strength. Then, at her lowest point, Abel's voice echoes through the chaos. "Mother!" Mikhail collapses to the ground. Aisha, dazed and weak, looks up through blurry vision and sees a figure. Is that him, Hades? It's Abel, and he is no longer a child. Her son, now fully grown, stands before her, but how?